Super Devouring System Chapter 1709 to Chapter 1794. Mystic Immortal? Little Devil narrowed his eyes. There's only one true immortal in Navy Tide. As long as I recover to the Mystic Immortal level, I'll be able to break this shackle. During this period of seclusion, other than refining the devil wings, he had also improved his cultivation base and cultivation base. I'm going to a city in Black Devil Prison now. The city lord is a second-grade golden immortal. Do you have the ability to deal with him? Xianxia asked in surprise. Anyway, we made our fortune by looting. It's the same wherever we go. However, we can't let go of the grudge of breaking into Black Devil Prison. Little Devil suddenly sneered. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard this. How? When we get out, it'll be the day of Navy Tide's destruction. Little Devil said. Xianxia instantly understood what he meant. The little demon king of chaos wanted to take in the entire Black Demon Prison, then break the immortal artifact and release all the demonic cultivators in Navy Tide Nation to attack the Navy Tide Nation's imperial family. In fact, Xianxia was more suitable for demonic cultivation. This way, he could improve his physique and perhaps be stronger than he was now. However, the devil heart and immortal heart were opposite. Both were very sensitive. Once one started demonic cultivation, he would become a rat on the street. That was why Xianxia chose to refine the fast immortal heart. Next, the little demon king of chaos unfurled his enormous devil wings and brought Xianxia to a nearby city. Although his realm was the same as Xianxia's, only a 4th-grade jade immortal, his strength was very strong. It wouldn't be a problem for him to challenge someone one realm higher. The devil wings were very fast, more than 10 times faster than Old Tree. In less than half a day, Xianxia arrived at the nearby city. They didn't care what the city was called. Little Devil rushed in directly. Demonic great art, demonic assimilation. Little Devil didn't say anything and directly used his trump card. A huge shadow appeared and everyone in the city couldn't move. Then, Xianxia began to take these people into his planting space. Even golden immortals would not be able to come out of his planting space. The city lord of this city was a second-tier gold immortal, but he was suppressed by the little demon king to the point that he couldn't move at all. Then, he was sucked into the planting space. There were more than 100,000 people in the city. In the end, all of them became Xianxia's slaves, and all of their belongings were taken away. Then, Little Demon and Xianxia split the spoils of war according to the 99% and 1%. Chisu, you've obtained so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but why is your realm so low? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. What do you know? The original demon body requires a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. Moreover, my heavenly demon heart hasn't been refined yet. Little Devil King snorted. What? You're still an ordinary demon heart? Xianxia asked in astonishment. In my past life, I refined the purple demon heart, but it's not suitable for me now. If I want to fuse with a heavenly demon heart that's comparable to a heavenly demon heart, I need to raise my ordinary demon heart to a certain level, Little Devil King replied. Many of the heavenly materials they'd plundered were used to refine immortal heart and demon heart. However, they were all used by Little Devil King to refine his ordinary demon heart. Then is there a way to refine it? I want to replace the Xianxia immortal heart with the purple demon heart. Xianxia asked. Although the Xianxia immortal heart's Xianxia heavenly fire was stronger than the purple demon fire, the purple demon heart could improve his physique by quite a bit. Relatively speaking, the purple demon heart was more cost-effective. No, if it was an ordinary immortal heart, I would have a way. However, this Xianxia immortal heart is not an ordinary thing. This is the supreme immortal heart of the Heavenly Fire Palace. Right now, it looks inferior to the purple demon heart, but if you obtain the Heavenly Fire Palace's Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change in the future, this Xianxia immortal heart will be 10 streets ahead of the purple demon heart. Little Devil King said. Heavenly Fire Palace's Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change? When Xianxia heard this, his eyes couldn't help but slightly narrow. You're actually giving this kind of treasure to me? The purple demon heart's value is high, but I already have it. What's the point of having it? Naturally, I have to spread it and let more people cultivate the Devil Dao. Secondly, I obtained the refining method of the Xianxia immortal heart by chance. It was also because of it that I was chased down and had to reincarnate. The reason why I'm giving it to you is because I want you to spread it. TSK TSK TSK. Little Devil King sneered. You're so ruthless. What if the Heavenly Fire Palace finds out? Yi Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Only now did he realize that he had been tricked. No wonder this little Devil King was so kind. It turned out that he had such a plan. Hee, don't worry. The Heavenly Fire Palace isn't something that you can come into contact with. Even if you use the Xianxia Immortal Flame now, no one will recognize it. After Little Devil King finished speaking, he set up another array and said, I'm going to go into seclusion again. It will take about 10 days in the outside world. During this time, you have to be careful. Don't die. In fact, he didn't care whether Yi Xian died or not because Yi Xian still had a clone in the mortal world. Even if Yi Xian died, he could still continue to ascend to the immortal world. After hearing this, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Then, he swallowed the 1% of the spoils he had just obtained. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 5th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. A series of system notifications rang out. The harvest this time was not bad, but it was a pity that Little Devil King had to go into seclusion every time he finished plundering. He really didn't know how to make good use of his time. Because of this, Yi Xian was helpless. To be safe, he could only hide and wait for Little Devil King to finish his seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 10 days. But now, time was nothing to Yi Xian. Immortals had endless lifespan. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't die. Gradually, he calmed down. 10 days later, Little Devil King came out of seclusion. His cultivation had improved again. So, they continued to plunder the major cities in the Black Devil Prison. Navy Tide Country was built on the Black Devil Prison. People were sent to the Black Devil Prison all the time. The number of people who died every day was enough to build a city. After his strength improved, Little Devil King visited several surrounding cities and moved them all to the planting space. Then, the Little Devil continued his seclusion, this time for 7 days. Yi Xian also chose a place to rest. At this time, he was already an 8th grade Jade Immortal. After 7 days, the Little Devil came out of seclusion, and then they were ready to plunder again. This time, we'll pick a big one. Even if it's a Xian Immortal, it's enough to fight. The Little Devil smiled confidently, spread his wings, and rushed with Yi Xian. However, this time, it was not so easy. A day later, they arrived at Ziyang City. Ziyang City was one of the 10 main cities of the Black Demon Prison, and it was their target. Same old plan. The Little Devil shouted in a low voice, and then killed his way into the city. However, as soon as he entered, he felt an extremely strong aura. A Xian Immortal. There's a Xian Immortal, but so what? The Little Devil did not care at all, and directly rushed toward the Xian Immortal. At this time, in Ziyang City's City Lord Mansion, the 1st grade Xian Immortal was leisurely drinking wine and playing chess. The Little Devil was only a Jade Immortal at this time, not even a Golden Immortal, so naturally, he could not attract his attention. However, after a while, he heard a loud rumble outside the City Lord Mansion. What's going on? The City Lord of Ziyang City raised his eyebrows. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Black Demon Prison, and was already a 1st grade Xian Immortal. Was there anyone who dared to make a move in his territory? He immediately spread out his immortal sense, and was shocked to find that the golden immortals in the city lord mansion died one after another. Heavens, what's going on? He focused his mind and checked with his immortal sense, and found that the intruder was not a golden immortal, but a jade immortal. To be precise, it was a 9th grade jade immortal. A 9th grade jade immortal killed dozens of high-level golden immortals in my city lord mansion. Am I dreaming? The city lord of Xianxia City opened his eyes wide, and hurriedly rushed out of the door, and jumped into the sky. At this time, he saw a child with 2 horns on his head and 2 wings on his back killing. Bastard, you're courting death. The city lord of Xianxia City did not care who the other party was, and directly took out his immortal treasure sword. Whoosh! This immortal treasure sword immediately turned into a stream of light and attacked Little Demon King of Chaos. Xianxia City was one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil prison. The city lord was not a devil cultivator, but an immortal cultivator. Therefore, he fought with magic weapons. In the distance, when the Little Demon King saw the Purple Sun City's city lord, his eyes could not help but flash. Although he was only a Tier 9 Jade Immortal, not even a Golden Immortal, the city lord of Xianxia City was a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal, 10 whole realms higher than him. But so what? I am the Little Demon King of Chaos, one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign of the demon world. Those who stand in my way will die. Little Demon King of Chaos raised his head and roared. Suddenly, 2 beams of black light shot out from the 2 black horns on his head. Demonic Great Technique, Demonic Flash. Using this move might cause the Little Demon King's cultivation to drop, but as long as he killed this first stage profound immortal, no one in Xianxia City would be able to stop him. When the city lord of Xianxia City saw this move, his expression dimmed. Before he could react, 2 black rays of light had already entered his chest. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the city lord of Xianxia City's immortal heart shattered, and he died instantly. Now, the only mystic immortal of the city lord of Xianxia City had died. Who else could be a match for the Little Demon King of Chaos? What was even more tragic was that after the Little Demon King of Chaos used his trump card, his cultivation did not drop. Demonic Great Technique, Demonic Assimilation. In an instant, a huge shadow appeared, suppressing the entire city lord of Xianxia City. When Xianxia outside the city saw the Little Demon King of Chaos use the demonic assimilation, he immediately rushed into the city. He first put all the people in the city lord mansion, then the entire Xianxia City. In less than 5 minutes, one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil prison, Xianxia City, disappeared. Good, the harvest this time is not bad. Then, the Little Demon King of Chaos counted the spoils of war and gave 1% to Xianxia. How long will you be in seclusion this time? Xianxia could not hide the joy in his eyes and asked. At least half a month. After the Little Demon King of Chaos answered, he began his seclusion. This time, they had destroyed Xianxia City, one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil prison. Although it was only 1%, it was enough for Xianxia to make a breakthrough. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 9th tier Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 1st tier Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 2nd tier Golden Immortal. 3 consecutive jumps were nothing out of the ordinary. If the people of the Black Devil prison were not so poor, even 1% of the spoils would be enough for him to break through to the 6th tier Golden Immortal. However, Xianxia felt that it was enough. After all, he had only ascended to the immortal realm for a few months. It was definitely unprecedented for him to break through from an ordinary immortal to a Golden Immortal in a few months. Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Spirit Immortal, Jade Immortal, and Golden Immortal. There were a total of 5 major realms. All this was thanks to the Little Demon King of Chaos. Otherwise, he would probably still be in the Spirit Immortal realm. The Little Demon King of Chaos had to go into seclusion for 15 days, so Xianxia also rested for 15 days. He estimated that the Little Demon King of Chaos would be the top existence in the entire Black Devil prison after 15 days. When the time came, they could ransack the entire Black Devil prison and go into seclusion again. Maybe they could challenge the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. 15 days in the outside world was equivalent to 1,500 days in the planting space, which was more than 4 years. After 15 days, the little demon king of chaos came out of seclusion and broke through to the golden immortal realm. Let's go. The little demon king of chaos showed a confident look. Now, who in the Black Devil prison was his match? However, what he did not know was that during the 15 days of his seclusion, the Black Devil prison had undergone earth-shattering changes. In fact, there were 3 big shots in the Black Devil prison. In these 15 days, the 3 big shots had merged all the main cities under their command. The little demon king of chaos originally wanted to find a main city called Black Mountain, but did not find it. Then, he went to another main city, but still did not find it. Strange, is the map too old? The little demon king of chaos was very surprised. However, this map was obtained from the city lord of Xianxia city, so it should not be wrong. Therefore, he decided to go to other cities to have a look. He went to almost all the 10 main cities, but did not find anything. Now, there was only one main city left, which was the largest main city in the Black Devil prison, Black Devil City. The city lord of Black Devil City was a second-tier mystic immortal, and also the strongest person in the Black Devil prison. However, the scale of this Black Devil City was frighteningly large. It's so big, could it be the result of the merger of 9 main cities? Xian said in shock. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You think you'll be fine just because you're all together? The little demon king of chaos sneered and directly brought Xian into Black Demon City. He was only a low-level golden immortal now. No one would notice him, and so would Xian. Everyone, listen up. I, the little demon king, am here. Come out and welcome me. The little demon king leaped into the air and shouted angrily. When he was in Purple Sun City, he had announced his name. Perhaps the people outside the city heard him, so the other 9 cities quickly merged. Xian might not know, but many demonic cultivators came from the demon realm. Naturally, they had heard of the little demon king's name. However, they could not figure out why the little demon king was still in Black Demon Prison. The demon king of the demon realm could destroy a force 10,000 times stronger than Navy Tide with a stomp of his foot. How could he be in such dire straits now? It was obvious that he was a fake. Soon, many figures appeared in the center of Black Demon City. These people had powerful auras. They were all mystic immortals. The little demon king? A middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the 6-year-old child in front of him. That's me. The little demon king snorted and said, have you heard of my name? Of course. I come from the demon realm, and I'm also a demonic cultivator from the Shura sovereign's territory. However, the little demon king in my memory is a demon king comparable to an immortal king. Why are you only a golden immortal? A long-haired demonic cultivator walked out and said slowly. That's because I've reincarnated. The little demon of chaos looked around and said, so what if you're a gold immortal? Even if you're just a gold immortal, I can still kill all of you. What a big mouth. The long-haired demonic cultivator snorted. So what if you're the little demon king? You're just a golden immortal now. Today, I'll meet you. You doubt me? Fine, but you'll have to pay the price in blood. The little demon king said. Hand over your life. The long-haired demonic cultivator roared and pounced at the little demon king. Die, you ant. Little demon king of chaos's eyes flashed. In the blink of an eye, a pair of wings grew out of his back and he directly punched through the long-haired demonic cultivator's chest. The latter's demonic heart was immediately shattered and he died. Instant kill. A first-tier golden immortal had insta-killed a first-tier mystic immortal. This was the power of the demon king. Gulp. After seeing the corpse of the long-haired devil cultivator, everyone couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They had been trapped in the Black Demon prison for a long time, and they were very familiar with the others. That long-haired Shoma cultivates the Black Origin demon heart. Even though his physical strength is not the strongest, his defensive power is very strong. Even a second-tier mystic immortal would not be able to kill him in a short time. But now, he had been instantly killed by this golden immortal in front of him. This fact was unacceptable to them. However, the middle-aged man in the lead reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly said, "Greetings, Lord Demon King." Following that, the rest of the people also said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Demon King." What a joke. With the cultivation of a first-tier golden immortal, he was able to instantly kill a first-tier mystic immortal with the Black Origin demon heart. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Very good. From now on, all of you will follow me. I can take you out of this damned place. Little Demon King of Chaos nodded satisfactorily. If not for the fact that these people were all devil cultivators and not immortal cultivators, they would have been killed by him long ago. Leave the Black Demon prison? Upon hearing this, the eyes of those mystic immortals, including the devil cultivators and immortal cultivators below, all lit up. I heard that even mid-stage mystic immortals can't pass through that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. But I'm not an ordinary person. As long as my cultivation recovers, I can even destroy Navy Tide Nation, let alone this Black Demon prison. Little Demon King of Chaos snorted coldly. Everyone nodded at his words. If Little Demon King of Chaos recovered to the mystic immortal realm, he could probably even beat up the king of Navy Tide Nation. At that time, they could escape with their lives. We are willing to serve Lord Demon King. That middle-aged man hurriedly said at once. Very good. Now, all of you enter one of my spaces. Don't resist. As Little Demon King of Chaos spoke, he sent a voice transmission to Xianxia outside the city. As expected of the Demon King. You dealt with them so quickly. Xianxia was impressed and quickly rushed in. With Little Demon King of Chaos watching over them, Xianxia very easily put them into his planting space. Watching those people disappear one by one, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although those mystic immortals were somewhat resistant, Little Demon King of Chaos directly gave them a condition and they all agreed. This condition was to impart the Purple Demon Heart. The Purple Demon Heart was a legendary demon heart. Although these devil cultivators had refined other demon hearts, this Purple Demon Heart's grade was so high that it could cover up these demon hearts. If they had the Purple Demon Flame, their battle strength would at least increase by several times. However, after they were put into Xianxia's planting space, they were directly controlled by Xianxia and forcibly taken into their yin and yang rings. Immediately, these millions of devil cultivators began to make a fuss. Don't worry, I, Little Demon King of Chaos, am only borrowing these things first. After I break this Black Devil prison, I will return them to you one by one. At this time, Little Demon King of Chaos had also been put into his planting space. In fact, Xianxia could directly release those people using his second doppelganger and let them ascend to the immortal realm. However, Xianxia's realm was not high enough and he was afraid that those people would attack him, so it was better to wait until later. While Little Demon King of Chaos was in seclusion, Xianxia went out alone to look for food. He had already put all the mystic immortals into his planting space, but now he had broken through to 3rd-tier golden immortal, while Old Tree and the others were 6th-tier golden immortals. Although the 10 main cities had disappeared, the Black Devil prison was so big that there were other big and small cities. There were no mystic immortals in these cities, so they were all Xianxia's targets. While Little Demon King of Chaos was in seclusion, Xianxia put many cities into his planting space, and at the same time, raised his realm to 5th-tier golden immortal. This Black Devil prison is an immortal artifact. I wonder if the people of Navy Tide know what's going on inside. Xianxia was a little worried. Although he was strong now, he could only deal with a 1st-tier mystic immortal at most if he used all his trump cards. The King of Navy Tide was a true immortal with countless mystic immortal experts under his command, so he was still afraid that mid to high-tier mystic immortals would enter the Black Devil prison. Now that Little Demon King of Chaos was in seclusion, even a mid-tier mystic immortal was not someone they could deal with, so they had to be very careful. However, while Little Demon King of Chaos was in seclusion. Rumble. What's going on? Xianxia, who was on his way, raised his eyebrows, not understanding the situation. Could it be that the people of Navy Tide Nation had discovered the change in the Black Demon prison? Before he could react, a deafening roar resounded in the sky. Roar. This roar shook everyone's mind, even Xianxia's celestial heart of dazzling speed could not help but tremble. This was clearly the roar of an immortal beast. It's coming from the north. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, hurriedly asked in his mind, and released a few people. These people were all top experts of the Black Demon prison, all of them Xian immortals. As soon as they appeared, they heard a second roar. Roar. Everyone shuddered when they heard this terrifying roar. What a terrifying roar! How could there be such an immortal beast in the Black Demon prison? I think so too. I've been in the Black Demon prison for 500,000 years, but I've never heard such a roar. It seems to be coming from the north, not far away. Shall we go and take a look? Everyone discussed and decided to go and take a look. The sound seemed to be very close, but it still took more than a day to get there. A day later, Xian and the others arrived in front of a cavern. Strange, this used to be my city. Why didn't I know there was such a big cavern? A Xian immortal said in surprise. Who wants to go down and take a look? As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. This cavern seemed to be very complicated, and no one wanted to go down and explore. Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, go down and take a look. Yi Xian shouted. After the two obeyed, they immediately rushed into the cavern. As for the old tree, he stayed by Yi Xian's side to protect him. Yi Xian shared his vision with his companions, so he could only see the dark stone wall through Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's eyes. However, as they continued to go down, they finally saw light. However, this was a purple-black light. There's a formation down there? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He discovered that what was trapped in this formation was a huge black lion with horns. What the hell is this? Yi Xian did not recognize this immortal beast, so he projected it for the other Xian immortals to see. When the Black Demon City Lord saw this immortal beast, his eyes lit up. Black Demon City Lord, do you recognize it? Someone on the side, asked. It's not just that, this is a demon horned demon beast, a top demon horned demon beast. It is a demon beast. It is said that the demon world's Azura sovereign's mount is a horned devil lion. Hearing this, the city demon. That's impossible. How could the Shura sovereign's mount be trapped here? Someone questioned. Indeed, the Demon King's mount is at least at the Demon King level. It can trample 10,000 Navy-Tide rulers to death. How could it be trapped here? The Black Demon City Lord rolled his eyes and said, I only said that the Demon King's mount is the horned demon lion. I didn't say that this is the Demon King's mount. Who said that there is only one horned demon lion in this world? At this time, Yi Xian spoke, you have been here for countless years. Don't you know this? I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, the horned demon lion should be sealed. Could it be the doing of the Navy-Tide ruler? The Black Demon City Lord shook his head. This sealing formation is powerful. I'm afraid it's not something an ordinary person can break. Let's wait for the Demon King to come out of seclusion. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Now that the little Demon King was about to come out of seclusion, they would listen to him. Everyone waited here for 3 days. 3 days later, the little Demon King came out of seclusion. Yi Xian told him about the horned demon lion. Oh? Horned demon lion? When the little Demon King heard this, he raised his eyebrows and immediately came out to check. This is the mount of my good friend, the great Demon King. We went through life and death together in the early years. Later, we were separated because of a great battle, but I didn't expect it to be sealed here. The little Demon King blurted out. Before anyone could react, the little Demon King had already dashed into the catacombs. It's actually the mount of the little Demon King's friend, not the Demon King's. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was too much of a coincidence. After the little Demon King went down, roars came from the cave. After a while, the little Demon King came up. It's confirmed. It's indeed the great Demon King's mount. Back then, it was only a demonic beast comparable to a Daluo golden immortal. The little Demon King nodded slightly and said, it should have been seriously injured, and then it was met by the Navy-Tide ruler and suppressed with an immortal artifact. Then how do we break the seal? Yi Xian asked. With my current realm, I'm afraid I can't break this seal alone. However, I have other methods. After the little Demon King finished speaking, he turned to look at the demonic cultivators and said, next, I will set up a demon ascension formation that will forcibly raise your realms. This formation has its pros and cons. Once someone can't withstand it, their soul will scatter. However, once it succeeds, your realms will increase by at least 3 realms. Who's willing? Hearing this, the demonic cultivators were all startled. Increase by at least 3 realms in one go? If it succeeds, we'll increase by at least 3 realms. If it fails, we'll die? The Black Demon City Lord swallowed his saliva. This kind of thing was not something that could be encountered at any time. They had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and until now, the strongest was only a second-tier mystic immortal. Previously, he had heard that third-tier, fourth-tier, and even fifth-tier mystic immortals had gone to the Sea of Corpses, but without exception, all of them had died. I'm willing. Me too. Isn't it just death? If it succeeds, we can increase by at least 3 realms. Without a doubt, all of the demonic cultivators agreed. After your realms increase, I'll teach you the demon dance formation. At that time, if you join forces, you may be able to fight against a high-level mystic immortal. As long as this horned demon lion escapes, it's time for us to leave the Black Demon prison. After the little demon king finished speaking, he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian understood and immediately put everyone into the planting space. In the following days, the little demon king was going to do something big. Now, there were 10 million demonic cultivators in the planting space. If he forcibly increased their realms by 3 realms, it would be very terrifying. Of course, the success rate of this demon ascension formation was not 100%. No one knew how many of these 10 million demonic cultivators would survive. At this time, the little demon king was already setting up the formation in the planting space. The whole process took 3 days, which was 3 days in the outside world, which was equivalent to 300 days in the planting space. After 3 days, the demon ascension formation was finished. Then, the little demon king let the demonic cultivators enter. The demon ascension formation could only be used for 10,000 people at a time. However, more than 8,000 people died on the first try. However, the remaining 2,000 people all improved by at least 3 realms. In general, the lower one's realm was, the higher the success rate. There were 10 million demonic cultivators in the planting space, which meant that the formation had to be used 1,000 times. The Xian immortals chose to enter the last time. Since the formation was carried out in the planting space, time in the outside world was relatively slow. It only took an hour. However, only 600,000 of the 10 million demonic cultivators survived in the end. That was less than 1/10 of them. Not only that, but only 6 of the Xian immortals were left. However, those who survived all improved by at least 3 realms. The strongest one even broke through to level 7 Xian immortal, which was a full 5 realms improvement. Thank you, Lord Demon King. The master of Black Demon City shed tears of gratitude. After all, he was only a level 2 Xian immortal before. It was incredible that he could improve to level 7 Xian immortal in an instant. Now, there were only 600,000 demonic cultivators and 1 million cultivators at most. However, their current strength was more than 100 times stronger than before. After all of them improved by at least 3 realms. Good. Next, I will teach you the Dance of Demons formation. You will be the eye of the formation. This army of demons will be under your command. Little Demon King said. Yes, Lord Demon King. The master of Black Demon City replied respectfully. Now that he had reached level 7 Xian immortal, he might be able to fight Little Demon King. However, the Little Demon King in front of him was the real Demon King of the demon world. As long as he could lead Black Demon Prison, he might be able to follow Little Demon King to the demon world. In the future, he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, he now regarded Little Demon King as his master. He was willing to be Little Demon King's henchman. In the outside world, Yi Xian was also very curious about how powerful this Dance of Demons formation was. He had heard that this formation was commonly used in the demon world. Although these demonic cultivators were all golden immortals and Xian immortals, it was still extraordinary when 600,000 of them joined forces. Previously, the Demon Ascension Grand Array took 3 days, but this time, the Dance of 10,000 Demons Grand Array took an entire month. A month in the outside world was 8 years in the planting space. It's finally done. Among the 600,000 people, 100,000 of them have already refined the low-grade purple extreme demon heart. When the time comes to use the Dance of 10,000 Demons Grand Formation, I reckon they will be able to fight against a 9th tier Mystic Immortal at the same time. Little Devil King of Chaos said. So strong? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that among the 600,000 people, only the Black Demon City's City Lord was a Tier 7 Mystic Immortal. Who would have thought that he could actually block several Tier 9 Mystic Immortals? After all, without the Myriad Demon Dance Formation, even an 8th tier Mystic Immortal would be able to take care of 600,000 Xiamoists, let alone a 9th tier Mystic Immortal. Demon King, as expected of the Demon King. Cut the crap. Let's rescue the Horned Demon Lion first. When the time comes, we'll break this immortal artifact. Little Demon King of Chaos could not wait any longer. Alright. Without hesitation, Yi Xian released the Little Demon King and 600,000 Xioma cultivators. These Xioma devil cultivators are very obedient. They immediately set up the Myriad Devil Dance Formation, then wait for orders. Aim at the formation and attack. At the City Lord's order, 600,000 Xioma devil cultivators and hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators all attacked the formation. Let me trigger the demon vein in your body and make it explode. Little Demon King of Chaos's eyes flickered. The next moment, the Horned Demon Lion in the seal suddenly expanded a lot and began to attack from the inside. Although the formation was strong, the Myriad Devil Dance Formation was not for show. Together with the Horned Demon Lion and Little Demon King of Chaos, the seal was broken in less than half a minute. Roar! After being sealed for countless years, the Horned Demon Lion was finally free. It could not help but roar at the sky. It was not until the seal was broken that the aura of the Horned Demon Lion spread out. This time even Little Demon King of Chaos was wrong. The Horned Demon Lion was not at the Mystic Immortal level, but a genuine immortal. No wonder there were no high-level Mystic Immortals in the Black Demon Prison, and even mid-level Mystic Immortals rarely appeared. It turned out that they were afraid that someone would break the seal and release the Horned Demon Lion. Now, the Horned Demon Lion, which was comparable to a genuine immortal, was out. It was enough to break the shackles. Roar! The Horned Demon Lion could not wait any longer. It directly rushed into the sky. Follow it. Seeing this, Little Demon King of Chaos immediately shouted angrily. Immediately, everyone followed closely behind the Horned Demon Lion and rushed into the sky. They were all beaten into the Black Demon Prison from the land, so the exit was above them. Attack! Little Demon King of Chaos shouted angrily. Everyone launched attacks toward the sky. These attacks fell on the defensive formation of the Black Demon Prison, causing a series of loud noises. The Black Demon Prison was a fairy artifact. Although it was good, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. In less than half a minute, a hole was broken in the sky, and immediately the sun shone in. Light, they finally saw the light of day again. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Damn the Black Demon Prison, it has trapped me for 300,000 years. Navy Tide Nation, wait and see. 600,000 demonic cultivators could not help but let out a roar that shook the sky. At this time everyone found that the place where they broke out of the ground was in front of a huge city. This was the Imperial Palace. There were a lot of powerful auras around them. It's the Navy Tide Nation Imperial Palace. Little Demon King of Chaos's eyes lit up. He did not expect to come directly to the destination. Previously, he wanted to destroy Navy Tide Nation after leaving the Black Demon Prison. Now that he was in front of the Imperial Palace, wasn't this the will of the heavens? Prepare for battle. At this time, the experts in the Navy Tide Nation's Imperial Palace had already discovered these millions of people. And that huge and terrifying Horned Demon Lion. Immediately, they all jumped into the sky. At the same time, the Navy Tide Nation's monarch also found the hole in the Black Demon Prison and immediately rushed out from somewhere in the Imperial Palace. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch, a third-grade true immortal. I miscalculated. I didn't expect Navy Tide Nation to have a few true immortals. The news was wrong. Little Demon King of Chaos's face was a little gloomy, but they were not afraid of the other party. After all, there was still the Horned Demon Lion. This Horned Demon Lion was once the mount of the great Demon King under the Shura Emperor, but they were only at the level of Golden Immortal. After that, the horned demon lion was seriously injured. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch wanted to subdue it but did not succeed, so he suppressed it in the Black Demon prison. Now that the horned demon lion was free, its resentment toward the Navy Tide Nation's monarch instantly erupted. Roar! In an instant, the horned demon lion rushed toward the Navy Tide Nation's monarch. Kill without mercy. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch knew that he could not be kind this time, so he immediately shouted. His aura spread out, scaring many demonic cultivators. Brat, I can't take care of you. Be careful. Little Demon King shouted as he unfurled his huge demonic wings and joined the battle. Xian was now a Tier 5 Golden Immortal, while Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all Tier 8 Golden Immortals. However, the people in the palace were all at least Xian Immortals, so Xian had to find trouble with those with lower cultivation. Undying War Soul. Sword Blade Storm. 9 Dragon Sky Strike. Old Tree and the other two used their trump cards one after another. Xian was not idle either. Slaughter Seal. First, he condensed a Slaughter Seal. That way, he could condense another Slaughter Seal by killing people. He estimated that he only needed to kill a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal to condense a second Slaughter Seal. Old Tree and the other two had already killed a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal when they joined forces. Hence, the second Slaughter Seal was condensed. Ding! Host has condensed a Slaughter Seal. With 2 Slaughter Seals, he could use the Immortal Slaying Puppet. However, Xian's plan was not so simple. He wanted the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Old Tree, who was a Tier 8 Golden Immortal, successfully launched sneak attacks in this chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, several Mystic Immortals had fallen. After a while, Xian's third Slaughter Seal was condensed. At this time, if he used 2 more Slaughter Seals, he would have 5 Slaughter Seals. However, he did not do so because he was only a Tier 5 Golden Immortal. Fortunately, the Mystic Immortals he had just killed were all very wealthy. All of them had their interspatial rings taken away by Old Tree. These interspatial rings naturally fell into Xian's hands. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Tier 6 Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Tier 7 Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a Tier 9 Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal. Because the Old Tree had a contract with Xian, it would not surpass Xian by more than 3 realms. However, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor didn't. This time, they had once again left Xian in the dust. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 9 Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 2 Mystic Immortal. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. It had the same cultivation level as Wei Zhentian, so it was also a Tier 2 Mystic Immortal. Xian and the others had increased their cultivation by quite a few levels, but this did not have much of an effect on the battle. On the other side, 600,000 demonic cultivators had laid down the 10,000 demons dance grand formation. Their battle strength was outstanding. However, those immortal cultivators who had been thrown into the Black Demon prison had all scattered and fled. However, to everyone's surprise, they actually held the upper hand in this battle. The horned demon lion, who had blocked all the true immortals of Navy Tide, was desperately venting its anger. The battle continued for a while. Soon, Xian had collected 5 Slaughter Seals. If he added the 2 Slaughter Seals that he had not used yet, he had a total of 7 Slaughter Seals. At the same time, his cultivation level had directly soared to the Tier 9 Golden Immortal realm. Now, it was time to use a big move. Double Slaughter Seal. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, Rise. Xian instantly used up 7 Slaughter Seals. Then, the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation spread out with him as the center. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The immortal slaying sword formation had only lasted for 3 seconds, but it had already caused the death of a large number of Xian immortals. Although there were no survivors in the formation at this time, Xian did not stop the formation. Then, he quickly put away these people's corpses. However, at this time, 7-colored immortal power. Oh no, it's a Dalyu golden immortal. A loud shout rang out. Xian recognized this voice. It was the little demon king. What, a Dalyu golden immortal? Xian was frightened. A Dalyu golden immortal was the realm after a true immortal. There was only one tier 3 true immortal in Navy Tide. How could there be a Dalyu golden immortal stronger than a tier 9 true immortal? Little demon king? The heavens are really helping me. As long as I catch you, it will be a great achievement. An unfamiliar voice fell into everyone's ears. Humph, it's not that easy to catch me. The little demon king snorted coldly. He immediately turned into a black stream of light and fled. This time, he was in trouble. However, before he left, he still sent a voice transmission to Xian, asking Xian to go to the demon realm to find him. A Dalyu golden immortal is not someone we can fight. Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect such a strong person to appear in Navy Tide. Without the horned demon lion and the little demon king, there was no way to fight this battle. The dance of 10,000 demons formation of 600,000 demonic cultivators could deal with a few tier 9 Xian immortals. However, there were still a few true immortals in Navy Tide. There was no way to fight them. In an instant, 600,000 demonic cultivators were scared out of their wits. I have to leave quickly too. Xian's face was gloomy as he quickly descended. Fortunately, he cultivated the immortal heart, and was only a golden immortal, so no one would notice him. Ding! Host has completed the random mission, unlocking the second immortal auxiliary bloodline column. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Xian's mind. Only then did he remember that he still had a random mission. Now that he had left the Black Demon prison, this random mission could be considered completed. During this period of time in the Black Demon prison, he had already swept through the new bloodlines that appeared in the immortal devouring system and decided on the second immortal bloodline. Ding! Host, do you want to exchange for the spacetime bloodline? The system notification sounded. Yes. Ding! Spacetime bloodline exchange complete. Do you want to fuse it now? Yes. Ding! Spacetime bloodline fusion. This spacetime bloodline was the second immortal bloodline that Xian had carefully selected. The spacetime bloodline, as its name implied, could control time and space. Space control gave Xian the ability to teleport. It also had a powerful move called the Extreme Space Shield. The Extreme Space Shield was a defensive skill, similar to the 9-Dragon Thunderfire Shield. It could absorb attacks and then reflect them back 3 times. It was a defensive and offensive skill. Time control increased the flow of time in the planting space, and at the same time, it had the ability to return to the past. At this time, Xian had already fused with the spacetime bloodline. Ding! The flow of time in the planting space has changed. Currently, it can be changed to 200 times. Previously, the planting space was 100 times, but now it was increased to 200 times. Staying in the planting space for half a year was only a day in the outside world. But now, Xian didn't have time to think about anything else and directly used teleportation. The spacetime bloodline allowed him to teleport to the end of his field of vision. Combined with the Eye of Revelation, Xian instantly left this troublesome place. But this wasn't the end. He continuously teleported 2 more times before letting out a slight sigh of relief. The spacetime bloodline's teleportation could only be used 3 times a day. This time, he directly used it on his journey. However, the current him wasn't out of danger yet, so he quickly changed his appearance and concealed his aura. Just now, the immortal slaying sword formation had killed many mystic immortals, and the items had already been collected by him. The current him was a 2nd stage mystic immortal. Old Tree was a 5th stage mystic immortal, while Ghost Dome Emperor and Wei Zhentian had both reached 6th stage mystic immortal. Originally, they were almost not afraid of any mystic immortals, but Navy Tide still had many true immortals and that mysterious Zenith Golden Immortal, so Xian had to run a little farther. The 600,000 demonic cultivators had already been utterly defeated and were fleeing in all directions. Once the dance of 10,000 demons formation was broken, this group of demonic cultivators no longer had the strength to fight. Then, they were hunted down by the experts of Navy Tide's imperial family. In the end, these demonic cultivators were still completely slaughtered. Almost no one was lucky enough to escape. As for the cultivators who left earlier, quite a few of them survived. After all, they were all cultivators. With so many people, even a mystic immortal wouldn't be able to distinguish if they were wanted criminals one by one. Xian was lucky enough to escape, but he was separated from the little demon king. A zenith golden immortal is chasing after the little demon king. I wonder if he can escape alive. Xian sighed. After experiencing this incident, he knew that even if you had the strength, you couldn't just run rampant, because there might be someone stronger than you. The little demon king was the demon king of the demon realm in his past life, so he shouldn't die so easily. However, for Lualua's heavenly demon heart, it seems that I have to make a trip to the demon realm. Xian thought to himself. The immortal world and the devil world were two different worlds. Moreover, they were on opposite sides. It wouldn't be easy to go from the immortal world to the devil world. Previously, when the little demon king of chaos was being chased by the great golden immortal with the rainbow immortal's immortal force, Xian had already used the death pursuit command to mark him, so he could sense the little demon king's current location. However, the distance between them was increasing at a terrifying speed. After all, if he slowed down, he would be caught up by the golden immortal. The devil king of the devil world was indeed extraordinary. He was actually able to compete in speed with a golden immortal, who was even stronger than a true immortal. Just in case, Xian quickly hid in a nearby city and used the Eye of Revelation to investigate how to get to the demon realm. Because he was a wanted criminal, Xian was very careful. He spent an entire day trying to find out how to get to the demon realm, but still couldn't find out how to get to the demon realm. The entrance to the demon realm, at least Navy Tide Nation doesn't have one, so we have to go to a more powerful nation to ask. Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to leave Navy Tide Nation directly. At that moment, Xian rushed towards the north. His target was the border of Navy Tide Nation. Now that a hole had been made in the Black Devil prison, the imperial family of Navy Tide Nation was chasing after demonic cultivators. Although he was an immortal cultivator, he would still be in danger. This time, he spent 3 days on his journey. 3 days later, he arrived at the border of Navy Tide Nation. Is there an inspection going on ahead? Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If a demonic cultivator approached, he would probably be attacked directly. However, he was an immortal cultivator, so there shouldn't be a problem. After all, he had changed his appearance. Second stage mystic immortal? After sensing Xian's realm, the Navy Tide Nation's border general couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. Although he could sense that Xian was an immortal cultivator, right now, mystic immortals weren't allowed to go out, so Xian didn't come out of seclusion. The Navy Tide Nation's border general is heavily guarded, and the general guarding the border is an 8th stage mystic immortal. It's not impossible to break through by force. Xian narrowed his eyes and calculated in his mind. He was a 2nd stage mystic immortal, Old Tree was a 5th stage mystic immortal, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were 6th stage mystic immortals. Weren't they always good at challenging those with higher realms? A 9th stage mystic immortal and 9 8th stage mystic immortals. If I use my trump cards, I can instantly kill them. At the thought of this, Xian directly condensed the heaven-defying immortal sword. Kid, what are you planning to do by showing your weapon? A guard at the border asked in astonishment. Kill you. Before he finished speaking, Xian directly attacked. As a 2nd stage mystic immortal, Xian attacked at lightning speed, instantly piercing through the chest of the 5th stage mystic immortal. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Old Shu and the other 2 had already appeared, and they immediately rushed over. Enemy attack! Someone shouted angrily. In an instant, a large number of experts rushed out of the checkpoint, including the 9th stage mystic immortal. At this moment, Xian had already condensed the first slaughter seal. Old Tree and the other 2 used their ultimate skills. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Although Old Tree was only a 5th stage Mystic Immortal, his actual combat strength was terrifying. After all, he had the purple Extreme Devil Flame. Coupled with the 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike, even a 9th stage Mystic Immortal would have to temporarily avoid him. This time, Xian's goal was not to force his way through the checkpoint, but to destroy it to show his anger. In an instant, they directly exchanged blows. At the border of Navy Tide Nation, there was a 6th stage Mystic Immortal with 3,000 men. Moreover, they controlled the formation and were extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, Xian directly let Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor kill their way in. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications sounded one after another, and Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. In an instant, Xian's slaughter seal soared to 3. Moreover, he still had 2 that he had not used, which meant that it was enough for him to use the Celestial Slaying Sword formation now. However, he was only a 2nd stage Mystic Immortal. If he used the Celestial Slaying Sword formation now, the effect would be too weak. Therefore, he had to break through as soon as possible. Die, brat. At this moment, an 8th stage Mystic Immortal attacked. You're the one. Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly used the Unicorn Descent. A terrifying aura spread out. This time, Xian did not summon the Ice Unicorn, the Blazing Unicorn, or the Unicorn of Thunder. Instead, it was the rarely seen Dark Unicorn. The moment the Dark Unicorn appeared, the sky instantly darkened. At the same time, Xian's figure instantly concealed himself, and directly escaped from the 8th stage Mystic Immortal's vision. Immortal Sense. The 8th stage Mystic Immortal's eyes flashed as he discovered Xian's trace. However, at this moment, Xian had already launched his attack. After sensing this aura, the Mystic Immortal snorted. A mere Mystic Immortal wanted to hurt him. If he hadn't felt that something was wrong with Xian, he wouldn't have come here. However, he didn't expect the 1,000 Severing Slash to be so powerful. When the 1,000 Severing Slash landed on the Mystic Immortal's body, it vibrated hundreds of times. After the 200th and 800th vibrations, the 1,000 Severing Slash triggered a one-hit kill. Although Xian and the Mystic Immortal were 6 realms apart, and the chance of triggering was greatly reduced, Xian's luck was equivalent to 36 points. After triggering the 1,000 Severing Slash, the effect was not bad. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, the Mystic Immortal's immortal heart shattered and he was killed by the 1,000 Severing Slash. At the same time, Xian, who had killed an enemy 6 realms above him, condensed the remaining 2 slaughter seals. At this moment, he already had 5 slaughter seals, and he still had 2 spare ones. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a Mystic Immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a Mystic Immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a Mystic Immortal. The Mystic Immortal's position in the army was extremely high, second only to the Mystic Immortal. Moreover, he had led the army out to hunt and reaped a bountiful harvest. However, all his wealth had been taken advantage of by Xian. Xian was now a Mystic Immortal. The Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had broken through to the Mystic Immortal realm of the Mystic Immortal realm. There was no suspense in this battle. Xian originally thought that it would be difficult, but the 1,000 Severing Slash didn't disappoint him. It killed his opponent instantly and led to a complete victory. However, the battle wasn't over yet. Moreover, there was a team flying over from the distant horizon. This realm, a true immortal? Xian raised his eyebrows. With the eye of revelation, he discovered that there was a super expert in this team. A true immortal. Navy Tide Nation didn't only have 1 true immortal, but 7. Xian recognized this person because this true immortal was also present during the battle that day. This was troublesome. What a coincidence. You can enjoy the power of the immortal sword. Xian's eyes is of size. Although he was only a tier 4 Mystic Immortal, which was 6 realms away from a true immortal, He had all kinds of bloodlines in his body. And SS's. In addition to this true immortal, there were 6 other level 9 mystic immortals. However, these 6 people reacted slowly. Only the true immortal reacted. Was 2. TS. The extreme space shield had an extremely strong defensive ability. It directly absorbed the sword strike and then rebounded it back. The true immortal was struck by his own move and was instantly sent flying. Xian's eyes twinkled. He quickly appeared behind the true immortal. The first strike after using the Eye of Assassination was 70% more powerful. Therefore, Xian used the immortal sword formation to complement the Eye of Assassination. The immortal sword formation was activated in an instant. Countless sword rays flashed and surrounded the 7 people, including the true immortal. A foul wind and a rain of blood began to blow. Death Hunt, Eye of Assassination, Immortal Sword Formation. These 3 should be enough to deal with a true immortal. However, there was a springboard between a true immortal and a mystic immortal. True immortal force was much stronger than ordinary immortal force. Therefore, Xian didn't think he could kill this true immortal. He only hoped to buy some time. Massacre Seal. When the immortal sword formation was activated, Xian used the massacre seal again. At the same time, Old Tree and the others appeared in the middle of the immortal sword formation. The other 6 level 9 mystic immortals were simply here to die. Old Tree appeared behind one of them in a flash. Then, he punched and smashed his heart. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host has condensed a massacre seal. Ding. Host has condensed a massacre seal. In less than 2 seconds, the 6 level 9 mystic immortals were all dead. At the same time, Xian condensed 3 more massacre seals. Another one. Xian used the massacre seal again. He condensed 4 massacre seals and then used the immortal eliminating arrow. On one side was the immortal sword formation. On the other side was the immortal eliminating arrow. Coupled with Old Tree and the others, no matter how strong this true immortal was, he couldn't withstand so many attacks. Moreover, the 6 level 9 mystic immortals gave Xian a large amount of heavenly treasures. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 6 mystic immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 7 mystic immortal. Xian's realm soared again. Not only that, but Old Tree and the others also broke through to the true immortal realm. Now, they had no opponents. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. After breaking through, Old Tree's aura skyrocketed. He appeared behind the true immortal in a flash and then punched. Crack, the true immortal's immortal heart exploded. His corpse fell from the sky. At that moment, Xian quickly rushed over and put away the universe ring. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 mystic immortal. His realm rose again. At this moment, Xian was truly invincible. At least in Navy Tide. No, it might not be enough. Because a Deluo Golden Immortal suddenly appeared in Navy Tide. This was a super expert who surpassed the true immortal realm. It seems that revenge on Navy Tide is not possible. I better leave. Xian thought to himself. After killing the rest of the people, he forcibly left Navy Tide. This battle allowed him to obtain great benefits, directly increasing his cultivation by 6 cultivation levels. It was really too awesome. When I return next time, it will be the day of your Navy Tide's destruction. Xian looked at Navy Tide's border and said coldly in his heart. If not for that Deluo Golden Immortal, he probably would have killed his way back to the Navy Tide Imperial Palace. At this moment, the little Demon King was also getting further and further away from him. Fortunately, he marked the little Demon King at the last moment. If he died, he would have a notification. Now that the death warrant was still there, it meant that the little Demon King was still alive. Being chased by a Deluo Golden Immortal and still being able to live for so long, as expected of the Demon World's Demon King. After leaving Navy Tide, they arrived at the ownerless land outside. That true immortal and 6 9th level mystic immortals were actually Navy Tide's diplomatic group. They were going to visit a neighboring country, but unexpectedly, they were encountered by Xian and then completely wiped out. They were really unlucky. The little demon king was very fast, so Xian was unable to meet up with him. They could only search for the entrance to the demon world and then meet there. Previously in Navy Tide Nation, Xian did not inquire about the demon realm's passageway, so his next target was a large nation called Green Rainbow. This Green Rainbow Nation was countless times stronger than Navy Tide Nation, and perhaps it had a passageway to the demon realm. However, between Navy Tide Nation and Green Rainbow Nation, there was a more terrifying danger zone. Sea of Vengeful Souls. This Sea of Vengeful Souls was extremely dangerous, and even a true immortal might not be able to escape unscathed after entering. And to go to Green Rainbow Nation, one had to pass through this Sea of Vengeful Souls. If one were to go around it, with Xian's current realm, it would probably take several decades. Just as Xian was pondering, the system notification came. Ding, the host has triggered a random mission to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls within a month. If the host fails or refuses, the immortal unicorn bloodline will regress once. Originally, Xian did not want to enter this dangerous Sea of Vengeful Souls, but now that there was a random mission, it was probably not up to him anymore. F***CK, why is this system so ruthless? Even refusing has a punishment. Xian really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. For the immortal unicorn bloodline, each advancement was equivalent to earning 6 Devour points, and so was regress. More importantly, if he regressed one rank, his unicorn bloodline would become 3 unicorn legs again. It looked like this Sea of Vengeful Souls had to go. The punishment for failure is so severe, then the reward should be pretty good, go for it. Xian deliberated for a moment, and finally decided to go. After leaving Navy Tide Nation and entering the unclaimed land, Xian traveled for 3 days, and finally arrived at a boarding point in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. The Sea of Vengeful Souls would have terrifying thunder continuously striking down from the sky, so the sea surface was extremely dangerous. If ordinary people flew into the Sea of Vengeful Souls, they would be easily struck to death by these thunder. Therefore, the means of crossing the Sea of Vengeful Souls was something called an iron lock flying boat. This iron lock flying boat was actually an ordinary flying boat, but the route was an iron lock. Crossing the Sea of Vengeful Souls in this iron lock flying boat would be much safer. Moreover, this iron lock flying boat had a true immortal realm expert overseeing it. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 10 flying ships would have an accident at most. Coincidentally, there was a flying boat with iron locks that was about to set off today. Xian immediately bought a ticket and boarded the ship. Although the price was not high, one iron lock flying boat could carry more than 1,000 people. After all, the iron lock flying boat would make a trip every half a month. Many people had been waiting here for a long time. Finally, they saw the flying ship with iron locks. Alright, everyone get on board. We'll set off in an hour. The captain of the iron lock airship shouted. Xian used the Eye of Revelation to scan him, and discovered that this was a rank 3 true immortal, the same as the king of Navy Tide Nation. It's actually Captain He Yuan. We'll definitely be fine this time. Captain He Yuan is rather famous in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. She has traversed the Sea of Vengeful Souls countless times without encountering any mishaps. Haha, this money is well spent. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing. Most of the people who were going to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls were mystic immortals, and only a few were rank 1 true immortals. Xian was alone. He immediately boarded the flying ship and found a corner to wait. It would take about half a month to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls. This time wasn't long for others, but for Xian, it wasn't that easy. Since the system gave me such a mission, it definitely won't be peaceful this time. I have to be on guard and retreat as soon as something happens. Xian thought to himself. Compared to the system's punishment, his life was naturally more important. If he encountered any danger, he would directly break through the void and leave. An hour later, the iron lock airship set off. Kacha! 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 The flying ship set off. The flying ship moved quickly on the iron locks, emitting a series of crisp sounds. The flying ship was actually faster than flying in the air. Xian couldn't figure it out. Thunder rumbled continuously in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. Although no accidents happened, the people on the flying ship were shocked. Fortunately, the first part of the journey was very peaceful, and nothing happened. 7 days later, the Iron Lock flying ship suddenly stopped. "We're here. We're finally here. The island of vengeful souls." A smile suddenly flashed across the solemn faces of the crowd. The island of vengeful souls was a transit point in the sea of vengeful souls. It was absolutely safe and wouldn't be struck by lightning. Among you, 371 people disembarked from the ship at the island of vengeful souls. I'll also stay there for a day. We'll set off a day later. The rank 3 true immortal captain, He Yuan, said. The island of vengeful souls, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. On the way, he had heard that this place was on fire. The island of vengeful souls was located in the center of the sea of vengeful souls. It was an absolutely safe place. Many people gathered there, and the island owner was a rank 4 true immortal. Since they would set off the next day, Yi Xian decided to take a look at the island of vengeful souls and stroll around. There were many true immortals on the island of vengeful souls. At the same time, there were various markets. Occasionally, one would find some good things that others didn't know about. However, Yi Xian was a jinx. Trouble followed him wherever he went. Rumble. While he was strolling around the market, the island of vengeful souls suddenly shook violently. What's going on? An earthquake? It can't be. Why would there be an earthquake on the island of vengeful souls? The island of vengeful souls has a history of 10,000 years. This is the first time I've seen an earthquake. The people on the island of vengeful souls all looked surprised. This kind of thing was really too strange. Then, the people saw countless guards flying around the island of vengeful souls. They didn't know what was going on. Bastard thief, how dare you steal the sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls? Hurry up and tell me, and I'll spare your life. An old voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. When the people heard that, they immediately trembled. The sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls? What's that? Everyone raised their heads in confusion, just in time to see a figure flitting across the sky. What a fast speed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He saw that the person was dressed in black and was in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, he swept across the sky above him. Out of curiosity, he directly marked the person with the death hunting order. However, at this moment. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Capture or kill the thief who stole the sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls. Destroy the sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind and made him tremble. Based on his intuition, he guessed that the man in black who swept across the sky above him was the thief who stole the sealing stone of the island of vengeful souls. He's a rank 3 true immortal, but that's nothing to me. Chase after him. Yi Xian ran as fast as he could. Although he was only a rank 8 mystic immortal, his speed was no slower than a rank 3 true immortal. On the other hand, the sealing stone of Wailing Soul Island was stolen. The island owner was furious and sent many experts to search for the thief. However, this thief's speed was very fast. Moreover, he had directly entered the crowd and concealed his aura. It was unlikely that he would be found so quickly. His disguise was good, but Yi Xian had the death hunting order and could find him. Found you. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian quickly found the thief. Then, the old tree appeared. 9 dragons thunder flash. In an instant, the old tree appeared behind the thief and punched him. Bam! The old tree, who was also a rank 3 true immortal, killed the thief instantly. Then, Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. However, there were not many treasures in the thief's interspatial ring. It was not even comparable to a rank 1 true immortal. Is this the sealing stone of Wailing Soul Island? At this time, Yi Xian took out a blue stone from the interspatial ring. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the blue stone shattered. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward: Wei Zhentian has mastered the super transformation ability. Ding! Wei Zhentian has mastered the flying sword form. This random mission was not difficult. After Yi Xian completed it, he received the reward. Flying sword form? Yi Xian didn't understand the situation. He hurriedly checked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a flying sword, had greatly improved both his attack power and speed. Moreover, his speed was not inferior to a flying boat of the same level. Not bad, not bad. In this flying sword form, Wei Zhentian's strength has surpassed the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and is almost on par with the old tree. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This random mission was a free gift. However, right when he destroyed the sealing stone on the Wretched Soul Island, a loud rumble sounded from the Wretched Soul Island again. And this time, the tremors were even more intense. Rumble. Everyone panicked when they heard the earth-shattering sound. Some of them even boarded the flying boat and prepared to leave. Everyone, the sealing stone on the Wailing Soul Island has been destroyed. The giant tortoise under the Wailing Soul Island is about to awaken. When that happens, the Wailing Soul Island will sink. Everyone, leave immediately. An aged voice once again entered everyone's ears. When the people on the island of departed souls heard this, they were all shocked. Was there a giant tortoise sealed under the Ghost Island? Although some people did not know what kind of immortal beast the giant tortoise of resentment was, the voice clearly belonged to the island master of the Resentment Soul Island. If even a rank 4 true immortal could not do anything, what could they possibly do by staying here? Before they could react, the ground quaked even more violently and cracks spread out. It was as though the entire Wailing Soul Island was about to be torn apart. Seeing that, everyone flew into the sky. Not long after, the Resentful Soul Island disintegrated. Roar. An earth-shattering roar entered everyone's ears again. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a huge figure gradually emerging from the deep sea. Yi Xian, who had a phobia of the deep sea, was already standing on Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a flying sword. He was ready to leave at any time. The huge figure that emerged from the deep sea was so boundless that even Yi Xian's eye of revelation could not see the end of it. However, he knew that it was an immortal beast. It was the giant tortoise that the island master of the Resentful Soul Island had mentioned. He estimated that the giant tortoise was at least a rank 6 true immortal. Moreover, the tortoise-type immortal beast had a strong defense. Even a true immortal of the same level would not be able to break through its defense. In this case, no one present would be able to hurt it. However, at this moment, woo-woo-woo. Suddenly, there was a series of rumbling sounds. Then, the surface of the sea changed. Pillars of water shot up into the sky. Poof. 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 These pillars of water pierced through the bodies of the surrounding profound immortals and true immortals at lightning speed. They were extremely powerful. Let's go. The giant tortoise is angry. Someone shouted angrily. The giant tortoise was now venting its anger after being sealed under the Resentful Soul Island. The pillars of water just now were very powerful. Even Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, these pillars of water continued to erupt. Each time, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Everyone on the tortoise's back was on high alert. If these pillars of water pierced through their immortal heart, they would definitely die. Let's go. Although the Sea of Vengeful Souls was dangerous, the giant tortoise was even more dangerous. Many people turned around and left. At the same time, Yi Xian heard another system notification. Ding. You have destroyed the sealing stone on the Resentful Soul Island. The giant tortoise is now hunting you down. The host can choose to escape the Sea of Vengeful Souls or kill the giant tortoise. The system notification caught Yi Xian off guard. What was going on? F***ck, I was the one who saved you. Now you want to kill me? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. However, he knew that this must be the system's doing. Since that was the case, he would just run. The giant tortoise was an immortal beast comparable to a 6th-tier true immortal. Moreover, it was at the very minimum. Yi Xian was currently in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. It was extremely dangerous, so he chose to leave. In an instant, Yi Xian, who was standing on the Skyquake sword, turned into a ray of light and streaked across the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Even the master of the Resentful Soul Island, who was a 4th-tier true immortal, could not keep up with his speed. Wei Zhentian, who was in the form of a flying sword, was no slower than a flying boat of the same level. Moreover, it was now a 3rd-tier true immortal treasure. Captain He Yuan's iron-locked flying boat had already left. Yi Xian used the death warrant to mark He Yuan and chased after her closely. The thunder in the sea of vengeful souls would always hit a few individuals. In other words, people like Yi Xian who were standing on flying swords. However, the chances of those flying boats hanging on the iron lock were much lower. Therefore, Yi Xian had Wei Zhentian extend a chain and hang it on the iron lock. This way, he would no longer be an individual. However, not long after he left, he felt that something was wrong. The sound behind him did not seem to have stopped. Instead, it was getting closer and closer. What? That giant tortoise is actually chasing after me. Yi Xian was shocked. It was as if the system had placed a death warrant on him, and the pursuer was obviously that vengeful spirit tortoise. Since that was the case, he would just kill it. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to leave the sea of vengeful spirits safely. Die. Yi Xian immediately had the intention to kill. He immediately summoned Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Old Tree was a second-stage true immortal, while Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were both third-stage true immortals. If they used their trump cards, they should be able to kill this vengeful spirit tortoise. Although they did not want to fight here, they had no other choice. Let's fight. Thousand Severing Slash. Yi Xian, who was an 8th-stage mystic immortal, first slashed at the vengeful spirit tortoise. Unfortunately, there was a huge difference between an 8th-stage mystic immortal and a 6th-stage true immortal. This time, it did not trigger a one-hit kill, so this move was useless. Therefore, they could only fight head-on. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Unicorn Descend. Everyone used their trump cards one after another. This time, they summoned Unicorn Thunder, which had a slight enhancement effect in the Sea of Vengeful Spirits. At the same time, Yi Xian was also constantly attacking. Although he had already used the Thousand Severing Slash, the one-hit kill effect was not only triggered by the Thousand Severing Slash. This vengeful spirit tortoise's attack was very simple. Its back would suddenly erupt with a shockwave, causing the seawater to erupt. This kind of attack could not hurt Yi Xian. Boom. 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 Old Tree and the other two stared at the vengeful spirit tortoise's head and attacked continuously. This vengeful spirit tortoise's scales were very hard. They had to attack for a long time before they could break it. Since the scales were broken, the next step was easy. The Skyquake sword swept in and destroyed it from the inside. Not only that, even Yi Xian went in. Fast dazzling heavenly fire, burn. Yi Xian continuously used the blazing heavens sword technique. Together with the fast dazzling heavenly fire, his attack power was not weak. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful spirit tortoise's body burned, causing it great pain. However, to kill it, the vengeful spirit tortoise's head had to be destroyed. However, when they tore through the giant tortoise's flesh and entered its brain, they discovered that there was actually an enormous blue stone in its brain. What the hell? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he didn't think too much about it. He had Old Tree and the others destroy the tortoise's brain. Soon after, the tortoise's brain was poked into a hornet's nest, and then it died. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Then, Yi Xian approached the huge blue rock and collected it. Ding. The host has devoured the corpse of the vengeful spirit giant tortoise. 2 system notifications rang out, and Yi Xian's realm immediately soared. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough and is now a level 9 mystic immortal. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 1 true immortal. The corpse of this vengeful spirit tortoise had allowed Yi Xian to break through twice. The benefits were not bad. However, this was not the end. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor can fuse with the vengeful soul pearl. Will you fuse with it? The Ghost Dome Great Emperor can fuse with the vengeful spirit pearl? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and hurriedly agreed. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has fused with the vengeful spirit pearl and successfully evolved into the Azure Ghost Lord. Evolution. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has actually evolved. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's appearance had also changed. The original white bone armor had turned black, and a gloomy aura spread out. Even the Ghost Dome greatsword had turned into a demonic broadsword called Azura Slash. Then, Xian hurriedly checked the skills. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor originally had several skills, which were Grip of the Underworld, Elegy of Souls, Evil Descends, Death Will, and Death Gaze. The sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash had been blocked by Xian previously, so it had disappeared. Now, the Grip of the Underworld, which required 1 point of Elegy of Souls enhancement each time it was used, had become the Grip of the Underworld, which didn't have any requirements and had 2 attacks. In addition, the Undying Battle Soul and Elegy of Souls enhancement had increased by 3 times. Death Gaze had also evolved into the Eye of the Azura, which could make anyone pregnant. Not bad, not bad. The current Ghost Dome Great Emperor, no, Azura Ghost Lord's strength is probably on the same level as the old tree. Xian was very satisfied. This was really a fortuitous encounter. Now that the vengeful spirit tortoise was dead and its entire corpse had been devoured by Xian, he could continue on his way. However, right at this moment. Someone is coming. What a fast speed. Xian raised his eyebrows. With the Eye of Revelation, he saw a figure rushing towards him at high speed. Moreover, this demonic cultivator's physique was so strong that the Eye of Revelation couldn't penetrate it. A high-stage true immortal? Xian was shocked. Someone he couldn't see through was at least a high-stage true immortal. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid if it was a 7th-stage true immortal. However, if it was an 8th-stage true immortal, or even a 9th-stage true immortal, then there was nothing he could do. Even if the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had evolved into Azura Ghost Lord, it wouldn't help. Hand over the Vengeful Spirit Bead and I'll spare your lives. The high-stage true immortal demonic cultivator shouted angrily. Vengeful Spirit Bead? Upon hearing this name, Xian raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this what he had just devoured? This high-stage true immortal needed the Vengeful Spirit Bead. However, the Vengeful Spirit Bead had already been devoured by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. This person isn't someone I can fight against right now. If he comes near, I'll be in danger. Xian raised his eyebrows and then used his bloodline ability. Spacetime bloodline ability, time reversal. In an instant, the scene around him changed. Whether it was time or time, everything changed. At this moment, Xian was standing on the Vengeful Spirit Island, and it had just happened. Time reversal allowed Xian to return to a certain moment 1 day later. However, this ability could only be used once every 3 days, and after returning to the past, everything would return to the situation at that time. Moreover, he was the only one who knew that time had been reversed. Xian, who had broken through to the 1st stage True Immortal Realm, dropped to the 8th stage Mystic Immortal Realm, and all of his abilities were restored. Those who had been killed by the giant tortoise spirit also came back to life. Just now, I didn't want to fight the giant tortoise spirit, so I ran away. However, after I killed the tortoise spirit and devoured the Vengeful Spirit Bead, that powerful demonic cultivator came for me. This time, I have to deal with him as soon as possible. Xian thought to himself. Soon, the Vengeful Spirit Island sank again, and the giant tortoise spirit reappeared. Kill. Xian immediately summoned the old tree and the others to kill the giant tortoise spirit. 1000 Cleave. 9 Dragon Sky Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Unicorn Descend. Due to the time reversal, all of their abilities were off cooldown, so everyone once again used their trump cards. However, Xian's luck was good this time. When the 1000 Cleave landed on the giant tortoise spirit, it actually triggered a one-hit kill. Ding. Host has triggered a one-hit kill. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Haha, I'm in luck. Xian laughed out loud. Then, he dashed over and put away the tortoise's corpse at lightning speed. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 9 Mystic Immortal. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 1 True Immortal. Ding. The Ember of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 3 True Immortal. Ding. The Ember of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 4 True Immortal. System notifications rang out one after another. Xian and Old Tree's cultivation levels increased twice. Since this was the corpse of an immortal beast, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian did not make a breakthrough. That demonic cultivator is after the resentful soul pearl. I'm afraid he'll be here soon. It's better to leave now. Yi Xian immediately blended into the crowd. At the same time, he changed his appearance to that of an ordinary true immortal. The sinking of the resentful soul island was not long after the death of the tortoise. Everyone was still in a daze, unable to react to what had happened. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was already sitting on He Yuan's iron lock flying boat, heading towards the northeast. Holy sh*t, that was close. I didn't expect there to be a powerful immortal beast under the resentful soul island. Who stole the sealing stone? Why did they do that? But, what about that vengeful spirit tortoise? Did it dive? Who cares? It's good that we can escape. The tortoise died so quickly that the people in the airship did not see it clearly. They thought it had dived into the deep sea. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and remained silent. With his current strength, he could actually rob all the people in this iron chain flying ship. However, that high-level true immortal devil cultivator might catch up with him. At that time, he could also disguise himself. Fortunately, he had the space-time bloodline to turn back time. Otherwise, Yi Xian's chances of winning against the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator were less than 10%. For the rest of the journey, nothing much happened. However, on the 6th day, trouble came again. The expressions of the people in the iron lock flying ship suddenly changed because they felt a powerful aura. It's so strong. It's at least a mid-level true immortal. No, it should be a high-level true immortal. How could there be such a powerful true immortal in the Sea of Vengeful Souls? Could he be from the great country of Green Rainbow? In the iron lock flying ship, everyone looked at each other. At this moment, Yi Xian also felt that aura. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a figure rushing towards them. This person was actually the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator who needed the resentment soul pearl. This was going to be troublesome. Last time, that demonic cultivator had asked him for a resentful soul pearl, but this time, he had directly attacked. He would rather kill 10,000 innocents by mistake than let one go. After all, he was a demonic cultivator. Moreover, this was an ownerless land. Who would care about him? Who? In the blink of an eye, the demonic cultivator arrived in front of the iron chain airship. With a single punch, he directly smashed the iron chain airship into pieces. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Those with lower cultivation realms were practically unable to dodge. Yi Xian had the ability to teleport, so he managed to dodge the attack. There are still over 100 survivors. Retreat. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately summoned Might Shocks the Heavens and turned it into a flying sword. At this moment, he was about to leave the Sea of Vengeful Souls, so the cooldown of time reversal was over. However, this time, he did not intend to continue using time reversal. Perhaps that demonic cultivator would not be able to catch up to him. Old Tree, go put on a show. Just in case, Yi Xian released Old Shu, who was at the 4th stage of the true immortal realm. Ha ha ha, you want the resentment soul pearl, right? It's in my hands. Old Tree scurried back and laughed loudly. That demonic cultivator revealed a surprised expression when he heard this. He did need the resentment soul pearl to refine something, but how did this person know? However, since this person said so, then the resentment soul pearl must be in his hands. Die. Without another word, that demonic cultivator threw a punch at Old Tree. Although Old Tree was only a rank 4 true immortal, this demonic cultivator was already a rank 9 true immortal and was not weak. With just one punch, half of Old Tree's body exploded. His demonic heart shattered, and he died immediately. However, before Old Tree died, he crushed an interspatial ring. No. That demonic cultivator widened his eyes. He did not expect that he was one step too slow. Once the interspatial ring was crushed, the items inside would disappear, and so would the resentment soul pearl. In order to vent his emotions, he decided to kill everyone around him. At this moment, Yi Xian was already on his sky-trembling flying sword and flying toward the northeast. He was so close to leaving the Sea of Vengeful Souls and completing that damned mission from the system. He had also seen the scene of Old Tree being killed. He reckoned that this demonic cultivator would not be able to find him so easily. The rest of the journey was smooth for a while. However, just as he was about to leave the Sea of Vengeful Souls, a team suddenly appeared in front of him. So strong. Their aura is not weaker than that demonic cultivator's. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. This team consisted of at least 7th grade true immortals. The strongest one was probably a 9th grade true immortal. At the same time, they were all wearing, these people should not have appeared in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. What was going on? Yi Xian ignored them and avoided them directly. Then, he left the Sea of Vengeful Souls and arrived on land. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, advance to the ultimate stage once. Reward 2, advance to the 1000 severing / once. Reward 3, increase the flow of time in the planting space by 100 times. These 3 rewards were very good. The ultimate stage was the weapon mastery, which increased all attacks by 10%. Increasing the flow of time in the planting space by 100 times was equivalent to 300 times. 300 days in the planting space was only 1 day in the outside world. However, this was nothing compared to the 1000 severing / Yi Xian immediately chose the second reward, which was the advancement of the 1000 severing / Ding! The 1000 severing / has been successfully advanced. After the advancement of the 1000 severing /, not only did the number of vibrations double, reaching 2000, but the triggering rate also increased. This effect was more than doubled. Your Excellency! At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned his head when he heard the voice. He saw that the team from before was actually rushing toward him. The leader of the team, a young man, took out a portrait and said, "We're chasing after this demonic cultivator. Have you seen him before?" Hearing this, Yi Xian focused his gaze on the portrait. After he finished looking at it, his body trembled. The person in the portrait was the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator who had appeared in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. "I've seen him before." Yi Xian nodded. "Really? How much do you have?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lu Xing was very generous and directly threw a bag over. When Yi Xian saw the things inside, he couldn't help showing a satisfied expression. It's actually immortal crystals, which are of a higher grade than immortal stones. There are also some natural treasures. Yi Xian was delighted. He estimated that these things could at least help him break through to rank 3 true immortal. "Okay, I'll take you to him." Yi Xian immediately agreed. He had already marked that demonic cultivator with a death hunting command, so it wouldn't be difficult to find him. "Okay, step on this flying sword." Lu Xing didn't waste time and threw him another flying sword. This flying sword was under his control. Yi Xian stepped on this flying sword and followed the group. Actually, the people behind Lu Xing didn't understand why Lu Xing wanted to find Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was only a rank 1 true immortal. Even if he had seen that demonic cultivator, he shouldn't have been able to find his exact location, right? However, Lu Xing didn't think so. How could a person who could step on a flying sword and cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls only be an ordinary rank 1 true immortal? Even a rank 5 true immortal wouldn't be able to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls alone. Of course, it would be a different story if he used an iron-locked flying boat. However, if he had an iron-locked flying boat, why would Yi Xian need to use a flying sword to travel? Most importantly, with Lu Xing's many years of experience, he felt that Yi Xian was different from others. The things he gave Yi Xian just now were just a drop in the bucket for him. After all, he was a rank 9 true immortal. If he could catch that demonic cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem for him to spend 100 times more. That way. Since Yi Xian had taken the other party's things, he didn't waste time and pointed to the southwest. "How do you know that demonic cultivator is in that direction?" Someone in the group asked, puzzled. "That demonic cultivator went on a killing spree earlier. In order to avoid his pursuit, I left a tracking mark on him." Yi Xian explained. "You, a rank 1 true immortal, want to leave a tracking mark on a rank 9 true immortal demonic cultivator?" Someone immediately retorted. The people present were at least rank 7 true immortals, much higher than Yi Xian. "Well, at least know that demonic cultivator entered the Sea of Vengeful Souls." Let's follow the direction you pointed, said Lu Jing. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask. But I know. But. Yi Xian lightly nodded and didn't ask any further. Lu Jing nodded. Yi Xian had already left the Sea of Vengeful Souls, but he encountered this matter again. In fact, a large part of the reason was that the demonic cultivator had tried to kill him. With his vengeful character, how could he not take revenge? Lu Jing was a rank 9 true immortal, only one step away from Daluo Golden Immortal. Even if he controlled 2 flying swords, his speed was very fast. Yi Xian estimated that with this speed, it would only take him 2 days to catch up with that demonic cultivator. In the following time, everyone was hurrying on with their journey. This little bit of time was nothing to Lu Jing and the others. That rank 9 true immortal demonic cultivator had killed in the Sea of Vengeful Souls, and Yi Xian had the death hunting order. 2 days later, Yi Xian could clearly sense the demonic cultivator's location. We'll see him in half an hour, Yi Xian said. Very good. Lu Jing nodded with satisfaction. Half an hour later, they really sensed a powerful aura. It's really him. After sensing it, Lu Jing's body trembled. His intuition was right. Yi Xian really led them to that wanted demonic cultivator. Your Excellency, this is your reward. Without another word, Lu Jing took out another bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Then, they directly charged out. In this team, besides Lu Jing, a rank 9 true immortal, there were 2 rank 8 true immortals and 7 rank 7 true immortals. These people were enough to deal with that demonic cultivator. You can actually track me down? That demonic cultivator had also sensed Lu Jing and the others. He thought to himself, I didn't want to cause any trouble in the Green Rainbow Nation, so I spared your lives. I didn't expect you to dare to chase after me. You're courting death. At that moment, he directly charged over. A great battle broke out. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's a good show to watch, Yi Xian grinned. Then, he dodged and continued to devour. At first, the things Lu Jing gave him were enough for him to break through to rank 3 true immortal. Just now, he gave him more, which should be enough for him to break through to rank 4 true immortal. After all, his experience points were much more than the average person. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 2 true immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 3 true immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 4 true immortal. Sure enough, after devouring those things, Yi Xian directly broke through several times. However, most of the rewards he received were immortal crystals, so the old tree was only a rank 6 true immortal. However, Azure Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian had broken through to rank 8 true immortal. He estimated that Azure Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian should be able to fight against a Daluo Golden Immortal. However, at that moment. Ding. Host has triggered a chain random mission. First round, kill the target with your own hands. The sound of the system notification shocked Yi Xian. The target had been revealed. It was the demonic cultivator who was fighting with Lu Jing and the others. If he's killed by others, then this chain random mission will most likely fail. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he directly released Azure Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Rank 8 true immortal. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately ordered the 2 of them. Not to mention Azure Ghost Lord, even Wei Zhentian could probably fight that demonic cultivator alone. If the 2 of them joined forces, it would definitely not be a problem. However, Lu Jing and the others seemed to be a little powerless. They were being suppressed by that demonic cultivator. Damn it. His strength is actually so strong? Lu Jing thought to himself, gnashing his teeth. He was also a rank 9 true immortal. His opponent was also a rank 9 true immortal. Although his opponent was a demonic cultivator, they had the advantage in numbers. Under such circumstances, they were still unable to kill the opponent. At that moment, he suddenly felt the aura of another rank 8 true immortal. He turned his head and saw Azure Ghost Lord, who was wearing a black bone armor, quickly rushing over. Is that Yi Xian's flying sword? Lu Jing recognized it immediately. Before he could react, Wei Zhentian, who was in the form of a flying sword, had joined the battle and stabbed the demonic cultivator. Undying fighting soul. Azura Ghost Lord roared to the sky and his aura surged. The undying fighting soul increased his combat strength by 3 times. Azura Ghost Lord's current strength was much stronger than old trees. Grasp of the Netherworld. Azura Ghost Lord stretched out his hand and a strong tearing force enveloped the demonic cultivator. Although the demonic cultivator had a strong physique and a higher realm than Azura Ghost Lord, he was still quickly pulled over. What? The demonic cultivator was shocked. He could not resist the tearing force with his realm. How could it be? By the time he reacted, Azura Ghost Lord's saber had already slashed down. Rip! In an instant, the demonic cultivator, who was a level 9 true immortal, was cut in half. So was his demonic heart. Dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's killing intent soared. Unfortunately, after merging with the immortal slaying bloodline, there was no upper limit to the killing intent. It could no longer be exchanged for devour points, which was a little tragic. However, devour points did not matter. After all, the bloodline made Yi Xian stronger among those of the same realm. As long as there were treasures, Yi Xian's realm could be improved without limit. Compared to improving the bloodline, leveling up was more important. Azura Ghost Lord took the demonic cultivator's interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Ding. Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 5 true immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 6 true immortal. Ding. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a level 8 true immortal. Ding. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a level 1 great golden immortal. Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding. Ghost Lord Azura has made a breakthrough and is now a tier 1 great golden immortal. Unexpectedly, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura both stepped into the perfected golden immortal stage after this battle. In fact, immortals, heaven immortals, spirit immortals, jade immortals, golden immortals, and true immortals were all considered ordinary immortals. However, it was different to become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal possessed 7-colored immortal energy, which was much more powerful than a true immortal's true immortal energy. Yi Xian reckoned that even if he, the old tree, Wei Zhentian, and the others worked together, they would not be a match for the Azura Ghost Lord. On the other side, Lu Jing and the others couldn't help but tremble violently when they sensed the aura coming from Ghost Venerate Azura. Duh. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Lu Jing could not help but ask. At the same time, he had no idea how this Ghost Lord Azura had come out. Everyone, don't worry. He's an immortal beast that I once tamed. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared beside Ghost Lord Azura and patted him on the shoulder. What? Lu Jing and the others were astonished. Yi Xian, a first-stage true immortal, had actually tamed a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level Ghost Lord Azura. What kind of joke was this? No, he wasn't a first-stage true immortal. A sixth-stage true immortal? Lu Jing carefully sensed Yi Xian's aura and realized that something was amiss. Previously, he had thought that Yi Xian was only a first-stage true immortal. He did not expect that the other party had actually concealed his aura, and even he could not see through it. An extremely powerful concealment technique, this Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level Ghost Lord Azura, and that extraordinary flying sword made Lu Jing and the others feel a strong sense of curiosity towards Yi Xian. I saw this demonic cultivator before, but I had other matters to attend to, so I had no time to deal with him. Today, I saw that all of you seemed a little powerless, so I killed him. You don't have to take offense. Yi Xian said with a smile. No, he's a demonic cultivator wanted by our Green Rainbow Nation. His death counts as a completion of the mission. However, I implore you to hand over his corpse to us, Lu Jing said respectfully. Corpses are of no use to me. Take it. Yi Xian waved his hand and the demonic cultivator's corpse was pushed over. This demonic cultivator refined the demonic hearts of vengeful spirits. He probably entered the sea of vengeful spirits in search of the vengeful spirit pearl and wanted to use it to break through to the zenith heaven golden immortal level. Lu Jing finished speaking and cupped his fists again. Thank you, sir, for eliminating this hidden danger for us. You're welcome. Yi Xian grinned. Actually, with his strength, it was already sufficient to rob Lu Jing and the others. However, he did not do so now because he had triggered a chain random mission. He felt that this mission might have something to do with Lu Jing. Otherwise, why would it be called a chain random mission? Sir, why don't you come to my residence and have a seat? Lu Jing suddenly said. Yi Xian was a rank 6 true immortal. His concealment technique was so brilliant that even he could not see through it. Moreover, he was able to tame a zenith heaven golden immortal level immortal beast. He was definitely not an ordinary person. This kind of person was worth recruiting. Just as Lu Jing finished speaking, the sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Host has triggered the second round of the chain random mission. Assist Lu Jing in completing the escort mission. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little strange. What kind of escort mission did this Lu Jing have? However, this confirmed that this Lu Jing was related to this chain random mission. Therefore, he had to agree. That's fine. I also have some things I want to inquire about. Yi Xian grinned. What is it? Lu Jing asked in astonishment. I came this time to inquire about the entrance to the demonic world. I hate demonic cultivators, so I want to go to the demonic world to train, Yi Xian said. Hearing this, Lu Jing's expression suddenly became serious. The entrance to the demonic world? My Green Rainbow Great Nation once had an entrance to the demonic world opened, but it was later forcibly closed. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Why don't I go back and investigate? Alright, then I'll trouble you. Yi Xian nodded. It was because of this reason that he did not release the old tree. After all, the old tree had fused with the purple extreme demon heart and was a demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator was hated by everyone in the immortal world. If the old tree was released, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Following this, Yi Xian followed Lu Jing to the Green Rainbow Great Nation. They moved very quickly and arrived at the border of the Green Rainbow Great Nation in less than 3 days. As an official of the Green Rainbow Great Nation, Lu Jing could easily pass through the pass. Then, they used a nearby teleportation array and were directly transported to the imperial capital of the Green Rainbow Great Nation. The Great General's residence? When Yi Xian found out where Lu Jing lived, he could not help but tremble. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then followed Lu Jing into the Great General's mansion. Who would have thought that Lu Jing was actually the son of an official, the Great General of the Qinghong Kingdom? This official position was not low. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that after Lu Jing returned, he directly went into seclusion for 3 days and then broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm. 3 days later, Lu Jing came out of seclusion and then went to find Yi Xian to drink and eat meat. Sorry. That battle suddenly broke the shackles and I came back to seclusion for 3 days. I've really let Brother Yi down. Lu Jing said with a face of guilt. It's only 3 days. It's nothing. Yi Xian said with a smile. 3 days was indeed nothing to him. He was afraid that Lu Jing would go into seclusion for 3 years, 30 years, or even 300 years. One had to know that Lu Jing had already lived for tens of thousands of years. 300 years was really nothing to him. Lu Jing broke through from the 9th grade true immortal to the golden immortal realm. He was in a good mood and directly drank with Yi Xian for a day. Only when one stepped into the golden immortal realm could one be considered a top figure in the Qinghong Kingdom. Otherwise, one would be an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian came to the Qinghong Kingdom this time not to drink and make friends with Lu Jing, but for the chain random mission. The second part of the chain random mission was to assist Lu Jing in completing the escort mission. However, this mission had not been completed yet. This made Yi Xian very helpless. However, on the 5th day, Lu Jing came again. Brother Yi, in a few days, I will have to lead a team to escort the princess of my country to the Tianqin Kingdom. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you for a drink. Lu Jing said. Princess? Escort? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, my Qinghong kingdom has already formed a marriage alliance with the Tianqing kingdom. This time, I will escort the princess to the Tianqing kingdom and let the princess marry the prince of the Tianqing kingdom. Lu Jing replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the second part of the chain random mission was this. Since that's the case, why don't I go too? Yi Xian suggested. That's great, then I won't be bored on the way. Lu Jing immediately agreed. Previously, he had led his men to capture that demonic cultivator only for the sake of gaining experience. He was actually a general of the great country of Green Rainbow. Of course, under normal circumstances, the general of the great nation of Green Rainbow was at least at the great golden immortal level, but don't forget, Lu Jing's grandfather was a great general. This time, with the flying boat provided by the royal family, the round trip will take about a month. In addition, there are a few generals with me. One of them is a third-grade great golden immortal. That's my grandfather. Lu Jing said. A third-tier golden immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Due to the appearance of the chain random mission, he felt that this escort mission would not be simple. There would definitely be danger, so he had to be careful. Very soon, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a group of people had gathered in front of the general's mansion. All of them were experts at the level of golden immortals. Why is there a 6th stage true immortal here? Someone asked in surprise. Shu, that's young master's friend. Don't talk nonsense. When Lu Jing saw Yi Xian, he immediately came up to him and said, My grandfather will be here soon. As soon as his voice fell, a huge figure swept across the sky. It was a luxuriously decorated flying boat. A good flying boat. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He estimated that this flying boat was probably comparable to a 4th-grade great golden immortal. It was not something that ordinary people could own. Only the royal family of the great country of Green Rainbow had the financial resources to build it. At this time, the flying boat suddenly opened a cabin door. Let's go in. At Lu Jing's order, everyone rushed into the cabin door. This flying boat was full of great golden immortals. There were more than 100 of them in total. At the same time, the strongest one was a 3rd-grade great golden immortal, Lu Jing's grandfather, General Lu Heng. General Lu glanced at Yi Xian but did not say anything. Then, he controlled the flying boat and left. In this flying boat, there was a heavily guarded room. A beautiful woman sat inside. Although her cultivation was not high, she had reached the 9th stage true immortal realm. She was the princess of the great country of Green Rainbow. This time, she was going to be married to the Tianqing great country. Yi Xian and Lu Jing found a seat and continued to drink and chat. Not only that, Yi Xian also summoned Azure Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. After all, something would definitely happen on this journey. Soon, this flying boat left the great country of Green Rainbow and headed for the Tianqing great country. Nothing happened on the journey. However, on the 10th day, suddenly, a flying boat stopped Yi Xian and the others' flying boat. Who are you, scoundrel? Lu Heng shouted angrily. Tisk, TSK, TSK. So it's General Lu. Long time no see. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Then, an illusory figure condensed between the two flying boats. When Lu Heng saw the person's face, his expression changed greatly. General Lu of the great country of Haiyuan, Hiyao? This is the first time we've met. I didn't expect General Lu to recognize me. This old man is really gratified. Hiyao grinned. Let's cut the crap. What do you want to do by stopping us? Lu Heng snorted. Hiyao smiled again. This time, you're going to the Tianqing great country, right? Lu Heng's expression turned cold again. He did not expect the news to be leaked to the enemy of the great country of Haiyuan. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Just say what you want to say. Lu Heng snorted. Okay, then I'll say it. Hiyao grinned. This time, you're going to marry the Tianqing great country, right? When the time comes, you'll join forces to fight against my great country of Haiyuan. So, you're here to stop us? Lu Heng asked. No, I'm taking the opportunity to destroy you. He Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent. With just you? Lu Heng's eyes widened. This time, the great country of Green Rainbow had sent him because they were afraid that there would be a mistake. Let's cut the crap. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. He Yao shouted angrily. He directly controlled the flying boat under his command and launched an attack. At the same time, Lu Heng controlled the flying boat and launched an attack. These two flying boats were 4th grade Great Golden Immortals. Their attack power was huge, and each attack consumed an astronomical amount of immortal crystals. Rumble. The two flying boats bombarded each other once, but no one gained the upper hand. If this continued, there would be no clear winner. So, both sides opened the cabin door and started killing. However, this time, the great country of Haiyuan had come prepared. Other than He Yao, a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal, there were 2 other 3rd grade Great Golden Immortals. Although Lu Heng's strength was strong and was already at the peak of the 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal, it was difficult for him to fight 1 against 3. At this moment, Yi Xian ordered Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian to help. Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian were both 1st grade Great Golden Immortals. It would not be a problem for them to deal with a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal. Undying Fighting Soul. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Azura Ghost Venerate activated his Undying Fighting Soul. In an instant, his and Wei Zhentian's strength skyrocketed by 3 times. Coupled with the flying sword form, Wei Zhentian's strength was not weak. However, this was not the end. Azura Ghost Venerate, activate the Eye of Azura and start a massacre. Yi Xian transmitted his voice again. The Eye of Azura was comprehended by Ghost Dome Great Emperor after he became Azura Ghost Venerate. This was the first time Azura Ghost Venerate had activated the Eye of Azura. A hole opened in Azura Ghost Venerate's chest. A black eye opened, and a gloomy aura spread out. When the Eye of Azura was activated, Azura Ghost Venerate was the real Azura Ghost Venerate. The 1st grade Great Golden Immortals from Haiyuan country only took 1 look at it, and their immortal hearts shattered into pieces. Dozens of people from Haiyuan country died in an instant. After these people died, a strand of invisible aura swept toward Azura Ghost Venerate. Once the Eye of Azura was activated, it would start a massacre. This skill was similar to Yi Xian's killing feast. The more people died, the stronger Azura Ghost Venerate would become. What a strange eye. Be careful. He Yao shouted in a low voice. His expression turned solemn as he felt that something was wrong. Something was wrong. That was right. Eye of Azura, Divine Light of Azura. At this moment, Azura Ghost Venerate absorbed the death aura of the dead. The Eye of Azura on his chest suddenly blinked and released a terrifying black light beam. Be careful. He Yao shouted and dodged the attack himself. However, the 2 2nd grade Great Golden Immortals and a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal behind him were not so lucky. They were directly blasted into pieces by the Divine Light of Azura. The gap between the strength of both parties was pulled apart instantly. What a powerful immortal beast, He Yao and the other 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal could not help but think. This happened too suddenly. They did not have time to react. A 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal was killed. Good chance, kill. Seeing this, Lu Heng immediately led the experts under his command and charged forward. Originally, they wanted to escort the princess away, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. With the addition of the Azura Ghost Venerate, the situation instantly became one-sided. Coupled with the fact that Wei Zhentian's flying sword was collecting the universe rings, this battle would most likely last 5 seconds at most. After Wei Zhentian collected the Qianquan rings, Yi Xian stored them into the planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a rank 7 true immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 8 true immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a rank 9 true immortal. The interspatial rings of the 2 Tier 2 Great Overarching Golden Immortals and the Tier 3 Great Overarching Golden Immortals were destroyed by the Shura Divine Light. Now, Yi Xian's interspatial rings belong to the group of 1st Grade Daluo Golden Immortals. However, this was enough. Xian had advanced by 3 realms, and so had Ghoul Lord Azura, who had advanced from 1st tier to 4th tier perfected golden immortal. Now, everyone present had lower realms than Ghoul Lord Azura, so who could be his match? Not to mention him, even Wei Zhentian was already a 4th tier perfected golden immortal. In the form of a flying sword, his speed was off the charts. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds were heard, and Wei Zhentian instantly stabbed the remaining people to death, including the general of the Haiyuan country, He Yao. This was not the main point. The main point was that Ghoul Lord Azura had the will of death skill. Those who died were resurrected and became his puppets. Seeing this, Lu Heng and the others were so shocked that they could not speak. In this battle, they did not seem to have played any role. It was completely Ghoul Lord Azura who killed them all alone. Before they could react, Yi Xian had already collected the spoils of war, including the flying boat of the Haiyuan country. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 1st tier perfected golden immortal. Another notification sounded from the system. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the perfected golden immortal realm. At the same time, Ghoul Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian's realms increased again, becoming 5th tier perfected golden immortals. Now, even the king of the Haiyuan country could not do anything to Yi Xian, let alone He Yao. However, Yi Xian was currently carrying out a chain of random missions, so he could not make a move for the time being. Yi Xian, what is this immortal beast of yours? Lu Jing came over and asked in shock. It evolved from the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Yi Xian replied casually, then asked, what is the strongest person in the Haiyuan country? The strongest person is the king of the Haiyuan country, a 5th tier perfected golden immortal. However, all 3 of our countries have backgrounds in the ancient immortal realm. Lu Jing answered. Ancient immortal realm? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, not understanding what this was. If the immortal realm was the immortal realm, why was there an ancient immortal realm? The strongest person in the Qinghong country, Tianqin country, and Haiyuan country is only a 5th tier perfected golden immortal. However, there are some forces in the ancient immortal realm who are betting on the 3 countries. Lu Jing paused for a moment before he continued, they won't allow any of our countries to be destroyed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, oh? How strong are they? Overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Lu Jing answered. Overarching heavenly supreme celestials were the realm below perfected golden immortals. Although Ghoul Lord Azura was a 5th tier perfected golden immortal, he was still no match for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, there were different levels of overarching heavenly supreme celestials as well. Initially, Yi Xian wanted to destroy the Haiyuan country directly. However, he did not expect that all 3 countries had powerful backgrounds. It seemed like there was no other way. In that case, let's continue our journey. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. Now that the obstacle had been dealt with, the next step was to escort the princess of the Qinghong country to the Tianqin country and complete the chain of random missions. However, Yi Xian felt that this speed was a little too slow. Your speed is too slow. I'll bring Lu Jing and Princess Yi Xian directly to the Tianqin country. Yi Xian suddenly suggested. Lu Heng and the others hesitated when they heard this. Their mission was to escort the princess to the Tianqin country to complete the wedding. However, they were a little worried about letting Yi Xian bring the princess. After all, Yi Xian was not from the Qinghong country. Don't worry. When I reach the Tianqin country, I have a way to bring you there directly. Yi Xian did not wait for them to speak before he continued, with our strength, if we take the princess by force, you won't be able to stop us. Although they did not understand why Ghost Lord Azura's realm had suddenly skyrocketed, they could feel that his aura was extremely powerful. He was at least a tier 4 great golden immortal. Of course, Ghost Lord Azura's actual realm was already a tier 5 great golden immortal. His combat strength was probably comparable to a tier 7, tier 8, or even a tier 9 great golden immortal. Lu Heng and the rest could only nod helplessly. Alright, then I'll take Lu Jing and the princess first. Yi Xian grinned. A force wrapped around Lu Jing and the princess of Qinghong Great Golden Immortal Nation and instantly left. Wei Zhentian's flying sword form could at most carry 3 people, so Yi Xian and the other 2 were just right. The chain random mission was to assist Lu Jing in completing the escort mission, so Lu Jing had to be there. The target of the escort was the princess, so the princess had to be there too. If they were to travel at the same speed as before, it would still take half a month, but now that Wei Zhentian was a Tier 5 Great Golden Immortal, it would take at most 2 days. However, things were not that simple. Originally, the battle between Qinghong Great Golden Immortal Nation, Tianqin Great Golden Immortal Nation and Haiyuan Great Golden Immortal Nation was not allowed to interfere. However, Ghost Lord Azura's strength was too shocking, so he was considered to have interfered. Just as Yi Xian was about to reach Tianqin Great Golden Immortal Nation, a figure in the distance attracted his attention. What a fast speed! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly focused his eyes to see that it was a young man. However, the young man's aura was incomparably powerful. A Tier 7 Great Golden Immortal? And Tier 8 Great Golden Immortal? Or a Tier 9 Great Golden Immortal? Yi Xian thought to himself. He was only a Tier 1 Great Golden Immortal now. Due to the huge gap between their realms, he could not see through the young man. In any case, the young man could not be from the 3 great nations. He should be from the ancient immortal world. Looks like a battle is inevitable. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, he heard the young man's voice. Kid, you've broken the rules. The young man said coldly. Rules? What rules? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. I'm afraid the situation between the 3 nations will be broken by the immortal beast by your side, so I can't just watch, the young man replied. Oh? Azura is a Great Golden Immortal. But he's a Great Golden Immortal? Yi Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jing, who was behind Yi Xian, also added, yes, Yi Xian is now an official of our Cyan Rainbow country. Shut up, the young man shouted coldly. Lu Jing's neck shrank in fear. He knew where this young man came from. He must be from the ancient immortal world. Was not the immortal. Ted Lied. Immortal God divine? Courses kill immortal. The immortal is the great immortal God mortal immortal kill immortal great mortal thousand. Yi Xian was only a Tier 1 Golden Immortal. Even if he had 10,000 clones, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Of course, the Azura Ghost Lord was not a threat to him. 1-1. Yi Xian roared in his heart. In an instant, Ghost Overlord Azura and Wei Zhentian flew out together. Undying War Soul. Storm of Swords. The young man did not mind at all when he saw this. He merely struck with his palm. He was a Great Golden Immortal. Let alone a Great Golden Immortal like Azura Ghost Celestial, even a Great Golden Immortal would not be able to withstand his attack. Alas, he was wrong. Azura Ghost Celestial's Undying War Soul had increased his strength by 3 times. Coupled with the Elegy of Souls and Yi Xian's treasure, his strength increased by 7 times. However, Azura Ghost Celestial managed to neutralize the young man's palm attack with just 1 strike. How's this possible? The young man was shocked. I'm a Great Golden Immortal. I'm only 1 step away from becoming an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. How could my attack be so easily blocked? Before he could recover from his shock, Wei Zhentian had already charged toward him. Wei Zhentian had the Undying War Soul as well. His attack was 7 times stronger. Moreover, he was in the form of a flying sword. His speed was fast enough to pose a threat to the young man. It was humiliating for a Great Golden Immortal to be challenged by someone with a higher cultivation base. All of you must die. The young man roared as he unleashed his 7-colored celestial force. A terrifying aura spread in the air. This is bad. He's going to go crazy. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although Azura Ghost Celestial and Wei Zhentian were strong, they were not a match for the young man in a fight. At this moment, there was only one way to kill the young man. Death Hunt Command. Extreme Void Shield. Eye of Assassination. While the other party was in shock, Yi Xian suddenly arrived behind the young man and slashed out with his sword. 1000 Cleaving Slash. This time, the 1000 Cleaving Slash's effect had increased to 2000 points. Moreover, the activation rate had increased as well. He might be able to kill the young man in an instant. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal while his opponent was a ninth-grade Great Golden Immortal. There was an 8-grade difference between the two of them. Although the attack landed on the young man's body, it did not even break through the young man's celestial force defense. Humph, how dare a mere first-grade Great Golden Immortal sneak attack me? The young man snorted. Although he was a little surprised by Yi Xian's attack, he knew that it would not hurt him even if it was 100-fold stronger. Die. A majestic 7-colored celestial force was blasted away. If an ordinary person was nearby, their celestial heart would be shattered and they would die. Even a demonic cultivator would not be spared. However, Yi Xian had used the extreme void shield before he rushed over. In addition, the young man did not use his full strength in this attack, so it was absorbed by the young man. Tremble! Yi Xian released the extreme void shield and its power tripled. This time, it broke through the young man's 7-colored celestial force defense. However, after breaking through the 7-colored celestial force, it did not hurt the young man. How can you break through my defense? How is that possible? The young man was shocked again. Before he could react, Yi Xian flashed behind him again. This time, he was blocked by the young man's 7-colored celestial force. At first, Yi Xian wanted to try devouring by force. However, since he could not even touch the young man's body, he naturally could not devour him. There's no way to deal with this. We can only leave. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He teleported to Lu Jing and the princess of Qinghong's side and forcibly put them into the planting space. You want to leave? Stay. Without another word, the young man blocked their path with his 7-colored celestial force. However, there were not many people who could stop Yi Xian if he wanted to escape. The Eye of the Void. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he darted in. Whoosh, the void gate closed, and Yi Xian and the others disappeared from the young man's sight. He ran away? The young man was so shocked that he was speechless. Not only was he challenged by someone of a higher level, but he even ran away. How was that possible? At that moment, he quickly rushed out and randomly found a direction in an attempt to drag Yi Xian out. However, Yi Xian had returned to the place where he fought with He Yao. No matter how fast the young man was, it would take him half a day to arrive. He would wait for a while and then return to complete the second round of the chain random mission. After returning, Yi Xian waited for a while. With the help of the death hunt token, he could clearly feel that the young man was coming toward him. Has an imprint been left in my body? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, Wei Zhentian probably did not have it. Whoosh, in an instant, Yi Xian opened another Eye of the Void and let Wei Zhentian enter it. The others were a burden to Yi Xian, so he kept them all in the planting space. He did not want to expose this secret, but he had no choice now. This young man will find me in 2 hours at most. I have to put some distance between us and use the Eye of the Void to keep him busy. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart as he quickly left the area. Although he was fast, the young man was a 9th-stage Great Golden Immortal, so he was even faster. 2 hours passed quickly. Yi Xian felt that the young man was about to arrive, so he quickly broke through the void and returned to the place where he fought the young man. I'm back there again? The young man was shocked. He did leave a mark on Yi Xian, but he did not expect the young man to suddenly return. This meant that he had to travel for another 2 hours. What a good move. After I kill you, I'll search your soul. The young man's eyes flashed with killing intent again, then he turned around and rushed back. At this moment, Yi Xian was letting Wei Zhentian travel while he dealt with the young man. Anyway, there was a long distance between them. Even if the young man rushed over at full speed, it would still take him 2 hours. If one time was 2 hours, then 12 times would be a day. After more than 10 times, Wei Zhentian flew to the capital of Tianqin Kingdom alone, and then Yi Xian broke through the void. The princess was successfully sent to Tianqin Kingdom. Yi Xian also completed the second round of the chain random mission. Host has completed the second round of the chain random mission. The young man was still rushing toward Tianqin Kingdom, but Yi Xian was already in front of the palace. It's a pleasure. The one who came out to greet him was the crown prince. When he saw Lu Heng, he couldn't help but smile. So it's your highness, the crown prince. This old man is shocked. Lu Heng quickly replied. After a while, they were invited into the palace. Oh right, General Liu, why did you guys seem to be ahead of schedule? The Crown Prince of Tianqin Kingdom asked. That's right. Our plan was to reach Tianqin Kingdom within a month, but we were intercepted by Haiyuan Kingdom. Lu Heng nodded. The Crown Prince was shocked. Haiyuan Kingdom? That's right. This time, Haiyuan Kingdom sent 3 third-grade Great Golden Immortal Generals. Fortunately, a hermit cultivator came from Qinghong Kingdom and wiped out He Yao and the rest. After Lu Heng finished speaking, he couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Xian. Hermit cultivator? The Crown Prince followed his gaze and realized that Yi Xian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal. With his second-grade Great Golden Immortal realm, he could only sense that Yi Xian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal, so he guessed that he couldn't see through Yi Xian. The strength of Qinghong Kingdom was similar to that of Tianqin Kingdom. The hermit cultivator of the royal family was at least a fourth-grade Great Golden Immortal, so the Crown Prince also thought that Yi Xian was a fourth-grade Great Golden Immortal. Greetings, Senior. The Crown Prince hurriedly said. Rise. Yi Xian pretended to be profound and waved his hand. In fact, when they arrived at Tianqin Kingdom's capital, Lu Jing, Lu Heng, and the rest were all under Yi Xian's control to prevent the news from leaking. In other words, the current third-grade Great Golden Immortal Lu Heng was Yi Xian's puppet. Naturally, he wouldn't expose Yi Xian. Haiyuan Kingdom sent experts to intercept General Liu. They're probably afraid that our 2 kingdoms will join forces. If that's the case, even the ancient immortal realm won't be able to say anything, the Crown Prince thought. Then, he brought Yi Xian and the rest to meet the king of Tianqin Kingdom. Tianqin Great Nation, Xian Rainbow Great Nation, and Haiyuan Great Nation. The kings of the 3 great nations were all at the level of a 5th-grade Great Golden Immortal. In order to not look down on the other party, Yi Xian specially summoned the Azura Ghost Sovereign to suppress the situation. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were both 5th-grade Great Golden Immortals. Even if the entire royal family's experts were to mobilize, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. When the king of Tianqin Kingdom saw the Crown Prince's introduction, he couldn't help but size up Yi Xian. What royal family's hidden cultivator? He was clearly just a first-grade Great Golden Immortal. However, even he couldn't see through Azura Ghost Lord beside Yi Xian. So strong. That 9th-grade Great Golden Immortal from the ancient immortal realm will probably be here soon. Since that's the case, I'll catch him off guard. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he made a decision in his heart. Without waiting for the king of Tianqin Kingdom to speak, Yi Xian directly ordered Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Whoosh, in an instant, the Azura Ghost Exalted Ghost charged forth. With lightning speed, he seized the initiative. By the time everyone reacted, Azura Ghost Lord's black broadsword was already resting on the shoulder of the king of Tianqin Kingdom. He could slash down at any time and cut the king's immortal heart in half. Protect the king. The personal bodyguard of the king of Tianqin Kingdom shouted loudly. However, even the king of Tianqin Kingdom, a 5th-grade Great Golden Immortal, was seized in an instant. What was the use of these people? You, what are you doing? The king of Tianqin Kingdom shrank his neck and asked in horror. At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the Eye of Assassination to come behind the king of Tianqin Kingdom and then took off his Qianquan ring. He was the monarch of a large country, and the strongest expert in a large country at that. Although his interspatial ring was not part of the national treasury, he still had many more things than Lu Heng and the others. After obtaining this Qianquan ring, Yi Xian's aura instantly soared. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently a 6th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently a 7th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Currently a 6th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Currently a 7th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently a 5th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Azura Ghost Lord was originally a 5th grade Great Golden Celestial, but after devouring the interspatial ring of the monarch of Xianxia Great Country, his strength had skyrocketed by 2 realms. Now, there was no one in this place who could stop him. At this moment, the surrounding people were still unaware of the situation. Even Lu Heng and the others who were under Yi Xian's control were the same. Now, the monarch of Xianxia Great Country is me, Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly looked around and announced loudly. Everyone present was shocked. Holding the monarch hostage in someone else's territory and then becoming the monarch himself, Yi Xian added, "My Azura Ghost Lord is a 7th grade Great Golden Celestial. He's not someone you can fight against." A 7th grade Great Golden Celestial. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. How could such a powerful person appear in this place? This was impossible. Could it be that he was from the ancient celestial world? The monarch of Xianxia Great Country asked in shock. "Sir, could it be that you're from the ancient celestial world?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I'm not from the ancient celestial world, but I'll go there sooner or later." "Forget it, I don't want to be the monarch anymore." "There's no need for that." Now, he was no longer afraid of the young man. Now that the young man was about to arrive, it was time to take revenge for yesterday. Although the Xianxia Great Nation wasn't bad, to the current Yi Xian, he already didn't think much of it. He was interested in the young man. In this world, the strong are respected. Don't blame me for stealing your interspatial ring. Now, even if an overarching heavenly supreme immortal comes, I'm not afraid. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he stepped on Wei Zhentian, who had broken through to 7th grade Great Golden Celestial, and left the imperial city of Xianxia Great Country. He was not interested in the battle between the 3 countries. However, he had broken the balance between the 3 countries. If he did not kill the young man from the ancient celestial world, there would be no end to it. Yesterday, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian had joined forces to barely hold the young man back. However, today, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian had both broken through, twice in a row. If Azura Ghost Lord went all out, he could kill the young man in an instant. Ding! Host has triggered the 3rd round of the chain random quest. Kill Chong Kongqing from the ancient immortal world and obtain the ancient immortal token. At this moment, a system notification sounded. The 3rd round of the chain random mission was finally here. Even though Zhang Xian had no idea what the ancient immortal token was, he was certain that it would be useful to him. That youth had left a mark on Yi Xian, so he had already rushed into Xianxia Great Empire. Coincidentally, Yi Xian went up to meet him. Very soon, the two of them met again. A 3rd stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Chong Kongqing was shocked. When he saw Yi Xian yesterday, Yi Xian was only a 1st grade Great Golden Immortal. How did Yi Xian suddenly increase 2 realms in just one day? Brat, you actually managed to escape from me. You're quite capable. Chong Kongqing only said coldly. His plan was to capture Yi Xian and search his soul to obtain Yi Xian's method of breaking through the void. However, Yi Xian did not want to waste time with him. He summoned Azura Ghost Lord. Undying Fighting Soul. Grasp of the Netherworld. An invisible and powerful force enveloped Chong Kongqing. Following that was the 2nd attack of the Grasp of the Netherworld. Kacha! The youth's body was crushed into pieces. Even the immortal heart in his body was shattered. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already rushed over and kept the youth's Qian Kuan ring. Immediately after, Yi Xian devoured all the heavenly and earthly treasures inside. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 4th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 5th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 8th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a 8th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Host is now a 7th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Host is now a 8th grade Great Golden Immortal. His realm had actually soared up by 2 levels again. However, this time, Yi Xian's luck had run out. When he heard the next notification, his face fell. Ding! Host's bewitchment value has reached 60. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly checked the bewitchment value. If the realm increases too quickly, the bewitchment value will increase rapidly. If it reaches 100, I will be bewitched. Yi Xian was shocked. Bewitchment, and it was not an ordinary bewitchment. Once the bewitchment value reached 100, he would lose his mind and would not be able to recover. In short, Yi Xian would become a different person. He would be replaced by a bloodthirsty demon. How could this be? No, I can't be bewitched, Yi Xian could not help but gulp. When the bewitchment value reached 100, he would be bewitched. Now that he had reached 60, perhaps the next time he broke through, it might soar to 90. How could that be? At that moment, he quickly checked the immortal level devouring system to see if there was anything to reduce the bewitchment value. What, 1 devouring point to reduce the bewitchment value by 10? My 60 points actually need 6 devouring points, Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. The current him did not even have a single devouring point. Of course, the bewitchment value could be recovered. In his current situation, the bewitchment value would decrease by 1 every month. In other words, if he did not level up, he could return to normal in 5 years. However, 5 years was a very long time for him. Oh, I can also find specific things to reduce the bewitchment value. Yi Xian sighed in relief. To reduce the bewitchment value, other than being able to recover over time and use devouring points to clear it, he could also find specific things to recover it. For example, the tranquil sacred lotus, the 100 bright flower, and so on. In short, Yi Xian did not dare to level up his realm easily. This was a bit of a scam. However, at this point, it was useless to say anything. Ding, the host has completed the 3rd round of the chain random quest. Reward, Megatron activating the flying boat form. The system prompted. Flying boat form? At this moment, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He already had the flying boat system. How could there be another flying boat form? He immediately checked the flying boat system and found that Megatron had become his lifebound flying boat. Yi Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian to transform into the form of a flying boat. It was similar to an ordinary flying boat. Fortunately, the appearance could be altered. Wei Zhentian was now a level 7 Great Overarching Golden Celestial. If he transformed into the flying boat, his defense would be so strong that even an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial would not be able to hurt him. As long as he hid inside the flying boat, Yi Xian's safety would be guaranteed. Of course, this was because he had sacrificed his attack and speed in exchange for his defense. That was why his defense was so strong. Right, the ancient immortal token. Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. The chain random mission had asked him to find an ancient immortal token. Since he had kept everything in the interspatial ring into the devouring system, Yi Xian had obtained the ancient immortal token by default. Yi Xian immediately searched for it. Activate system analysis. Yi Xian looked at the ancient immortal token and muttered in his heart. This was the new ability of the devouring system after it was upgraded to the celestial grade. He could use the system to analyze something. The celestial grade devouring system analyzed the ancient immortal token through Yi Xian's eyes and came to a conclusion. The ancient immortal token is the only key that connects the ancient immortal world and the outer immortal world. Yi Xian was slightly shocked when he saw this. In other words, the ancient immortal token was the only key to enter the ancient immortal world. If I close the entrance to the ancient immortal world, the people in the ancient immortal world won't be able to enter the outer immortal world. Yi Xian thought to himself. He could go to the ancient immortal world, but his top priority was to find the little demon king. When the little demon king was being hunted down by a great overarching golden celestial, he had sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian saying that they would meet in the devil realm. Yi Xian could sense that the little demon king was very far away from him. In fact, Yi Xian had gone back to the place where the little demon king had disappeared to investigate. However, he did not find any clues. Therefore, he wanted to see if there was an entrance to the devil realm in the 3 great nations. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's take a look at the entrance to the ancient immortal world. Xian thought to himself and quickly moved. The young man had a map with the location of the entrance to the ancient immortal world recorded on it, so Xian quickly found it. The entrance was a door, and the ancient immortal token was the key. However, the door was wide open. The ancient immortal token is the only key to enter the ancient immortal world. Now that the gate is open, did that young man forget to close it? Xian was puzzled. No matter what, he had to close the entrance to the ancient immortal world first. That way, Xian would be the strongest person in the outer immortal world. Boom! With a loud bang, the entrance to the ancient world of immortals was shut, and the only key was in Xian's hands. This ancient immortal token had been analyzed by the immortal grade devouring system. If the system said that it was the only key, then it must be the only key. Let's go back and take a look. After closing the entrance to the ancient immortal world, Xian went through the Eye of the Void and returned to the palace of Tianqin Great Kingdom. At this time, the king of Tianqin Great Kingdom and the others were still waiting in the palace. As soon as Azura Ghost Venerate appeared, his powerful aura made everyone's heart tremble. Now, I've closed the entrance to the ancient immortal world. Xian's eyes fell on the king of Tianqin Great Kingdom. I took one of your interspatial rings. Now, I'm going to destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom as repayment. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The entrance to the ancient immortal world was closed? Your Excellency, you're going to destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom? The king of Tianqin Great Kingdom asked in shock. I'm a man of my word, but before that, I want to ask you all, who has news of the demonic world passage? Xian asked. Demonic world passage? Everyone looked at each other. The demonic world passage has never appeared in Tianqin Great Kingdom, but it did appear once in Qinghong Great Kingdom. The king of Tianqin Great Kingdom looked at General Lu Heng. The demonic world passage did appear once in Qinghong Great Kingdom. It was a one-way passage from the demonic world. Later on, our kingdom sealed it and it's gone now, Lu Heng explained. Can't it be opened again from this side? Xian asked curiously. No, because it was a one-way passage from the demonic world. Lu Heng shook his head. Since Lu Heng was under Xian's control, his words could be trusted. Of course, unless Lu Heng himself didn't know. In that case, I'll help you destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom first. With that, Xian tore open the void and left, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Haiyuan Great Kingdom, Tianqin Great Kingdom, and Qinghong Great Kingdom had been fighting for countless years. Now that they were destroyed, they couldn't recover from the shock. At this time, Xian had already arrived at the place where he saw Haiyuan Great Kingdom's general He Yao and continued on his way. Wei Zhentian, a 7th-tier Great Golden Immortal, transformed into a flying sword and was faster than the 9th-tier Great Golden Immortal youth. 2 days later, he charged into Haiyuan Great Kingdom and headed straight for the imperial capital. He was already a 5th-tier Great Golden Immortal, and so was the monarch of Haiyuan Great Kingdom. Therefore, Xian directly took control of the monarch. Then, the entire imperial family was plundered by Xian. However, these things weren't worth mentioning to Xian now. After all, they weren't even 1% of what was in the young man's interspatial ring. All the experts of Haiyuan Great Kingdom's imperial family were forcibly taken into the planting space by Xian, so the entire Haiyuan Great Kingdom was destroyed. Then, Xian tore open the void and returned. From now on, only Qinghong Great Kingdom and Tianqin Great Kingdom were left. I've already searched the place where Little Demon disappeared, but I didn't find anything. It seems that his disappearance was due to his own means. Xian thought to himself. Little Demon still had a death warrant on him, but since he was so far away from Xian, his connection was so weak that it was negligible. Therefore, he must have used some sort of secret technique to return to the demon realm. It seems that I have no choice but to enter the ancient immortal world. Xian sighed. The outer immortal world and the ancient immortal world were actually enveloped by a formation. Encircling the outer immortal world was a faction called Xuantianzong. There were a total of 3 factions in this faction, corresponding to Qinghong Great Kingdom, Tianqin Great Kingdom, and Haiyuan Great Kingdom. Simply put, these 3 factions were sometimes used to make bets, such as who would win if Qinghong Great Kingdom and Haiyuan Great Kingdom fought. Although the system said that the Ancient Immortal token was the only key to the Ancient Immortal world, it didn't say that others had to enter through the entrance. After all, they were the ones who'd set up the formation, so they had other ways to enter. At this thought, Yi Xian became extremely cautious. Wei Zhentian, try opening the door. Yi Xian handed the Ancient Immortal token to Wei Zhentian for him to open the door. Boom! Wei Zhentian transformed into his human form and placed the Ancient Immortal token into the door. In the next moment, the entrance to the Ancient Immortal world opened again. Wei Zhentian quickly entered the Ancient Immortal world and searched the surroundings. However, he did not find anything. Good. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he used the Eye of the Void to arrive next to Wei Zhentian. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entrance to the Ancient Immortal world closed again. Although that young man is a disciple of Xuantianzong, I've already avenged him. However, I should go to Xuantianzong and have a look first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes when he arrived at the Ancient Immortal world. In fact, the Ancient Immortal world was the real Immortal world. The outer Immortal world was just a small place. Xuantianzong was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be careful. Although he had killed the young man, Yi Xian could not search the young man's soul due to his low cultivation base. Therefore, he did not know much about Xuantianzong. My bedevilment points are now at 60 points. If I use time to recover them, I'll only be able to recover 1 point every month. Since I don't have any devour points, I can only find a special treasure to recover them. Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped on Wei Zhentian and flew toward Xuantianzong. Xuantianzong was not a powerful person in the Ancient Immortal world. However, he was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, Yi Xian had to take him seriously. 3 days later, Yi Xian, who was stepping on the sky-shaking flying sword, finally arrived at the foot of the mysterious sky sect. My cultivation base is not high. I can control it, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was now a grade 5 great overarching golden celestial, which was similar to Xuantianzong's outer court disciples. At that moment, he remotely controlled a few of the Black Heaven sect's outer sect disciples who were at the level of tier 5 grade overarching golden immortals and transformed into one of them. Yi Xian entered Xuantianzong's inner court. After searching the soul of a disciple, he learned about the internal conflicts in Xuantianzong. There were 3 branches in Xuantianzong, led by the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and the Enforcement Elder. They corresponded to the Azure Rainbow Nation, Tianqin Nation, and Haiyuan Nation. The relationship between these 3 branches wasn't very good. In recent years, the Sect Master and Grand Elder's 2 branches were still quite good. Thus, the Outer Immortal World's Green Rainbow Great Country and Tianqin Great Country were preparing for a political marriage. In other words, the law-enforcing elder in the Black Heaven sect was being suppressed. After all, the law-enforcing elder had too much power. If there was a chance, he could even dismiss the sect leader. The outer sect disciple that Yi Xian controlled was under the command of the law-enforcing elder. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in this kind of power struggle. What he wanted to do was to find heavenly and earthly treasures that could lower the bewitching value of an hall. He looked at all the items listed in the Hall of Alchemy and only found one. It could only reduce one's bewitchment by 1 point and cost him a lot of money. What a tragedy! Yi Xian couldn't help but say in his heart. It couldn't be helped. After all, he had only become an immortal for less than a year. In a year, he had broken through from an immortal to a golden immortal. This breakthrough speed was so fast that even the immortal level devouring system couldn't stand it anymore. But then, suddenly, an 8th grade great overarching golden immortal entered the alchemy hall. Senior brother, I've completed the hunting mission. I'm here to receive my reward. He was an inner court disciple. He walked to the counter and handed a sheepskin scroll to the disciple in charge of the Hall of Alchemy. Junior brother, you're amazing. You completed the mission. I'll go get your reward now. After the Hall of Alchemy deacon finished speaking, he left quickly. Soon, he returned with a heaven and earth treasure. When Yi Xian saw the heaven and earth treasure, his eyes almost popped out. The tranquil sacred lotus? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The tranquil sacred lotus was exactly what he was looking for. It could reduce one's bewitchment by 5 points. It turned out that the items listed in the Hall of Alchemy weren't everything. Some were used as mission rewards. What a coincidence. Yi Xian happened to run into them. An 8th grade golden immortal. Even Wei Zhentian could kill him in an instant. But this is Xianxia. I can sense many auras more powerful than that young man. I'd better be careful. Yi Xian looked at the 8th grade golden immortal. He was planning how to lure him out of Xianxia and steal the tranquil sacred lotus. Just as Yi Xian was wondering what was going on, the 8th grade golden immortal suddenly turned to look at him and said in surprise, "Eh? You're here too, cousin?" When Yi Xian heard this, he trembled and turned to look. He saw the inner sect disciple who'd obtained the tranquil sacred lotus looking at him. Yi Xian's current appearance was that of a 5th grade golden immortal outer sect disciple. He didn't expect that he'd disguised himself as this inner sect disciple's younger cousin. He quickly searched through his memories and found that he really did know this person. This was going to be fun. "Congratulations, cousin," Yi Xian hurriedly said with a smile. "Cousin, you have to cultivate well. In another 10,000 years, you might become an inner sect disciple." The inner sect disciple said in a serious tone. "Thank you for your kind words, cousin." Yi Xian suddenly transmitted his voice to the inner sect disciple. "Cousin, I have a secret that I want to tell you." "Oh? What secret?" The inner sect disciple's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian transmitting his voice. "Let's not talk about it. Why don't you just come with me, cousin?" Yi Xian said mysteriously. "Where are you taking me, cousin?" The inner sect disciple didn't suspect anything. After all, his cousin was his aunt's son and they were very close. "Cousin, you'll know when we get there. Who knows, you might be able to use this opportunity to become a 9th grade golden immortal." Yi Xian kept him in suspense. A 9th grade golden immortal, the inner sect disciple trembled and hurriedly grabbed Yi Xian and left the weapon refinement hall. Then, he summoned a flying sword and left Xianxia. Yi Xian and the inner sect disciple shared a flying sword. He stood behind the inner sect disciple and smiled slightly. "The tranquil sacred lotus is mine." Under Yi Xian's guidance, the 8th grade golden immortal inner sect disciple flew north for a full hour. "Cousin, what are you talking about? Tell me quickly." "I can't wait." The inner sect disciple asked curiously. After all, this matter concerned his cultivation. This must be a fortuitous encounter. "All right, I'll tell you then." The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up as he said, "Actually, I'm not your cousin." As soon as he said that, Yi Xian summoned the Skyquake sword and slashed horizontally, instantly chopping off the inner sect disciple's head. The most important thing for immortals was their immortal heart. As long as their immortal heart wasn't broken, they wouldn't die. A mere head was nothing to him. "Cousin, what did you say?" But before he could react, his universe ring had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Not only that, but a hand had also appeared in front of his chest, pinching his immortal heart with unerring accuracy. "Give up resisting, or your immortal heart will shatter in the next moment," Yi Xian solemnly reminded him. The inner sect disciple felt his immortal heart being pinched and exerted force. If he didn't obey, he was afraid he would immediately die. However, he didn't know what Yi Xian meant by giving up resisting. In the next moment, he understood. On the way here, Yi Xian had secretly used Force Devour on this person. Originally, with 18 points of luck, the success rate of Force Devour should have been high, but this time it failed. However, there were times when one's luck was bad, and Yi Xian could understand. Thus, he used the normal method to put this person into the planting space. "Seeing that you're the cousin of the person I'm impersonating, and that you gave me the tranquil sacred lotus, I'll spare your life." Yi Xian grinned and threw this person into a corner of the planting space. Ding! The host has devoured a tranquil sacred lotus. Bewitchment points decreased by 5. In addition to the 1 point just now, Yi Xian's bewitchment points had dropped to 54 points. If he worked a little harder, it could be reduced to less than half. However, it had to be said that the amount of heaven and earth treasures required for bewitchment points was related to the level of the current realm. If Xian was a 6th-stage great golden immortal, the amount of heaven and earth treasures he required would definitely be more precious than now. After all, he was only a 5th-stage great golden immortal. First, I'll lower my bewitchment points to less than 50 points, then I'll consider leveling up. Xian thought to himself again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease leveling up. Moreover, what he had now was not enough for him to break through. After that, Xian stepped on his flying sword and returned to Xianxia. Then, he found the inner sect disciples' residence and ransacked it, but he still couldn't break through. However, he found something interesting in the interspatial ring that he had hidden. There's an explanation of the demonic realm passage? And there's a lot of information? Xian's eyes lit up. He did not understand why an inner sect disciple would be interested in the demonic world passage. Could it be that Xianxia wanted to open a passage to the demon realm and then have a great battle? It seemed that he had encountered a good thing. Wasn't his goal also to find a passageway to the demon realm and then go to the demon realm? At this time, he thought of another thing. The passage to the demonic realm was not so easy to open. It would take at least years. Perhaps it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. One had to know that time was nothing to immortals. Looks like I still have to investigate thoroughly. Maybe the immortal grade devouring system can speed up the opening of the passage to the demonic realm. Xian thought to himself. The immortal grade devouring system had many uses. It could repair teleportation arrays and speed up the opening of the passage to the demonic realm. However, there was another problem. He was only an outer sect disciple. How was he going to investigate? However, just as he was feeling puzzled, a group of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They were all dressed in black. Their auras were so powerful that they had surpassed the level of great overarching golden celestials. They were all overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When they released their auras, the entire Xianxia shook. Demonic cultivators. They're all demonic cultivators. No. The demonic cultivators are attacking. Everyone, get into formation. All the disciples of Xianxia could sense the demonic aura from the demonic cultivators. At the same time, the higher-ups of Xianxia also rushed out. Xianxia, right? Today is the day that your sect will be annihilated. Kill. The leader of this group of Shilma devil cultivators gives a loud shout, directly setting off a reign of terror. No one would have thought that this group of demonic cultivators would come and kill as they pleased. At the same time, somewhere in Xianxia, 3 Xianxia elders were looking at the scene in surprise. Enforcement elder, what's going on? Didn't we say that we would attack in 3 days? One of the elders looked at the white-haired old man standing in the middle. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "No, they're not the demonic cultivators from Hyman Mountain." Oh? Then they're from somewhere else. Why are they attacking Xianxia? The leader is a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Let the sect leader and the supreme elder deal with them. If they're injured, it'll be easier for us to carry out our mission in 3 days, the white-haired old man said with a faint smile. In that case, let's enter seclusion immediately. Otherwise, people will say that we're not helping. There were more than a dozen demonic cultivators attacking Xianxia. The weakest among them was a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In addition, devil cultivators had strong physiques and were slightly stronger than immortal cultivators at the same level. Therefore, even if the sect master and grand supreme elder of Profound Sky sect joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to get rid of this group of devil cultivators in a short time. How dare you attack my Xianxia? Die. A loud roar was heard. Several experts with strong auras charged out from the center of the Black Heaven sect and started fighting with this group of demonic cultivators in an instant. Meanwhile, Xian, an outer court disciple, was deep in thought as he watched the battle in the sky. They don't seem that strong. If Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Zhentian join forces, they should be able to deal with one of them. If I can obtain a corpse, I might be able to lower my bedevilment points. At that time, both Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Zhentian will be able to become overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After pondering for a moment, Xian decided to wait and observe the situation first. They did not have to kill the demonic cultivators, but they had to obtain the corpse. The demonic cultivators had one grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, 2 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and the rest were grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The demonic cultivators had already defeated many forces in the area. Now that they had arrived at the Xianxia zone, they did not expect the Xianxia zone to have so many experts. The sect leader and supreme elder of Xianxia zone were grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They had 4 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials and more than 20 grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials under their command. Clearly, the demonic cultivators were at a disadvantage. How dare you provoke the Xianxia? You're courting death. One of the Xianxia exalted celestials shouted furiously. The flying sword he controlled turned into a streak of light and pierced the devil heart of one of the demonic cultivators. This is a good opportunity. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately summoned Ghost Venerate Azura, Wei Zhentian, and the old tree who was a grade 8 great overarching golden celestial. In just a blink of an eye, 3 of them appeared near the corpse. 9 dragons galloping thunder. The old tree appeared next to the corpse in a flash and took the interspatial ring. Then, Xian quickly stored the interspatial ring in his storage space. Success! Xian grinned. The reason why the old tree was able to take away the interspatial ring was mainly because Azura Ghost Venerate had used the grasp of the underworld on the assassin. The old tree, Azura Ghost Venerate, and Wei Zhentian had disappeared not long after they appeared. Some people did not even see them. Be careful. There are still hidden enemies. The expert from Xianxia immediately reacted and shouted. Everyone became more cautious when they heard this. However, the devil cultivators were puzzled. Who were the hidden enemies? Damn it. The people from Hyman Mountain gave us false information. This Xianxia is a tough nut to crack. Retreat. The leader of the devil cultivators shouted and retreated quickly. After them. Leave no one alive. Sect leader Xianxia shouted. Be careful of the ambush. Xianxia's Grand Supreme Elder said through voice transmission. Since these devil cultivators dared to attack Xianxia with so few people, they must be up to no good. Therefore, they should not pursue them. Xianxia agreed with sect leader Xianxia's words. He only chased them out of Xianxia. However, since they outnumbered the devil cultivators, they did not suffer any casualties. On the other hand, the devil cultivators lost 3 grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Of course, those disciples had died unjustly. After the demonic Xiamoists left, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect turned his head and asked in astonishment, Elder Lin, what did you mean by a hidden enemy? I'm not sure. Just now, I clearly pierced a demonic cultivator's heart with my flying sword, but in the next moment, a figure took away his Qianquan ring. Even his corpse was gone, replied Elder Lin. A figure? What's his cultivation base? Sect leader Xianxiansong asked in shock. Elder Lin was a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could his loot be taken away? I sensed an 8th stage grade overarching golden celestial. Apart from that, there was also a 9th stage grade overarching golden celestial controlling me from afar. Elder Lin explained. 8th stage or 9th stage grade overarching golden immortal, how was this possible? Even a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial would find it difficult to steal the spoils under Elder Lin's watch, let alone a great overarching golden celestial. Elder Lin, are you sure? Sect leader Xianxianzong continued to ask. I'm very sure. I've clearly killed a demonic cultivator. I definitely didn't fall for his illusions. Elder Lin nodded. At this time, another elder at the side said, yes, I saw it too. It's really strange. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that there are still hidden experts in Xianxianzong. Investigate, investigate. Xianxianzong said. He speculated the young man's cultivation base was higher than Elder Lin's. He was a 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That was why Elder Lin had misjudged the young man's cultivation base. While everyone was discussing this matter, Xian had already hidden himself far away. He had already put away the corpse of the 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial along with his interspatial ring. Damn. So many things. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the interspatial ring. He speculated that if he had a breakthrough now, he would be able to break through from a 5th grade great overarching golden celestial to an 8th grade great overarching golden celestial or even a 9th grade great overarching golden celestial. Unfortunately, he could not increase his bedevilment points now that he had obtained a bedevilment point. Fortunately, there were many good items in the interspatial ring. Yi Xian's bedevilment points were reduced to 40 points. Therefore, he should be able to break through now. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a 6th grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding! Lightning Embers has broken through. Host is currently a 9th grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently a 1st grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. Host is currently a 1st grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bedevilment points have increased to 75 points. A series of system notifications rang in the air. Yi Xian had only broken through once, but his bedevilment points had increased from 40 points to 75 points. If he broke through again, he would definitely be bedeviled. My cultivation base has increased too quickly. Sigh. Yi Xian could only sigh. Although he had plenty of cultivation resources, he could not devour them. This was not a good feeling. Currently, he was a 6th grade great overarching golden celestial while the corpse of the 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial was a 6th grade great overarching golden celestial. The difference in their cultivation bases was so great that it would take him a long time to perform a soul search. However, this was a devil cultivator. Who knew if he came from the devil realm? With such a huge difference in their cultivation bases, Yi Xian was mentally prepared. However, on the 3rd day of the soul search, he sensed powerful auras around Xianxian. What powerful auras? There are so many experts. Are they trying to destroy Xianxian? Yi Xian recovered from the soul search. The auras of the devil cultivators were 3 times stronger than 3 days ago. There were at least 3 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seemed like there was going to be a big battle. Yi Xian loved this kind of big battle the most. He hurriedly put away the corpse of the devil cultivator and went out to observe. As an outer court disciple, he could not participate in such a big battle. However, he wanted to join in and see if he could get some corpses. At this moment, many figures were standing in front of Xianxian's mountain gate. These people were all dressed in black. There were more than 100 of them, and the weakest among them was a 9th grade great overarching golden celestial. Their combined strength was not to be underestimated. As for Xianxian's side, they had already begun to gather their men after the sect leader and the supreme elder had sensed the auras of the devil cultivators. This time, the people from the enforcement elders faction had gathered as well. If a fight broke out, Xianxian would not lose to these devil cultivators. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. The Hyman Mountain, a new force that has risen recently? The sect leader of Xianxian narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the newcomers. Are all of you here to die today? Die? Sect leader, you must be joking. Look at us. Do we look like we're here to die? A person suddenly stepped forward. It was the leader of the devil cultivators who had been defeated 3 days ago. Previously, he had been used by the people from Hyman Mountain to test Xianxian's strength. After that, he had caused a huge ruckus on Hyman Mountain. In the end, he had reached an agreement with the leader of Hyman Mountain to occupy Xianxian together. He was a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Together with the 2 leaders of Hyman Mountain, there were 3 of them. Xianxian also had 3 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, unbeknownst to them, the 3rd 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial in Xianxian's camp had colluded with the people from Hyman Mountain. Let's cut the crap. Celestials and devils can't coexist. Die. The sect leader of Xianxian shouted furiously as he made his move. Cultivators usually fought with flying swords. If they gathered together, they would have an advantage in a group fight. In just a blink of an eye, the 300 experts began to fight. It was a grand scene with countless flying swords flying everywhere. At this moment, Yixian was standing below with a faint smile on his face as he waited for both sides to suffer casualties. However, 3 seconds after the battle began, the experts under Zhuan Tianzong's command suddenly changed their targets after receiving a secret voice transmission from the enforcement elder. Kill! The enforcement elder shouted angrily. In just a blink of an eye, Zhuan Tianzong's people were severely injured. Many of them had even died. What? The sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuan Tianzong were shocked. Why would the enforcement elder attack his own people? Could it be that the enforcement elder had colluded with the people from Haimen Mountain? Right now, this was the only explanation. I don't want to explain. After today, there will be no more Zhuan Tianzong. The enforcement elder shouted angrily as he assisted the 3 experts from the devil cultivators in attacking the sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuan Tianzong. Initially, it was 3 against 3, but now, it was 4 against 2. Moreover, the devil cultivators were naturally strong, so the sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuan Tianzong were defeated in just a blink of an eye. Let's go. The sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuan Tianzong knew they were in trouble. They did not expect the enforcement elder, who was the most senior among them, would betray Zhuan Tianzong. In fact, when they were still disciples, the enforcement elder was already the enforcement elder. It's not that easy to leave now. Stay here. The enforcement elder instantly turned into a streak of light and blocked the path of the 2 experts. Soon after, the sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuan Tianzong were killed. As for the others, when they saw the 2 of them, they began to flee in all directions with a boom. What a joke! Even the sect leader and supreme elder, who were both 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials, had died. What was the point of them staying here? After all, they were facing devil cultivators. Ha ha ha, good. One of the leaders from Haimen Mountain laughed loudly. Now that the 2 troublemakers were dead, it was time for them to rule the world. Below, Zhuan Tianzong's disciples saw this tragedy and quickly fled. Even Yixian had the same thought. Although Ghost Empyrean Azura and Wei Zhentian had broken through to the overarching heavenly supreme immortal realm, they were not confident of defeating so many devil cultivators. Fortunately, he had also secretly taken away many interspatial rings during this battle. He had made a lot of money. However, just as he was hesitating, the battle in the air changed dramatically. Just now, the law-enforcing elder, who had assisted the Xiamoists in killing sect head Zhuan Tianzong and Grand Supreme Elder, was unexpectedly besieged by 3 Xiamoists and killed in an instant. He's too naive. He actually wants to cooperate with a demonic cultivator. The leader of Haimen Mountain sneered. Patriarch of Law Enforcement had negotiated with him before. As long as Zhuan Tianzong was killed, they would share the benefits equally. However, the words of a demonic cultivator were not trustworthy at all. Therefore, after the death of sect head Zhuan Tianzong and Grand Supreme Elder, they immediately went back on their word and killed the law-enforcing elder. The leader of the Xiamoists trembled when he saw this. He cursed inwardly. The great leader of Haimen Mountain looked at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. From now on, you're the 3rd leader of Haimen Mountain." What happened next was needless to say. Zhuan Tianzong's elites either died or fled. Rivers of blood flowed in Zhuan Tianzong, and corpses were strewn everywhere. However, there were still many people who did not care about their lives who were trying to steal the loot. One of them was Yixian. I collected the corpses of those elites on the spot. Although I collected many corpses, there were only 10 overarching heavenly supreme immortals. It's still not as good as 3 days ago, Yixian said helplessly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's still a level 6 grade overarching golden celestial here. Don't tell me he's so scared that his legs are weak? A level 1 overarching heavenly supreme immortal said in a deep voice as he stared at Yixian. Tisk, I'll start with you. Yixian snorted coldly. In the next moment, the 3 people from the old tree surrounded the demonic cultivator. Kacha, before the demonic cultivator could react, Azura Ghost Venerate's saber had fallen and cut his body and demonic heart in half. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yixian had already obtained the interspatial ring. Let's go. In an instant, Yi Xian broke through the void and left Xuantianzong. The battle had only lasted less than 10 seconds, but the Xuantianzong that had been established for a million years was destroyed in just 10 seconds. It was really unbelievable. However, there was a traitor in Xuantianzong, one of the 3 experts in Xuantianzong, so it made sense. In fact, Yi Xian could have asked the old tree and the others to go out and fight, but he did not do so because he had a hunch that something else might happen. Although I didn't gain much from this trip, my bedevilment points have been restored to 65 points. It seems that I'll be able to break through to the next stage soon. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was already far away from Xuantianzong. However, he had left a spy in Xuantianzong, Wei Zhentian, who had turned into an inconspicuous statue. Through their shared vision, Wei Zhentian could observe the movements of the devil cultivators from Haimen Mountain in Xuantianzong. At the same time, he took out the corpse of the first-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial that he had just killed and searched his soul. With the difference of 2 cultivation bases reduced, it was much easier to search his soul. It turned out that this group of devil cultivators did not come from the devil realm. They were originally from the celestial realm. They had just cultivated their devil hearts and gathered together. However, through Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian learned something from the first leader of Haimen Mountain. Meanwhile, in Xuantianzong, the enforcement elder of Xuantianzong said that there's a passageway to the devil realm under Xuantianzong, and it's almost ready. As long as the time is right, we'll be able to open a passageway to the devil realm. The first leader of Haimen Mountain said. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Find the passageway to the devil realm." Yes. The group of devil cultivators turned Xuantianzong upside down and finally found the original entrance to the devil realm. At this time, a formation had been set up around the passageway to the devil realm. However, this formation required a powerful devil cultivator. The first leader of Haimen Mountain said, "With the cultivation bases of the 3 of us, it shouldn't be a problem to open the passageway to the devil realm. However, we don't need to open it so quickly. Let's destroy the surrounding forces first." Although Yi Xian did not hear this, he knew that this group of devil cultivators had found the passageway to the devil realm. However, at this moment, ding. Host has triggered a random mission to open the passageway to the devil realm. Reward, time and space bloodline control time advancement. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Since the system mentioned opening a passage to the devil realm, it means it's possible. In that case, I'll destroy Haimen Mountain first. Yi Xian thought to himself as his eyes flashed. Celestial Eye, Eye of the Void. In just a blink of an eye, he returned to Xuantianzong. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding devil cultivators. However, the old tree and Azura ghost venerate had not met for a long time. Wei Zhentian, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Although he was only a grade 6 great overarching golden celestial, even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to do anything to him. After all, he had many different bloodlines. Although he was not as strong as Azura Ghost Venerate and the other 2 leaders, he was not an easy target. A bloodbath broke out in Xuantianzong. Haimen Mountain was quite strong. The weakest devil cultivator was a grade 9 great overarching golden celestial. There were dozens of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. At this moment, the 3 leaders had gone underground to look at the entrance to the devil realm. Therefore, there were not many elites on land. Eye of Azura. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate immediately activated his ultimate move, the Eye of Azura. In just a blink of an eye, all the devil cultivators who were grade 9 great overarching golden celestials and grade 1 overarching heavenly supreme celestials died tragically. Apart from that, those who had died in Xuantianzong earlier and those below grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials were resurrected by Azura Ghost Venerate's will of death. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of figures appeared. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Wei Zhentian had already transformed into his flying sword and began to kill. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that Wei Zhentian's sword blade storm was no longer as effective after Wei Zhentian transformed into a flying sword. After this battle, it would be better for him to pawn off the sword blade storm and add his devouring points to his other bloodlines. While the three leaders were away, Xian and the others took the opportunity to clean up the devil cultivators. Although there were still 4 fourth-grade overarching heavenly supreme immortals, Azura Ghost Venerate had no intention of fighting them. Rumble. When the 3 underground leaders heard the commotion, they immediately rushed to the surface to take a look. They found that corpses were strewn all over the place. Some of the dead had even been revived. What happened? The chief of Hyman Mountain was confused. When Xian discovered these people, he immediately ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to attack. After absorbing the death chi from so many people, the Eye of Azura had accumulated a huge amount of energy. After receiving Xian's order, he immediately targeted a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Eye of Azura, Divine Light of Azura. A terrifying black beam of light shot out and engulfed the 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in the air, indicating the death of the 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The old tree quickly appeared and took the interspatial ring. Then, Xian opened a portal and stored the old tree in his planting space. Swoosh, the portal to the void closed. Hyman Mountain had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Not only did they lose a 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but they had also lost all their 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and below. If the 3 leaders had not appeared, all of them would have died here. What's going on? The leader of the Black Barbarian Mountain shouted. Great Chief, I'm not sure either. Earlier, some enemies suddenly appeared, and those who died revived to attack us. I only remember that the strongest among them was a 1st grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a 9th grade overarching golden celestial who could teleport. A 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial explained. How did they manage to kill all of you with such a weak cultivation base? The chief could not believe his ears. He reckoned the other party was at least a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had concealed his aura. Otherwise, how could he have done this? The second leader of Hyman Mountain asked. Big brother, it doesn't matter how many useless trash we have. If we need more people, we can always recruit them. What should we do now? Xianxia has been destroyed, and a mysterious enemy has appeared. Let's open a passage to the Devil Realm and follow the army of the Devil Realm to turn the Celestial Realm upside down. The first leader of Hyman Mountain made up his mind. Following that, the 3 of them went underground again to activate the Grand Formation. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Zhentian, who was hiding in Xianxia, had overheard their conversation. Meanwhile, somewhere outside of Xianxia. They're going to open a passage to the Devil Realm? Xian raised an eyebrow. This would not do. After all, he had a random mission. If the passage to the Devil Realm was opened by someone else, he would not be able to complete the mission. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, it was not easy to open a passage to the Devil Realm. He had to collect his spoils of war first. Not bad. My bewitching points have dropped below 50 again. Xian was very satisfied with this result. He had gained quite a lot this time. However, the treasures required to lower his bewitching points were different for each cultivation stage. It was difficult to find a specific treasure. A treasure that could lower his bewitching points by 5 points when he was a grade 5 grade overarching golden celestial might only be able to lower his bewitching points by 1 point when he was a grade 6 grade overarching golden celestial. Now that Xian's bewitching points had dropped below 50, he reckoned he could break through again. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 grade overarching golden celestial. Ding. Lightning Fire Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 1 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. Host is now a grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Xian could feel his aura skyrocketing. However, his face turned pale in the next moment. Ding. Host's bewitching points have reached 96. This time, his breakthrough had actually increased his bewitching value by nearly 50 points. He was only 4 points away from being bewitched. Huff, 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 Xian was scared half to death. He immediately understood that the closer the gap between two breakthroughs, the faster the bewitching points would soar. Last time, his bewitching points had soared from 40 points to 75 points, an increase of 35 points. This time it had increased by 46 points. It was too terrifying. However, as long as Xian did not take the initiative to devour, he would not level up again. At this time, he was a grade 7 great overarching golden celestial. He would not be in danger. Let's go back and kill again. Xian grinned and broke through the void again. He returned to Xuantianzong. Now, there were probably not many people who could stop them. Xuantianzong was empty at this time. This was because the experts of Hyman Mountain had all gone underground to open the passage to the Devil Realm. At this moment, Xian let Azura Ghost Lord and Old Tree go down to scout the way. If they encountered anyone, they did not need to talk nonsense and directly killed them. As for Wei Zhentian, he turned into a small flying boat. Xian hid inside and would not be in danger. Meanwhile, in the underground. Whoosh! 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 The three leaders of Hyman Mountain and the other elites were standing in the middle of the grand formation. Demonic chi filled the entire cave. Although the formation was not a powerful one, with the help of a few elites, they should be able to open the passage to the Devil Realm within a day. Since the formation was not a powerful one, it was likely that the passage to the Devil Realm would be located in a place where the average strength of the Devil Realm was weaker. However, it did not matter. Once the passage to the Devil Realm was opened, the army of the Devil Realm would descend and enter the Celestial Realm through the passage. Xian no longer cared about the battle between the Celestial Devils and the Devil Realm. All he knew was that this was a mission given to him by the system. Through the shared vision, Xian saw the elites from Hyman Mountain. At the same time, the elites from Hyman Mountain noticed him as well. Kill! Upon hearing Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate and the Old Tree charged toward the enemies. Damn it! It's you again! A grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial from Hyman Mountain shouted angrily. At this moment, there were 3 grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestials and 3 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the Hyman Mountain side. However, Azura Ghost Venerate was already a grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was easy for him to deal with 3 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The only ones who could threaten him were the grade 3 and grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Most of Xuantianzong's possessions are in the hands of the 3 of you. Today, all of you must die. Xian's eyes glinted as he activated 3 slaughter seals. Celestial Slaying Puppet, appear. The celestial slaying puppet that had appeared before appeared again. Its strength was on par with the Old Tree's. Although the enemy had the upper hand in terms of numbers, what was Xian's most powerful weapon? It was unlimited resurrection. Their fighting style was extremely brutal. They would sacrifice 800 of their own men to injure 1,000 of their enemies. At the same time, Xian was looking for an opportunity to kill one of his enemies with the 1,000 severing slash. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. With the help of Azura Ghost Venerate the 3 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, the 3 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Celestial Slaying Puppet. The corners of Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Another immortal slaughtering puppet appeared and charged over. Although the 3 leaders of the Black Barbarian Mountain had left, the Azura Ghost Venerable could block 2 of them by himself. Old Shu could also block one of them by using the immortal slaying puppets. As for the others, they were all dead. Who are you people? The great leader. 2's. Leader. Facing this question, Xian didn't intend to answer. He directly said in his heart, Wei Zhentian, you go too. Wei ways heaven ways heaven. Unicorn, descend. This time, Xian summoned an ice-fire unicorn with both ice and fire attributes. However, Xian was only a grade 7 grade overarching golden celestial. Therefore, the ice-fire unicorn's strength was similar to the celestial slaying puppet. Attack one of them first. Xian, who was watching from a corner, gave the order to his men. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the new leader of Hyman Mountain. He was the leader of the devil cultivators who had attacked Xuantianzong. He was the weakest among the three of them. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Icefire Breath. Celestial Slaying Sword Technique. Everyone suddenly changed their target and attacked the 3 leaders of Hyman Mountain. After the Azura Ghost Venerate advanced, the grasp of the Netherworld was extremely powerful. The first grasp was enough to control the 3rd chieftain of the Hyman Mountain. The second grasp was enough to crush his bones. In addition to the other people's attacks, the 3rd leader of the Hyman Mountain was instantly heavily injured. Then, Wei Zhentian's flying sword pierced through his demon heart. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this time, Yi Xian had 2 more murderous seals, so he directly summoned a 3rd puppet. Now, it was 8 against 2. However, Yi Xian did not dare to break through now because he had already broken through twice today. The first time, the bewitchment value increased by 35, and the second time, it increased by 46. No one knew how much the 3rd time would increase, so Yi Xian held back for the time being. Right now, there were only 2 enemies left. In order to prevent them from self-destructing, Yi Xian had the Azura Ghost Lord deal with one of them while the rest of them surrounded the other one to ensure that nothing went wrong. The faces of the 2nd chief of Hyman Mountain and the 3rd chief, who had just joined, had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. If even a grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was killed in an instant, they would most likely die as well. Your Excellency, please leave some leeway for us so that we can meet again in the future. The 3 leaders of the Hyman Mountain hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian only found it funny and said, "Sorry, we won't meet again in the future." Under such circumstances, the 2nd and 3rd chiefs of Hyman Mountain did not have the ability to self-destruct, so they were both killed in less than 2 seconds. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the 2 system notifications. It seemed that this matter was over. If not for the fact that the array formation had been destroyed, Yi Xian would not have needed to use time reversal to salvage the situation. Fortunately, it did not fail this time. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. Ding, host's bewitchment value has decreased to 10 points. Yi Xian obtained the remaining 2 interspatial rings, which was a great harvest. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough and is now an 8th stage Great Principal Golden Immortal. Ding. Jean Leihua has broken through. He is now a 2nd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has made a breakthrough. He is now a 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Host's bewitchment points have increased to 83 points. Yi Xian's cultivation level rose again. Originally, his bewitchment value was 35 points. Fortunately, he didn't choose to break through just now. Otherwise, with an increase of 73 points, he would have exceeded 100 points. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into the array formation. Ding. To activate this formation, a devil cultivator at the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial level is required. The system prompted. There was no need to look for a demonic cultivator at the level of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Immortal. After all, the old tree was one. However, if the old tree was in charge of this formation, it would take 10 days to completely open the passage to the demon realm. 10 days. Yi Xian could still afford to wait. Moreover, he also needed some time to recover from the aftereffects of his rapid increase in cultivation. Then, the old tree entered the formation and began to preside over it. Yi Xian, on the other hand, stood guard at the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he decided to reorganize himself. Bladestorm, it's too late for Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian thought to himself as he recalled the Bladestorm. Ding. The Bladestorm has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 3 Devour points. Bladestorm had been with Yi Xian for a long time and had been upgraded several times. It was already quite good that it could be used as 3 Devour points. Then, Yi Xian used one Devour point to upgrade the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline's Immortal Doppelganger. Ding! The Immortal Doppelganger has been successfully upgraded. Beginning to condense the fourth Doppelganger. Ding! The fourth Doppelganger has been successfully condensed. In the Immortal Doppelganger's upgrade path, a new Doppelganger would be condensed after 3 upgrades. At the same time, in the case of triple integration, the combat power would be increased by 1.5 times. If it was quadruple integration, it would be increased by 1.3 times. As for the remaining 2 Devour points, Yi Xian decided to put them aside for the time being and plan for them in the future. Time passed day by day. Xuantianzong was annihilated and his disciples had all fled. There was no one more powerful than Xuantianzong in the surrounding area. Therefore, no one dared to approach Xuantianzong. Soon, the passage to the demon realm was almost completed. The passage to the demon realm will be opened in an hour. Then, I can complete the random mission. The time control will be upgraded and the flow of time in the planting dimension will change again. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. Although the flow of time in the planting dimension was of no use to him, it was very satisfying just thinking about it. An hour later. Ding! The demon realm formation has been opened. Host, do you want to activate it now? Yes. Yi Xian answered immediately. Rumble. A strange passage opened under Xuantianzong. This passage to the demon realm was actually a teleportation array that could allow one to cross from the celestial realm to the demon realm. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. The time control will be upgraded once. After hearing the system's notification, Yi Xian quickly checked the planting dimension. He found that the flow of time in the planting dimension had increased from 200 times to 400 times. Staying in the planting dimension for 400 years was only 1 day in the outside world. In addition, the time reversal ability that could be used once every 3 days was also changed to once every 2 days. The cooldown time was shortened. Ding! Host has triggered the chain random mission. First round, head to the demon realm. He had just completed a random mission and now he had triggered a chain random mission. The system was really treating Yi Xian well. Moreover, the first round of the chain random mission was given to him for free. Yi Xian originally wanted to go to the demon realm, but now he had completed the first round of the chain random mission for free. Next, I have to go to the demon realm and find the little demon king. I don't know when I can return to the celestial realm, Yi Xian thought to himself. In the celestial realm, he could do whatever he wanted, but in the demon realm, it was a different story. He cultivated the immortal heart, and the demon realm was full of demonic cultivators. These people cultivated the demon heart, so he could sense it immediately. Simply put, Yi Xian would become a rat crossing the street when the time came. After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian stood up and the array began to operate again. The last time Yi Xian ascended to the celestial realm from the mortal realm, it took him an hour. This time, however, it took him nearly 6 hours. It was said that there would be some problems with long-distance teleportation. The last time Yi Xian ascended, he was half a month late, so there was a gap of nearly 1,000 years between him and Caprice. How much time had passed in the celestial realm this time, however, this didn't matter to Yi Xian. After 6 hours, Yi Xian successfully arrived in the demon realm. At this time, he was in a forest. Below his feet was the demon realm's passageway. Anyone could come up and teleport to the celestial realm. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random mission. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had finally arrived in the demon realm. Although he was going to become a rat crossing the street, he had a demon king level friend here. As long as he found the little demon king, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random mission. Escape from the dragon's spine. Is the dragon's spine this place under my feet? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition. The mission was to escape. Could it be that he was trapped in a place like the Black Devil prison again? At this moment, Yi Xian turned his head to look. In the distant horizon, there was a scarlet word for kill. It was the death warrant. The little demon king is so far away from me, Yi Xian sighed. It seemed like it would not be easy to find the little demon king. However, he was the one who opened the passageway to the Devil Realm, and no one else had discovered it yet. Therefore, he decided to set up a concealment formation here to prevent the passageway from being discovered. This way, he might be able to use the passageway to return to the Celestial Realm in the future. Xian found a concealment formation in the Celestial Grade Devouring system and concealed the passageway to the Devil Realm. Then, he left in the direction of the little demon king. However, the dragon's spine was not as simple as he had imagined. As he walked, he felt that something was amiss. He was clearly moving toward the target of the death warrant, but now, he was at least 30 degrees away from the target. What was going on? There's something fishy about this fog. Xian raised an eyebrow. He tried a few times, but he could not find the right direction. Even he, the target of the death pursuit order, had veered off course for no apparent reason. Then, wouldn't the others be lost in it? However, at this moment, Xian suddenly sensed an aura. A third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Xian sensed the other party's cultivation base and summoned the Azura Ghost Venerate. Kill, Kacha, the Azura Ghost Venerate, who was also a third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, instantly killed the person and brought the corpse back. Soul search. Without hesitation, Xian began to soul search the corpse of the Devil Cultivator. He was an 8th grade overarching golden celestial, while the Devil Cultivator was a 3rd-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. There was a difference of 4 cultivation bases between them. It took him 2 days to soul search. After 2 days, Xian finally understood where he was. The dragon's spine was the place where a powerful devil dragon had fallen. After its death, its huge body became the dragon's spine, and no one was able to take it away. The Devil Cultivator belonged to the only faction in the dragon's spine, the Devil Dragon's Palace. A million years ago, the dragon's spine, and the dragon's palace. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the dragon's spine, they would never be able to leave. This demonic cultivator was from the demonic dragon palace. He had a token in his interspatial ring. With this token, he could find the location of the demonic dragon palace, but he couldn't leave. In other words, Xian was really trapped on the dragon's spine. Is the dragon's dragon? Xian could not help but sigh. Of course, it might have been affected by the white fog and deviated from its path. The old tree could not help but ask, could this devil dragon be a 9 heavens Xian celestial beast? Yes, it could be a pure yang true celestial as well. Xian could not help but gulp as he nodded. Such a huge devil dragon had to be a super fierce beast. At the very least, it had to be a 9 heavens Xian celestial who was stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or a pure yang true celestial. That was why the Devil Dragon's palace was trapped here. It seemed like they were in trouble. The palace master of the Devil Dragon's palace is a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He's at least 10,000 times stronger than he was at the Hyman Mountain, Xian thought to himself. He had learned all this from the disciple of the Devil Dragon's palace. It seemed like it would not be easy for him to leave this place. However, there was always a way. He could just fly back to the celestial world and find a new place to open a passage to the Devil Realm. Let's not go back yet. Let's take a look at the Devil Dragon's palace first, Xian thought to himself. However, there was a very serious problem at hand. Previously, he had been able to sneak into the Xuantianzong because he was an immortal cultivator. Now that he was in the Devil Realm, any devil cultivator would be able to recognize him. It would not be easy to enter the Devil Dragon's palace. The Devil Dragon's palace is so strong. There should be many natural treasures that can lower the bewitching points. As long as I can lower the bewitching points, I can break through. With that in mind, Xian rushed toward the Devil Dragon's palace with the token of acceptance in his hand. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any immortal cultivators in the Dragon's Ridge. Even devil cultivators would rarely come to the Dragon's Ridge. After all, the terror of the Dragon's Ridge had long spread. No one dared to come in and explore. In the eyes of the devil cultivators outside, the Dragon's Ridge was a place of no return. Anyone who entered would die. Fortunately, the Dragon's Ridge could produce many natural treasures. The Devil Dragon Palace was self-sufficient. Other than being isolated from the rest of the world, there was no difference. However, devil cultivators were known for their cruelty and bloodlust. Even if they were isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years, they would not change their habits. For this reason, the battles in the Devil Dragon's palace were extremely intense. With the token of acceptance in his hand, Xian could sense the disciples of the Devil Dragon Palace who were out hunting. When they sensed Xian's presence, they immediately rushed toward him. There's a rule in the Devil Dragon's palace. Those who leave the Devil Dragon's palace are allowed to kill each other. Since these people have sensed my token of acceptance, they must be here to kill me and steal my treasures. Xian immediately understood what was going on. Since Xian had sensed the token of acceptance, he could not figure out the cultivation base of the other party. However, he was not afraid of them since he could use the Eye of the Void in this place. Moreover, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian were third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was comparable to a sixth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If they used their trump cards, even a seventh-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be a match for them. There were not many seventh-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Devil Dragon Palace. Soon after, a group of 5 people entered Xian's detection range. The leader was a 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial while the other 4 were 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Azura Ghost Venerate, Wei Zhentian, go get rid of them. Xian ordered. Upon hearing this order, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian immediately charged out. In just a few seconds, they returned with corpses in their hands. Although they're 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials, their income is much less than the 3 leaders of the Hyman Mountain. The demon realm is barren. No wonder they want to take over the immortal realm. They really are poor. Xian shook his head helplessly. Although the income was not much, his bedevilment points had decreased significantly. He was only left with 75 bedevilment points. The Demon Dragon Palace was very cruel. After all, they did not need to feed so many people. Therefore, the internal strife was very intense. Moreover, the Celestials had a lifespan of 1 million years, so they were not in a hurry to search for treasures. Therefore, there were not as many people in the dragon's spine as Xian had expected. Even so, he still encountered a few groups of disciples. However, their cultivation bases were not high. They were only 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials at most. After a few rounds of robbing and killing, Xian's bedevilment points were reduced to less than 50 points. Although it had been 10 days since his last breakthrough, it was just a blink of an eye for others. Therefore, Xian still did not dare to break through. At this time, Xian had already concealed his aura and arrived at the Demon Dragon Palace. Although I can exchange for items that can change my Celestial Heart's aura in the Celestial Grade Devouring system, I'll be discovered if my opponent is more than 6 stages higher. The Palace Master of the Demon Dragon Palace is a 9th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed like he could only hunt outside the Demon Dragon Palace and slowly increase his strength. He continued to wander around the dragon's spine. This time, it took him a week. After a week, his bedevilment points were finally reduced to less than 30 points. It had been half a month since his last breakthrough. It should not be a problem for him to break through now. No, if I break through, the treasures that can reduce my bedevilment points will be more valuable. I should first reduce my bedevilment points to 0. Xian suddenly thought of this. He was now a 8th-grade great overarching golden celestial. His 30 bedevilment points should be reduced to 0 soon. However, once he broke through to a 9th-grade great overarching golden celestial, 30 bedevilment points would take him more time, at least 5 times longer. Therefore, he wandered around the Demon Dragon Palace for more than 10 days before his bedevilment points were reduced to 0. Now, he could finally break through. It's been a month since my last breakthrough. Moreover, my bedevilment points have decreased. It seems like it's about time. Xian thought to himself before he began to devour treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th-grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding! Lightning Fire Ember has broken through. He is now a 3rd-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. He is now a 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. The host's bewitchment value has reached 20 points. After breaking through a month later, Yi Xian's bewitched points had only reached 20 points, which was still within his expectations. Since that was the case, he could continue to break through. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Jean Leihua has broken through. He is now a 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has made a breakthrough. He is now a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Host's bewitchment points have increased to 75 points. Another series of system notifications rang out. Currently, Yi Xian had also surpassed the great overarching golden celestial stage and became an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian had also broken through to become 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their combat prowess was extremely shocking. It was likely that they would be able to kill their way into the Demon Dragon Palace. I'll kill my way into the Demon Dragon Palace and break through again. At that time, no one will be a match for them. Yi Xian thought to himself. Naturally, the Demon Dragon Palace was not his ultimate goal. His goal was to leave the Dragon's Ridge. To leave the Dragon's Ridge, he had to be strong enough. The Demon Dragon Palace was a stepping stone for Yi Xian to become stronger. Yi Xian immediately boarded the swift boat that Wei Zhentian had transformed into and made his way to the Demon Dragon Palace. The Demon Dragon Palace was originally a force in the outer world. After the palace master of the Demon Dragon Palace had found the treasure land, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. He had broken through from a 7th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Unfortunately, even though he was a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was still unable to find the way out of the Dragon's Ridge. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the Demon Dragon Palace with the old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerate. Cultivator? Where did he come from? One of the disciples guarding the Demon Dragon Palace was surprised. The Demon Dragon Palace had been trapped here for 1,000,000 years. This was the first time they had seen a cultivator. No matter what, they had to kill him first. However, this 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial disciple's demon heart was shattered by the old tree's punch. Instant kill. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification rang, Yi Xian had already charged into the Demon Dragon Palace. A bloodbath instantly broke out in the Demon Dragon Palace. If he was facing an immortal cultivator, Yi Xian would more or less go easy on him and wouldn't kill him. However, he would not show mercy to a devil cultivator. Eye of Azura. The Azura Ghost Venerate did not hesitate as he unleashed his ultimate move. Although there were several tens of thousands of disciples in the Demon Dragon Palace, they were all overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Including those below the great overarching golden celestial stage, there were more than 1,000,000 disciples. As soon as the Eye of Azura was unleashed, those who had a lower cultivation base than the Azura Ghost Venerate were instantly killed. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. In just a blink of an eye, countless people were killed. The Azura Ghost Venerate had also gathered a large amount of death chi. There's an enemy attack. The people in the Demon Dragon Palace immediately rushed out. However, they were shocked by what they saw. Many of their fellow disciples had launched attacks at them. The Azura Ghost Venerate had the death will so he could resurrect those who were at the same cultivation base as him. Before this, Yi Xian had already formed a slaughter seal. When the Eye of Azura was unleashed, he instantly had 4 more slaughter seals. At this moment, a large number of 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials appeared. For this reason, Yi Xian marked one of them and attacked with the Eye of Assassination. Come, celestial slaying sword formation. The 5 slaughter seals disappeared as the celestial slaying sword formation spread out with Yixian as the formation core. At the same time, Yixian used the slaughter seals again. A strong wind blew within the celestial slaying sword formation. In just a few seconds, all of the 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials were killed. Following that, 4 more slaughter seals appeared in Yixian's hand. It was enough for him to use them again. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Dragon Palace had also heard the commotion. At this moment, the high-ranking overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to appear one after another. Azura Ghost Venerate, Old Tree, both of you go. Yixian commanded. As for Wei Zhentian, he stood guard by Yixian's side. The Demon Dragon Palace was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Many of the dead were resurrected to join the battle. Yixian took advantage of this opportunity to collect the interspatial rings. This was the first time he had seen so many interspatial rings. Ding, host's bewitchment value has returned to 0. A system notification sounded. After consuming a large amount of heaven and earth treasures that could reduce bewitchment points, Yixian's bewitchment points returned to 0. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Lightning Fire's ember has broken through. He is now a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through to a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. He's now a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding, host's bewitchment value has reached 88 points. Because he had just broken through twice, the 3rd time he broke through, he directly added 88 points. At this moment, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Venerate Azura, who were both grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, were invincible. Hey, which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my demonic dragon palace? An explosive shout came from the sky. Yixian turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man in black quickly flying over. A 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Hall? Yixian looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. So what if he was a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Eye of Azura, Divine Light of Azura. Ghost Venerate Azura, who had absorbed a large amount of death chi, blinked the large eye on his chest. A gloomy black pillar of light shot out and instantly pierced through the Demon Dragon Hall Master's heart. The next moment, Yixian felt his killing intent increase by a lot. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Hall was dead. The entire Demon Dragon Palace was in a state of panic. They had been trapped in the Dragon's Ridge for countless years. Now, a few mysterious people had suddenly appeared and killed the strongest in their hearts. This was unacceptable to them for a while. However, Yixian couldn't be bothered with the others. He hurried over and took the Demon Dragon Hall Master's universe ring. Ding, host's bewitchment value has returned to 0. Another system notification sounded. However, this time, Yixian did not dare devour any more breakthroughs. This was because he knew that the next time he broke through, his bewitchment points would definitely exceed 100. At that time, he would directly turn into a demon. Kill all 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and above. At this time, Yixian gave another order to everyone. The people from the Demon Dragon Palace trembled in fear when they saw the death of their palace master. Even the 8th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials fled in fear. Of course, Yixian would not let them off so easily. Since Ghost Venerate Azura was a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he could easily kill them. In less than half a minute, all of the high-level overarching heavenly supreme celestials were dead. Yixian's gains were extremely shocking. As for the low-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and great overarching golden celestials, Yixian could not be bothered to deal with them. If I devour all of these cultivation resources, I'll be able to become a grade 6 or even grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yixian shook his head helplessly as he looked at the piles of heavenly treasures in the devouring space. Unfortunately, he could not make a breakthrough for now. He could only maintain his cultivation base as a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, these things could be given to Luoluo. Moreover, the flow of time in the planting space had increased by 400 times. A year in the planting space was less than a day in the outside world. Although Luoluo did not have a celestial heart or a devil heart, with the planting space, her cultivation base had caught up. Currently, she was a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With these heavenly treasures, it would not take long for her to surpass Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Zhentian. For this reason, Yi Xian decided to nurture Luoluo first. Now that the Demon Dragon Palace was destroyed, all of its members were scattered all over the dragon's spine. Yi Xian searched the Demon Dragon Palace but did not find anything. This was a tricky situation. Initially, he thought the Demon Dragon Palace would have discovered something on the dragon's spine. He did not expect the Demon Dragon Palace to be helpless as well. However, when he recalled the Demon Dragon Palace had been trapped in the dragon's spine for millions of years, it made sense. At this moment, Yi Xian was wandering around with a map of the inner area of the dragon's spine in his hand. Occasionally, he would come across some disciples of the Demon Dragon Palace, but they were all thrown into the planting space. The dragon's spine was divided into the inner area and the outer area. The inner area was the area around the Demon Dragon Palace where there was no fog. However, there was a large amount of fog in the outer area. Even Yi Xian, who had a death hunting order, could not escape. Yi Xian walked around the area for more than 10 days, but he did not find anything. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to more than 10 years in the planting space. Luoluo had been cultivating in the planting space for so long. With the help of the heavenly loathsome fox bloodline and the many heavenly treasures, she had broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. What's the secret of the dragon's spine? Yi Xian was confused. Was he going to be trapped here like the demonic dragon palace? After another 5 days, he still could not find a way out. Half a month had passed since the Demon Dragon Palace was destroyed. For this reason, Yi Xian decided to devour more heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through to a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Thunder Fire Ember has broken through to a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment points have increased to 30. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Although Yi Xian and the others' cultivation bases had increased, Yi Xian still felt it would be difficult to leave the dragon's spine. Therefore, he decided to search for another month. If he still could not leave, he would return to the celestial realm and reopen a passage to the devil realm to look for the little devil. Since the Demon Dragon Palace had been destroyed and very few people entered the dragon's spine, Yi Xian was not worried. He kept all the disciples he encountered in the planting space. After all, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Who knew if there might be some heavenly treasures that could lower the bewitchment points? However, they did not find anything even after searching for a few days. However, on the 5th day, Luoluo suddenly discovered something. "Young master," Ribgu said, "there's a strange bone here." Luoluo suddenly transmitted her voice to Yi Xian. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurried over. Soon after, he discovered a towering mountain. However, it was not a mountain but a huge bone. Even with the eye of revelation, I have to look at it carefully for a few seconds before I can find it. If even I can't find it, there's no need to mention the others. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling he had found the right bone this time. "Clear the surroundings," Yi Xian ordered. Following that, the old tree and the others blasted the mountain apart, revealing the white bone inside. Could this bone belong to the demon dragon? Yi Xian thought to himself before he ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to attack. The attack was swift and fierce, but when Azura Ghost Venerable's saber landed on the bone, it could not leave a mark on it. It was so hard, it seemed that it was the bone of the demonic dragon. System, analyze. At that moment, Yi Xian flashed over and swept his gaze over. Ding. The object is the tailbone of a powerful immortal beast. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian could be sure, since it was the tailbone of the demonic dragon, there might be some clues. Immediately, the crowd circled around the tailbone to see if there was anything wrong with it. As for Wei Zhentian, he was in charge of digging up the soil around the tailbone. Young master, there's a hole here. The white fog came out from there. At this moment, Luo found something. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian hurried over and found a small hole with a diameter of 1 centimeter on the tailbone. Wei Zhentian, go in and take a look. Yi Xian immediately turned Wei Zhentian into a thin needle and drilled in. There was another world inside. The demonic dragon's body was huge. Just a small piece of its tailbone was like a mountain peak. The inside of its bone was definitely not small. At this moment, Wei Zhentian entered the bone. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and drilled in. Everyone came in together. Haha, fortunately, Wei Zhentian can transform. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come in. Yi Xian grinned. It was impossible for humans to come in through such a small hole. Even immortals could not, unless they could cut it open. However, this demonic dragon was at least a 9-heaven Xian immortal. Even if it was dead, its bones could not be damaged by ordinary people. Azura Ghost Venerable had tried just now. It was no wonder that the demonic dragon palace was trapped here. Even if they found the small hole, they would not be able to do anything. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable, the two of you go and find the way. Yi Xian said to the two of them. As for him, he hid in the heaven-shaking ship. After all, this place might be dangerous. As for Luo, she returned to the planting space and continued to cultivate. Every day in the outside world was very precious to her. Sure enough, the interior of this dragon skeleton was not that simple. The old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerable who had gone to scout ahead directly sent back news. There was danger ahead. Bone warriors? Comparable to a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This was 2F** king ridiculous. The palace master of the demon dragon palace was only a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was unbelievable that 3 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial bone soldiers would appear in front of him. However, Yi Xian calmed down when he recalled that this demon dragon was at least a 9 heaven Xian immortal. So what if he was a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Even the old tree could deal with him, let alone the Azura Ghost Venerable. Soon, Yi Xian arrived and saw the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerate fighting 3 bone soldiers. The old tree said, "Little young master, although the bone soldiers' combat strength isn't strong, their defense is amazing. Even Ribgu's full-powered saber attack couldn't kill them. Ribgu's full-powered saber attack should be able to injure a 9 heaven Xian immortal expert. However, these bone soldiers must have been born from the bones of the demon dragon after countless years." Yi Xian said slowly. The old tree frowned and asked, "What should we do then? Should we force our way in or?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Azura Ghost Venerable, capture one of them. I'll see if I can subdue it." Ghost Exalt Azura's eyes flickered, and he practically instantly captured a bone soldier. As for the remaining 2, he left them to Elder Shu and Wei Zhentian. Force Devour. Yi Xian approached the bone soldier and tried to use Force Devour. Ding. Force Devour failed. The grade of the bone soldier was unknown. Since Yi Xian was only a 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it was impossible for him to subdue it. Since that did not work, he would try the next move. Thousand Cleave. Yi Xian took out the departing flame celestial sword and slashed. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang in Yi Xian's ears. There were a total of 2,000 vibrations. Unfortunately, the Thousand Cleave was still unable to kill the bone soldier. Looks like this is going to be tricky. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Young master, why don't we wait here for the time being? Maybe we can do it when your strength has increased, the old tree reminded him. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, "All right, in that case, let's wait for a while. Let me break through first." He had destroyed the demon dragon palace and obtained a lot of natural treasures. Now, his bedevilment points had returned to 0. However, since it had not been long since his last breakthrough, he was waiting for some time. Then, he tried to use Force Devour on the other 2 bone soldiers. However, he still did not succeed. Wei Zhentian, trap the three of them. We'll wait here for a few days. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. To be honest, Yi Xian did not want to let the three bone soldiers go. After all, the bone soldiers were born from the demon dragon's corpse. The corpse of a nine heavens mystic celestial was a huge source of income for him and the old tree. How could he let them go? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhentian quickly transformed into a ball. Then, Azura Ghost Celestial threw the three bone soldiers into the ball and trapped them. The three bone soldiers were only grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so they could not break through Wei Zhentian's defense. Then, Yi Xian asked the old tree to wait at the end of the tailbone while he returned to the outside. Time passed slowly. After 7 days, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he began to devour natural treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Celestial has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Thunder Fire Ember has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Celestial has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bedevilment points have reached 60. When Yi Xian had broken through to become a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his bedevilment points had been reset to 0. When he broke through again, his bedevilment points had increased by 60. Then, he devoured a large amount of natural treasures to reduce his bedevilment points to 0. However, he had almost used up all the treasures he had obtained from the Demon Dragon Palace. I'm now a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Azura Ghost Celestial and Wei Zhentian are now grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart, then let Wei Zhentian release a bone soldier. Azura Ghost Lord, grind it to dust. Upon hearing this order, Azura Ghost Lord instantly charged forward, slashing at the bone soldier's head with his broadsword. Gotcha! This time, Azura Ghost Lord finally broke through the defense, which made Yi Xian very pleased. It had to be said that this demonic dragon was really too strong. Its bones were very hard even after death. Soon, Azura Ghost Lord shredded a bone soldier into bone fragments, which were then stored in Yi Xian's planting space. Now that the first bone soldier was dealt with, it was time for the second one. In a short while, all 3 bone soldiers were dealt with. Good, it's time to go in and take a look. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the Eye of the Void again and arrived at the dragon bones. Wei Zhentian still turned into a flying boat, and Yi Xian hid inside while the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord led the way. In these 7 days, the old tree explored the interior of the dragon bones countless times, turning the surroundings upside down. The map was already copied in the immortal level devouring system. There were hundreds of bone soldiers nearby, which was enough for Azura Ghost Lord to deal with for a while. After Azura Ghost Lord was dealt with, the old tree took the opportunity to continue exploring. With his current strength, the bone soldiers couldn't catch up to him at all. With the shared vision, the immortal level devouring system automatically drew a map of the interior of the dragon bones. Gotcha! 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 Crisp sounds rang out from the dragon bones, which were the sounds of Azura Ghost Lord continuously dealing with the bone soldiers. With Azura Ghost Lord's current strength, it would take a lot of time to kill a bone soldier, but Yi Xian had all the time, so he wasn't in a hurry. 10. 20. 30. 40. The number of bone soldiers decreased little by little, and the broken bones were directly stored in the devouring space by Yi Xian. These things weren't inferior to natural treasures, and there were a lot of them. Yi Xian reckoned that he didn't lack items for leveling up in these few realms. However, half a day after they entered the Dragon Bones maze, Ember of Thunderfire has died. Ember of Thunderfire has revived. Suddenly, 2 system notifications rang out, catching Yixian off guard. Upon hearing this, Yixian shuddered. Why did the old tree die? The old tree was an 8th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength should have surpassed ordinary 9 heavens mysterious celestials. Young master, there's a red variant bone soldier over there. It's so strong. I accidentally let it pierce through my demon heart. The old tree quickly said. A red mutated bone soldier? When Yixian heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The old tree was now an 8th tier Daluo golden immortal, so he could fight across 3 realms. In other words, he could fight against a 2nd tier 9 heaven Xian immortal. However, those that were capable of instantly killing him were likely rank 3 9 heavens mystic immortals, or even rank 4 9 heavens mystic immortals. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the Dragonbone maze. Yixian trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Not good, he's here. The Azura Ghost Venerate dashed into the fork in the passageway. The old tree quickly followed behind him. Boom! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the sound of an intense battle reverberated in the passageway. Yixian did not notice it earlier. However, now that he shared his vision with the Azura Ghost Venerate, he saw the red variant bone soldier. No, it should be called a bone general. Bone soldiers usually attacked with both hands, but this bone general was wielding 2 bone tridents. Clang! 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 The Azura Ghost Venerate and the old tree joined forces, but they were unable to gain any advantage from the bone general. Instead, their bodies were riddled with holes from the bone general's bone tridents. What powerful strength! Wei Zhentian, go and help as well. When Yixian saw that the situation was not good, he quickly ordered Wei Zhentian to help. At the same time, he ordered the Azura Ghost Venerate to activate his Undying War Soul, increasing his combat strength by 3 times. Once the Undying War Soul was activated, the situation stabilized. Both sides were evenly matched. At this moment, the cowardly Yixian finally dared to approach the Bone General. Death Hunt Command. 9 Dragon Lightning Fire Shield. Extreme Void Shield. Since the Bone General was so strong, Yixian decided to test out the 1000 Cleaving Slash. Eye of Assassination. While the Bone General was being held back by the Azura Ghost Venerate and the other 2, Yixian suddenly appeared behind the Bone General and struck with his sword. Bang! 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 The 1000 Cleaving Slash began to vibrate violently. However, Yixian was only a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial while the Bone General was only a 4th grade 9 heavens mystic celestial. Therefore, the 1000 Cleaving Slash was useless against the Bone General. With the Undying War Soul, the Azura Ghost Venerate and the other 2 are able to fight the Bone General to a draw. If the Undying War Soul lasts for a long time, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill the Bone General. Yixian thought to himself. For this reason, he reckoned the Azura Ghost Venerate would have to break through again to become a 9 heavens mystic celestial. Forget about him. Let's go. Yixian decided to retreat for now. Once he broke through again, he would be able to kill the Bone General. Swoosh, the door to the void closed, and Yixian left the Dragon Bone. As for the old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerate, there was no need for them to leave. They would fight to the death. Although the 1000 Cleaving Slash was not very effective, it was enough to injure the Bone General. Yixian decided that he would enter the Dragon Bone every day and let the Azura Ghost Venerate, who had activated the Undying War Soul, harass the Bone General. Although it was not very effective, it should be able to injure the Bone General. Time passed by slowly. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. I've used up all the treasures. Although my bewitchment points can only be restored to 10 points, it should be fine after such a long time. Yixian thought to himself. Then, he began to devour the remaining treasures and bones. Host has broken through to a 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through to a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian have broken through to a 1st grade 9 heavens mystic celestial. Host's bewitchment points have increased to 64 points. Now that they were strong enough to kill the Bone General, Yixian decided to enter the Dragon Bone. It did not take long before he found the Red Bone General. Undying War Soul, kill him! Yi Xian shouted. Then, Azura Ghost Venerate, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian charged toward the Bone General. This time, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian did not break through to become a 9th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Instead, they broke through to become a 1st-grade 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. With the help of the Undying War Soul, the ferocious Bone General was killed in less than 10 rounds by the joint forces of the Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian. Then, Yi Xian put the Bone General away. Huff. Huff. After fighting for so long, we finally killed the Bone General. Yi Xian sighed in relief when he saw the pile of bone dust. He had to admit that the Bone General was very difficult to deal with. However, Yi Xian did not think that there was only one Bone General in this Dragon Bone Maze. Moreover, perhaps there was an existence stronger than the Bone General? This Bone General is comparable to a 4th stage 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. If we use our trump cards, we can kill it. However, if there is an even stronger one, it will be troublesome. I don't have any heaven and earth treasures that can reduce the bewitchment points. Even if there are so many bone fragments, I can't level up. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but have a headache. If there was an existence stronger than the Bone General, and they couldn't get a heaven and earth treasure to reduce the bewitchment points, it would probably be difficult to get out. It seemed that they could only take one step at a time. In the following time, Yi Xian still cleaned up the bone soldiers in this Dragon Bone Maze, and at the same time, encountered one Bone General after another. He estimated that if there was no bewitchment point limit, he could use these bone fragments to break through to the 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, without a heaven and earth treasure to reduce the bewitchment points, he didn't dare to break through. This Dragon Bone Maze was very large, and naturally, this Dragon Bone Maze was not small. In addition, there were crisscrossing passages, as well as the fog that made people lose their sense of direction. If Yi Xian didn't have the immortal level devouring system and the Eye of the Void, he would probably be trapped inside and die. After these days of wandering, he had already walked through this Dragon Bone Maze. The entire maze was a huge dragon bone, and he found the dragon head from the tail. As for the Pathfinder, it was naturally Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord. However, this time, they encountered a tricky existence. The purple bone creature should be stronger than the Bone General. For the time being, I'll call it the Bone King. Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, he let Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord enter the skull to explore and found a purple Bone King. At the same time, this purple Bone King killed Old Tree on the spot, and then even Azura Ghost Lord was no match for it and killed it. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that this Bone King was a grade 6 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. On their side, Yi Xian was a grade 6 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Old Tree was a grade 9 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, and Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were grade 1 9 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. General was a grade 6 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal Realm, Azura Ghost was a grade 6 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. If it was a Bone General, Ghost Lord Azura would be able to deal with him. He would probably be able to put up a fight against a tier 5 9 Heavens Mystic Immortal. Yi Shui Yi Xian Immortal 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 Azura Immortal 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 Yi Immortal Yi Immortal 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 Im Immortal 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 Imps T. However, no matter what, he had to leave this damned place. Yi Be. After making his decision, Yi Xian ordered Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 9 Heaven Mystic Immortals to attack. However, the Bone King's strength was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. It had taken less than 10 rounds to kill Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian. The gap between their strength was too big. With my strength, I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly if I appear in front of it. Even the 1000 Severing Slash won't be effective against it. How am I supposed to kill it? Yi Xian thought to himself as he ordered Old Tree and the other 2 9 Heaven Mystic Immortals to charge to their deaths. The Bone King was too strong. Even if Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian joined forces, they would not be able to break through it, let alone reach the Great Bone Door. It seemed like they had to add more people to their team. Luo? No, she's still very close to becoming a 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. Moreover, she won't be resurrected. I can't let her take the risk. Yi Xian shook his head and thought about it again. He could only summon Unicorn and the immortal slaying puppet. There were a lot of broken bones in his devour space. If he had enough bewitchment points, he could break through again. At that time, he would be able to fight the Bone King. Unfortunately, his bewitchment points had reached 64 points. If he broke through again, his bewitchment points would rise to 36 points. Then, he would be bewitched. The defense of this dragon bone maze is above that of the Bone Generals. Even Azure Ghost Lord couldn't break through it. I don't have any heaven and earth treasures to lower the bewitchment points. It seems that I can only wait. Yi Xian sighed. But in the next moment, he suddenly remembered something. Other than time and specific heaven and earth treasures, there was another way to lower the bewitchment points, and that was to use devour points. He now had 2 devour points. If he used them to lower the bewitchment points, he could lower it by 20 points. At that time, he should be able to break through again. However, he then thought of another problem. What would happen if he broke through again? He had no more ores for Azure Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian to break through. At most, he only had broken bones to help the old tree break through. At that time, even if he was a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial and the old tree was a grade 1 9 heavens mystic celestial, it would be useless. Moreover, devour points were precious. It was not worth it to waste them here. Currently, there were only 2 options. The first was to wait here, and the second was to return to the celestial realm and open a passage to the devil realm. Of course, there was another way, but Yi Xian could not guarantee that it would work. He could lure the Bone King out so he could take the opportunity to destroy the white bone door and escape. I'll try to lure the Bone King out. If it doesn't work, I'll have to return to the celestial realm. Yi Xian made up his mind. However, he could only make a move tomorrow because he had already used his undying war soul. Soon, another day had passed. On the second day, Yi Xian was ready to set off. His plan was simple. He would lure the Bone King out and send Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a needle, over. Then, he would enter the white bone door and see if he could destroy it. The Bone King was in a room at the end of the hall. If they wanted to enter the room, they would have to go around a corner. Previously, as soon as they appeared, the Bone King rushed forward and blocked them, not allowing them to enter the room. Even Old Shu, who had the ability to teleport, was pierced through by the spikes shot by the Bone King at the moment of his arrival and died. This time, Yi Xian asked Wei Zhentian to transform into a swift boat and shrink it. That way, it would be more durable. Naturally, Yi Xian had to appear as well. At that time, he could summon Wei Zhentian instead of the Bone King. Let's go. After making the necessary preparations, Yi Xian gave the order in his heart. In an instant, Ghost Lord Azura and the other 2 appeared. Kacha! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Bone King's speed had exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. In just a split second, it had killed Old Tree, who was at the forefront. Next, it was Azura's turn. Undying War Soul. Grasp of the Underworld. Azura reached out with his right hand. An invisible force wrapped around the Bone King, but it was immediately neutralized by the Bone King. Previously, Old Tree, Azura, and Wei Zhentian had joined forces, but they could not last more than 10 moves against the Bone King. 5 of those moves had been blocked by Azura alone. After all, it did not have an immortal heart nor a demon heart. It would only die when it was damaged to a certain extent. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the Bone King had discovered this after a few battles. Kacha, the Bone King pierced the 2 bone tridents into Azura's chest at lightning speed. Then, he pulled them apart, splitting Azura into 2. The original 10 moves had been shortened to 5. F*CK, this Bone King's combat awareness can still be upgraded. I only have one chance. Yi Xian gulped a mouthful of saliva. Although Azura had been split in 2, it was not dead. It continued to slash down and stuck the Bone King's neck. Now was Yi Xian's chance. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree. Yi Xian instantly summoned the Old Tree and appeared beside Azura. As for Wei Zhentian, he was summoned to a room far away. The Bone King was guarding the white bone door. When someone entered the room, it did not care about Azura and the Old Tree. It turned and ran back. What? It didn't use the bone spikes on its back to kill Wei Zhentian? Yi Xian was shocked. He had thought that the Bone King would shoot the bone spikes on its back, but it ran back instead. However, this was also a good opportunity. It meant that the door of the room was empty. Charge in! Yi Xian shouted angrily. The Azure Ghost Sovereign, Old Shu, and Yi Xian, who had recovered through the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, all entered the room. At the same time, Bone King had pierced through Wei Zhentian's sword. At this moment, there were still several figures in the room, scattered in various corners. Only then did the Bone King fire the countless tiny bone spikes on its back. Xiao! 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 Ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He looked at the white bone door and instantly teleported over. After entering the room, he, the Azure Ghost Lord, and the old tree stood in two separate corners. Therefore, the Bone King's bone nails did not hit the white bone door. However, this room was a little strange. He couldn't teleport directly to the white bone door, which made Yi Xian very surprised. Thousand Severing Slash. Although Yi Xian did not flash in front of the bone door, he had moved to the center. This attack would definitely land on the bone door. He hoped the Thousand Severing Slash would work on non-living things as well. Alas, Yi Xian's plan failed. The Thousand Severing Slash did not have any effect on the bone door. The Bone King, who had intended to charge toward the Azure Ghost Lord, suddenly changed his target and charged toward Yi Xian. His speed was not something Yi Xian could react to. However, at this moment, the Azure Ghost Lord extended his right hand again. At the same time, the old tree cast the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain and successfully restrained the Bone King for a moment. I don't believe it. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly as he directly used 3 slaughter seals. At the same time, he consumed 3 slaughter seals and fiercely slashed at the white bone door. Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash. Although Yi Xian was only a 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his attack was not any weaker than the Azure Ghost Lord's attack. However, before the attack could land on the bone door, the Bone King had already broken free from the shackles and charged toward Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. After using the Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash, he teleported to the Azure Ghost Lord's side. Rumble! In the end, the Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash successfully landed on the bone door. Unfortunately, it did not break open the door. He left a mark? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow when he saw this. This meant that the Azure Ghost Lord would be able to break open the bone door. This was a good sign. Unfortunately, if there was a large amount of Death Chi, the Azure Ghost Lord would be able to use the Azure Divine Light. At that time, he would definitely be able to break open the bone door. However, there was a more serious problem at hand. The Bone King had returned. The Gate of the Void. Yi Xian quickly broke through the void. At the same time, the old tree, the Azure Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian went up. Although they could not stop the Bone King, they could still handle 5 moves. In the end, they did not disappoint and helped Yi Xian to successfully delay the Bone King. Whoosh, the Gate of the Void closed. Although they failed this time, it was not without gain. At least they damaged the bone door and knew that it could be broken open. At this time, Yi Xian returned outside. The Bone King could have actually passed through the Gate of the Void to hunt me down, but he just watched me leave. It seems that using the Eye of the Void to bring him out won't work. Yi Xian thought to himself. If the Bone King came to hunt him down, that would be exactly what he wanted. When the time came, he could just close the Gate of the Void and the Bone King would not be able to return. Unfortunately, the Bone King did not seem to be that stupid. If the Bone King had forcefully avoided the Azure Ghost Lord, it would have been a threat to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian still had a trump card that could reverse time, so he was not afraid. At worst, he could do it again. I've used the Undying War Soul today. I'll go meet the Bone King tomorrow. In the end, Yi Xian still resorted to coaxing and pestering the Bone King. As long as he could damage the bone door once a day, it would be worth it. Over time, he would definitely break through the bone door. Yesterday, I've already used the void locator in that room. This time, I can go directly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he directly broke through the void. The Azure Ghost Lord and the other 2 rushed in. Now, he did not want to break through the door. He only wanted to leave a mark on the bone door. After a fierce battle, Xian successfully left a mark on the bone door. This trip was not in vain. Then, they left once again. Although the Bone King was powerful, Xian's goal was not to kill him. Therefore, the Bone King had no way of stopping him. Day after day, the bone door was covered in scars. Finally, on the 10th day, the bone door was broken through. It's broken through? Xian's eyes widened. He had been trapped in the Dragon's Ridge for several months. Was he finally going to leave this damned place today? However, it seemed that it would not be that easy to break through the bone door. Wei Zhentian, get out. Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian. After hearing this, Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into a flying sword and flew toward the bone door. Whoosh! 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 The Bone King didn't intend to let anyone leave. Its back shook a few times, and countless bone spikes shot out, turning Wei Zhentian into a sieve. Old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, hold it back. Xian roared in his heart. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. 2 control skills locked the Bone King down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian teleported a long distance away and released Wei Zhentian. Whoosh! Wei Zhentian mustered all his strength and finally rushed out of the bone gate, escaping with his life. In the next moment, Xian opened a void gate and quickly entered it. Whoosh! The void gate closed. Xian left the Dragon Bone Maze, and Wei Zhentian also passed through the bone gate. As for Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord, they died in battle inside. Huff, 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 Wei Zhentian finally left. I wonder if the Bone King will chase after him, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Whether the Bone King chased after him or not, it wasn't a threat to him. It was best if the Bone King didn't chase after him. Whoosh! The void gate opened again, and Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord rushed in. Haha, as expected, the Bone King can't leave the Dragon Bone Maze. Old Tree laughed loudly. During this period, he had lost count of how many times he had died to the Bone King. Now that he saw the Bone King standing at the exit of the Dragon Bone Maze, he immediately mocked him. Xian also saw the Bone King. At the same time, he glanced at it and found that they came out from the forehead of the Dragon Bone. 3-eyed demon dragon, we came out from its third eye, Xian immediately understood. However, this was no longer important. After all, he had successfully left the Dragon Bone Maze. Ding, the host has successfully escaped from the dragon's spine. The second round of the chain random quest is completed. Ding, the system rewards Wei Zhentian to activate the treasure form. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. What, this chain random quest only has 2 rounds? Xian was extremely shocked. Originally, Wei Zhentian had the form of a flying sword and a flying boat. Now, it had the form of a magic treasure. What was this? Xian hurriedly checked and discovered that Megatron could transform into a different magic treasure every day. Today's Dharma treasure was called the Mystic Divine Battle Armor. Not only did it have a strong defense, but it could also increase the wearer's strength. If the host is able to kill the Bone King within a day, the maximum number of treasures you can choose per day will be increased to 3. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. Killing Bone King in 1 day? Xian raised an eyebrow. How was that possible? No, it was possible. Wei Zhentian, you have already activated the Dharma artifact system. Your current Dharma artifact is this Mystic Divine Battle Armor. If you let the Azura Ghost Lord wear it, he might be able to fight this Bone King. Alright, Megatron, magical treasure form. Xian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into a set of silver armor and put it on Azura Ghost Lord. After putting on the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, Azura Ghost Lord felt that his strength had increased by a level. His body surged with endless power. It's time for revenge. Let's kill this Bone King. Xian roared angrily. Azura Ghost Lord charged in. Previously, Azura Ghost Lord, who was a first stage 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal, had joined forces with the Old Tree and the others to defeat the Bone King. Now that he had the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, it should not be a problem. Although the Undying Fighting Soul's duration had passed, Azura Ghost Lord's strength had increased. In an instant, he charged into the dragon bone maze. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the dragon bone maze. Even if his realm did not increase, the undying fighting soul did not have any effect. However, Azura Ghost Lord was currently fighting against the Bone King, who was 5 realms higher. The Mystic Divine Battle Armor is indeed powerful. It actually gave Azura Ghost Lord the strength to fight against the Bone King. Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. Haha, this Dharma treasure is really powerful. This old man will also join in the fun. Boss Tree laughed a few times before charging in. As for Xian, he stood outside and watched. However, it was undeniable that the Bone King's strength was extremely strong. Even with the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, Azura Ghost Lord could only fight to a draw with him. This battle could be said to be earth-shattering. They fought for a full day. During this day, neither side gained the upper hand. However, the Bone King's attacks could no longer break through the Mystic Divine Battle Armor's defense. Hence, he could not hurt Azura Ghost Lord. Although Azura Ghost Lord could not hurt him, the Undying Fighting Soul's cooldown period was 1 day. The Undying Fighting Soul's cooldown period has been restored. When the system notification sounded, Azura Ghost Lord's aura skyrocketed. Undying Fighting Soul, Xianxia, a distinctive voice finally rang out in the Dragon Bone Maze. This Bone King was finally injured by the Azura Ghost Lord, whose combat strength had increased by 3 times. Furthermore, it was unable to resist at all and was directly blasted into a pile of bones within 10 rounds. He's finally dead. He's really hard to deal with. Xian sighed. If it were not for the Undying Fighting Soul, they would not have been able to deal with the Bone King. However, the matter was finally settled now. Ding! The maximum number of Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been increased to 3. A system notification sounded. Originally, there was only 1 Dharma treasure form to choose from every day. Now, there were 3. Xian immediately checked. The Mystic Divine Battle Armor form had not disappeared because Wei Zhentian was still in it. As long as Wei Zhentian changed into the Flying Sword form or the Flying Boat form, he would not be able to change into the Mystic Divine Battle Armor form today. At this time, 3 new Dharma treasures had appeared. They were the Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan, the Sky-Splitting Axe, and the Immortal Binding Rope. The Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan can create a super strong wind with a gentle wave and blow people away. The Sky-Splitting Axe has strong destructive power. The Immortal Binding Rope. Once bound, it will be difficult to break free. These were the 3 new Dharma treasure forms. Come, try changing into the Sky-Splitting Axe. Xian immediately gave Wei Zhentian an order. Then, Wei Zhentian turned into a huge golden axe and was held by Azura Ghost Lord with both hands. Roar! Azura Ghost Lord roared and smashed the axe hard on the ground. Xianxia, the indestructible dragon bone labyrinth actually shattered, and the cracks extended for thousands of meters. So strong. Xian swallowed his saliva again. The destructive power of the Sky-Splitting Axe was too strong. One should know that Azura Ghost Lord, who was wearing the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, could not break through the Dragon Bone Maze. Now, Azura Ghost Lord, who was not wearing the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, could break through it. Haha, the Dharma treasure form is awesome. Whoosh! 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 Wei Zhentian's Immortal Binding Rope bound Azura Ghost Lord in the blink of an eye. The latter was bound and couldn't move at all. Next was the 3rd treasure, the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan. Old tree, give it a try. Xian let Azura Ghost Lord hold the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan and come to the Dragon's Ridge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Azura Ghost Lord waved his hand, a strong gust of wind swept out and blew the old tree into the sky. Even Xian's eye of revelation couldn't see it. The old tree only felt that its speed was too slow. As it flew back at high speed, it felt a sharp pain in its back. It was obvious how fast it was. It's so far. It will take an hour to fly back. Xian was speechless. Azura Ghost Lord blew the old tree to a faraway place with just a wave of his hand. Even if he continuously used the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, it would take an hour to return. However, Xian had a special position in the void and directly opened the door to bring the old tree back. Magic treasure form. It's too awesome. Wei Zhentian, use the sky splitter again. Destroy this dragon bone. I'm going to keep it. Yi Xian said. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the sky splitter again. Azure Ghost Lord controlled the blade and began to destroy the three-eyed demon dragon's dragon bone. The three-eyed demon dragon's dragon bone was already terrifyingly large. There were countless bones in it, and Azure Ghost Lord took nearly half a month to destroy it. Once the dragon bone was put away, the white fog quickly dissipated, and the people inside would no longer lose their way. This dragon bone is definitely enough for me to break through to the 9 Heaven Xian immortal level. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Now, not only did he escape from the dragon's ridge, but he also kept the entire dragon bone. Next, he would start to roam the demon world. Wei Zhentian, use the flying sword form. Let's start our journey. Yi Xian immediately ordered. Based on his current position, he knew the little demon king was in the north. Hence, he had to head north. He was currently a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Azure Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were both grade 1-9 heavenly Xian immortals. After coming out of the demon realm, Yi Xian was unfamiliar with this place, so he had to first understand this place. He directly cleaned up a faction that was weaker than the demonic dragon palace and obtained information. Right now, I am in the Skyfiend territory, which is under the control of the Dark North Emperor. The Lord of Skyfiend territory is an expert of the pure Yang True Immortal level. Yi Xian's eyes slightly narrowed. The of the Lord was the of the territory. Of the was. Of the. The little demon king seems to be a subordinate of the Shura sovereign. This is the territory of the Dark North Emperor. It seems like it won't be easy to find him. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. It seemed like he had to raise his level. Since he was in the devil realm, he did not have to worry about anything. Next, he cleaned up the surrounding overarching heavenly supreme celestial immortals. As for the people of these forces, they were all kept in the planting space. I've cleaned up a few overarching heavenly supreme celestial immortals. Some of them are 10 times stronger than the demon dragon palace. I've finally obtained some treasures. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he consumed the treasures that reduced his bewitchment points to 0. Following that, he tried to break through again. Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 1-9 heavenly Xian celestial. Azure Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a grade 2-9 heavenly Xian celestial. Yi Xian felt helpless. Every time he broke through, he had to lower his bewitchment points. This greatly reduced the speed of his breakthrough. Otherwise, with his current wealth, he would have become a 9 heavenly Xian celestial by now. However, Yi Xian's arrogant actions attracted the attention of the heavenly demon territory's experts. Yi Xian was still on his way when a group of people rushed towards him from the horizon. These were all demonic cultivators. The strongest one had reached the grade 5-9 heavenly Xian celestial, which was 3 realms higher than Azure Ghost Lord. However, this realm was nothing in Yi Xian's eyes. Wei Zhentian, Heavenly Judgment Lot. Yi Xian looked at the group of people and said to Wei Zhentian in his heart. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into 9 heavenly judgment lots and flew through the air. Whoosh! 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 The wind whistled and the formation of the demonic cultivators was instantly disrupted. Some of them were even killed by the 9 heavenly judgment lots. A few seconds later, all the demonic cultivators were dead, including the grade 5-9 heavenly Xian celestial. Facing this group of demonic cultivators, Wei Zhentian only transformed into a Dharma treasure and killed them all. This Dharma treasure form was really powerful. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. The bewitchment value returned to 0 again. Ding! Host's cultivation base has increased to a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ember of lightning fire made a breakthrough. Now a second stage 9 heaven Xian immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through to tier 3 9 heaven Xian immortal. Now, Yi Xian did not want to continuously break through. Therefore, every time he broke through, he would need even more precious treasures to lower his bewitchment value. Therefore, his plan was to lower his bewitchment value to 0 every time he broke through. Continue. Without another word, Yi Xian had Wei Zhentian transform into a pair of immortal ascension cloud boots and put them on his feet. The immortal ascension steps was a magic treasure that could fly much faster than the flying sword form. However, this magic treasure rarely appeared. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered it. Although there was a limit to the bewitched value, Yi Xian no longer had any scruples now that he was in the demon realm. Every power in the devil realm was very cruel. Their own people would often kill each other and leave behind the strong ones. This was completely different from the immortal cultivation sects. Thus, Yi Xian would kill wherever he went. If he was dealing with those small sects, Ghost Lord Azura could simply activate Ghost Lord Azura and wipe them out. As for the large sects, given the strength of Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian, as long as they were not pure young true immortals, they should be able to deal with them. However, Yi Xian's actions had already attracted the attention of the celestial demon lord. Another squad of demonic cultivators has arrived? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the strength of this squad of demonic cultivators had exceeded his expectations. Of the 5, 4 were Tier 8-9 Heavens Xian immortals. The leader was even a Tier 9 Heavens Xian immortal. They were all dressed in standard armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. A tough one has arrived. However, Wei Zhentian has transformed into the mystic god armor today. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately had Wei Zhentian transform into the mystic god armor and put it on Ghost Lord Azura. Kill. Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate made his move. The group of devil cultivators knew Azura Ghost Venerate was the strongest among Yi Xian's group, so they focused their attention on him. One of you, go and kill the rest of them. The leader of the group, a grade 9-9 heavenly mystic celestial, shouted. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He hastily tore a hole in the void and entered it. He was only a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even the weakest one among them was a stage higher than him. What was there to fight? After Yi Xian left, Azura Ghost Venerate was besieged by 5 people. However, to everyone's surprise, the mystic divine armor's defense was beyond their expectations. The other 4 grade 8-9 heavenly mystic celestials could not even break through its defense. Only the leader, a grade 9 mystic celestial, was able to damage the mystic divine armor. However, one should not forget that Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian shared the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Their recovery speed was amazing. The mystic divine armor would heal as soon as it was damaged. In other words, this group of people could not do anything to Azura Ghost Venerate. However, Azura Ghost Venerate had been hiding his strength. He was waiting for an opportunity. Bastard, try this move of mine. A devil cultivator wielded a short sword and aimed it at Azura Ghost Venerate's heart. However, at this moment, undying fighting soul. Azura Ghost Venerate's aura suddenly soared as a huge eye opened in his chest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind howled as a crisp sound rang in the air. Azura Ghost Venerate had sliced the devil cultivator and his devil heart into 2. As soon as the devil cultivator died, death chi surged into the eye of Azura. Before anyone could react, Azura Ghost Venerate's eye of Azura blinked. Eye of Azura, Azura Divine Light. Boom, a black beam of light instantly killed the 2nd grade 8-9 heavenly mystic celestial. Then, Azura Ghost Venerate blinked again. A second Azura Divine Light shot out. Dodge. At this moment, everyone finally regained their senses. Although the second Azura Divine Light did not miss, it did not penetrate his devil heart. It was considered a waste. As a result, the Azura Ghost Lord could no longer use the Azura Divine Light. At that moment, the Azura Ghost Lord took the opportunity to take away the interspatial ring of the person he had just killed and disappeared in an instant. What? Where is he? Everyone was astonished. They turned their heads to look and just happened to see Yi Xian's void door close. As it turned out, Yi Xian had returned from the battle and teleported Ghost Lord Azura into the planting space. This time, although he only earned 1 interspatial ring, it was already very good. Besieged by the 5 of them, the Azura Ghost Lord had relied on a surprise attack to kill one of them. Then, while the other party was still in shock, he used the Azura Divine Light to kill the second person. However, the other party had already reacted. Even if he activated his undying fighting soul, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. Hence, it was better to quit while he was ahead. After all, if they continued to fight, they might not even get an interspatial ring. TSK. It's not that easy to kill me. Yi Xian grinned as he thought to himself. Now that he had obtained the interspatial ring of a grade 8 9 heavens mystic celestial, there were many good things in it. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 3 9 heavens mystic celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through and are now grade 4 9 heavens mystic celestials. However, this was not the end of it. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 1 9 heavens mystic celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 4 9 heavens mystic celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through and are now grade 5 9 heavens mystic celestials. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Xian's cultivation base had increased twice before he finally became a 9 heavens mystic celestial. At this moment, Azura Ghost Lord's undying fighting soul was still present. Go. Kill them. At this moment, Yi Xian once again broke through the void and returned to the previous place. A grade 5 9 heavens mystic celestial should not have a problem dealing with 2 grade 8 9 heavens mystic celestials and a grade 9 9 heavens mystic celestial. Don't forget that Ghost Lord Azura was still wearing the mystic divine battle armor. What? A grade 5 9 heavens mystic celestial? The 3 people were shocked. In just a second, Azura Ghost Lord had broken through from grade 3 9 heavens mystic celestial to grade 5 9 heavens mystic celestial. How was this possible? Before they could react, Ghost Lord Azura charged at them once again. This time, these demonic cultivators were no match for him at all. The 2 grade 8 9 heavens mystic celestials were instantly killed, and the grade 9 mystic celestial did not last more than 3 rounds before finally dying. Host's killing intent has increased. Host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, Yi Xian won this battle and obtained 4 more interspatial rings. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 2 9 heavens mystic celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 5 9 heavens mystic celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through and is now a grade 6 9 heavens mystic celestial. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Based on his previous experience, he could at most break through 3 times in a short period of time, and every time he broke through, his bedevilment points had to return to 0 before he could continue. Today, Yi Xian had jumped 3 levels in a row. This time, his bedevilment points had only reached a maximum of 90, and then he had instantly returned them to 0. However, he did not dare to continue to level up, because the next time he broke through, it would definitely exceed 100, or even 200. If he wanted to break through again, he would need at least 10 days to half a month. This was a bit safer. These 5 people should be the personal guards of the Celestial Demon Lord. It seems that I've attracted his attention. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this, because he had discovered some proof of identity in the 5 people's interspatial rings. But, so what? According to legend, the Celestial Demon Lord was a pure young true immortal, but even a 9 heavens mystic celestial had died at the hands of Azura Ghost Lord. A mere pure young true immortal was not much of a threat. However, Yi Xian did not dare to let his guard down, because he had heard that the Celestial Demon Lord was not a demonic cultivator, but a true demon. Forget it, I'll find a place and go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month first. Yi Xian shook his head and did not want to trouble himself, so he turned around and left. In any case, he had already arrived at the demon realm, and he was not in a hurry at the moment, so he was not in a hurry to travel, and could take his time. Thus, he decided to find a random place to lie low for a while. Just now, Yi Xian had broken through in a short period of time, then charged back and caught the enemy off guard. However, on the 6th day of his seclusion, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful sense of oppression. A ninth-rank arcane immortal? No, a pure young true immortal. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He could sense an aura that was even more powerful than that of the ninth-rank arcane immortal from before. A pure young true immortal level demonic cultivator. The celestial fiend lord? Yi Xian instantly understood. His body trembled as he hurriedly summoned Ghost Lord Azura and the others. It just so happened that the mystic god armor was one of Wei Zhentian's 3 magic treasures. This caused Yi Xian to let out a sigh of relief. Ghost Lord Azura, go out and meet the celestial fiend lord. Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to transform into the mystic god armor and put it on Ghost Lord Azura. Ghost Lord Azura was a 6th-rank arcane immortal, and he had the mystic god armor. Even if he faced a pure young true immortal level demonic cultivator, what could he do? When they left, they saw a black figure standing in midair. However, when Yi Xian saw this person's face clearly, he couldn't help but tremble violently. This pure young true immortal was actually a little girl dressed in a black dress. She looked to be no more than 12 years old. However, this little girl had a pair of wings on her back. When her cold gaze swept past Yi Xian, the latter felt a chill in his heart. She was the celestial fiend lord? I heard that the celestial fiend lord isn't a demonic cultivator, but a true demon. And a peak-level demon race at that, Yi Xian murmured to himself. Right at this moment, the little girl spoke. So, you are the ones who act so recklessly in my territory? Faced with this question, Yi Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, you are the celestial fiend lord? That's right. I am the celestial fiend lord. The little girl replied. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. I won't show you any mercy just because you're like this, Yi Xian said slowly. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, this immortal beast of yours isn't bad. I'll spare his life. The celestial demon lord snorted. That will depend on your ability. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Ghost Lord Azura moved. He transformed into a streak of light and attacked the celestial demon overlord. A rank 5 arcane immortal against a rank 1 pure young true immortal. There was a difference of 5 levels of power between them. Although he had the mystic divine battle armor, Yi Xian was not confident. After all, this heavenly demon lord was from the demon race and not a demonic cultivator. Demons are naturally stronger than devil cultivators, so this battle won't be easy. Boom. 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 Deafening booms resounded in the sky as Ghost Lord Azura clashed with the celestial demon overlord. Now, Wei Zhentian was also a 5th grade 9 heavens mystic immortal. When he transformed into the mystic divine battle armor, his defense was even stronger than when he was in his flying boat form. However, such a powerful defense was nothing in front of the celestial demon overlord. The celestial demon overlord didn't even take out her own weapon. Her fists alone were enough to crack the mystic divine battle armor. However, Wei Zhentian had the bloodline of the deathless phoenix. He quickly recovered. Oh? This immortal artifact isn't bad, the celestial demon overlord said, a thoughtful look on her face. She didn't know that this was Wei Zhentian in human form. However, she could tell that Ghost Lord Azura was Yi Xian's immortal beast. Thus, she decided to capture the ringleader first. Swish! Instantly, the celestial demon overlord dodged Ghost Lord Azura and dove downwards. Grip of the Yellow Springs. Ghost Lord Azura hurriedly extended his hand, but the grip of the Yellow Springs wasn't very effective against this celestial demon overlord. All it could do was slow him down slightly. The celestial demon overlord was 8 levels higher than Yi Xian. The difference in power was enormous. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. He instantly flashed to the edge of the celestial demon overlord's field of vision, then tore through the void. Let's go. Yi Xian dove in, leaving behind only Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian. So you actually have a technique like this? Impressive, but it won't be that easy for you to escape from me. The celestial demon overlord let out a cold snort in her heart, then flew towards a certain direction at high speed. Thanks to her celestial demon wings, if she moved at full speed, not even a rank 3 pure young true immortal would be able to match her speed. However, if Yi Xian wanted to leave, unless she set down a spacelock formation in advance, she wouldn't be able to stop him. That little girl, she's flying towards me. She's quite fast. Yi Xian shuddered. This speed, not even Wei Zhentian in his flying sword form could match it. Forget flying sword form, even the cloud steps of ascension probably wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Yi Xian estimated that it would take her at most half a day to reach him. Alas, if he wanted to use his void eye, there was no way he could catch her. Half a day later, Yi Xian sensed that the girl was already very close to him. Thus, he hurriedly tore through the void and returned to the place where they had fought earlier. What? He went back? The celestial demon overlord was flabbergasted. She hurriedly turned around. She refused to believe that Yi Xian would be able to use it repeatedly. In addition, for the sake of subduing Ghost Lord Azura, she was willing to chase him for 100 years. However, Yi Xian didn't want to fight her at all. He was simply using his void eye to buy time. The celestial demon overlord hurried for half a day, only to see Yi Xian fly away again. And each time, he would fly to a different location. This caused the celestial demon overlord to grit her teeth in anger. 10 days. She chased him for 10 full days, but to no avail. Time passed as she hurried. However, after 10 days, Yi Xian's bewitchment points had more or less recovered. Although he could only break through twice in a row, it was more than enough to deal with the celestial demon overlord. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a rank 3 arcane immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a rank 4 arcane immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 arcane immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 arcane immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a rank 7 arcane immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a rank 8 arcane immortal. In an instant, Yi Xian and Old Tree's realms had risen by 2 levels. With their current realms, they no longer had to fear the celestial demon overlord. She'll be here soon. Once she arrives, we'll capture her. Yi Xian ordered Old Tree and Ghost Lord Azura. It didn't matter whether they killed the celestial demon overlord or not, but Yi Xian's realm was too low. It would take a long time to search his soul, so Yi Xian decided not to kill him. Rather than that, he might as well capture him and ask him how to quickly find the little demon king. After all, the flow of time in the planting space was so slow. He didn't believe that Yi Xian wouldn't give in. Soon, the celestial demon overlord's petite figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. In just 10 short days, a rank 6 mystic immortal had broken through to rank 8 mystic immortal. This was simply inconceivable. Not waiting for the celestial demon lord to react, Ghost Lord Azura immediately charged over. Back then, he had only been a rank 6 mystic immortal. Although he hadn't been able to touch the celestial demon lord, the celestial demon lord hadn't been able to injure him either. Now, Wei Zhentian had broken through to rank 8 mystic immortal as well. With the mystic god armor activated, there was no way the celestial demon lord could break through his defenses. Celestial demon great art, myriad demons shatter the heavens. Sensing how extraordinary Ghost Lord Azura was, the celestial demon lord immediately unleashed his most powerful attack. A black fist smashed into the mystic god armor. This time, however, the armor wasn't damaged in the slightest. Hiss, the celestial demon lord sucked in a cold breath. That day, she had been able to crack the mystic god armor with her fists alone. Today, she had used her most powerful attack, but she hadn't been able to injure him in the slightest. How was this possible? Right at this moment, Ghost Lord Azura suddenly stretched out his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the celestial demon lord. Grip of the netherworld, however, the celestial demon lord wasn't to be trifled with. Although the grip of the netherworld was powerful, it wasn't to the point where she couldn't move. But what if she added the 9 dragons thunder astral chain to the mix? Swish. Swish. Swish, the 9 dragons thunder astral chain was suddenly thrown out by the old tree. Although the old tree was only a rank 7 mystic immortal, 1 level lower than Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura, he already had the power to fight against pure young true immortals. You want to trap me? Not so easy. The celestial demon lord spread her wings and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, the grip of the Netherworld and the Nine Dragons' Thunder Astral Chain were just a setup. Yi Xian's true killing move was yet to come. Wei Zhentian, Immortal Binding Rope. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into a long golden chain and swept over to the Celestial Demon Lord, then instantly bound her. Immortal Binding Rope, the Immortal Binding Rope, even pure young true immortals. How is this possible? The Heavenly Demon Lord was shocked. How did a set of battle armor suddenly turn into such a magical treasure? She couldn't even use the heavenly demonic power in her body. Tisk, TSK, little girl, you're too weak. A wretched voice entered the Celestial Demon Lord's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian darted over with a sneaky smile and took the former's interspatial ring. Forceful Devour. After removing the universe ring, Yi Xian quickly used Forced Devour. Although there was a difference of several realms between them, Yi Xian had 9 luck points. Moreover, the effects of 9 luck points were doubled, which was equivalent to 18 luck points. This time, the forceful devouring actually succeeded. Oh my god, I didn't expect to be so lucky. When Yi Xian saw the Celestial Demon Overlord disappear, he was visibly moved. He had only used Forced Devour subconsciously, but he never expected it to actually succeed. Now, a pure Yan true immortal level Celestial Fiend Lord was like a piece of meat on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of Yi Xian. What is this place? The Celestial Demon Overlord, who was trapped in the planting space, cried out in alarm. This is my space. Here, with your cultivation level, you are at my mercy. Yi Xian grinned. So what if you brought me here? Do you think you can kill me? The Celestial Demon Overlord snorted coldly. Why don't we give it a try? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't know how old the Celestial Demon Overlord was, he was definitely much older than him. Although the Celestial Demon Overlord appeared to be only 12 years old, who knew if he was already a super old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years, thus, he wasn't going to show any mercy to the fairer sex, especially when his opponent was a demon. Ghost Lord Azura, chop off her wings. Yi Xian ordered Ghost Lord Azura, who had returned to the planting space. Ghost Lord Azura was an immortal beast and didn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. He only obeyed Yi Xian's orders. When he heard Yi Xian's order, he immediately raised his saber and chopped down. However, something unexpected happened. Ghost Lord Azura, an 8th tier 9 heaven arcane immortal, should have been able to hurt the Celestial Demon Overlord. However, the Celestial Demon Overlord blocked his attack. Moreover, it wasn't difficult at all. You're too naive. Do you know who I am? The Celestial Demon Overlord glanced at the saber with disdain. Aren't you just an overlord? Yi Xian replied casually. Haha, the Celestial Demon Overlord smiled innocently. My realm is the lowest among all the overlords, but do you know why I'm able to manage the Celestial Demon Overlord without being killed by the other overlords? Yi Xian trembled when he heard this. So you have a background. But so what? You're now my prisoner. Just a prisoner. You can't hurt me anyway. I have a demonic weapon on me. Even if your strength increases by 10,000 times, you can't hurt me. The Celestial Demon Overlord snorted. 10,000 times? Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. He hurriedly examined the Celestial Demon Overlord's skin and discovered that there really was something strange about it. Forget about a 4th tier 9 heaven arcane immortal like you. Even if you were an immortal king, you wouldn't be able to break through it. Give up. Now that I'm missing, I'm sure my father will find me soon. When the time comes, you'll suffer, the Celestial Demon Overlord continued. Immortal king? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise on his face. He was currently a 9 heaven arcane immortal, followed by pure yang true immortal, grand unity peerless immortal, and then immortal monarch. As for immortal king, that was one realm higher than immortal monarch. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a background. It seemed that her father was at least a demon king. TCH. Once I break through and take control of you, this demonic weapon will be mine. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. A demon king level demonic weapon. If he could get his hands on it, he'd be able to do whatever he wanted. I've heard that you immortals have immortal arts that can control one's mind. I advise you to give up. This demonic weapon is called the Celestial Demon Armor. Not only does it have astonishing defensive power, it can also block soul attacks. Even a demon king won't be able to control me. The celestial demon overlord had a look of disdain on his face as he continued, besides, I have a celestial demon heart in my body. Even without the celestial demon armor, you won't be able to control me. A celestial demon heart was on the same level as a celestial demon heart. He didn't expect this little girl to have successfully refined it. Where did this little girl come from? Xian couldn't figure it out. After all, even the little demon king hadn't managed to refine a celestial demon heart. But this little girl had. It seemed that he'd run into a tough nut to crack. A demon king was not someone he could deal with right now. Any one of his subordinates could kill him 100 million times over. At this moment, the celestial demon lord suddenly spoke again, let me go if you know what's good for you. I'll let you go for the sake of the purple extreme demon heart. Oh? Purple extreme demon heart? Xian was shocked. Why would you let me go for the sake of the purple extreme demon heart? The demonic cultivators in the Chaos Royal territory under the Shura sovereign cultivate the purple extreme demon heart. Since he cultivated the purple extreme demon heart, he must have come from the Chaos Royal territory. The celestial demon lord's gaze fell on Old Tree. I know the Chaos Royal territory's lord, so I'll let you go for his sake. Chaos Royal territory? Hearing this name, Xian suddenly thought of someone, and that was the little demon king. Moreover, the little demon king happened to be under the Shura sovereign's command. Could it be, is the Chaos Royal territory's lord the little demon king? Xian asked in astonishment. Nonsense. The celestial demon lord rolled his eyes. This answer shocked Xian. He did not expect that the little girl he kidnapped would know the little demon king. If that was the case, things would be simple. You know the little demon king? Xian asked subconsciously. So what if I know him? Why are you asking about this? The celestial demon lord glanced at Xian. This matter was not a secret, so it was fine to say it out loud. What a coincidence, I'm looking for him too. If you tell me how to find him quickly, I'll let you go. How about it? Xian suddenly showed a harmless expression. This time, it was the celestial demon lord's turn to be surprised. You know the little demon king? Yes, he asked me to come to the demon realm to find him. Xian nodded. Lying with such a straight face. He wouldn't even take an immortal lord seriously. How could a mere 9 heavens Xian immortal know him? The celestial demon lord clearly didn't believe him. The difference in realms between Xian and the little demon king was so great that it was like a beggar saying that he knew the emperor. How was this possible? I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just making a deal with you. As long as you bring me to him, I'll let you go. Xian's expression turned cold. TCH, I don't believe you. If you can tell me his name, I'll take you to him, said the heavenly demon lord. Name? That's easy. I think his name is Su, right? Xian raised an eyebrow as he thought back to that day. The little demon king had really told him his name. However, very few people in the demon realm knew of this name, but Xian actually knew it. This gave the celestial demon overlord a fright. You really know him? How is that possible? The celestial demon lord was stunned. Only a few people knew the name Su. Xian couldn't have guessed it. I've already told you my name. What else do you want to confirm? Once you bring me to him, won't the truth come to light? Xian said. I have a mana stone in my interspatial ring that can communicate with him, said the celestial demon lord. Hearing this, Xian immediately took out all the mana stones he had. Then, the celestial demon lord took out one and tested it. No response? The celestial demon lord was surprised. He's probably in seclusion. He just came back. In that case, take me to him. Xian was slightly disappointed. Alright, but you have to go to the Dark North Royal Territory, said the celestial demon lord. Dark North Royal Territory? Xian was speechless. The Dark North Royal Territory was the territory of the Dark North Emperor. Moreover, it was a long journey. How much time would it take? My father is the Dark North Emperor. What, are you scared? The celestial demon lord snorted. The F***CK? Upon hearing this, Xian was so shocked that he almost pissed his pants. This pure yang true immortal celestial demon lord was actually the daughter of the Dark North Emperor. The Dark North Emperor was the demon emperor. Humph. The father of the little demon king? The demon king of chaos is a general under my father's command. If you really are a friend of the little demon king, then all you have to do is find him, the celestial demon lord said. Demon king of chaos? If that's the case, then how did the little demon king end up serving under the Azure sovereign? Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. The celestial demon lord said helplessly, the father and son had a big argument and ran off. Also, the little demon king is my brother-in-law. Hiss. Xian sucked in a cold breath. He hadn't expected that the little girl he had kidnapped was the sister-in-law of the little demon king. Just now, he had wanted to chop off this girl's wings. It was truly a case of a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. However, Xian had no way to verify the celestial demon lord's words, so he only believed half of it. The Dark North Royal Territory is a long journey. How long will it take to get there? Xian asked. Given your cultivation, if you don't run into any dangers along the way, it'll take at least 100,000 years. However, I can call someone to come pick you up. Do you dare? The celestial demon lord suddenly smiled slyly. I wouldn't dare. Xian immediately replied. This little girl was the daughter of the Dark North Emperor. The person who came to pick her up would at least be a demon king. He was just a Xian immortal of the 9 heavens. In front of a demon king, he was like an ant. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. I think I should go on my own. Xian swallowed his saliva. Or, you can go to the Devouring Royal Territory first. That's the territory of my sister, Baiming Huayu. Once there, you can ask around. My sister is engaged to the little demon king, the celestial demon lord said. The Devouring Royal Territory, huh? Xian found the Devouring Royal Territory based on the map in the little girl's interspatial ring. It was much closer than the Dark North Royal Territory. However, it was still a royal territory, and the Demon King level Demon Lord would probably not be able to get there so easily. Forget it. I can continue to make breakthroughs. As long as I have time to grow, it shouldn't take too long. Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had kidnapped the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. Although the items in the interspatial ring didn't match his status, it was enough for him to break through to the pure yang true immortal level. He estimated that in a month or two, he would break through to the pure yang true immortal level. For safety's sake, Xian decided to first enter secluded meditation. After all, he was only a rank 4 mystic immortal. This time, he entered secluded meditation for a full month. A month later, Xian emerged from seclusion. By now, he had broken through from the rank 4 mystic immortal level to the rank 9 mystic immortal level. As for Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian, they had broken through to the rank 3 pure yang true immortal level. Even the old tree was a rank 2 pure yang true immortal. Right now, they were all supremely powerful. Leaving this ordinary territory shouldn't be a problem for them. Hey, you're already at this level. Why are you still committing crimes in my territory? Celestial Demon Lord Baiming Sun said rather unhappily. Committing crimes? Immortals and devils can't coexist. As an immortal cultivator, I'm already giving you face by not starting a massacre. Xian snorted coldly. By now, he had already turned Baiming Sun's estate upside down. You kidnapped my people and stole my things. You really are shameless. Since you need it, why don't you go to the Flying Sand region first? If you rob a power there, you'll be able to match up to my celestial demon region, Baiming Sun said. Flying Sand region? Why do I have to go there? Xian asked curiously. The Lord of the Flying Sand region. Although he knows who I am, every time he looks at me, there's something wrong with his eyes. I want you to gouge out his eyes. It would be best if you could kill him. Baiming Sun said. Upon hearing this, Xian couldn't help but feel pity for the Lord of the Flying Sand region. He clearly knew who Bai Ming Sun was, but he still dared to look her in the eye. He was truly courting death. Fine. I'll go kill him. Yi Xian agreed. Although he had taken Bai Ming Sun's things, she was still the sister-in-law of the little demon king. He still had to help her out. Of course, the most important thing was that the Lord of the Flying Sand region was a rank 6 pure yang true immortal. Given Azura's current level of power, killing him wouldn't be a problem. Soon, Yi Xian left the celestial demon region and swept through everything. None of the powers along the way were able to stop him at all. All of them were swept away. However, Yi Xian had now reached the rank 9 mystic immortal level. He was only one step away from becoming a pure yang true immortal. He needed quite a few natural treasures. After spending a few days, Yi Xian traversed through several territories before arriving at the Flying Sand region. Although the Lord of the Flying Sand region was a rank 6 pure yang true immortal, Yi Xian didn't directly charge into his main city. Instead, he began to sweep through everything. Moreover, wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. There was not a single living person. All of them had been taken into the planting space. The disappearance of these forces and families made other people in the Flying Sand region feel strange. At the same time, this news also reached the ears of the Lord of the Flying Sand region, Xianxia. However, at this time, Yi Xian had already collected a large number of heaven and earth treasures and reduced his bewitchment value to 0. Moreover, he had killed his way to the Lord's mansion of Facia region. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a rank 1 pure yang true immortal. Ding! Ember Thunder Fire made a breakthrough. Current level, rank 4 pure yang true immortal. Ding! Ghost Exalt Azura and Wei Zhentian have made breakthroughs. They have now become pure yang true immortals. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian and the others' realms skyrocketed. What a powerful aura! The Lord of Flying Sand region, Xianxia, sensed the presence of Azura Ghost Venerate and immediately rushed out of the Lord Mansion. A few silhouettes were standing in the air. One of them was someone he recognized. Little Princess? Xianxia recognized him at a glance. Bai Ming Sun, a rank 1 pure yang true immortal, had been released by Yi Xian. She was currently standing in front of Xianxia. Old man, today is the day you die. Kill. Bai Ming Sun didn't waste time with words. She let out a cold snort. Azura Ghost Venerate instantly charged over. Midway, he clenched his right hand, and an invisible force enveloped Xianxia. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. The first stage of the Grasp of the Yellow Springs restricted Xianxia, while the second stage crushed Xianxia's body and caused it to explode. Bang! Xianxia's entire body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Xianxia wasn't a demon. He was merely a demonic cultivator. However, his physique was extremely shocking. Yet, he was instantly killed by Azura Ghost Venerate, who was one level lower than him. Once he died, the Lord Mansion was like a group of dragons without a leader, and Yi Xian immediately plundered everything. However, news of the appearance of a celestial demon lord in this place also spread. After all, some people had communication crystals. Alright, one dead. Continue. Bai Ming Sun looked at Xianxia's corpse and said slowly. Continue? How many do you want to kill? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. A lot. Anyway, once these lords die, a new lord will soon appear. Why don't we kill them all? Bai Ming Sun said. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't go to Flower Rain King territory. Anyway, I need to improve my strength. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He nodded and said, Alright, I'll help you kill those people. Immediately, they left again. In fact, he found some information in some people's interspatial rings. In addition, he secretly searched their souls and confirmed Bai Ming Sun's identity. Bai Ming Sun's elder sister, Bai Ming Huayu, was indeed engaged to Little Demon Lord, but they weren't married yet. Because of this, Yi Xian was not worried about Bai Ming Sun. In the following period of time, Yi Xian plundered all of the territories around the Flying Sand region. A month later, he had reached rank 5 pure yang true immortal. As for Wei Zhentian and Azura Wraith, they were rank 9 pure young true immortals, only one step away from Grand Unity peerless immortals. After the Grand Unity absolute immortal was the immortal monarch. At that time, Xian would decide to head to the Flower Rain Kingdom. However, just as he was about to continue ransacking, a black team suddenly attacked. There were 3 people in this team, but their strength exceeded Xian's expectations. All 3 were Grand Unity peerless immortals. That's not right. The lords I killed weren't even Grand Unity peerless immortals. Why would such powerful people come? Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling that something was wrong. Such powerful demonic cultivators should be in more powerful places. Why would they come to such a remote place? There were countless territories in the demon realm, and they were divided into different levels. Lords of pure Yan true immortals were considered low-level territories, lords of Grand Unity peerless immortals were considered mid-level territories, lords of demon lords were considered high-level territories, and lords of demon kings were considered royal territories. Grand Unity peerless immortals usually lived in mid-level territories. Why would they come to low-level territories? Most importantly, these 3 people were very strange. They came directly for Xian. Is it because I'm a demonic cultivator? Impossible. I'm just a rank 5 pure yang true immortal. Even a demonic cultivator can insta-kill a pure yang true immortal with a casual attack. When he thought of this, Xian understood. These 3 Grand Unity peerless immortals were probably here to kill him because he had been in the limelight recently. Or perhaps there was another reason. Strange. Where's Baiming's son? The leader of the demonic cultivators said in a low voice, a look of surprise on his face. He recognized Xian, but he didn't see Baiming's son, the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. Whatever. Kill him and search his soul. All 3 of them were 3rd-rank primordial unity peerless immortals. However, they were nothing in front of Ghost Venerable Azura. This time, however, Xian didn't want Ghost Venerable Azura to attack. Wei Zhentian should be enough. Wei Zhentian, Judgment Brush. At Xian's command, Wei Zhentian turned into a giant brush and quickly wrote the word judge in the air. Judgment Brush, life and death in a single word. When the word was finished, the 3 3rd-rank primordial unity peerless immortals trembled and their demon hearts shattered. Their corpses, bereft of their master, fell from the sky. The Judgment Brush had a very small chance of appearing, but it was very powerful. It could kill in one hit. However, it didn't need to hit the target, as long as the target was within Xian's sight. Moreover, the chance of killing in one hit was also related to luck. Most importantly, Wei Zhentian was 4 ranks higher than Xian, so the chance of killing in one hit was very high. Thus, the 3 primordial unity peerless immortals were killed instantly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Wei Zhentian, your Dharma treasure system is too scary. Xian couldn't help but sigh. He quickly dashed over and collected the cosmos rings of the 3 corpses, then threw the corpses into the planting space. Hey, where did you get these 3 corpses? Baiming's son asked curiously in the planting space. I just killed them. They're still warm. Do you want to eat them? Xian said casually. Bah, I'm from the Heavenly Demon Clan, not the Ogre Demon Clan. Why would I eat corpses? Baiming's son said angrily, these 3 are from the Masha clan. What's wrong with the Masha clan? Xian asked in surprise. The Masha clan is a natural-born assassin. Their mission completion rate is very high, but they shouldn't be around here. Baiming's son thought for a moment. I know. News of us being together must have leaked, so the Masha Emperor sent someone to kill me. Demon Killer Emperor? Xian muttered, your father's enemy? Yes, they only sent people of this level because they were afraid of being discovered. It seems that they have their eyes on you. You have to be careful. After Baiming's son finished speaking, she suddenly revealed a sly smile. She had the heavenly demon armor, so even a demon king wouldn't be able to hurt her. Moreover, it was unlikely that a demon king would descend upon the Emperor Baiming, so she wouldn't be in danger. Don't worry, I won't die so easily, Xian replied. When you die, remember to give this immortal artifact to me. Baiming soon reminded. The immortal artifact she was referring to was Xian's planting space. She thought that she had been kept in some sort of immortal artifact. The flow of time in here was 400. A year inside was equivalent to a day outside. Bai Ming-sun had only cultivated for 3,000 years. If 7,000 years passed in the outside world, then she had cultivated for 3 million years inside. When the time came, she would definitely surpass the demon emperor and become a demon sovereign. Although immortals had frighteningly long lives, the world was ever-changing. If one could increase their cultivation speed by 400 times, they would be able to take over other territories and become even stronger. If possible, she would rather give up 10 heavenly demon armors in exchange for this immortal artifact. Unfortunately, no matter how many times Xian said that the planting space wasn't an immortal artifact, Bai Ming-sun still didn't believe him. After dealing with the 3 demon killers, Xian continued on his way. However, a new Mosher killer soon arrived. This time, it's a 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal? Xian was stunned. Previously, he'd killed 3 3rd-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. This time, however, it was a 5th-rank one. His strength had increased by more than 10-fold. Wei Zhentian, Judgment Brush. Xian immediately shouted. The success rate of using the Judgment Brush had nothing to do with the number of people, but with one's cultivation level. Currently, Wei Zhentian was a 9th-rank Pure Yang True Immortal, 5 levels lower than his opponent. Thus, the Judgment Brush didn't succeed this time. Seeing that the Judgment Brush didn't succeed, Wei Zhentian quickly changed targets. This time, he used 9 Heavenly Appraiser lots. Azure Ghost Lord, Old Tree, you two go as well. Xian immediately shouted. In an instant, the crowd rushed over to attack. Bai Ming-sun isn't here? I'll kill you first. The 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal muttered to himself, then transformed into a black shadow and shot over. This time, Wei Zhentian didn't choose the Mystic God armor from his 3 treasures. Thus, Azure Ghost Lord was much weaker than before. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. Thunderbolt Astral Chains of the 9 Dragons. While the Grand Unity Peerless Immortal was restrained, Xian hurriedly slashed with his sword. This was naturally the 1000 Severing Slash. However, Xian's cultivation level was too low. The 1000 Severing Slash had no effect at all. You 3, do your best. I'll retreat first. Without another word, Xian tore through the void and left the battlefield. Right now, he was mainly relying on treasures to survive. After all, his cultivation level was too low. He was only a 5th-rank Pure Yang True Immortal. His opponent, however, was a 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, an entire realm higher than him. Although this battle was fierce, Azure Ghost Lord and the other 2 were indestructible. Thus, the Grand Unity Peerless Immortal could only become more and more exhausted. In the end, he had no choice but to flee. Unfortunately, with the grasp of the Yellow Springs, there was no way for him to escape. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Xian tore through the void once more and returned, putting away the 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal Yin and Yang Ring. Although I have a large amount of natural treasures, I don't dare to break through just yet. Xian felt a little helpless. It had only been a few days since his last breakthrough. Although his bewitchment points were now at 0, he decided to continue waiting for the right moment just to be safe. That murderous demon emperor doesn't know that Bai Ming-sun has the heavenly demon armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent anyone over. Now that I've been targeted, I can kill a 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal through attrition. But if a 6th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal comes, there's nothing I can do. Xian thought to himself. With the heavenly demon armor, even a demon king wouldn't be able to harm Bai Ming-sun. However, the murderous demon emperor didn't know this. He might not send a demon king, but a high-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Grand Unity Peerless Immortals were nothing to a demon emperor. They could send as many as they wanted. Thus, Xian planned to find a place to cultivate. After checking the surrounding map, Xian continued forward. It just so happened that there was a dangerous place nearby. He wanted to enter and cultivate for a few days. Wei Zhentian's current magic treasure form was extremely useful. After using Wei Zhentian's immortal ascension steps to travel for half a day, Xian finally arrived at his destination. This was a dangerous place known as Paradise Lost. It was filled with countless vengeful spirits, and even Grand Unity peerless immortals wouldn't dare to rashly enter. Yi Xian immediately charged in, planning to find a place to spend 8 to 10 days first. Wei Zhentian's 3 magic treasures just so happened to respawn, and an item known as the soul-sucking bell appeared. This was the bane of vengeful spirits. Wei Zhentian, go and absorb all of those vengeful spirits. Yi Xian gave Wei Zhentian the order. The soul-sucking bell could absorb vengeful spirits and refine them into vengeful soul pearls. If this item was devoured by the immortal-grade devouring system, it would be beneficial as well. Previously, Ghost Lord Azura had only advanced from Ghost Dome Great Emperor to Ghost Lord Azura after refining a resentment soul pearl. As for Ghost Lord Azura and the old tree, they stood guard in the surroundings. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 pure young true immortal. Ding! Ember Thunder Fire has broken through. His cultivation has risen to rank 9 pure young true immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Their cultivation has risen to rank 1 Grand Unity peerless immortal. One system notification after another rang out. Yi Xian finally broke through once more. However, he didn't leave seclusion because of this, because he felt that the natural treasures were enough for him to break through twice more. Another few days passed. Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 pure young true immortal. Ember Thunder Fire has broken through. His cultivation has risen to rank 1 Grand Unity peerless immortal. Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Their cultivation has risen to rank 2 Grand Unity peerless immortal. His cultivation had risen once more. Yi Xian estimated that Ghost Lord Azura would break through to become an immortal monarch in another 2 months or so. Yi Xian still didn't have the heart to leave seclusion after this breakthrough, because he could do it one more time. However, right at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind suddenly blew within Paradise Lost, followed by a series of terrifying laughter. And, this burst of laughter was very tender, like that of a child, but it was mixed with a trace of gloominess. What happened? Yi Xian, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was slightly blank. At this moment. Ding! Wei Zhentian has died. Ding! Wei Zhentian has been revived. Yi Xian couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard 2 system notifications. What's going on? How did Wei Zhentian, a 2nd-grade Grand Unity peerless immortal, die? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurriedly inquired. Are you saying that you saw a black shadow wrap around you, and then you were completely corroded? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Wei Zhentian was currently on the same level as Ghost Lord Azura. Even Ghost Lord Azura would find it difficult to kill Wei Zhentian in one hit. It seemed that something had appeared in Paradise Lost. It was so fast that even Wei Zhentian couldn't react before he was completely corroded. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, go and take a look, Yi Xian said. Immediately, the 3 of them left the cave and went out to investigate. As for Yi Xian, he continued to stay in the cave. However, not long after Ghost Lord Azura and the other 2 left, a strange laughter suddenly fell into Yi Xian's ears again. This time, it was very close. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, he happened to see a black shadow flash into the cave. I didn't sense it. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Apart from his immortal perception, he also had the eye of perception and the killer instinct. However, he didn't discover how the black shadow had entered. If he hadn't heard the laughter, he would have been ambushed. What the hell is that? Yi Xian hurriedly used the eye of revelation to take a look, but he couldn't see through the black shadow. Before he could speak, the black shadow turned into a black ray of light and pounced on Yi Xian. What a fast speed! Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly summoned Bai Ming Sun from the plant dimension and grabbed her in front of him to block the black shadow. Squelch, Bai Ming Sun, who was still cultivating, didn't know what was going on. She discovered that she was surrounded by darkness and was surrounded by the black shadow. She had the celestial demon armor. Not even a demon king could do anything to her. Thus, Yi Xian used her as a shield. Teleport. When the black shadow surrounded Bai Ming Sun, Yi Xian quickly dodged to one side, then repeatedly broke through space and hurriedly brought Old Tree and the others back. Hey, what did you do? Why are you so dark? Bai Ming's son, who was only a rank 1 pure young true immortal, asked in confusion. In truth, Yi Xian didn't know what the black shadow was either. When the black shadow saw that it couldn't devour Bai Ming's son, it separated from her. However, right at this moment, Bai Ming's son. You're Bai Ming's son. The black shadow suddenly spoke in a child's voice. Bai Ming's son was very confused when she heard this. Someone actually recognized her? What the hell are you? How do you know me? Bai Ming's son asked in surprise. Know you? How can I not know you? It was your elder sister who destroyed my soul and sent it into this black soul sphere. When Bai Ming's son heard this, her body trembled violently as if she suddenly remembered something. She exclaimed, You're Ghost Demon King? So you know me. That's right. I'm Ghost Demon King. The black shadow admitted. Hearing this, Yi Xian, who was not far away, trembled. Damn it. Everywhere he went, there would be trouble. He didn't expect this black shadow to be a Demon King expert when he was alive, and he was killed by Bai Ming Huayu. Now that Ghost Demon King saw Bai Ming Huayu's sister, Bai Ming's son, it was naturally like seeing an enemy. However, Bai Ming's son had the celestial demon armor. Even at his peak, Ghost Demon King couldn't hurt Bai Ming's son. So it's you pervert. Back then, you coveted my sister's beauty and got your soul destroyed by her. I didn't expect you to be alive and living in this black soul sphere. Bai Ming's son glanced at him in disdain and snorted. I can't kill your sister in my current condition, but I can vent my anger on you. Ghost Demon King snorted and wrapped Bai Ming's son in it. It's useless. I have the celestial demon armor. Even at your peak, you can't hurt me. Bai Ming's son continued. I know about this. I know I can't kill you, but I can humiliate you. Ghost Demon King started to corrode Bai Ming's son's dress. Although this dress was not as good as the celestial demon armor, it was not an ordinary item. It was a gift from Bai Ming's son's sister, Bai Ming Huayu. Fortunately, it was a demonic artifact. Otherwise, Bai Ming's son would be naked now. Bastard. You're already dead, but you still don't change your nature. Yi Xian, help me kill him. Bastard. You're already dead, but you still haven't changed your nature. Yi Xian, help me kill him. Before he could finish speaking, Ghost Sovereign Azura and the other two had already made their move. At the same time, Wei Zhentian's soul-sucking bell began to ring. Tisk, TSK, TSK. This bell can collect vengeful souls, but I'm residing in this black soul sphere. Do you think you can destroy this black soul sphere with your cultivation? Demon King Spectral Soul sneered. It's not up to you to decide whether it can be destroyed or not. Yi Xian said. However, he could see how powerful this black soul sphere was. He guessed that this black soul sphere was Demon King Spectral Soul's treasure, so it should be at the level of a Demon King. It would not be easy to destroy it. Thousand Severing Slash. At that moment, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword. However, when the sword landed on the black soul sphere, it was useless. Right now, he was merely a rank 7 pure young true immortal. Even if he were a rank 7 grand unity peerless immortal, he might not be able to succeed. This is troublesome. This bastard's soul is residing in the black soul sphere. If the black soul sphere is not destroyed, I can't kill him. Now that he's enveloped Bai Ming's son, I can't keep Bai Ming's son in the planting space. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Azure Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Elder Shu joined forces, but they could not even break through the layer of black gas defense around the black soul sphere, let alone cause any damage to it. Bai Ming's son saw Yi Xian's expression and sent him a voice transmission. Since you can't break it, let someone else do it. Someone else? You want to inform your father directly? Yi Xian asked in shock. Bai Ming's son's father was the Dark North Emperor. He did not need to personally deal with a puny demon king. Any one of his men could probably kill him. There's no need to trouble my father. Didn't the demon killer emperor send many men here? You can lure them here and let them deal with this pervert. Bai Ming's son suggested. Then, how long can you last? Yi Xian asked. My sister gave me this set of clothes. Although it's not a king-tier magic tool, it's not something a pervert can easily break. It'll take at least a few months, Bai Mingsun replied. A few months? That's enough. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately nodded, then directly broke through the void and entered. Yi Xian was merely a pure young true immortal of the 6th rank. Demon Monarch Nether Soul didn't even have the desire to kill him. Still, he was quite curious about Yi Xian's abilities. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I've already corroded your interspatial ring. With that brat's strength, by the time he returns with reinforcements, you'll probably be paraded through the streets. Demon Monarch Spectral Soul suddenly laughed vulgarly. Idiot. Bai Mingsun couldn't be bothered with him. She closed her ears so that she wouldn't be annoyed by his voice. However, she was now trapped and might be taken away by the ghost demon lord. However, she knew Yi Xian's methods. It shouldn't be a problem for him to find her. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left Paradise Lost. In fact, the interspatial rings of the Masha elites he had killed previously contained a special communication device of the Masha clan. Hence, he quickly used it to contact the Masha elites nearby. I've used up all of them. When the Masha elites nearby gather in Paradise Lost, I'll be the Oriole in the back. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The Masha elites should be at the level of Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. Of course, there might be Demon Monarchs as well. However, Demon Monarch Spectral Soul didn't seem to be weak when he was alive. After all, he had offended Bai Ming Huayu. If an ordinary Demon Monarch were to come, he would probably die there as well. When the time came, he would let the two sides fight to the death and then reap the benefits. Of course, he had to rescue Bai Mingsun. After all, Yi Xian had used her as a shield. Otherwise, Bai Mingsun wouldn't have been trapped. I'm sorry. When this is over, I'll let you stay in the planting space for a while longer. Yi Xian thought to himself. It had been some time since he kidnapped Bai Mingsun. Hence, Bai Mingsun had been cultivating in the planting space for quite some time. If he really counted, Bai Mingsun had been cultivating for dozens of years. Anyway, Bai Mingsun had the heavenly demon armor, so Yi Xian wasn't worried. As soon as the signal was sent out, the Masha elites nearby all received the news. Then, Yi Xian quickly hid and let Wei Zhentian watch from outside Paradise Lost. Bai Mingsun has a death warrant on her. She hasn't moved for the past few days. Looks like she's still in that cave. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, 3 days had passed, but not a single Masha had appeared. Just as he was feeling surprised, a few figures finally appeared in the sky. That speed, it's probably a 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Yi Xian saw them through Wei Zhentian's shared vision. At this time, these 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortals hurriedly charged into Paradise Lost. Soon, a series of loud noises could be heard, but they soon stopped. Are they all dead? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. A 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal was actually very weak. If Ghost Lord Azure wore the Mystic God armor, he might be able to put up a fight. Hence, Yi Xian was waiting for an 8th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, or perhaps a 9th-tier one. That Black Soul Sphere seems to be damaged. Even if Demon Lord Ghost was a 9th-tier Demon Lord when he was alive, his strength should have dropped by quite a bit. He's probably just a low-tier Demon Lord now. Yi Xian thought to himself. A 9th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal should be able to injure a low-tier Demon Lord. And so, Yi Xian waited for a while more. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now an 8th-tier Pure Young True Immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a 2nd-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 3rd-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 3rd-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Yi Xian had broken through again, but his strength was still not enough to deal with Demon Lord Ghost. However, not long after Yi Xian's breakthrough, a few decent opponents finally showed up. 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals, huh? That's quite impressive. Come on, let's fight to the death. Outside Paradise Lost, Yi Xian was gloating. However, he had underestimated Demon Lord Ghost's strength. In less than half a minute, all 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals had fallen. Bai Ming-sun, on the other hand, hadn't moved an inch. This meant that Demon Lord Ghost hadn't moved either. He was relying entirely on the black aura to fight. Even 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal Demon Killers have fallen. It seems that a Demon Lord expert has really come. Yi Xian was a little helpless. This was the territory of Emperor Bai Ming, so it was difficult for foreign demon lords to come here. Of course, that was unless the Demon Killer Emperor had spies here. That would be a different story. Subsequently, he waited for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, more and more people arrived, but they were all killed by the Spectral Soul Demon Lord. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level had risen to Pure Yang True Immortal. The old tree was a 3rd stage Grand Unity Absolute Immortal, while Wei Zhentian and Demon Lord Azura were 4th stage Grand Unity Absolute Immortals. However, their strength was still not enough to enter Paradise Lost and rescue Bai Ming-sun. It's time to go in and get some yin and yang rings. This way, even if the Demon Lord doesn't come, Demon Lord Azura's strength will be enough to fight Demon Lord Ghost in a few months. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura. This aura surpassed that of a Grand Unity Absolute Immortal. It should be an Immortal Lord, no, it should be a Demon Lord. Finally, a decent one. Based on the aura, this person shouldn't be a 1st stage Demon Lord, but a 2nd stage Demon Lord. Yi Xian estimated. A 2nd stage Demon Lord was several times stronger than a 1st stage Demon Lord. He should be able to fight Demon Lord Ghost. After all, Demon Lord Ghost was not at his peak. His remnant soul was residing in the Black Soul Sphere. His strength was probably less than 1% of his peak. A 2nd stage Demon Lord is here. I'll take the opportunity to go in and get some yin and yang rings. Yi Xian thought to himself. Seeing the 2nd stage Demon Killer enter Paradise Lost, he secretly asked Wei Zhentian to follow him. Wei Zhentian was only an immortal artifact. It did not have any aura, so it was perfect for following people. Moreover, Wei Zhentian could transform into the Mystic God Armor, which could greatly increase Demon Lord Azura's strength. Soon, Yi Xian saw that the 2nd stage Demon Lord was fighting with the Black Soul Sphere in Paradise Lost through Wei Zhentian's vision sharing. Both of their strengths were equally matched, however, Ghost Demon Monarch was fighting Bai Ming-sun at the same time, so he was a little distracted. A 2nd stage Demon Monarch is an existence akin to an ant when I was at my peak. Who gave you the guts to provoke me? Demon Monarch Spectral Soul coldly snorted. Humph, you're just a piece of trash whose soul is residing in a magic treasure. If you're dead, then you're dead. Obediently call Bai Ming-sun out, or I'll break this Black Soul Sphere of yours. The 2nd grade Demon Monarch retaliated as he attacked. You're overestimating yourself. Watch me teach you a lesson. Enraged, Demon Lord Ghost let go of Bai Ming-sun and charged forward. Bai Ming-sun was currently just a Pure Yang True Immortal of the 1st rank. Even if she ran, she wouldn't be able to run very far. Thus, the Demon Monarch wasn't worried at all. When the 2nd grade Devil Monarch saw that Bai Ming-sun had escaped, he immediately wanted to break through Ghost Demon Monarch's blockade and take Bai Ming-sun away. However, Demon Lord Spectral Soul was no pushover. It wouldn't be that easy to get past him. At this moment, the thin needle that Wei Zhentian had transformed into was quietly approaching Bai Ming-sun. That's strange. Where are those yin and yang rings? Could they be in the cave? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He had seen at least 50 Grand Unity Peerless Immortals enter Paradise Lost, and all of them died inside. However, he couldn't care less. He had to save Bai Ming-sun first. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the 2nd grade Demon Monarch were engaged in a fierce battle. Neither of them noticed Wei Zhentian, so Wei Zhentian easily got past them. Eye of the Void. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly broke through the void outside Paradise Lost and went through the void gate. He immediately spread out his immortal sense and scanned Bai Ming-sun. The absorption range of the plant space was also within the range of his immortal sense. Bai Ming-sun was enveloped by his immortal sense and immediately returned to the plant space. Aya, if you had come any later, I would have run around naked. Bai Ming-sun said excitedly. Didn't you say that you could last a few months? It's less than a month now. Yixian rolled his eyes and said, let's not talk about this. Where are the interspatial rings of those Masha experts who came to die? They're all in that cave. That pervert doesn't have a physical body, so he can't use the interspatial rings, Bai Mingsun replied. Great. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He quickly closed the void gate. However, when the void gate was opened, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the second-grade Demon Monarch had already discovered Yixian. Oh no! Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch saw Bai Mingsun suddenly disappear, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and left. However, he was still one step too late. Yixian opened the void gate first and entered the cave. 50 interspatial rings. Ha ha ha, I won't have to worry about it for a while. Yixian laughed. However, in the next moment, he heard the whistling of the wind. He quickly closed the void gate. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch had really suffered a double loss. Not only did he lose Bai Mingsun, but he was also killed by Yixian. He was probably going crazy with anger. Wah, I will definitely find you, then skin you and pull out your tendons. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch's terrifying voice came from the cave. At this moment, outside Paradise Lost. Haha, I've made a killing. I think I can become a 6th grade Tai Peerless Immortal now. Yixian grinned. Don't laugh. Help me kill that old pervert. He raped me for more than 10 days. Disgusting. Bai Mingsun said with an ugly expression. Although she had sealed her hearing, she was sure that Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch was constantly saying obscene things. Kill him? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yixian raised his eyebrows. When he encountered Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch, he was distracted by Bai Mingsun. Otherwise, all 3 of his doppelgangers would have been killed. That old pervert definitely won't dare to leave Paradise Lost in his current form. He can only wander around inside. Moreover, he's fighting a 2nd-grade Demon Monarch now. It's a life-and-death battle. He might be severely injured, Bai Mingsun said. That's true. However, even if he's severely injured, he's still a Demon Monarch. Demon Monarch Azura is only a 4th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal now. He won't be able to defeat Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch. Yixian nodded. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch couldn't leave Paradise Lost. He could wait outside for 10 days to half a month. After breaking through, he would go in and kill Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch. What Yixian didn't expect was that Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the 2nd-grade Demon Monarch fought for an entire day. In the end, the 2nd-grade Demon Monarch couldn't defeat Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and was destroyed by the Black Soul Orb. Unfortunately, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch was very cautious. He didn't want the interspatial ring and destroyed it directly. Bastard, it seems like I have to find a place to hide. If I let that girl go back, there will definitely be experts coming. Time ticked by. After some time, Yixian managed to reach the Grand Unity Peerless Immortal realm with the help of the heavenly treasures he had obtained previously. He was now a 2nd-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. Old Tree was now a 5th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, while Wei Zhentian and Azura Ghost Lord were 6th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. Moreover, Yixian had allowed Wei Zhentian to keep the Mystic Divine Armor as one of the 3 Dharma treasures that Wei Zhentian had selected. As long as he did not change it, the Mystic Divine Armor would not disappear. Azura Ghost Lord, a 6th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, and the Mystic Divine Armor should be enough to kill Ghost Demon King. Alright, the time is right. It's time for Ghost Demon King to die. Yixian narrowed his eyes and ordered Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian to charge in. Although Paradise Lost was huge, Wei Zhentian had killed most of the vengeful spirits in it. It was not difficult to find them. Moreover, Ghost Demon King seemed to have immortal awareness. When Azura Ghost Lord stepped into the center of Paradise Lost, he suddenly appeared. I didn't kill you that day. Today, you came to me yourself. You're asking for it. Ghost Demon King did not say anything and charged at Azura Ghost Lord. Azura Ghost Lord was now a 6th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. After wearing the Mystic Divine Armor, his combat strength was outstanding. Grip of the Underworld. Before Ghost Demon King could get close, Azura Ghost Lord grabbed him from afar. This invisible force instantly reduced Ghost Demon King's speed by half. What? Ghost Demon King was shocked. How could a 6th stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal do this? Impossible. Before he could react, Old Shu appeared in a flash. 9 heavenly dragons suddenly flew out and slammed into Demon Monarch Ghost's body. Boom. Old Tree's cultivation level was low, and he was not as strong as Azura Ghost Lord. However, his move was not weak. It dispersed most of the black gas surrounding Ghost Demon King. Grip of the Underworld, double grip. Gotcha. As the Azura Ghost Venerate closed his hands, a crisp sound rang out. This was the sound of the Black Soul Sphere shattering. In the previous battle, the Black Soul Sphere that the Ghost Demon Monarch was residing in had suffered a lot of damage, so there were already cracks on it. Now that Ghost Lord Azura had clawed at it, the crack had become even bigger. Not good, let's go. Realizing that something was wrong, Demon Monarch Spectral Soul quickly turned around. Haha, you can only wander in Paradise Lost. Where can you escape to? Outside Paradise Lost, Xianxia burst out laughing. Although Demon Lord Spectral Soul did not know why Ghost Lord Azura was so powerful, he knew that if he continued to fight, he would most likely die today. Therefore, he could only flee. You want to leave? Not so easy. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly gave Wei Zhentian an order from afar. After that, Wei Zhentian transformed into an enormous axe. Sky Splitter Axe, die. With the Sky Splitter Axe in hand, Ghost Lord Azura slashed at the Black Soul Sphere that the Ghost Demon Monarch was residing in. Although the Sky Splitter Axe did not hit the Black Soul Sphere, the force instantly split the entire Paradise Lost apart. Gotcha, another crisp sound rang out. However, this time, the entire Black Soul Sphere was split apart. A wisp of black smoke rose from the Black Soul Sphere. This was the remnant soul of Demon Monarch Spectral Soul. Destroy him, or else he'll be able to find another place to stay and linger on. Xianxia quickly broke through the void and entered. Wei Zhentian could also transform into the soul-sucking bell today. With a crisp sound, the remnant soul of Demon Monarch Spectral Soul was sucked into the soul-sucking bell. No, Demon Monarch Spectral Soul's voice rang out in Paradise Lost. The Mystic God Armor was actually one of the 3 Dharma treasures from the previous day. However, after Wei Zhentian transformed into the Mystic God Armor, he did not change it again. However, the Mystic God Armor was not among the 3 Dharma treasures today. Therefore, after Wei Zhentian transformed into the Sky Splitter Axe, he could not revert back to the Mystic God Armor. He could only transform into the Soul-Sucking Bell and the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan. This was a loophole in the form of the Dharma treasure that Xianxia took advantage of. Now that Demon Monarch Spectral Soul was sucked into the Soul-Sucking Bell, he was instantly refined into the Resentful Soul Pearl. Little Baiming, I have avenged you. Xianxia said to Baiming Sun, who was in the planting space. Great, that old pervert is finally dead. Humph. Baiming Sun snorted. It was a pity that the interspatial ring of the 2nd grade Demon Monarch was destroyed by Demon Monarch Spectral Soul. Otherwise, Xianxia would have made a huge profit. However, that Black Soul Sphere was also a treasure. After all, it was used by Demon Monarch Spectral Soul when he was alive. Although it was damaged, it was still a treasure. However, when Xianxia put the Black Soul Sphere that was split in half into the Devouring space, a system notification suddenly sounded out. Ding! This item can be fused with Ember of Thunder Fire. Will you fuse it now? Hearing this, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He'd encountered another fortuitous encounter. Old Tree was now a Tier 5 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal, 1 tier lower than Azura Ghost Lord. Moreover, his grade was not high enough. If he could level up again, his strength would definitely soar, and he would become one of Xianxia's valiant generals again. Xianxia chose to fuse immediately. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has evolved into Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord. Ding! Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord has broken through the shackles of his cultivation level. Ding! Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord has broken through. Currently a Tier 6 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row. Following that, Xianxia was completely stunned on the spot. Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord had broken through the shackles of his cultivation level, Tier 6 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal. Previously, the old tree and Xian had signed a mutual growth contract. The old tree's cultivation level could not exceed Xian's by 3 tiers. Xian was a 2nd grade Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal, so the old tree was at most a Tier 5 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal. But now, the old tree had broken through the shackles. He had broken through from 3 tiers to 4, the same level as Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. This was a joyous occasion. Xian immediately checked the Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord's skills. Flaming Underworld Soul Locking Chain, Flaming Underworld Soul Crushing Tablet, Nether Fire Doppelganger, Nether Soul Shattering Strike. Xian murmured. These 4 skills were the upgraded versions of 9 Dragons Thunder Chain, 9 Dragons Thunderfire Dome, 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, and 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. After leveling up, the old tree's human form did not change. But his true form had changed from a body of thunder and fire to a purplish-black spectral ghostly form. The original spectral ghostly form was black, but the demon heart in the old tree was the purple demon heart. Hence, the purplish color was the purple demon fire. Come, let's fight. Xian suddenly said with interest. This battle was between the newly ascended Flaming Abyss Ghostly Lord, Old Shu against Azura Ghostly Lord and Wei Zhentian. Simply put, it was 1 against 2. To watch the show, Bai Ming Sun was also summoned. When she saw the battle clearly, she was so shocked that she could not speak. Who are you? It's a secret. Xian pretended to be deep in thought. Bai Ming Sun was the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. She was a high-ranked 9th Xian immortal at birth, and after a few thousand years of cultivation, she became a pure young true immortal. However, Xian didn't have the same background as Bai Ming Sun. He had to climb his way up by himself. This was all thanks to the immortal grade devouring system, so this was his secret that he couldn't reveal to anyone. Rumble. Quite a commotion was going on in Paradise Lost. After this breakthrough, the old tree's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even Wei Zhentian and Azura weren't a match for the old tree alone. Moreover, the old tree had only been using the Hellfire clone all this time. He hadn't used the other 3 skills at all. The matter was over. Not only did they gain a huge advantage this time, but the old tree also broke through again. Xian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Since that was the case, they had to continue their journey to Flower Rain territory. Xian was now a 2nd-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, while the old tree, Wei Zhentian, and Azura were all 6th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. They were strong enough to fight against demon lords. This strength was enough for them to reach Flower Rain territory. Xian immediately continued his journey. Before he became a pure Yan true immortal, it would take him at least 100,000 years to reach Flower Rain territory from Sky Devil territory. But now that he was a Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, his speed was at least 1,000,000 times faster than before. After all, he was more than a dozen realms away from now. If he increased his speed by 5 times for each realm, it would be more than 1,000,000 times faster. Simply put, with his current speed, it would take him less than a month to reach Flower Rain King's territory. Of course, it would take him quite a bit of time to find the overlord of Flower Rain territory, Bai Ming Huayu. During the journey, Xian kept an eye on Wei Zhentian's 3 magic treasures. On the 3rd day, he finally saw the Cloud Boots of Ascension. After transforming into the Immortal Ascension Steps, Wei Zhentian, a 6th-grade Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, was even faster than his flying sword form. Even the old tree might not be able to match his speed. He estimated that Xian would only need half a month to reach Flowery Flower territory. No, perhaps not even half a month, because during this period of time, he could continue to break through. At that time it would only take 7 days. Xian's main objective was to go to Flower Rain King's territory, but he still managed to get a lot of good stuff along the way. During this period of time, he had also broken through from 2nd-grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal to 3rd-grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal. As for the old tree and the other 2, they had naturally reached 7th-grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal. Wei Zhentian didn't need to join the battle. Moreover, the old tree had evolved. If it joined forces with the Ghost Lord Azura, its strength would be explosively strong. Therefore, Wei Zhentian didn't need to join the battle. He just maintained his immortal ascension steps and waited for the battle to end before continuing his journey. Soon, they arrived at the border of Flower Shower King territory. Their journey was smooth, and they didn't encounter any major incidents. However, just as they stepped into Flower Shower King territory, they suddenly sensed several powerful auras. Fourth grade demon monarch? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With his current realm, he naturally couldn't sense the other party's aura. However, the old tree, a 7th grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal, could. A 4th grade demon monarch was a realm higher than the old tree. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of such strength. Get rid of him. Yi Xian ordered the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord Azura. In an instant, the old tree disappeared. He used the Nether Flame clone to flash over. 2 7th grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortals against a 4th grade demon monarch. If this happened anywhere else, it would be impossible. However, the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord both had the strength to challenge those of higher realms. They weren't afraid of a 4th grade demon monarch. Grasp of the Netherworld. Inferno Soul Locking Chain. Azura Ghost Lord Azura's grasp of the Netherworld never missed and could almost lock the opponent. Coupled with the old tree's new skill, the Inferno Soul Locking Chain, the 4th grade demon monarch was instantly trapped. The Inferno Soul Locking Chain also had a soul-sucking effect, causing the 4th grade demon monarch's soul to tremble as if it was about to be ripped out. Then, Azura Ghost Lord and the old tree launched a joint attack, instantly suppressing the 4th grade demon monarch. Not long after, the 4th stage demon monarch fell at the hands of the two, turning into a corpse that gradually turned cold. This 4th grade demon monarch isn't from the Masha clan, but he's clearly here for me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he went over and took the 4th grade demon monarch's interspatial ring. Inside, there was a portrait of him and Bai Ming Sun. It seemed that this 4th grade demon monarch was a spy in Flower Shower King territory. Flower Shower King territory is next to Shura Sovereign's territory. This is the border, so it's normal for enemies to have eyes and ears. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't pay any more attention. After all, he was famous now. However, the main fighting force in Flower Shower King territory was the demon monarchs. Perhaps there were high-level demon monarch spies. If Yi Xian ran into them, he would die a horrible death. Therefore, after entering Flower Shower King territory, Yi Xian had to change his appearance and keep a low profile. Unfortunately, his identity as an immortal cultivator could not be changed. As long as one was a demonic cultivator, they would be able to sense it. Now that he was in Flower Shower King territory, the next step was to go to the central main city and find Bai Ming Sun's sister, Bai Ming Huayu. The journey would take at least a month if he broke through on the way. Following that, Yi Xian started his boring journey again. However, not long after, Bai Ming Sun felt a bit disgusted. Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen Bai Ming Huayu for a long time, but she took the initiative to ask Bai Ming Huayu. "Why are you here?" A gentle voice came from the communication magic crystal. "Sister, send someone to pick me up." Bai Ming Sun reported their current location to Bai Ming Huayu. "Alright, you wait there." Then, Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun waited there. Some demon cultivators passed by, but Yi Xian took care of them all. However, on the 3rd day, a powerful aura that made Yi Xian's heart palpitate appeared. A high-level demon monarch? Yi Xian's expression changed, but he soon calmed down. After all, they were waiting for Bai Ming Huayu's people to pick them up. But to Yi Xian's surprise, there was something wrong with the newcomer. TSK, finally found you." A chilling laugh entered Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun's ears. They turned around and saw a bald old man standing in the air, smirking at Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun. "Is it your sister's people?" Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted to Bai Ming Sun. "I don't know." Bai Ming Sun shook her head. But this person didn't seem like it. At this moment, Yi Xian was ready for a fight. The bald old man in front of him was at least a 7th-rank demon lord. If they were to fight, Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord might not be able to do much, but they should at least cover his escape. Just as Yi Xian was still thinking, the bald old man moved. He stretched out his hand, and an invisible force immediately enveloped Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun. Not good. Seeing this, Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun's expressions changed. This person was probably not sent by Bai Minghuayu. This is troublesome. However, Yi Xian still had a trump card, which was time reversal. At most, he could start all over again. Bai Minghuayu's little princess is friends with a cultivator. How strange. The bald old man grinned. Now, Yi Xian was sure that this old man was not sent by Bai Minghuayu. This time, he was in big trouble. It seemed that he had to use time reversal to go back in time and leave as soon as possible. However, just as Yi Xian was about to do so, a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly descended. "You're courting death." A voice sounded. Then, a stream of light quickly broke through the void and pierced through the bald old man's demon heart. Yi Xian, who was about to use time reversal, suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in black. "Second miss, I'm late to protect you." The middle-aged man in black did not take the Qian Kuan ring. Instead, he quickly rushed to Bai Ming Sun and knelt down on one knee. If he was a spy, he did not need to do this at all. After all, with his strength, he could take Bai Ming Sun away by force. "You were sent by my sister to pick me up, right?" Bai Ming Sun asked. "Yes." The middle-aged man in black nodded and said, "I'm the chief steward of the Overlord's mansion. The Overlord sent me to pick you up." After he finished, he could not help but glance at Yi Xian. "He's my friend. Take us to my sister." Bai Ming Sun did not waste time and said directly, "Yes." The middle-aged man in black didn't dare to ask any more questions and left with Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun. He was a 9th-grade Demon King, an invincible existence in Flower Rain Royal territory, second only to Demon King Bai Minghuayu. With such an expert leading the way, Yi Xian had a much easier time. In less than 2 days, they arrived at Flower Rain City. Before he even entered, Yi Xian could already sense powerful auras. They were all high-level demon lords. Flower Rain Territory's Overlord Manor was independent of the city, so there were many experts there. The middle-aged man in black placed Yi Xian and Bai Ming Sun on the ground. Then, a graceful figure came out of the mansion. This was a woman in a blue dress. She had a beautiful face and a tall figure. Her realm was so powerful that it made Ghost Lord Azura and the old tree's hearts palpitate. "Sister." When Bai Ming Sun saw this woman, she immediately jumped into her arms and called out affectionately. This woman was Bai Minghuayu, the overlord of Flower Rain Royal Territory and the eldest daughter of Emperor Bai Ming. "Girl, what are you doing here instead of staying in your own territory?" Bai Minghuayu fondled Sun's hair affectionately and asked softly. "I'm here to bring someone to see you." Sun turned to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a cultivator, so he couldn't hide from Huayu's eyes. At the same time, Huayu also knew that Bai Ming Sun could come all the way to Flower Rain Royal Territory because of Yi Xian. Otherwise, Bai Ming Sun wouldn't be able to come to Flower Rain Royal Territory even if she was given 1 million, 10 million, or 1 trillion years. "Who is he?" Huayu asked. "He's Yi Xian from the immortal world. He's a friend of brother-in-law." Bai Ming Sun explained. "A friend of the little demon king?" Bai Minghuayu found it hard to believe that the little demon king had a cultivator as a friend, and one who wasn't even a Grand Unity immortal yet. How rare. "It's true. He knows brother-in-law's name, so I brought him here to see you." Sun continued. "He knows his name?" Now, Bai Minghuayu believed her. After all, not many people knew the little demon king's name. His body was destroyed in the immortal world, and he was lucky enough to obtain an origin demon body. "He's in seclusion now, so I won't go," Huayu said. "I know. That origin demon body is my nephew," Yi Xian replied. Now, Bai Minghuayu and Bai Ming Sun understood why Yi Xian knew the little demon king. "Then is there a way to get to Flower Rain Royal Territory quickly?" Yi Xian asked. He came to the demon realm to find the little demon king, because the little demon king had a friend who knew how to refine the heavenly demon heart. "We don't have any portals to other territories. If you want to get to Flower Rain Royal Territory, you'll have to travel by yourself from the border," Bai Minghuayu said. "Then is there a way to get to Shura Sovereign's border?" Yi Xian asked again. Flower Rain Royal Territory shared a border with Masha Sovereign's territory, while Dark North Sovereign's and Shura Sovereign's borders were on the other side. If a ghost were to fly, how long would it take? It took Xian almost half a year to get from Sky Demon territory to Flower Rain Royal territory, and it would take at least a few years to get from Flower Rain Royal territory to the border. If he wanted to break through, it would take at least half a year. If there was a portals, it would save him a lot of time. There is a special teleportation array in my Flower Rain Royal territory's territory Lord Manor. Only I, Bai Ming Huayu, can activate it. I can teleport you to the Dark North Royal territory, and then you can transfer to the border. Bai Ming Huayu said. If that's the case, then thank you. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Wait, I'll go too. Bai Ming Sun suddenly said. What are you going to do? Bai Ming Huayu raised an eyebrow. I'm bored to death as an overlord. I want to take a look at Shura Sovereign's territory. Bai Ming Sun replied. No. Bai Ming Huayu refused directly. You may have the heavenly demon armor, but no one can guarantee your safety in Shura Sovereign's territory. Didn't Father say that my heavenly demon armor can withstand a 9th grade demon king's attack? Why would it be dangerous? Bai Ming Sun was surprised. But don't forget, the Shura Sovereign is a temperamental person. Although he hasn't had any conflicts with Father all these years, if he were to really fight, even Father wouldn't dare to guarantee that he would win against him, Bai Ming Huayu said. Ugh, Bai Ming Sun was a little unhappy. She pouted and looked unhappy. What made Yi Xian feel the most helpless was that if that was the case, why did the little demon go to the Shura Sovereign? However, he didn't care so much. He had to find the little demon first. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over at a rapid speed. Lord, the people from the Whirlwind Royal territory are here. The person reported. Here? Isn't it still half a year? Bai Ming Huayu was slightly surprised. It seems that they can't wait to get that mineral vein. Sister, what mineral vein? Bai Ming Sun asked curiously. It's a immortal crystal mineral vein. The production is amazing, but because it's at the border of the Flower Rain Royal territory and the Whirlwind Royal territory, we decided to bet. Bai Ming Huayu said, best of 3, 1 for those under the Demon Monarch, 1 for those under the Demon Monarch, and 1 for me and the Whirlwind Royal Lord. Then I want to watch too. I haven't seen Sister fight for a long time. Bai Ming Sun's eyes lit up. Okay, then let's go. Bai Ming Huayu nodded. The bet didn't take long, so Bai Ming Sun was fine even if she went. As for Yi Xian, she would postpone it for now. Sister, do you have a candidate for the battle under the Demon Monarch? Bai Ming Sun asked again. I have a talented demonic cultivator in the royal manor. He cultivates the Blood Moon Demon Heart, and is almost invincible among those of the same level. He should be able to win a battle. Bai Ming Huayu said. Hearing this, Bai Ming Sun rolled her eyes. Sister, how about I introduce someone to you? He's also very strong, and can definitely help you win the battle. Bai Ming Huayu looked at Bai Ming Sun in surprise. Who is it? When Bai Ming Sun was speaking, Yi Xian understood what she meant. The person she wanted to introduce was none other than the old tree who had just finished his breakthrough. Without waiting for Bai Ming Sun to speak, Yi Xian directly summoned the 3 old tree. As soon as they appeared, the 2 inexplicable auras shocked the black-clothed middle-aged man and Bai Ming Huayu. If they hadn't sensed that the old tree and Ghost Lord Azura were only Grand Unity peerless immortals, they would have attacked them already. Hee, sister, these 2 have signed a contract with Yi Xian. Don't underestimate them just because they're Grand Unity peerless immortals. They've killed a demon lord before, right? Bai Ming Sun giggled and continued, Sister, do you still remember that demon lord's spectral soul? He did not die. There was a strand of his remnant soul residing in the Black Soul Sphere. His strength was comparable to a second-stage demon monarch, but he was later dealt with by Yi Xian and the others. Spectral Soul Demon Monarch? Bai Ming Huayu was shocked. She naturally knew this name because Demon Lord Spectral Soul was once her subordinate. However, he offended her and was killed by her. Not to mention her, even this black-cloaked middle-aged man recognized him. Who would have thought that he was actually still alive? Killing a second-grade demon monarch? Not bad. Bai Ming Huayu nodded in satisfaction. The old tree and Ghost Lord Azura were both Grand Unity peerless immortals. There was a difference of 4 levels between them and a second-grade demon monarch. To be able to challenge someone who was 4 levels above them was not something an ordinary person could do. That's not all. When we entered the Flower Rain Royal Territory, there was another 4th-grade demon monarch. He should have been sent by the demon killer emperor to capture me. In the end, he was killed by them as well. Bai Ming Sun had a smug look on her face, as though the old tree and ghost Lord Azura were both her subordinates. A 4th-grade demon monarch? 6 levels above them? Bai Ming Huayu found it hard to believe. If someone had killed a 2nd-grade demon monarch who was 4 levels above them, she might have believed it. But to kill a 4th-grade demon monarch who was 6 levels above them, that was a bit too unbelievable. Sister, I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can call that genius out and let them fight first, Bai Ming Sun suggested. Bai Ming Huayu trusted this little sister of hers quite a bit. However, Bai Ming Sun was still only a 1st-grade pure young true immortal. If she encountered a battle between a high-ranked pure young true immortal, she might not be able to see it clearly. Let alone a battle between a grand unity peerless immortal and a demon monarch. Alright. Go call Bian Yuanzhou out. Bai Ming Huayu nodded. She decided to give it a try. After all, it wasn't time for the battle yet. The people from the Whirlwind Royal Territory had only come earlier. Upon hearing this, the black-robed middle-aged man nodded. He quickly flew into the Territory Lord's estate, then called out a youth. This youth had golden skin. Aside from that, he looked no different from a human. He was a 9th-grade Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, only a single step away from becoming a demon monarch. Despite his appearance, he had actually trained for tens of thousands of years. Of course, in front of Bai Ming Huayu, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he was just a junior. Territory Lord. The golden-skinned youth said respectfully. Bian Yuanzhou is the strongest expert in our Territory Lord's estate, second only to the demon monarch. At the same time, he's also a member of the Golden Fiend race. He's refined a Golden Flame Fiend heart, and his physique is extremely powerful, Bai Ming Huayu said. Yi Xian, send someone out to defeat him. If you defeat my sister, you'll definitely be rewarded, Bai Ming Huayu said. Yi Xian understood this as well. Bian Yuanzhou was originally representing the Flower Rain Royal Territory. If Old Tree or Azure Ghost Lord defeated him, they could represent the Flower Rain Royal Territory. Their chances of winning would be higher. When that time came, would they have to worry about lacking cultivation resources? After all, Bai Ming Huayu wasn't just the Flower Rain Royal Territory's overlord, she was also the eldest daughter of Emperor Bai Ming. When Bian Yuanzhou heard that he was going to be challenged, he was slightly displeased. However, this was the overlord's wish, so he couldn't refute it. After all, he was always the one challenging others. How could he be the one being challenged? Oh, Old Tree. Who's up? Yi Xian glanced over. A 9th-grade Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. Even Yi Xian himself could probably fight him, let alone Old Tree's trio. Not even a demon monarch. I choose to give up. Old Tree shrugged. Then, Azure Ghost Lord shook his head and took a step back. They weren't afraid, but felt that Bian Yuanzhou's cultivation was too low. Only Wei Zhentian was left. Like Azure Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian couldn't speak. However, he was one of Yi Xian's earliest subordinates. He had followed Yi Xian for many years and obeyed Yi Xian's every command. He wasn't a bully like the Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord. He directly asked Yi Xian to fight. Humph, don't even think about challenging someone of a higher level. Bian Yuanzhou couldn't help but snort. He thought that Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord were afraid. Yi Xian, have you decided? Bai Ming Sun asked. Alright, Wei Zhentian it is. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Wei Zhentian transformed into a flying sword. What? This sword? Bian Yuanzhou understood Yi Xian's meaning. He was instantly enraged. Even Bai Ming Huayu didn't want to say anything. If it was the Old Tree, it might have been possible. After all, the Old Tree refined the purple demon heart, which was a grade higher than the golden flame demon heart. Haha, don't underestimate Wei Zhentian. Go. Yi Xian gave the order without hesitation. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, Wei Zhentian was as swift as Yi Xian. When Yi Xian gave the order, he flew toward Duanling Tian. Wei Zhentian, a 7th grade Tai peerless immortal, arrived in front of Bian Yuanzhou in the blink of an eye. Although it was a sneak attack, Bian Yuanzhou had underestimated Wei Zhentian. If he did not teach him a lesson, Bian Yuanzhou would not take him seriously. Clang, a crisp sound rang out. Facing Wei Zhentian's sneak attack, Bian Yuanzhou extended his right hand and sent Wei Zhentian flying. However, he knew that he had underestimated Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian's speed alone was enough to make him take him seriously. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows. Crisp sounds rang out and entered everyone's ears. This celestial artifact does not seem to be controlled by you. Did it give birth to an artifact spirit? Bai Minghuayu asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. This Wei Zhentian has the ability to change its form. It's so fun. I'll ask my father to refine a demonic artifact like this for me one day, Bai Mingsun said. Bian Yuanzhou was not weak. After all, he was nurtured by Bai Minghuayu with a large amount of natural treasures just for this battle. Therefore, he was able to fight Wei Zhentian to a draw. However, as a 9th grade Tai peerless immortal, it was humiliating for him to fight to a draw with a 3rd grade Tai peerless immortal's celestial artifact. Nevertheless, Wei Zhentian's strength was not limited to this. Wei Zhentian, end this battle with the heavenly appraising lots. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian, in the form of a flying sword, turned into 9 lots and attacked Bian Yuanzhou. What? Bian Yuanzhou was shocked. The heavenly appraising lots were faster than the flying sword and arrived in front of him in an instant. Before he could react, the 9 heavenly judgment lots pierced into his chest one after another, almost piercing through his demon heart. The outcome of this battle had been decided. Not bad. Bai Minghuayu nodded in satisfaction. Bian Yuanzhou was from the Golden Demon tribe and had refined the Golden Flame Demon Heart. His physique was already above average among those of the same level. Even Bai Minghuayu herself might not be able to match Bian Yuanzhou when she was a 9th tier Tai peerless immortal. However, the 9 heavenly judgment lots had so easily broken through Bian Yuanzhou's defenses and almost killed Bian Yuanzhou. This was sufficient to prove Wei Zhentian's strength. Bian Yuanzhou was defeated and his face was dark. Enduring the pain, he knelt on one knee and said, Yuanzhou has disappointed the overlord, please punish me. Although one of them had lost, Bai Minghuayu was not angry at all. This meant that Wei Zhentian was stronger than Bian Yuanzhou. However, a single artifact could not participate in the gambling battle. How is their strength compared to this immortal treasure? Bai Minghuayu's gaze landed on the old tree and Azure Ghost Lord. Bonehead is stronger than this Wei Zhentian. That bald old man is even stronger. He once fought against 2 people alone, and he didn't even use his full strength. Bai Mingsun jumped out and said. Alright, if you can help me win this battle, I will give you a satisfactory reward. Bai Minghuayu said directly. Thank you very much, City Lord. Yi Xian cupped his fist in gratitude. Old Tree was the strongest, so the old tree was the one to fight. This way, they would have a 90% chance of winning. After all, the old tree was also a demonic cultivator. Moreover, Bai Minghuayu had decided to teleport him to the border. This favor had to be returned. Don't forget, after some time, Yi Xian would be able to break through again. At that time, the old tree would break through to the 8th grade Tai peerless immortal realm. There would be no one below the demonic monarch realm who could be his opponent. In order to obtain that immortal crystal vein as soon as possible, Bai Minghuayu was a little impatient. She directly brought Yi Xian, Bai Mingsun, and that black-clothed middle-aged man and set off. The location of the battle was right outside the immortal crystal vein. Those from Whirling Edge Royal Territory felt that victory was in their grasp, so they directly waited outside the immortal crystal vein. While Bai Minghuayu was leading the way, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he started to devour treasures again. Ding! Host has broken through to the 4th grade Tai peerless immortal realm. Ding! Azure Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghostly Lord have broken through to the 8th grade Tai peerless immortal realm. System notifications rang out one after another. After sensing the change in aura, Bai Minghuayu and the black-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian, but they didn't say anything. In their eyes, there was no difference between a third-grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm and a fourth-grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. 3 days later, Bai Minghuayu brought the group to the Immortal Crystal Vein. This Immortal Crystal Vein was jointly set up by Bai Minghuayu and Whirling Edge Royal Lord. Only the winner of the battle could own this Immortal Crystal Vein. When Bai Minghuayu arrived, there were already 3 figures outside the Immortal Crystal Vein. A 9th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal, a 9th-grade Demon Lord, and a 1st-grade Demon King, Whirling Edge Royal Lord. Lord Huayu, how have you been? Whirling Edge Royal Lord couldn't help but smile when he saw Bai Minghuayu. Let's skip the pleasantries, Bai Minghuayu said directly. Alright, but Lord Huayu, the person you brought is a little off. Whirling Edge Royal Lord said, then turned to Old Tree, who was behind Yi Xian. In Bai Minghuayu's group, besides Yi Xian, the 4th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal, there was only the 8th-grade Old Tree. Under normal circumstances, a 9th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal should be the one to fight. Why did they bring an 8th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal? In our battle, one of the requirements is below the Demon Lord level. We didn't say that it has to be a 9th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal, Bai Minghuayu corrected. When Whirlwind Horde Lord heard this, he subconsciously sized up Old Shu. He had heard that there was a Bian Yuanzhou in the Horde Lord's mansion, but the one who came today was not Bian Yuanzhou. It seemed that Old Shu was stronger than Bian Yuanzhou. Purple Demon Heart? I see. Whirling Edge Royal Lord saw through the clues. The purple Extreme Demon Heart was indeed stronger than the average Demon Heart. That was understandable. Since that's the case, let's begin. Whirling Edge Royal Lord, what level do you want to bet on first? Bai Minghuayu asked. Below the Demon Lord level, Whirling Edge Royal Lord said. Since Bai Minghuayu had brought an 8th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal, even if he cultivated the purple Demon Heart, it wouldn't be easy to win with the difference in level. Alright. Bai Minghuayu raised her eyebrows. It seemed that they were going to win the next battle. The 9th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal of Whirling Edge Royal Territory walked out, followed by Old Tree, who had joined Bai Minghuayu's group. Whirlwind Horde Lord will be the judge. Bai Minghuayu had Whirlwind Horde Lord announce the start of the battle just in case. Alright, let's begin. Whirlwind Horde Lord didn't hold back and directly announced. But in the next moment, he was shocked. When his voice fell into everyone's ears, Old Tree directly used Nether Fire Clone and flashed behind his opponent. Bang! With a muffled sound, Old Tree's fist directly pierced through his opponent's heart. His demon heart exploded, and he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Old Tree had won this battle. How is this possible? Whirlwind Horde Lord and the 9th-grade Demon Monarch were shocked. Their opponent was a genius they had carefully cultivated for this battle, but he was instantly killed by their opponent. How was this possible? Whirlwind Horde Lord, thank you for letting me win. Bai Minghuayu said with a smile on her face. There was no suspense in this battle at all. They had won this battle for free, which was really a good deal. Even the Demon King Whirlwind Horde Lord was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that someone of his level would make such a mistake. Next, let's let Horde Lord Huayu decide. I don't care if it's the Demon Monarch or the two of us fighting. Whirlwind Horde Lord said. Then let's fight the Demon Monarch. Bai Minghuayu said. She and Whirlwind Horde Lord were both first-grade Demon Kings. If they fought, he would definitely win. However, she wanted to hide her strength, so she let the black-clothed middle-aged man fight on her behalf. Alright. Whirlwind Horde Lord didn't waste time. The next battle was a battle between 9th-grade Demon Monarchs. As long as they won this battle, Bai Minghuayu would be able to obtain this huge immortal crystal load, which was enough to raise the Flower Rain Royal Territory's level. Whirlwind Royal Territory sent out a 9th-grade Demon Monarch Elder, while Flower Rain Royal Territory sent out a black-clothed middle-aged man. Both of them were 9th-grade Demon Monarchs, but they had never fought before, so they didn't know who was stronger. Because this was a bet between demonic cultivators, one side had to fall. In other words, if the Whirlwind Royal Territory lost this time, then they would suffer a crushing defeat. Not only would they lose the immortal crystal vein, they would also lose a general. Bai Minghuayu was very confident in this black-clothed middle-aged man. After all, this black-clothed middle-aged man was her #1 general. The black-robed middle-aged man was already more than 10 million years old, but due to his limited talent, he couldn't break through to the Demon King level. However, his strength was enough to challenge a Demon King. With him in the battle, they would definitely win this battle. Then, Bai Minghuayu wouldn't need to participate. On the other side, the Whirling Edge Royal region did not know the background of the middle-aged man in black, because they only knew that he was Bai Minghuayu's supervisor. In truth, they weren't confident in winning this battle, but it didn't matter. Start. Said. In an instant, the old man and the black-clothed middle-aged man began to fight. Boom. Boom. Boom, a series of muffled sounds entered everyone's ears. At first glance, the strength of the two was actually on par with each other. Beezes, how is it? Bai Mingsun could not help but send a message to Bai Minghuayu. Don't worry, we will definitely win this battle. Bai Minghuayu replied. Yes. Hearing this, Bai Mingsun didn't say much, even though she couldn't see the battle. Not only that, even the old tree, who was an 8th-rank Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, couldn't see their movements clearly. He could only tell from the sounds that they were fighting fiercely. In fact, the two of them had not used their full strength, but the black-clothed middle-aged man was holding back more. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill his opponent instantly. The two of them fought for a full 10 seconds. As a Demon King, the Whirlwind Horde Lord's expression slowly sank. He wasn't worried that the old man would be killed. Instead, he was wondering if his next move would succeed. This time, the bet on the immortal crystal lode was fake. Whirlwind Horde Lord's real intention was to capture Bai Minghuayu, the Emperor's eldest daughter, as a hostage. However, to his surprise, the youngest daughter of the Emperor Bai Mingsun, had also come. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. If the Whirlwind Horde Lord lost this battle, then the people hiding in the surroundings would take action. If the Whirlwind Horde Lord won, then it would be a 1-to-1 situation. At that time, the Whirlwind Horde Lord, who had already broken through to 2nd-rank Demon King, would personally take action. Anyway, it all depended on this battle. On the battlefield, the two figures kept flashing, and the two pairs of demon wings were terrifyingly large. The black-clothed middle-aged man was from the Winged Demon clan, which was more useful than the demon wings, so he had the upper hand. However, at this moment, good chance. The black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly found a flaw in his opponent's defense and punched out. Bang! The powerful shadow of the black fist smashed into the old man's chest, directly bursting his chest, revealing the beating demon heart. Not good. The old man's expression changed drastically. With his chest bursting open, the next step would be dangerous. If he wasn't careful, his demon heart would shatter. At the same time, the Whirlwind Horde Lord saw this scene and quickly took out a horn and blew it. Woo 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 woo, this horn was a demon tool, and its sound could be transmitted to a very far place. However, when the horn sounded, a figure slowly appeared in the sky. It was the old man of the Whirlwind Horde Lord, who had already been killed by the black-clothed middle-aged man. What's going on? Yi Xian, Old Tree, Bai Mingsun, and the black-clothed middle-aged man were at a loss when they heard this sound. However, they all had a bad feeling. This might be an ambush. Yi Feng, protect them. Bai Minghuayu said to the black-clothed middle-aged man with a calm expression. Yes, Lord. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. Although Bai Minghuayu was only a first-grade devil king, her strength was frighteningly strong. The black-clothed middle-aged man believed that if he was a first-rank demon king, he wouldn't be Bai Minghuayu's opponent. Even if he was a 2nd or 3rd-rank demon king, he still wouldn't be able to. Who was Bai Minghuayu? She was the eldest daughter of the Emperor of the North Sea. If the Emperor of the North Sea dared to let his daughter become a lord at the border, then he must have some life-saving means, such as the heavenly demon armor. Or perhaps, she had the protection of an expert. Whirlwind Horde Lord, who dares to ambush me? Bai Minghuayu couldn't help but ask. Since Lord Huayu knows it's an ambush, why didn't you leave? It seems like you have some protection. Whirlwind Horde Lord said, I guess Lord Huayu should have a heavenly demon armor on her, right? So what? Bai Ming Huayu said. Are you so confident that you can capture me alive? Bai Ming Huayu raised her eyebrows and asked. This time, Whirlwind Horde Lord did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at the sky. 3 figures had already flown over from the horizon. However, none of them were demonic cultivators, nor were they demons. They were 3 immortal beast eagles. Whistling wind eagles? Bai Ming Huayu recognized them at first glance. That's right. These are 3 third-grade king-level whistling wind eagles. Horde Lord Huayu, surrender yourself. Whirlwind Horde Lord made his move. Since you're so confident, I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. Bai Ming Huayu naturally would not surrender so easily. Instead, she went up to meet him. However, her opponent was not only the 2nd-grade Demon King Whirlwind Horde Lord, but also the 3 third-grade Demon King level Whistling Wind Eagles. I borrowed this Whistling Wind Horn from my father. It can control 3 third-grade Demon King level Whistling Wind Eagles. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Whirlwind Horde Lord snorted in his heart. His initial goal was to capture Bai Ming Huayu and claim credit from the Demon Killer Emperor. However, Bai Ming Sun was also the Emperor's daughter. Hence, he quickly ordered 2 of the Whistling Wind Eagles to attack Bai Ming Sun. Although the black-cloaked middle-aged man was strong, he was only a 9th-grade Demon King. It would not be easy for him to block 2 Whistling Wind Eagles alone. However, to everyone's surprise, crack. A faint sound was heard. Bai Ming Huayu, who was only a 1st-grade Demon King, actually shattered the demon heart of the 2nd-grade Demon King Whirlwind Horde Lord. Instant kill, even the Whirlwind Horde Lord himself hadn't expected such a scene. He was actually defeated by someone who was a level above him. Moreover, it was an instant kill. The daughter of the Emperor Bai Ming Sun was indeed extraordinary, however, at this moment, whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. A figure who was hiding in the surroundings quickly made his move. Insidious guy, you finally made your move. Following that, an unfamiliar voice was heard. Another figure appeared. In an instant, the 2 of them began to fight. Moreover, the aura they emitted was extremely powerful. 9th-grade Devil King. Of these 2 9th-grade Devil Kings, one was a bodyguard sent by the Dark North Emperor to Bai Ming Huayu, while the other was sent by the Devil Killer Emperor. The moment Bai Ming Huayu's bodyguards appeared, their auras enveloped the 3 whistling wind condors in the air. Then, they were easily killed by Bai Ming Huayu. Miss, take the others and leave first. I'll deal with this treacherous guy. A middle-aged man in armor said. You think you can stop me? The subordinate sent by the Masha Emperor was a black-robed man with long hair. He was skilled in concealment. If not for the middle-aged man's strength, he wouldn't have been able to discover him. Although Bai Ming Huayu was strong, she wasn't strong enough to fight against a 9th-grade Devil King. Therefore, she didn't say anything and left with the group after sending a message to the middle-aged man. I didn't expect there to be another expert here. The Masha Emperor is too sinister. Bai Ming Sun couldn't help but say. Although you and I have the heavenly demon armor, the Masha Emperor is the Devil Killer Emperor. If we fall into his hands, we will definitely become his bargaining chip to threaten father. Bai Ming Huayu said. Then why did father allow sister to be the overlord here? Bai Ming Sun asked. Bai Ming Huayu paused and said, because I'm willing to be the bait to lure the Masha Emperor. What bait? Bai Ming Sun asked. However, right after she finished speaking, a voice rang out. What? There's another person? A cry of surprise came from behind. The owner of this voice was the long-haired man under the Masha Emperor. There's not only one 9th-grade Devil King protecting me. There are actually 2 that father has been secretly cultivating. This time, they want to kill one of the Masha Emperor's generals. Bai Ming Huayu said. Now, Bai Ming Sun understood. This was a conspiracy, and it wasn't small. But if it succeeded, they would be able to kill one of the Masha Emperor's generals. Even I don't know. Bai Ming Sun pouted. You're still young, of course you don't know. Bai Ming Huayu said with a smile. Bai Ming Sun was only a few thousand years old, not even 10,000 years old. Moreover, she was only a first-grade pure young true immortal. It was normal for her not to know these secrets. In any case, they had won this battle. Compared to the immortal crystal mine and the whirlwind royal territory, the life of a ninth-grade devil king was much more important. Even if the former increased in value by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, it still couldn't compare to a ninth-grade devil king. Not long later, the armored middle-aged man caught up to Bai Minghuayu, accompanied by a strange man. "Miss, the execution has been carried out," the armored middle-aged man said. "Good. Thank you, uncles." Bai Minghuayu smiled. Afterwards, the two ninth-grade devil kings led Bai Minghuayu and the others back to the overlord's estate. The speed of a ninth-grade devil king wasn't just for show. In less than an hour, they had returned. "Yi Xian, this time, you've helped me win a battle. This is your reward." After returning to the overlord's estate, Bai Minghuayu took out a yin and yang ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "Overlord, this," Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and didn't accept it. This time, it was a trap set by the Emperor Bai Ming. Although the old tree had won a battle, it didn't do much. "That's a separate matter. Besides, you're Chisu's friend," Bai Minghuayu said. If it was someone else, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't reject it. But Bai Minghuayu was the fiancé of the little demon king, so they were friends. However, since she had already said so, Yi Xian couldn't reject it anymore and accepted it. As expected, the amount of things in this yin and yang ring was huge. It should be enough for him to break through to the fifth-grade devil monarch realm. There were also some seeds of heaven and earth treasures in this ring. Yi Xian immediately got someone to plant them in the planting space. Ding! The planting space's level has increased. The current level is level 10. A system notification sounded. A level 10 planting space was much bigger. Most importantly, the flow of space had increased from 400 times to 800 times. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 800 days inside. It was godly. "Alright, my mission is complete. I don't need to stay in the Flower Rain Royal Territory anymore. Let's go to the Royal Territory," Bai Minghuayu said. Yi Xian nodded slightly. In the Flower Rain Royal Territory's overlord's estate, there was a teleportation formation that only Bai Minghuayu could activate. The reason why Bai Minghuayu stayed at the border was to be a bait to lure the demon killer emperor. Now that her plan had succeeded, she didn't need to be a small overlord anymore. When Yi Xian was in the Flower Rain Territory's Lord's Manor, he could already feel a powerful aura. However, when he arrived at the Dark North Royal Territory, he almost couldn't breathe. One had to know that the average cultivation level in the Royal Territory was the Demon King realm. In a situation where Demon Kings were everywhere, his Tai Peerless Immortal cultivation level was nothing. Not to mention Tai Peerless Immortals, even Demon Kings were nothing. Fortunately, Bai Minghuayu was here. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have to kneel on the ground as soon as he landed. "Let's go. I'll bring you to the border's teleportation array." Bai Minghuayu didn't say anything and brought Yi Xian to another teleportation array. Along the way, many people sensed Yi Xian's identity as a cultivator and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. How did the eldest daughter of the Dark North Royal Territory know such a cultivator? Moreover, his cultivation level was so low. However, they didn't dare to speak because there were two ninth-grade Demon King bodyguards behind them. "From here, you can teleport to the border's Demon Sun Royal Territory. However, with your identity as a cultivator, I'm afraid you'll become a rat on the street." Bai Minghuayu then said to someone behind her, "Yi Feng, you sent him over." Yi Feng was the general manager of the Flower Rain Territory, a ninth-grade Demon King. Although his strength was the weakest in the Dark North Royal Territory, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go to the Chaos Royal Territory. Although Little Demon King was one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign, his cultivation level was the lowest. The other 17 were all 9th-grade Demon Kings, but he was only a 3rd-grade Demon King. Therefore, Little Demon King was also known as the Heavenly King with the most potential. Of course, most of them were ridiculing him. "No need. I also want to experience it." Yi Xian refused directly. How could he level up if he brought someone along? "If that's the case, then I won't say much." Bai Minghuayu didn't continue. In her impression, Yi Xian wasn't a stupid person. He shouldn't die so easily. At this time, Bai Mingsun was still looking at Bai Minghuayu, trying to persuade her. However, Bai Minghuayu was determined not to let her leave. Whoosh, the teleportation portal began to operate. Yi Xian stepped into it and was teleported away in no time. Their destination was the Demon Sun Royal Territory. It was a royal territory similar to the Flower Rain Royal Territory, and its lord was a first-grade Devil King. Currently, Yi Xian was a Tier 4 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, while the Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian were all Tier 8 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. They would probably break through again in a few more days. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to take action after breaking through. After all, they had plenty of time. Several days later. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a Tier 5 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghostly Lord have broken through. They are now 9th grade Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. The 3 from the Old Tree had all broken through to Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. They were only one step away from becoming Immortal Lords. The Demon Yang Royal Territory belongs to the Emperor of the Dark North. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. The Emperor of the Dark North was Bai Minghuayu's father, and Bai Minghuayu was the Little Demon King's fiancé. Therefore, the Emperor of the Dark North was the Little Demon King's father-in-law. It wasn't good to rob a friend's territory. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to leave as soon as possible. However, along the way, there were still many who came to throw their lives away. Although he didn't take the initiative to rob, he didn't reject those who came to throw their lives away. When he passed through the Demon Yang Royal Territory and arrived at the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory, which belonged to the Shura Royal Territory, his cultivation level had increased again. He was now a Tier 6 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. As for the Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Azura Ghost Lord, they had all broken through to Immortal Lord. However, their strength was still not enough to find the Little Demon King. Let's go. Let's rob. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and started to act according to his plan. His plan was to rob the entire Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. Once he was done, he would have enough to go to the Demon Sun Royal Territory. In fact, he didn't need to worry about heavenly treasures. After all, the things that Bai Minghuayu gave him were enough for him to break through to Demon Lord. What he needed now was time. However, he felt that it was too hard to stay in seclusion, so he came out for a stroll. The Old Tree and the other 2 were now Immortal Lords. According to the demonic cultivators, they were Demon Lords. As Tier 1 Demon Lords, they had outstanding combat strength. If they joined forces, even a Tier 7 Demon Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Instead, they might be killed. Although this strength couldn't sweep through the entire Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory, as long as he was given time, it would be enough. A few days later. Ding. Host has broken through. You are now a Tier 7 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding. Yanming Ghost Lord has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. The few of them broke through again, and their strength soared. However, just as he was about to continue to rob, he found an interesting map in one of the Qianquan rings. Land of Devouring? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had the immortal grade devouring system. Without this magical thing, he wouldn't have been able to ascend to the immortal realm. He would probably still be a cripple. Therefore, he was very sensitive to the word devouring. The map showed that there was a place called the Land of Devouring in the northwest of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. There was also a description on it. The Land of Devouring was occupied by a powerful king-grade immortal beast. Those who entered would die without leaving behind a corpse. Even the Lord of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory was afraid of it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. How long had it been since he last saw the devouring beast? This king-grade immortal beast devoured everything. Could it be the devouring beast? As long as he could kill this king-grade immortal beast, he would be able to obtain 1 devouring point. At that time, he would be able to strengthen his bloodline and become stronger. Devouring beast? Let me see if you are the one. Xian narrowed his eyes and hurriedly rushed to the northwest of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. The Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory was considered big. Xian used the Immortal Ascension steps to rush over, but it still took him a lot of time. When he arrived at the land of Devouring, he had already broken through to the 8th grade Tai Sovereign Celestial Realm. The old tree and the other two were 3rd grade Immortal Lords. This realm was enough for them to do whatever they wanted in the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. However, when he arrived, his Eye of Revelation saw a group of demonic cultivators fleeing in panic. The strongest ones seemed to be the 3 9th grade Immortal Lords. Could it be that they want to enter the land of Devouring to kill that immortal beast? Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. 9th grade Immortal Lords, and there were 3 of them. In addition to the others, their strength was enough to contend with a demon king. Such a group of people had a gloomy expression. They quickly left the land of Devouring as if their buttocks were on fire. They must have been frightened by that immortal beast. Seeing this, Xian couldn't help but be curious. He really wanted to enter the land of Devouring to see if that immortal beast was the devouring beast that he was looking for. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, attack. Leave no one alive. Xian immediately gave the order to the 3 of them. So what if there were 3 9th grade demon lords? Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet. Eye of Azura. Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord immediately used their ultimate moves. The effect of the Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet was similar to the 9 Dragons Lightning Fire Barrier. However, it was more practical than the 9 Dragons Lightning Fire Barrier. Other than absorbing attacks, it would also increase in strength when people nearby died. As for Wei Zhentian, he turned into a lightning token. This lightning token was called the Heavenly Wrath Token. Those who were targeted by Wei Zhentian would be attacked by the Heavenly Wrath. The Heavenly Wrath was the Heavenly Wrath Lightning. Its power was extraordinary. Rumble. The clear and boundless sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. Following that, a bolt of heavenly tribulation struck down. The attack speed and power of the Heavenly Wrath Lightning would increase according to Wei Zhentian's cultivation level. Now that Wei Zhentian was a 3rd grade Immortal Lord, his target was the 7th grade Demon Lords. Therefore, he would kill them with every strike. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Before the Azura Ghost Lord could even charge into the group of enemies, one notification after another sounded out in Xian's mind. His killing intent value started to crazily rise. Once these people died, the Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet and the Eye of Azura would increase in strength. Not only that, but Xian's slaughter seals were also formed. In an instant, 6 slaughter seals were formed. 5 times, slaughter mode. Xian raised his eyebrows. He immediately used 5 slaughter seals to increase his strength by 5 times. He was only an 8th grade Tai Absolute Immortal. Even if his strength was increased by 5 times, he would not be able to fight against a 7th grade Demon Lord. However, 5 times the strength was effective for Wei Zhentian, who was in the form of a magic treasure. Simply put, the power of the Heavenly Wrath Lightning had increased by 5 times. Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Chain. Infernal Darkness Soul Shattering Strike. Eye of Azura, Azura Divine Light. The Old Tree and the Azura Ghost Lord also approached the enemy and started attacking. Because their cultivation levels were lower, no one took them seriously in the beginning. They were running for their lives, so how could they have the time to care about Xian and the others? Even if it was a rank 6 demonic lord, no one would want to kill him and take his universe ring. After all, the immortal beast in the devouring ground was too terrifying. They would flee first. As a result, Xian had a few opportunities to take advantage of. Although Ghost Venerate Azura was only a 3rd grade Immortal Lord, he was very powerful. Just one ray of Azura Divine Light was enough to kill more than 10 people. At the same time, the Old Tree also rushed into the crowd and unleashed the power of the Inferno Dark Soul Suppressing Tablet. Bang! A loud noise was heard. At this moment, there were only a few 8th stage Devil Monarchs and 3 9th stage Devil Monarchs left in this group of Devil Cultivators. Furthermore, after those people died, the Azura Ghost Overlord's Eye of Azura finished accumulating energy. Who is it? Seeing that all the 7th-stage devil monarchs and 2 8th-stage devil monarchs had died in an instant, the remaining people were all astonished. Damn, how many stages did they surpass? Before they could recover from their astonishment, the old tree and ghost overlord Azura attacked again. Inferno Dark Soul Locking Chain. Eye of Azura, Azura Divine Light. Lightning of Heavenly Wrath. Under the joint attack of the old tree trio, another 3 8th-stage devil monarchs fell. At this moment, there were only 3 injured 9th-stage devil monarchs and 2 8th-stage devil monarchs left. Bastards, you're courting death. The 3 9th-stage devil monarchs were furious and decided to attack. Originally, Old Shu and the other 2 rank 3 immortal monarchs were not qualified for them to take action. However, the 3 of them were simply too powerful. They had actually managed to kill rank 7 immortal monarchs, and even rank 8 immortal monarchs. If they did not attack now, they would also be threatened. In an instant, these people exchanged blows with the old tree trio. This time, Xian could not collect the universe ring and suddenly break through like before. However, even so, the old tree trio still had the ability to deal with the 3 9th-stage devil monarchs. After all, the other party was injured, and their strength was too weak compared to Yifeng. Even if everyone worked together, they would not be able to defeat Baiming Huayu's strongest subordinate, Yifeng. The old tree sneak attack, the Azura ghost overlord Azura, and Wei Zhentian continuously attacked with lightning of heavenly wrath. No one would notice him. 10 seconds later, the remaining 8th-stage devil monarchs all fell. As a result, only the 3 9th-stage devil monarchs were left. However, at this moment. Roar. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar entered everyone's ears. After hearing this shocking sound, Xian hastily turned his head. With the eye of revelation, he saw a fat figure slowly approaching. This speed was probably not as fast as a 9th-stage devil monarch, but its body was terrifyingly large. Not good, the devil dragon is here. The 3 9th-stage devil monarchs' expressions changed as they quickly fled. Devil dragon? When Xian heard this, he quickly memorized this fat black dragon and swept a glance at it. There was indeed a symbol on this fat dragon's body, however, this symbol was not entirely the Devour symbol, but an extension of the Devour symbol. The Devour symbol can be found in this symbol, but it has a few more strokes. Although I don't know what it is, it must be related to the immortal Devour system. Xian was almost certain. This fat black dragon was the owner of the land of Devour, and it was also what Xian was looking for. However, it had just appeared and scared off the 3 9th-stage devil monarchs. Its strength was probably extraordinary. At this moment. Before Xian could finish his thoughts, the fat dragon suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in a deep breath. An invisible force directly enveloped the 3 9th-stage devil monarchs. Not only that, even the old tree, the Azura ghost overlord, and Wei Zhentian were locked on. Only Xian was standing in place in shock. This is bad. The 3 9th-stage devil monarchs paused, and their faces changed drastically. In the next moment, their bodies rapidly retreated and were sucked into this fat black dragon's mouth. Even the old tree, the Azura ghost overlord, and Wei Zhentian were not spared. What the F***ck? Xian was shocked. Ding. Yanming Ghost Lord is dead. Ding. Yanming Ghost Lord is resurrected. Ding. Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding. Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Ding. Azura Ghost Overlord is dead. Ding. Azura Ghost Overlord is resurrected. 6 consecutive system notifications rang in Xian's mind. In an instant, the 3 old tree fell and were resurrected beside Xian. No wonder that group of people were scared out of their wits. It turned out that this fat black dragon was so strong. However, just as Xian was surprised. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. This fat black dragon, after swallowing so many people, actually burped. The gate of the void. Xian's eyes lit up as he opened up a gate of the void in front of him. The gale that was blowing towards him went in, but it did not hurt Xian. You do have some skills. Old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, get it. Immediately, Xian summoned the 3 of them once again. However, Azure Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian's undying fighting soul had been activated. Now that they were dead, the effect was gone. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Old Tree and the other two quickly rushed out and faced the gale head-on. Wei Zhentian's current form had the Heaven's Wrath Order and the Heaven Splitter Axe. Azure Ghost Lord held the Heaven Splitter Axe and slashed at the fat black dragon. This slash had the power to split the heavens and earth. It broke through the gale and hit the fat black dragon. Bang! The fat black dragon trembled and could not help but cry out in pain. Then, the gale stopped as well. Old Tree and the other two quickly took advantage of this opportunity to rush over. Wei Zhentian, Million Beasts Diagram. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly gave an order that shook the world. The Million Beasts Diagram was a rare treasure. Once this diagram was used, the surrounding immortal beast's strength would be reduced by half. Although Azure Ghost Lord had the Heaven Splitter Axe and was extremely powerful, once the Million Beasts diagram was used, the fat black dragon's combat strength would be reduced by half. This was more effective than using the Heaven Splitter Axe. After all, Old Tree could also hurt the fat black dragon. This big black dragon must be related to the immortal level devouring system. It might have 2 or 3 devouring points. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes could not help but light up. The devouring beasts that he had encountered before were all low-level devouring beasts that only gave him 1 devouring point. Once, he had nurtured a devouring beast to the intermediate level and obtained 2 devouring points. This fat black dragon was a devouring beast that he had never seen before. Maybe it was a high-level devouring beast, however, this devourer beast was at least at the Demon King tier, so Yi Xian had to retreat a little further to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Just now, the devouring ability of that devouring beast was able to kill even a 9th-grade Devil King. Yi Xian reckoned that the reason why he was not sucked in was probably because of the immortal-grade devouring system. However, the fat of this black fat dragon was simply too thick. Even after Ghost Lord Azura and the Old Tree bombarded it for half a minute, they were still unable to break it open. During this time, Azura Ghost Lord and the Old Tree both died many times. Wei Zhentian was currently in his Myriad Beasts diagram form and could suppress the fat black dragon to half of its original strength. Even so, it was not something that the Azura Ghost Lord and the Old Tree could deal with. If he wanted to find a weakness, he couldn't do it through the mouth. After all, the Old Tree and the Azura Ghost Lord would be melted to death. As such, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to this fat black dragon. Anyway, this land of devouring has existed for thousands of years. There's no need to rush. I'll come back after I break through to the 9th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to retreat temporarily. After all, he had already marked this black flying dragon with the Death Hunt order. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, let's retreat. Yi Xian immediately left, and the fat black dragon also returned to the depths of the land of devouring. As for Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian allowed him to maintain his Myriad Beasts diagram form. This way, he could use it again after a few days. After all, the Myriad Beasts diagram was a rare treasure. A few days later. Ding! Host has broken through to the 9th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian have broken through to the 4th-grade Immortal Realm. The cultivation of the 4 of them had once again soared to the next level. Now, Yi Xian estimated that Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord should have the ability to hurt that fat black dragon. After all their skills had been restored. Yi Xian immediately led Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 into the land of devouring. There wasn't a single living thing in the land of devouring, not even a blade of grass. After all, that fat black dragon had devoured everything. After traveling at full speed for about half a day, Yi Xian finally saw that fat black dragon again. Go, kill it. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly gave the order. In an instant, Azura Ghost Lord, Old Tree, and Wei Zhentian rushed over. The Myriad Beasts diagram suppressed it instantly. This Myriad Beasts diagram was different from other treasures. It was stable and wouldn't increase with Wei Zhentian's cultivation level. However, it was already very scary to have half of its strength reduced. Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord, who had broken through their cultivation level, took the lead and rushed over. During the battle a few days ago, Yi Xian observed that this fat black dragon would only burp after it had devoured something. At that time, it would exhale a fierce gust of wind. However, now that it had devoured Old Tree, Azure Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian, who were only 4th-grade immortal lords, they definitely wouldn't be enough for it to burp. Therefore, Yi Xian was very relieved. This fat black dragon also noticed the Old Tree and the other two. It flapped its huge wings and tried to kill the Old Tree and the other two. If it was at its peak, it could have smashed the Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord into pieces. However, now that Wei Zhentian had transformed into the myriad beasts diagram, its strength was reduced to half. Therefore, the Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord easily dodged its attack. Seeing that the Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord were not dead, the fat black dragon opened its bloody mouth and sucked in a mouthful of air. 3 invisible forces enveloped the Old Tree, Azure Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian, and then they were quickly sucked into the fat black dragon's mouth. However, Yi Xian had the immortal grade devouring system, so this devouring ability was useless against him. Ding! Yanming Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Azure Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Yanming Ghost Lord is resurrected. Ding! Azure Ghost Lord is resurrected. System notifications rang out one after another. The Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord were killed directly. Although their strength was reduced by 50%, this devouring ability was too strong. However, Yi Xian noticed something. Every time this fat black dragon finished devouring, it would burp and release a gust of wind. However, there was a time difference between the 2 devouring sessions. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this time to deal a heavy blow to the fat black dragon. Undying Battle Soul. Netherworld Soul-Shattering Strike. At that moment, the Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord went all out, targeting the fat black dragon's head and bombarding it continuously. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Previously, the Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord could not hurt this fat black dragon at all. However, now that they had the strength, although the damage was not great, they could definitely exhaust this fat black dragon to death. Ding! Yanming Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Azure Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Yanming Ghost Lord is resurrected. Ding! Azure Ghost Lord is resurrected. After one death, the effect of the Undying Battle Soul would disappear. However, it did not matter. The previous round of attacks had caused quite a bit of damage to the fat black dragon. It just so happened that Wei Zhentian had not only maintained the Myriad Beasts illustration, but also the Heavenly Wrath order. Heavenly Wrath Lightning, boom! Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds as a bolt of Heavenly Wrath Lightning struck. The top of the fat black dragon's head had already been pierced, and the Heavenly Wrath Lightning directly smashed into the fat black dragon's flesh. This power had already surpassed the attacks of the Azure Ghost Lord and the Old Tree. It directly struck the fat black dragon, causing its flesh to tremble. Boom! The Heavenly Wrath Lightning struck one after another. Although the fat black dragon's devouring ability was strong, it could not do anything against such an attack. After all, its speed was not comparable to a 9th-grade demon lord. While it was being tortured, the Old Tree and the Azure Ghost Lord died a few times. However, it did not matter. After all, their mission was completed, which was to break open a hole and let Wei Zhentian strike. The fat black dragon's painful roar reverberated throughout the entire land of Devouring. It sounded heart-wrenching. However, for the sake of devouring points, Yi Xian could only choose to kill it cruelly. As he did not need to fight personally, Yi Xian watched leisurely. This battle lasted for a long time, almost an hour. An hour later, the fat black dragon finally fell to the ground on its last breath and died. In this hour, it did not know how many strikes of Heavenly Wrath Lightning had struck it. In any case, it had lost count. If not for Wei Zhentian's Heavenly Wrath order, it would not have been so easy to kill this fat black dragon. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, indicating that the fat black dragon had died. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the corpse. Ding! Host has devoured a special devouring beast corpse. Ding! Host has learned the super devouring skill. Ding. Host has activated the Tower of Trials system. When the 3 system notifications rang out, Xian froze in place. It turned out that the fat black dragon was not an ordinary devourer beast, but a special devourer beast. Super Devour allows me to forcibly devour through space. As for the Tower of Trials system, Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly checked. The Tower of Trials system allowed him to enter and challenge the levels. The first level was for opponents 1 level higher than him, the second level was for opponents 2 levels higher than him, the third level was for opponents 3 levels higher than him, and so on. As long as one could challenge a level, one would be able to obtain 1 Devour point. Furthermore, this Tower of Trials did not have an upper limit. If Xian challenged someone 10 levels above him, he would be able to obtain 10 Devour points. Although it wasn't a devouring beast and didn't obtain any devouring points, it did obtain some devouring points. Furthermore, in the future, if he were to encounter a special devouring beast, he would be able to refresh the level of the Tower of Trials. Haha, what a waste of devour points. Xian couldn't help but laugh. Now that he had gotten rid of the danger in the land of devouring and had activated the Tower of Trials system, there was no need for him to leave so soon. This Tower of Trials tests my strength. I can't summon any beasts. Fine, I have to see what level my strength is at. Xian narrowed his eyes. The Tower of Trials could be challenged once a day. If he won, he could continue. If he lost, he would have to wait until the next day to continue. At that moment, Xian focused his consciousness on the Tower of Trials. Ding, do you want to challenge the first level of the Tower of Trials? The first level of the Tower of Trials required one to challenge someone 1 level higher than Xian. Furthermore, each challenge was randomly drawn, so there were differences in strength. Xian was now a level 9 Tai Absolute Immortal, which meant that he would have to challenge a level 1 Immortal Lord. Yes. Xian immediately chose yes. Ding, drawing begins. Ding, the host has drawn a demonic cultivator. Ding, the demonic cultivator's strength is 3 stars. In an instant, Xian's surroundings changed. At that moment, he appeared in a spacious arena. The Tower of Trials required one to be chosen from the Immortal Cultivator, the Demonic Cultivator, and the Demonic Cultivator. Furthermore, the difficulty varied from 1 star to 5 stars. This time, Xian had drawn 3 stars, which meant that he was ranked in the middle of the level 1 Immortal Lords. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Then, it gradually solidified. Xian hurriedly took a closer look. He discovered that it was a middle-aged man in black clothes. This person's aura was that of a level 1 Immortal Lord. Ding, the Tower of Trials starts countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. When the system finished counting down, this level 1 Immortal Lord began to move. After all, he was a demonic cultivator, so he directly charged at Xian. This time, Xian couldn't use any beasts. He could only rely on himself. He immediately condensed the departing flame immortal sword and fiercely slashed at this demonic cultivator. Rip! This flaming sword chi instantly cut this demonic cultivator in half. His demonic heart shattered, and this demonic cultivator died tragically on the spot. Instant kill. Ding, the host challenge is successful. Ding, the host has obtained 1 Devour point. Ding, the host can continue the challenge. Do you wish to proceed? Hearing this, Xian's lips slightly curled up. Although the opponent was 1 level higher than him, who was he? Challenging someone of a higher level was nothing difficult. Recently, it had been Old Tree and the other 2 who had taken action. However, this didn't mean that he was weak. It was extremely easy for him to instantly kill an opponent of a higher level. Because the challenge was successful, he obtained 1 Devour point. Adding the 2 Devour points that he hadn't used before, he now had 3 Devour points. However, Xian didn't use them for the time being. Instead, he continued to challenge. Ding, the host has begun to challenge the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials. Begin drawing. The host has drawn a cultivator. This cultivator's strength is 2 stars. The 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials represented a level 2 Immortal Lord. However, this cultivator's strength was only 2 stars, which was very weak. Soon, the challenge began. Yi Xian's opponent, who was a level 2 immortal lord, directly controlled a flying sword and attacked Yi Xian. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian directly flashed behind his opponent and stabbed with his sword. Rip. The departing flame immortal sword stabbed into his opponent's body and pierced through his immortal heart. The effect of incinerate the world immediately burned the corpse, leaving nothing behind. Ding. Host challenge is successful. Ding. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Ding. Host can continue the challenge. Do you wish to proceed? Now, Yi Xian had 4 Devour points. He chose to accept the challenge again and proceeded with the 3rd challenge. The 3rd time, he drew a Shouyao. Zuyuyoists also relied on their physique to survive. However, Zuyuyoists had one more transformation, which was to return to their original form. As a 9th level Tai Peerless Immortal, Yi Xian won easily against a 4-star 3rd level Immortal Lord. Now, he had 5 Devour points. Continue. Yi Xian did not waste time and continued with the challenge. After all, the previous few challenges were all free points. The 4th level was a 4th level Immortal Lord. This time, he encountered a 5-star difficulty. However, Yi Xian had no problem dealing with it. After winning this battle, Yi Xian would have 6 Devour points. Next up was the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. This time, Yi Xian would face a 5th level Immortal Lord. If it's only 1 to 3 stars, I should be able to deal with it easily. If it's a 4-star or 5-star challenge, I'll have to use my trump card. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Tower of Trials was different from the outside world. Inside, as long as he defeated his opponent, all his skills would be refreshed. Soon, the challenge began again. This time, Yi Xian drew a 4-star 5th level Immortal Lord. Come. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The 5th trial challenge had finally begun. Before the start, all of Yi Xian's skills couldn't be used and his body couldn't move. Therefore, after the start of the trial challenge, he quickly used the Death Pursuit command to mark his opponent. This way, when he fought with his opponent, his strength would be even stronger. Moreover, every challenge was independent. Every time his trump card was used, it would be refreshed. After using the Death Hunt command, Yi Xian immediately used his trump card. Unicorn Descend. He had not used this move for a long time. In an instant, a blazing unicorn appeared. However, the blazing unicorn that appeared this time was a little different from before. Ding. Host has successfully summoned a level 2 flaming unicorn. This system notification caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. Level 2 flame unicorn, he quickly checked and realized that he had only summoned a level 1 unicorn before. This time, he was able to summon a level 2 unicorn because of his luck attribute. Level 2 unicorn was stronger than level 1 unicorn. As soon as this level 2 flaming unicorn descended, its flame soared into the sky, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. That Xianxia cultivator is startled and retreats at once. Even so, his armor is burned by the flames of the level 2 flame unicorn. Haha, not bad. Yi Xian grinned and quickly flashed behind this 5th stage demon monarch, then suddenly chopped down. 1000 Severing Slash. This move is Yi Xian's strongest attack. Although it depends a little on luck, his opponent is only a 5th stage demon monarch. There is a difference of 5 stages between them, so this is not too much. However, this time, his luck might have been used up. The level 2000 Severing Slash did not trigger a one-hit kill, only a critical hit. Bang! 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 Although it was only a critical hit, it still shattered this 5th stage demon monarch's armor and sent him flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the level 2 flame unicorn quickly charged forward. Its 2 front hooves are raised like a horse and then fiercely stomped down. Bang! The chest of this 5th stage demon monarch is directly pierced through by this stomp. Instant kill. Ding. Challenge successful. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Host can continue the challenge. Do you wish to proceed? After winning the 5th challenge, Xian obtained a total of 5 Devour points. Adding the 2 points from before, he now has a total of 7 Devour points. Activating the second Immortal Auxiliary Bloodline column requires 2 Devour points. Activating the second Immortal Bloodline column requires 4 Devour points. The second Auxiliary Bloodline column was the reward for completing the chain of random missions. Now, Xian was prepared to spend 4 Devour points to activate the second Bloodline column. What? My current stage is not enough? Xian raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly helpless. He remembered that he had exchanged for the space-time bloodline when he was a golden immortal. He was only a tiny peerless immortal now, so he could not exchange for it. As for what stage he needed to exchange for it, he was not sure. Helpless, he could only give up on this idea. Right now, he actually had 7 Devour points. How should he spend them? 7 Devour points. It's best to use them to upgrade my bloodline. This way, I can continue to challenge the Tower of Trials. When the time comes, I can continue to obtain Devour points. I won't lose out. Xian thought for a while and made his decision. After all, he had already won. There was no need to immediately decide whether to continue the challenge. He would wait and see. Right now, he had a total of 4 immortal bloodlines. The first was the Immortal Slayer bloodline, the second was the Immortal Unicorn bloodline, the third was the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, and the fourth was the Spacetime bloodline. After some thought, he decided to add the 2 Devour points to the Spacetime bloodline's control of time. The Spacetime bloodline had already been upgraded once. Now that it had been upgraded twice, the flow of time in the planted dimension had increased from 800 times to 1,600 times, and then to 3,200 times. 3,200 times the flow of time meant that 8 years in the planted dimension would only be 1 day in the outside world. In that case, Luo would cultivate for 260 years in the planted dimension would only be 1 month in the outside world. At that time, with Luo's Heavenly Fox bloodline, she would definitely be able to catch up. It increased to 3,200 times. Why don't I try again? Xian thought to himself and spent another Devour point. Now, the flow of time in the planted dimension had increased to 6,400 times. However, after this, he would have to spend 2 Devour points every time he leveled up. Xian's control of time had advanced, and the cooldown of time reversal had been reduced to 1 day. The current Xian was practically immortal. Even if 3 of his clones were destroyed, so what? As long as his 4th clone in the mortal world used time reversal, his clones could still be resurrected. Furthermore, using this time reversal, he could do many things, such as exploring. I spent 3 points to advance to control. I still have 4 Devour points left. Xian thought for a moment and added a Devour point to the Carnage mark. Ding! The Slaughter Seal has successfully evolved. This was the first time the Slaughter Seal had leveled up. This increased the Slaughter Seal's amplification by 20%, reaching 1.2 times. The Immortal Murdering Puppet could also be summoned using 4 slaughter marks to summon a stronger one. Previously, he could only summon 2 Immortal Murdering Puppets twice. The Immortal Slaying Breast Slash and the Immortal Slaying Sword formation were naturally more powerful. As for the Immortal Eliminating Arrow, after leveling up, it had increased from 1 arrow to 2 arrows. It was more powerful, faster, and had an additional piercing effect. After strengthening, Xian decided to save the last 3 devouring points and continue to challenge the 6th floor of the Tower of Refinement. The 6th floor of the Tower of Refinement was a 6th-tier Immortal Duke level. It would be fine if he encountered a 1-star to 3-star Immortal Duke level cultivator, but if he encountered a 4-star or 5-star Immortal Duke level cultivator, Xian didn't know if he could defeat them. However, as the floors of the Tower of Refinement increased, the chances of encountering a 1-star to 3-star Immortal Duke level cultivator decreased greatly. However, it didn't matter even if he failed. After all, he could challenge it once a day. If he failed this time, he could always try again tomorrow. However, his luck ran out this time. This time, he encountered a 6th-tier Immortal Duke level cultivator. Moreover, it was a 5-star Immortal Duke level cultivator. As soon as the battle started, his opponent transformed. Moreover, his true form was a five-clawed golden dragon. In an instant, the unicorn that Xian had just summoned was smashed to pieces by the golden dragon's tail. So powerful. Xian swallowed his saliva and slashed with his sword. Thousand cuts could be used 2,000 times in an instant. Moreover, the chances of triggering a one-hit kill were increased. If this attack had landed on the five-clawed golden dragon, it might have been able to kill it instantly. Unfortunately, the five-clawed golden dragon was extremely fast and dodged the attack. Xian thought that the five-clawed golden dragon would block the 1,000 cuts. After all, dragons were proud creatures. Why would it dodge such a weak attack? Roar! At this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden dragon breath. Oh no! Xian's expression changed drastically. The golden dragon breath covered a large area and was very powerful. If a 9th-tier primordial unity immortal like him were to be hit by it, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Fortunately, Xian had various tricks up his sleeve. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Xian appeared behind the five-clawed golden dragon and slashed with his right hand holding the departing flame immortal sword. Bang! The Li Fire Sword Qi landed on the back of the five-clawed golden dragon, but it was unable to break through its power. Now, the unicorn deterrent skill of the unicorn of the Immortal Eye bloodline is also effective against Zuyuyoists. Even so, Xian's all-out attack is still unable to break through Zuyuyoists' defenses. His attack power was high, his speed was fast, and his defense was strong. This wasn't something that Xian could deal with right now. However, Xian did not want to admit defeat so quickly. After all, the time in the trial tower was calculated according to the time in the planting space. Only a day had passed in the outside world while they had been fighting for more than 10 years. From the beginning until now, almost no time had passed in the outside world, so Xian was not worried. As long as this five-clawed golden dragon could not hurt him, then he had a glimmer of hope of winning. After all, he was still condensing slaughter seals. As long as Xian continued to fight, he would continue to generate killing intent. Once it reached a certain value, it would condense into the next killing mark. Anyway, there was plenty of time, so Xian continued to waste time with the five-clawed golden dragon. Ding, the host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding, the host has condensed a slaughter seal. 5 consecutive system notifications rang out, all of them reminding him that he had condensed a slaughter seal. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, Xian directly condensed 5 slaughter seals. Including the initial one, he now had 6 slaughter seals. 6-fold slaughter seal, activate. At this time, Xian's eyes flashed and his aura instantly soared. Don't forget, the slaughter seal had evolved once. Consuming 1 slaughter seal could increase one's strength by 2 times. In fact, he could directly consume all of the slaughter seals, which would increase his strength by 6 times. However, it was better to keep one so that he could continue to condense slaughter seals without needing to use them again. If all of the slaughter seals were used up, continuing the battle would not produce any killing intent, and he would have to use the slaughter seal skill again. Therefore, Xian kept 1 slaughter seal. After increasing his strength by 6 times, Xian's attacks became much sharper. This time, he could finally cause damage to the 5-clawed golden dragon. Of course, this damage was negligible. It only caused cracks to the 5-clawed golden dragon's scales. This 5-clawed golden dragon was 10,000 meters long and had countless scales on its body. Moreover, its speed was very fast. Xian could not focus on one scale, so he could only continue to fight in a battle of attrition. Ding, the slaughter seal has disappeared. After a while, Xian's slaughter seal disappeared. After all, it had a duration. Fortunately, he didn't use up all of them just now, so Xian continued to condense the slaughter inscriptions and condensed them into 6 more. The slaughter seal is not obvious. In that case, let's use the fairy slaying sword formation. In an instant, Xian consumed another 5 slaughter seals and directly used the fairy slaying sword formation. Huff, huff, huff. The fairy slaying sword formation began to operate. However, this time, it was more effective than Xian's own strength increase of 5 times. countless flying swords attacked and caused a large area of damage to the five-clawed golden dragon. Drip. Amidst the howling of the wind, Xian caught some subtle sounds. Xian hurriedly turned his head to look and found that he had finally truly injured the five-clawed golden dragon. The dripping sound was the five-clawed golden dragon's golden dragon blood falling to the ground. Unfortunately, even the fairy-slaying sword formation could not kill this five-clawed golden dragon. It only caused superficial wounds. But, so what? Xian now had time and energy. If he could not kill it in one go, then he would wear it out. Soon, he condensed another 5 slaughter seals, enough to use the fairy-slaying sword formation again. Unfortunately, this five-clawed golden dragon could recover from its injuries. At this time it had returned to its peak. Damn, it seems that I can't kill it without finding its demon heart. Xian felt very helpless. Where would the demon heart of such a long five-clawed golden dragon be hiding? Moreover, he could not even break through the five-clawed golden dragon's defenses, let alone find its demon heart and destroy it. Looks like there is no other way. If I continue to fight, I will only repeat this scene. However, when I break through to the Immortal Lord realm and my strength increases greatly, I will try the 6th level of the Trial Tower again. Xian thought to himself, raising an eyebrow. This failure did not discourage him. He was only a 9th-tier Tai Peerless Immortal now. It was already very good that he could fight a 6th-tier 5-clawed golden dragon until now. Next, he would not be breaking through a small realm, but a large one. When that time came, his strength would increase rapidly. Moreover, if he encountered a 4-star level of difficulty, Immortal Cultivator, or Demonic Cultivator, it would be even easier to deal with them. The 6th level of the Trial Tower could not stop him. Immediately, he withdrew his consciousness from the Tower of Trials and made a conclusion. Following which, Xian strengthened the space-time bloodline's control time thrice, increasing the speed from 800 times to 6,400 times, leaving him with 4 points. Finally, he strengthened the Massacre mark once more, leaving him with 3 Devour points. I'll find a place first. After I break through to the Immortal Lord realm, I'll challenge the 6th level of the Tower of Trials and then sweep through the entire Scarlet Cloud Royal territory. Xian made a plan in his mind. There was no need to find a place. It was within the land of Devouring. No one should know that he had already killed the owner of the land of Devouring. It would not be a problem to rest here for a few days. A few days later. Ding. Host has broken through. You are now a 1st Great Immortal Lord. Ding. Azure Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghostly Lord have broken through. You are now a 5th Great Immortal Lord. Originally, demonic cultivators corresponded to demonic lords. However, the earliest ones were immortal cultivators. Later on, demonic cultivators appeared. Hence, the system assumed that they were immortal lords. At this point, Xian's strength had increased by several folds. He now had some confidence in the 6th level of the Tower of Trials. This time, he should be able to pass. Immediately, he began to challenge the 6th level of the Tower of Trials. Ding. Host has drawn an Immortal Cultivator. Ding. Ability difficulty, 4 stars. As Xian had broken through, he did not draw a 6th Great Immortal Lord this time, but a 7th Great Immortal Lord. However, it did not matter. 3, 2, 1. When the system's start notification sounded, Xian quickly used the Death Hunt token to mark his opponent. At the same time, his opponent threw out a flying sword, aiming for Xian's heart. Too naive. Assassin's Eye. Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly used the Assassin's Eye to flash behind his opponent and slashed viciously. 1000 Extinction Slash. Bam. 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 Ding. Host has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Host has triggered the one-hit kill effect. After a series of violent tremors, the Immortal Cultivator was killed by Xian. The one-hit kill effect had appeared twice. Xian has successfully cleared the 6th level of the Tower of Trials and obtained 1 Devour point. Not bad, not bad. Another 4 Devour points. Let's see if I can challenge the 7th floor. Xian grinned and entered the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. Ding. The host has drawn an immortal cultivator. Ding. Difficulty level, 5 stars. The 7th level of the Pagoda of Trials was 7 levels higher than Xian, which meant that he would encounter an 8th grade immortal monarch opponent. Furthermore, since Xian had surpassed level 6, the following challenges were all at the level of 5 star. Among the 3 big schools, Xianxianists are good at group battles, Xiamoists are good at one-on-one battles and are even more powerful than Xianxianists. As for the 3rd school, Zuyuyoists, they are the most powerful. Although Xian's opponent this time was an immortal cultivator, it was not to be underestimated. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, Xian's opponent didn't attack him with a flying sword like Xian had expected. Strange. Xian was slightly astonished. He immediately marked his opponent with the death warrant and rushed over. Whoosh. Finally, the immortal cultivator made his move. A swift and fierce attack directly attacked Xian. I have assassination. In an instant, Xian moved to the back of the immortal cultivator and ruthlessly slashed at him. This move was still the 1000 severing slash, however, this immortal cultivator seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He dodged the 1000 severing slash without even turning around. Then, he shot forward and instantly pierced Xian's dazzling speed immortal heart. Only now did Xian realize that this immortal cultivator was no ordinary immortal cultivator. This person was actually a sword immortal. Immortal cultivators usually used magic treasures in battle. However, there was a powerful branch of immortal cultivators, and that was the sword immortal. After breaking through to immortal level, very few immortals were able to practice sword arts. Those who could practice sword arts were called sword immortals. Sword immortals were even more frightening than Xiamoists. They could fight Xiamoists in close combat by relying on their relatively weak physiques. They weren't even afraid of Zuyuyoists. A few days later. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a 2nd grade immortal lord. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Mighty Flaming Ghost Lord has made a breakthrough. You are now a 6th grade immortal lord. The Little Demon King was a 3rd grade immortal lord at his peak, so the chaotic royal territory he was in charge of wasn't that strong. Xian's strength was enough for him to run amok in the chaotic royal territory. The Little Demon King is in the north. Xian immediately locked onto the Little Demon King's location and rushed over. After all, he had the death hunt order. However, during the time the Little Demon King was in the immortal world, the chaotic royal territory was without a leader and the various forces were divided. In addition, the Little Demon King went into seclusion immediately after returning, so the chaotic royal territory was very chaotic. On the way to find the Little Demon King, Xian encountered many migrating teams. These teams were all kept in the planting space by him. 3 days later, he finally arrived in the vicinity of the Little Demon King's seclusion. However, this didn't seem to be the Lord Manor of the chaotic royal territory. Strange, the Lord Manor of the chaotic royal territory is in the east, and the Little Demon King is in the north. He has been in seclusion for some time. Although Xian found it strange, he didn't think too much about it. Maybe the Little Demon King didn't want to be in seclusion in the Lord Manor. However, just as Xian was about to find the Little Demon King, he sensed the Little Demon King suddenly moving with the help of the Death Hunt order. Moreover, his speed wasn't slow. What's going on? Xian raised his eyebrows. The Little Demon King didn't move when he was in the demon world. Why did the Little Demon King run away when he entered the chaotic royal territory? Fortunately, the Little Demon King was moving directly in the direction of Xian. Perhaps it was because he sensed Xian. After all, the Little Demon King's physical body was Xian's nephew. Immediately, Xian quickly went up to greet him. Finally, he saw the Little Demon King. However, the Little Demon King was in an extremely sorry state. His face was pale, his body was full of injuries, and half of his demonic wings were broken. What's going on? Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly shouted. Brat, you're finally here. Cut the crap and run. Little Demon King couldn't help but say. You're being hunted? Xian immediately. At this moment, the Little Demon King of Chaos had already returned to his peak. He was now a 3rd grade Demon King. Moreover, he had the original demon body now. His strength was extraordinary. Those who could hunt him down were most likely not weak in cultivation. A group of unknown people came and attacked me directly. My good friend, the Great Demon King, was killed on the spot in order to protect me. The little Demon King of Chaos sent a sound transmission to Xianxia, then turned around to see a group of people madly chasing after him. Their realms don't seem to be low. They are at least third-grade Demon Kings. Who is it that dares to hunt down the 18 heavenly kings under the Azure Sovereign? Xianxia didn't understand the situation, but he would leave first. Immediately, he put Little Demon King into the planting space through the air. The flow of time in the planting space was 6,400 times slower than the outside world. The Little Demon King's injuries could be healed quickly. Good boy. I'm poisoned now. As long as you can hold on for a while, I'll be able to kill all of them. The Little Demon King said immediately after he found out that the flow of time was 6,400 times slower. Easy. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He broke through the void and went in. While he was on his way, he would leave a mark in the void from time to time. That way, he could escape easily if anything happened. In an instant, he was out of the sight of the group of pursuers. 2 hours in the planting space was only 1 second in the outside world. Xianxia left through the void door and waited for a while. Fortunately, the Little Demon King's injuries weren't serious. After resting in the planting space for a while, he was fully healed. Let me out. I'll kill them all. The Little Demon King said angrily. No problem. Xianxia gave the order and directly broke through the void. At the same time, he turned Wei Zhentian into the mystic god armor and put it on the Little Demon King. As a third-grade Demon King, coupled with the mystic divine battle armor, his battle prowess had increased significantly. In less than half a day, he had slaughtered all the people who were chasing after him. There was a 6th-grade Demon King among those who came. It seems like they came from a high-grade royal territory. If it wasn't for the Great Demon King, I would have died. The Little Demon King thought to himself and then met up with Xianxia. What's wrong with you? Xianxia asked, puzzled. I suspect that the Shura Sovereign is coveting my original demon body. That's why he got someone to kill me secretly. Let's go to the North Deep Emperor's territory first. The Little Demon King said. Coveting your original demon body? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This Shura Sovereign was really something. He actually coveted his subordinate's body. However, he could tell that this was a serious matter. So, he quickly broke through the void and returned to the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. Then, he broke through the void again and returned to the Demon Sun Royal Territory under the Shura Sovereign. I told the Great Demon King about the original demon body. Maybe the Great Demon King accidentally let it slip and caused me to be hunted down. You mustn't tell anyone about this, Little Demon King of Chaos reminded. Then where are we going? Are we going to the Heavenly Chaos Royal Territory? Xianxia asked. This question made the Little Demon King pause for a moment. The Heavenly Chaos Demon King was his father. Although they had some conflicts, which led to the Little Demon King going to the Shura Sovereign's territory. However, they were father and son after all. Now that they were in such a situation, the Heavenly Chaos Demon King should be able to take them in. My body was poisoned. I'm afraid I can't improve anymore. Unless there's an expert to cure me, the Little Demon King thought for a moment and said, then let's go to the Heavenly Chaos Royal Territory. Okay, you can stay in my space. Xianxia nodded and then turned around and left. The original demon body was very important. So, there were not many people that the Little Demon King could trust now. However, the Heavenly Chaos Demon King, as his father, should be trustworthy. As for Baiming Huayu and the Emperor of the North, they probably couldn't. By the way, what about the refining method of the Heavenly Demon Heart? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly remembered something. My good friend, the Great Demon King, once obtained the refining method of the Heavenly Demon Heart. But now that he's dead and his body has been taken away, I'm afraid, the Little Demon King said helplessly. What? Then what should we do? Xianxia said hurriedly. This time, I'm being hunted down. It must be the Shura Sovereign's people. As long as we can find the Great Demon King's body, it'll be fine. The Little Demon King said. Sigh, forget it. I'll send you to the Heavenly Chaos Royal Territory first. The little demon king was also Yi Xian's friend. Moreover, he had taken over his nephew's body. If he didn't help, who would? Fortunately, the transfer array Yi Xian used to teleport to Demon Sun Royal Territory was two-way. He could use it to teleport to the Dark North Royal Territory. Of course, the realm of the transfer array couldn't be higher than the Demon King. Yi Xian was only a second-grade immortal monarch. Whoosh, the transfer array began to operate and Yi Xian returned to the Dark North Royal Territory. The little Demon King was now in his planting space, so Yi Xian wasn't worried. There was a Demon King guarding the transfer array. He immediately raised his eyebrows when he sensed the aura of a cultivator. Eh? It's Princess Huayu's friend. The Demon King recognized Yi Xian. Excuse me, can I teleport to the heaven-battering heavenly territory from here? Yi Xian asked directly. The Demon King? Yes. The Demon King nodded. Okay, then please help me teleport to the heaven-battering heavenly territory. Hearing this, the Demon King paused and said, Please wait for a moment, sir. I need to ask Princess Huayu. Okay. Previously, when Yi Xian was teleported to the Demon Sun Royal Territory, he was brought along by Baiming Huayu. Now that Yi Xian had suddenly returned, the Demon King didn't dare to privately teleport Yi Xian to the Heaven-battering King's territory. The Heaven-battering Heavenly Demon King was a 9th-grade Demon King. His territory was countless times bigger than the Heaven-battering Heavenly Territory. If Yi Xian went alone, he would probably waste a lot of time and it would be very dangerous. After all, any random person on the way would probably be a Demon King. After a while, the Demon King finished asking for instructions. Not only that, Baiming Huayu also came to see Yi Xian personally with Baiming Sun. Why are you back? Baiming Huayu asked in surprise. I went to the Red Cloud Royal Territory once, and then the little Demon King sent me a message, telling me to wait at the Lord's Mansion of the Heavenly Battering Heavenly Territory, Yi Xian said casually. Since he has come out of seclusion, why didn't he reply to my message? Baiming Huayu was a little surprised. But just as she finished speaking, she received a message from Little Devil Incarnate. Now, it was confirmed. If that's the case, then I'll go to Uncle's place and wait. Baiming Huayu said. The teleportation array began to operate again. This time, 3 people were teleported, namely Yi Xian, Baiming Huayu, and Baiming Sun. Their destination was the Heaven-battering Heavenly Domain. Very soon, the 3 of them were teleported to the Heavenly-battering Heavenly Domain in the Lord's residence. The teleportation portal has been activated. Are there people from the Dark North Royal Territory? In the Lord's residence of the Heavenly Heaven Domain, a Demon King guarding a special teleportation array looked at the teleportation array in surprise. In the next moment, he sensed 3 auras, 2 demonic cultivators and 1 immortal cultivator. Greetings, Princess Flower Rain. When the Demon King saw Baiming Huayu, he immediately greeted her respectfully. The teleportation array in front of them was specially set up for the Dark North Royal Territory. It could only be teleported from the Dark North Royal Territory, but not from there. Baiming Huayu nodded slightly and said, Take me to Lord Huntian. Yes. The Demon King responded and then left with Baiming Huayu and the other 2. After a while, Demon King Huntian sensed Baiming Huayu's aura and took the initiative to greet her. Huayu, why are you here? Demon King Huntian was a middle-aged man with a beard. When he saw Baiming Huayu, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Uncle, I brought someone to see you. Baiming Huayu said and looked at Yi Xian. Demon King Huntian followed her gaze and also saw Yi Xian. This is... Demon King Huntian asked in surprise. Why would a second-grade immortal monarch realm cultivator appear here? Greetings, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Demon King Huntian, Senior, Chisu is being hunted down in the Huntian Royal Territory. We suspect that it was done by the Shura Sovereign, so I brought him here. What? Hearing this, Demon King Huntian was surprised. Demon King Huntian was one of the 2 heavenly kings with the most potential under the Shura Sovereign. How could he be hunted down by the Shura Sovereign? Chisu went to the immortal world and his physical body was destroyed. Then, he was reborn in my nephew's body. Unexpectedly, my nephew has the original demon body. This matter was accidentally leaked, so. Xian explained what happened. Original demon body. Demon King Huntian's body trembled again after hearing this. This was a very powerful body. Where is he now? Demon King Huntian asked. Senior, don't worry. He's on the way and will arrive in a few days. Xian transmitted a message. Okay, in that case, you can stay here first. Demon King Huntian nodded. On the other side, Baiming Huayu and Baiming Sun saw that Xian and Demon King Huntian did not speak for a long time. They knew that the other party was transmitting a message privately. Then, Demon King Huntian arranged a residence for Xian, as well as Baiming Huayu and Baiming Sun. In order not to expose the planting space, Xian could only be cautious. Although Baiming Sun already knew this secret, Xian had negotiated with her before. Baiming Sun also promised not to tell a third person about this matter. Of course, Xian was not afraid of this matter being exposed because he still had a bug-level skill. Time reversal. Xian temporarily stayed in the Lord residence of the Huntian royal territory. He was thinking that he would summon Demon King Huntian in a few days. During this period. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently, the host is a third-grade immortal lord. Ding, sure, a ghost lord, majestic flaming ghost lord has broken through. Currently, the host is a 7th-grade immortal lord. After several system notifications, Xian and the other 3 people broke through again. At this time, it was already the 3rd day since Xian stayed in the lord residence of the Huntian royal territory. He estimated the time and felt that it was about time, so he directly summoned Demon King Huntian. Demon King Huntian was only a 3rd-grade immortal lord. Even the gatekeeper of the lord residence was higher than him. Therefore, his appearance did not attract the attention of others. Follow me. Demon King Huntian sensed that he was already in the lord residence of the Huntian royal territory. He directly took Xian to find his father. Senior, Chisu is here. On the way, Xian directly transmitted a message to Demon King Huntian. As long as they were within a certain distance, he could transmit a message to Demon King Huntian. As for the communication magic crystal in the hands of Baiming Huayu and the others, Xian did not have such a super long-distance communication tool. Otherwise, he would not have to go through so much trouble to find him. After a while, Xian and Demon King Huntian found Demon King Huntian. As soon as the father and son met, the atmosphere was a little tense. Although Demon King Huntian changed his physical body, Demon King Huntian still recognized him at a glance. I have the original demon body. Not to mention Shura sovereigns, even high-level demon sovereigns or even demon sovereigns would be tempted. Not only that, the poison in my body has remained hidden for several tens of years. My cultivation has been suppressed at the 3rd grade of the Devil King realm. Otherwise, I would have broken through to the high-level Devil King realm. Little Devil King coldly snorted. Little Demon King came to the demon realm earlier than Xian, but it was impossible for decades to pass. Therefore, there was a time difference between the immortal realm and the demon realm. However, Xian was speechless when he heard Little Demon King's words. Was the original demon body really that powerful? One had to know that Little Demon King had only taken over his body for a short time and he had already recovered to 3rd-rank Demon King. If he wasn't poisoned, he would have surpassed his peak. In any case, it was very powerful. Let me see. Demon King Huntian didn't say anything and directly stepped forward to check Little Demon King's condition. After a while, he slowly said, I can detoxify your poison, but I'm afraid it will take about 100 years. 100 years? Hearing this, Xian raised his eyebrows. He had only lived for 30 years and it would take him 100 years to detoxify a single poison. How was he supposed to play? However, if it was placed in the planting space, 100 years would only be 6 days. It seemed that the planting space was going to be exposed, Xian privately discussed with Little Demon King. Then, the latter told Xian about the planting space to Demon King Huntian. The space flow is 6,400 times slower than the outside world? Demon King Huntian couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when he heard this news. 6,400 times? What did it mean? The situation in the demon realm was very changeable. It could change once every 10,000 years. Moreover, the demon realm was very cruel. Demonic cultivators were generally young, and those who could live for 1,000,000 years were all experts. Not to mention 10,000 years, 100 years in the outside world was equivalent to 640,000 years in the planting space. If it was 150 years, it would be more than 1,000,000 years. This was a great cultivation tool. In order to prove it, Xian could only put Demon King Huntian into the planting space. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to take in Demon King Huntian. However, now that the planting space had reached level 10, he could take in people 20 levels higher than him. Xian was now a Tier 3 immortal monarch, which meant that he could store a Tier 5 devil emperor into his planting space. Therefore, he did not have to worry about this problem. Demon King Huntian stayed in the planting space for a while and then returned to the outside world to compare. It was indeed 6,400 times faster. Alright, in that case, it will only take 6 days to detoxify the poison inside. Demon King Huntian nodded in satisfaction. As long as the detoxification was completed, the little Demon King of Chaos would be able to break through quickly. With the addition of Xian's plant-based space, he would be able to increase his realm quickly. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the Devil Emperor realm, or even the Devil Lord above the Devil Emperor realm. The reason why the Shura sovereign attacked Demon King Huntian was because the origin devil body was extremely rare and heaven-defying. Secondly, he was afraid that the little Demon King would rise up and replace him. In the following 6 days, Xian stayed in the Lord's manor of the heavenly battering Heavenly Lord. After 6 days, the little Demon King of Chaos's poison was completely removed. At the same time, Xian had also broken through to the Tier 4 immortal monarch realm. As for the old tree and the other two, they had reached the Tier 8 immortal monarch realm. F***ck, the poison is finally removed. Moreover, it seems that my seclusion wasn't in vain. In the following period of time, I should be able to break through quickly. In the planting space, the little Demon King of Chaos stretched his body and couldn't help but say. The flow of time in the planting space was more than 6,000 times faster than the outside world. A day in the outside world was more than 10 years in the planting space. Therefore, the little Demon King of Chaos decided to directly cultivate to the Tier 9 Devil King realm or the Devil Emperor realm. Then, he would seek revenge from the Shura sovereign and take back the corpse of the great Devil Lord. However, this was a relatively long period of time for Xian. Fortunately, there were still many good things in Xian's devouring space, which was enough for him to continue breaking through. In his current situation, as long as he had enough cultivation resources, he could break through once every 5 days. This time, the little Demon King of Chaos had been in seclusion for half a month. Half a month in the outside world was almost 300 years in the planting space. At the same time, the little Demon King of Chaos had broken through from the Tier 3 Devil King realm to the Tier 9 Devil King realm. The original demon body was so heaven-defying. Moreover, this was only because of Xian's planting space, which was at the immortal monarch realm. If his realm was higher, the yuan qi of heaven and earth would be more abundant. By then, the little Demon King of Chaos might have already become a devil emperor. One had to know that the original demon body of a devil cultivator was almost at the same level as Luo Luo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline. In this half a month, Xian had broken through to the Tier 7 immortal monarch realm. As for the old tree and the others, they had directly reached the Tier 2 immortal king realm. Now, their strength was enough to wander around the territories of the Shura sovereign, the North Deep Emperor, and the Devil Killer Emperor. Chi Su, my cultivation resources have been used up by you during this period of time. If you want to cultivate to the Devil Emperor realm, I'm afraid you will have to do it yourself. In the planting space, the Demon King of Chaos said to the little Demon King of Chaos. This time, he had put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the little Demon King to break through to the Tier 9 Demon King realm in such a short period of time, even with the planting space. However, now that the little Demon King had reached the Tier 9 Demon King realm, he could directly go to the territories of the other Devil Emperors to wreak havoc and plunder. If it was before, the little Demon King would definitely go to the Devil Killer Emperor's territory. But now that the Shura sovereign had attacked him, if he didn't take revenge now, when would he? Xian, let's work together and plunder all the territories of the Shura sovereign. After we're done, I'll give you 10%. How about that? The little demon king said. Only 10%? Yi Xian was a little disdainful. Previously, when they worked together in the immortal world, the little demon king would get 99% of the loot, while Yi Xian would only get 1% of the loot. At that time, Yi Xian's realm was too low, so he endured it. But now, his strength wasn't weak either. If the old tree worked together, they would be able to fight against an ordinary tier 9 demon king. If he were to act alone, he would gain even more. Don't look down on me just because I'm a 9th grade devil king right now. I'm afraid that my strength isn't any weaker than the Shura sovereign. Once I gather enough heavenly treasures, I'll chop up the Shura sovereign and become the new Shura sovereign. No, the chaotic sovereign. At that time, I'll give you half of my territory. At this moment, he desperately wanted to break through to the Devil Emperor realm, so he gave 10% to Yi Xian. He had his eyes on Yi Xian's planting space. Otherwise, he could have acted alone. The current Yi Xian wasn't a bad idea to act on his own. However, compared to the Origin Devil Body's little demon king, he was still quite lacking. Moreover, he also needed the refining method of the heavenly demon heart. If the little devil could find the great demon lord's corpse, then Luo could start refining the heavenly demon heart. You are now a 9th grade demon king, but if you want to cooperate with me, we still need to see your strength. You can fight with them. Yi Xian said to the little devil. The 3 of them? The little devil understood who Yi Xian was talking about and turned to look at the old tree, Azure Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian. That's right. Let's fight first and see your strength. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. The little devil did not waste time. He spread his wings and looked at the 3 old tree. The 3 old tree were now 2nd grade immortal kings. If they joined forces, it should not be a problem for them to deal with a 9th grade demon king. The little devil was also a 9th grade demon king, but he did not know if he could fight with him. Come. I'll show you the power of the Origin demon body. Attack as you please. The little devil grinned. Okay, then we won't hold back. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he gave the order to the 3 old tree. At that moment, the 3 old tree moved out in full force, ready to give the little devil a good beating. Nether fire clone. Old tree took the lead and flashed to the back of the little devil. Then, he threw a punch. Old tree's punch was extraordinary, but the little devil took it head-on. Bang! There was a sound, but there was no damage. That won't be able to break through my defense. Little Demon King of Chaos grinned. Don't be smug. There's more. Old Tree shouted. His whole body turned into a black light and crashed into the back of the little devil. Nether soul-breaking strike, boom, the little Demon King of Chaos received a heavy blow from his back and was sent flying. However, the discerning Yi Xian could tell with a single glance that the little Demon King of Chaos wasn't injured. What a powerful defense. Is the original demon body so powerful? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The Netherworld soul-shattering strike was the old tree's strongest attack. It was enough to kill an 8th stage Devil King. However, when this attack landed on the little Demon King's body, it didn't even leave a single mark. It seemed that the old tree was out of tricks. The little Demon King was sent flying by the old tree's attack. After spinning a few times in the air, the Azura Ghost Venerable came forward and slashed him back. However, this sword was still unable to leave any wounds on the little Demon King's body. However, this was still not his strongest attack. Wei Zhentian, Sky-Splitting Axe. Yi Xian gave Wei Zhentian another order. In the blink of an eye, the might shakes the heavens transformed into the Sky-Splitter Axe, one of the most powerful magic treasures in existence. Then, Ghost Lord Azura grabbed it and viciously hacked at it. Boom, an extremely powerful force tore through the void and slashed onto the body of the little Demon King of Chaos. Bam, the little Demon King of Chaos was slashed by the energy. He fell down and smashed into the ground. Tisk, TSK, TSK. This slash is not bad. It made me feel pain. However, it still can't hurt me. The little devil got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. This time, Yi Xian and the rest were impressed. The Azura Ghost Venerable's attack with the sky-splitting axe was enough to injure a 9th-stage Devil King. However, it still couldn't hurt the little devil. This was the power of the original demon body. Xian estimated that if the Azura Ghost Venerable wore the mystic god armor and wielded the sky-splitting axe, he might be able to hurt the little devil. Unfortunately, there was only one way Xianxia. It couldn't transform into both the mystic god armor and the sky-splitting axe at the same time. The mystic god armor is the most practical Dharma treasure that Wei Xianxia can transform into. Why not keep it? At this time, Xian couldn't help but think to himself. What he meant by keeping it was to spend one devour point to keep the mystic god armor. In the future, Wei Xianxia could transform into the mystic god armor at any time. Moreover, it wouldn't take up the 3 pre-selections. Ding! The mystic god armor has been successfully retained. A system notification sounded. Xian immediately spent one devour point to keep the mystic god armor. Then, he spent another devour point to upgrade the control time again. At this time, the flow of time in the planted space was 12,800 times slower than the outside world. Staying in the planted space for 35 years was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. This was unbelievable. However, he was only left with 2 devour points. It was pitifully little. Alright, I've been beaten up by you guys. It's my turn now. At this time, a young voice suddenly sounded in Xian's ears. Xian turned his head to look and saw the little demon king instantly disappear. Immediately after, a series of system notifications sounded out in his mind. Ding! Yanming Ghost Lord has died. Yanming Ghost Lord has been revived. Ding! Azura Ghost Venerable has died. Azura Ghost Venerable has been revived. Ding! Wei Xianxia has died. Wei Xianxia has been revived. 6 system notifications sounded out in a row, causing Xian to be stunned. Old Tree and the other 2 were killed instantly. Haha, my strength is not limited to this. Origin Demon Armor. Little Demon King of Chaos suddenly laughed loudly. Then, a layer of black crystal armor covered his entire body. This Origin Demon Armor has amazing defense. It can greatly reduce the attacks of demonic cultivators. My current strength is probably on par with the Shura Sovereign. Little Demon King of Chaos paused for a moment before he continued. However, this Shura Sovereign might have already broken through to the 2nd-grade Demon Emperor. So, to be on the safe side, I'd better break through to the Demon Emperor first before I look for him. If that's the case, let's move now? Xian said to Little Devil. Alright. Little Devil nodded. Since the Shura Sovereign dared to attack him, he had to be prepared for revenge. He would start from the Shura Sovereign's territories. Immediately, Little Devil used the teleportation circle to teleport to the Demon Sun Royal Territory and then to the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. As for Baiming Huayu and Baiming Sun, due to their low cultivation, they did not know that Little Devil had returned. They were still waiting in the mansion. My current strength is invincible among the Demon Kings. Let's go. Watch me kill all those Demon Kings under the Shura Sovereign. The little Demon King of Chaos spread his wings and flew with Xian. Originally, Little Devil and Great Demon King were the Demon Kings under the Shura Sovereign. Excluding the 2 of them, there were 16 others. Among the 16 Heavenly Kings, 10 of them were 9th-grade Demon Kings. However, this realm was nothing to the Little Demon Kings. The 9th-grade Demon King's Little Devil was fast. Coupled with his Origin Demon body, he arrived at a top-tier royal territory in just 1 day. The lord of this top-tier royal territory was an 8th-grade Demon King. He was powerful. I'll take 90% and you'll take 10%. Little Devil King said to Xian. Alright. Xian did not say much. After all, even 10% of the income from an 8th-grade Devil King's mansion was enough for him to spend freely. Of course, Little Devil King and him coming to plunder this time was in disguise. Perhaps, even if the Shura Sovereign racked his brains, he would never have thought that this 9th-grade Devil King, who acted as he pleased in his territory, was actually his subordinate. Old man, wait until I break through to the Devil Emperor realm, then I'll replace you. Little Devil King thought to himself as he plundered the Shura Sovereign's territory. A 9th-grade Devil King was nothing to be afraid of. However, Little Devil King was not an ordinary 9th grade Devil King. His strength was even stronger than an ordinary Devil Emperor. Therefore, this was enough to cause panic in the Shura sovereign's territory. This time, the plundering lasted for half a month. After half a month, the Shura sovereign's subordinates were only left with the 6 great heavenly kings. After half a month, Xian broke through to the 1st grade celestial king realm, while Old Tree and the others broke through to the 5th grade celestial king realm. At this moment, they were already qualified to challenge the Devil Emperors. However, Little Devil King was still a 9th grade Devil King. After all, he spent most of his time on the road. At this moment, they were ready to march into the Shura sovereign territory. Due to the increase in his cultivation, Xian did not need to rely on Qi Su anymore. He could just wear the immortal ascension steps and cloud shoes. Previously, Qi Su had beaten up Old Tree and the other two. Now that Old Tree and the other two had broken through to the 5th grade celestial king realm, they naturally wanted to get back at Qi Su. Qi Su, let's fight again. Old Tree could not help but say to Qi Su while Xian was on the road. Fine, let's test my true strength today. Qi Su opened his eyes, full of fighting spirit. Although he had suffered a lot of beatings that day, Old Tree and the other two were unable to break through his defense. Therefore, they were very frustrated. Today, Qi Su was prepared to go all out. In the planting space, the two of them stood opposite each other. With the Old Tree's current strength, he might be able to challenge Qi Su alone, so he decided to go first. Netherworld Fire Clone. The Old Tree did not waste any time. With a flash, he appeared behind Little Demon and delivered a vicious punch to his back. Last time, he was unable to break through its defenses. This time, he had broken through 3 realms, so it should be enough, right? Qi Su also understood the power of the punch. He had already condensed his origin fiend armor, so the Old Tree's punch failed to shatter it. What a strong defense. Old Tree raised his eyebrows. Of course. Don't forget that you're also a demonic cultivator. Qi Su grinned. Not only was the origin devil armor powerful in defense, it could also reduce the damage of demonic cultivators. The Old Tree was also a devil cultivator, so his attack power was much weaker than before. Is that so? Then let's try this. Old Tree's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the mystic god armor and put it on Old Tree's body. Immediately after, another Netherworld Fire Clone attacked. As there was no direct contact, the origin devil armor's effect could not be unleashed this time. Moreover, the mystic god armor also increased the Old Tree's physique by a large amount. This punch directly cracked the origin devil armor. F***CK. The Little Demon King of Chaos was shocked. One had to know that he was a 9th grade demon king, and also had the origin devil body. The Old Tree was only a 5th grade demon king, but he actually cracked the origin devil armor that he was so proud of. Although it was only a small piece, it was enough to shock him. To be able to crack the origin devil armor meant that his life was threatened. Good fellow, let's fight with all our might. Little Demon no longer held back. He immediately spread his demonic wings and attacked the Old Tree with all his might. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the planting space. A 9th grade demon king and a 5th grade demon king actually fought to a draw. Although the Old Tree did not have a bloodline like the heavenly loathsome fox or the origin devil body, after several advancements, his strength had increased to a very terrifying realm. It was not a problem for him to fight across 4 realms. If the Azure Ghost Lord was added, Little Demon would probably lose. However, at this moment, Xian's projection suddenly revealed a sly smile. Old Tree, Azure Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, kill Qi Su. Xian's voice rang in the minds of the Old Tree trio. Hearing this, the Old Tree trio was shocked. Wasn't Qi Su Xian's good friend? Why did Xian want to kill him? Xian said to the Old Tree trio, TSK, I have a time reversal skill. I'll let you guys kill him and have fun. Time reversal? Hearing this, the Old Tree trio only felt incredulous. There was actually such a heaven-defying skill. However, since it was Xian who said it, they would naturally obey unconditionally. Kill. The Old Tree and Azure Ghost Lord's eyes flickered as they went all out. Undying Battle Soul. Grasp of the Netherworld. Netherworld Soul-Shattering Strike. The old tree trio really used all their trump cards. At this moment, Little Demon King did not know that Xian wanted to kill him and was still fighting to his heart's content. However, as time passed, he became a little tired. His origin devil battle armor was beaten to a pulp by the old tree, revealing his body. Wei Zhentian, Heavenly Judgment Stick. After hearing Xian's order, Wei Zhentian quickly left the old tree, turned into 9 streams of light, and attacked Little Demon King's back. What? Little Demon King was a little confused. His body trembled violently, but he could not block the 9 heavenly judgment sticks. Pfft! Little Demon King's demon heart was pierced with a soft sound. His eyes widened as he looked at Xian's projection and spat out a few words with difficulty. F***ck your grandmother, Little Demon King, dead. Xian looked at Little Demon King's corpse falling from the sky and could not help but curl his lips slightly. It seemed that he was still a little stronger. Alright, time reversal. Xian raised an eyebrow and directly used the once-a-day time reversal skill to return to the time before their battle. Chisu, let's fight again. After time reversal, the old tree and the others seemed to have lost their memories and began to fight Little Demon King again. However, this time, Xian did not give the order to kill Chisu, so he was the only one who knew about this. Xian looked at Little Demon King who was fighting fiercely with the old tree and the others and could not help but sigh inwardly. Time reversal once a day, and it can last for 8 days. As long as my clone and I don't die instantly in the mortal world, I won't die. A dead end was like entering a dangerous place. Everything was going smoothly at first, but after 10 days, one would realize that it was a bottomless pit with no way out. In this case, even if time was reversed to 8 days ago, it would be useless. Hence, Xian would have to avoid such situations in the future. At most, he would have to start all over again. He would not fall into such a predicament. At this time, the battle in the planting space was also coming to an end. Although the origin demon body was very strong, the Little Demon King had only just succeeded in cultivating it. Other than refining the origin demon armor, he didn't have anything else, so his combat strength wasn't that strong. However, the original demon body was enough for him to do as he pleased in the devil world. After all, the devil world was full of demonic cultivators. Chisu, how much longer do you need to break through to become a devil emperor? Xian suddenly asked. Give me another 100 years. Chisu replied. 100 years? Xian heard this and could not help but squint slightly. He knew that the 100 years Chisu was talking about was 100 years in the plant space. 100 years in the plant space was only 3 days in the outside world. However, when the Little Demon King came out of seclusion, he would most likely become a devil emperor. At that time, he would seek revenge on the Shura sovereign and replace him. While the Little Demon King was in seclusion, Xian used the immortal ascension steps to rush over. In less than 3 days, he arrived at the Shura royal territory. This was the Shura sovereign's territory. At the same time, it was also where he was. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd Great Immortal King. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through. Currently a 6th Great Immortal King. Not long after Xian arrived at the Shura royal territory, he broke through again. However, the Little Demon King had not come out of seclusion yet. With my current strength, it is enough to destroy the Shura sovereign. Why don't I go first and capture the Shura sovereign alive and hand him over to the Little Demon King? Thinking of this, Xian could not help but smile slightly. Shura sovereign might already be a 2nd stage devil emperor. However, this realm wasn't very high for the current old tree trio. It was only 5 realms higher than the old tree. However, for the Shura sovereign to be able to establish himself in the demon realm, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he was not as easy to deal with as they thought. Xian immediately continued on his journey. However, he suddenly heard a system notification along the way. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Defeat the Shura sovereign and complete the reward, the Eye of the Shura, to evolve. The system prompted. Defeat the Shura sovereign. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This quest wasn't bad. The reward for completing it was actually an evolution of the Eye of Azura. He wondered what would happen. Yi Xian immediately flew towards the Azura royal territory's overlord manor. In less than a day, he arrived at the lord mansion of the Shura royal territory. Along the way, he cut through all obstacles and killed all demonic cultivators. With his current realm, killing a devil emperor was not a problem. How could a mere devil king do anything to him? At this moment, the little devil king was still in seclusion and had yet to wake up. Since that was the case, Yi Xian was not going to hold back. Old tree, Azura ghost venerable, go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At the same time, Wei Zhentian transformed into the mystic divine battle armor and put it on Yi Xian. Now that the mystic divine battle armor was kept, Yi Xian could use it whenever he wanted. Although he was only a second-stage immortal king, he could fight opponents who were 6 realms higher than him. After putting on the mystic divine battle armor, he could even fight opponents who were 7 realms higher. His strength was top-notch among the devil kings. Eye of the Azura. Old Tree took the lead and rushed into the Overlord Manor. Following that, Azura Ghost Venerable also activated his ultimate skill. As a 6th grade immortal king, once he opened his Eye of Azura, anyone who was of the same cultivation level or lower would immediately die upon seeing it. In an instant, countless people died and were absorbed by the Eye of the Azura. Eye of the Azura, Azura Divine Light. A black light pillar suddenly shot out and instantly pierced through the chest of an 8th-stage Devil King. An 8th-stage Devil King's death aura was enough to fill up the Eye of the Azura. Azura Divine Light. Azura Divine Light. Azura Ghost Venerable began to use the Azura Divine Light crazily. No one could block this move, not even the 9th-stage Devil Kings. At this moment, Azura Ghost Venerable was like a machine, wildly shooting. As for Old Tree, he was not idle either. He quickly appeared and started to reap the lives of those high-level Devil Kings. In the Azura Overlord Manor, there were continuous screams. Those who were lower than Azura Ghost Venerable were all revived and joined the battle. This place was like an eerie hell. However, at this moment, an aura suddenly descended and attracted the attention of Yi Xian and the rest. The Azura Sovereign was finally here. Who gave you the guts to behave so atrociously in my manor? A slightly old voice entered everyone's ears. It was obvious that these words were meant for Yi Xian and the others. Azura Sovereign, you came at the right time. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and directly used 4 slaughter seals to form 2 immortal extinguishing arrows. Go. The 2 immortal extinguishing arrows rapidly flew towards the Azura Sovereign's eyes. At the same time, Old Tree also quickly flashed away. This Azura Sovereign had indeed broken through to 2nd-stage Devil King and was not weak. He was 5 stages higher than Old Tree, but so what? This time, Old Tree did not flash away to the Azura Sovereign but to Yi Xian's side. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian donned the Mystic God armor on Old Tree. Kill. Old Tree did not say anything and directly attacked. A mere 6th-stage Devil King dares to find trouble with me? The Azura Sovereign lightly snorted and did not care at all. One should know that he was a 2nd-stage Devil King. Even a 9th-stage Devil King was like an ant in his eyes, let alone a 6th-stage Devil King. However, he was wrong, and very wrong at that. After Old Tree donned the Mystic God armor, it was enough to shatter the little Demon King's origin demon armor. He was not afraid of the Azura Sovereign at all. What was a 2nd-stage Devil King? Bang! Old Tree's movements were very fast. With lightning speed, he smashed a fist on the Azura Sovereign's head and sent the latter flying. Pooh! The Azura Sovereign's nose was broken. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he quickly spread his devil wings to stabilize himself. At the same time, he looked at Old Tree in disbelief and said in shock, "How is this possible?" As a 2nd-stage Devil King, he was actually challenged by someone who was 5 stages higher than him. Furthermore, he was injured. What was wrong with this world? Why is it impossible? See if I don't tear off your wings and limbs. Bam! 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 In the air, a series of muffled sounds rang out as Old Shu and Shura Sovereign began to fight. As the lord of the Shura royal territory, the Shura Sovereign was extremely strong. At first, he was defeated by the Old Tree because of his carelessness. Now that he gave it his all, he was actually on par with the old tree. He was indeed capable. On the other side, the sixth great immortal King Shura Ghost Lord was wantonly blasting out the Shura divine light, almost killing all the high-level demon kings. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also using the slaughter seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. The slaughter seals had evolved once. Originally, he could only use 2 slaughter seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. Now, he could use 2 more slaughter seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. This way, the immortal slaying puppets were extremely strong. Together with the Shura Ghost Lord, it was simply heaven-defying. Within a few seconds, 6 immortal slaying puppets with 4 seals appeared. They swept through the entire Lord's manor, killing all the demon kings without mercy. Ha ha ha, so many yin and yang rings. I don't have to split the spoils with that stingy little demon king. Yi Xian stood in the air outside the Lord's manor, continuously using Super Devour to collect the yin and yang rings. If not for the restriction of the bewitched points, he would be at least a 6th grade demon king. However, the speed of his cultivation was already extremely fast. Previously, when he was in the mortal world, he had spent more than 10 years to break through to the immortal realm. Now that he had ascended to the immortal realm, he had already broken through from an ordinary immortal to an immortal king in less than 2 years. This was already heaven-defying to the point of angering both man and gods. Before Yi Xian could react, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding, the host has completed the random mission. Reward, Shura change. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly checked. Indeed, this skill belonged to the Shura Ghost Lord. Moreover, it was the skill of the Eye of the Shura, which was the same as the Shura Divine Light. However, he was sure that this Shura change was extremely strong. Since the random quest had been completed, it meant that the Shura Sovereign had been defeated. Thinking of this, Yi Xian quickly turned his head to take a look. He realized that the old tree had removed the Shura Sovereign's devil wings, and all 4 of his limbs were broken. It was a tragic sight. Who would have thought that this dog-like person would be the lord of the Shura royal territory? Super Devour. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. After testing the air for a moment, he discovered that he'd actually absorbed the Azura Emperor. Heavens, one must know that there was a difference of an entire realm between him and the Azura Sovereign. Yi Xian was a 2nd stage Celestial King, and Shura Sovereign was a 2nd stage Devil Emperor. This time, he really hit the jackpot. Of course, this could also be because the Shura Sovereign was on the brink of death and his demonic heart was exposed. As long as the old tree willed it, it could take his life. Therefore, the chances of it being collected were greatly increased. Where is this? In the planting space, the Shura Sovereign looked at this unfamiliar place and could not help but ask. Let me ask you, where is the great demon lord's corpse? Yi Xian projected a projection in front of the Shura Sovereign. Unexpectedly, the Shura Sovereign did not answer the question. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" He could sense that Yi Xian was only a 2nd stage Celestial King. However, he was also defeated by a 5th stage Devil King. This lesson taught him that he should not look down on others. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that you are now my prisoner. As long as I want to, you will be killed. Yi Xian said coldly. Then, he asked again, "Let me ask you, where is the great demon lord's corpse?" After bringing the Shura Sovereign into the planting space, Yi Xian had already obtained the Shura Sovereign's yin and yang ring. However, he did not find the little demon king's good friend, the great demon lord's corpse in this ring or the others. However, the great demon lord had coincidentally found the method to refine the heavenly demon's heart. Therefore, Yi Xian had to obtain his corpse and search his soul. Although he did not know why Yi Xian was looking for the great demon lord's corpse, the Shura Sovereign knew his current situation. He could only say slowly, "The great demon lord's corpse should be in the hands of the manager of the Overlord's manor." "Where is the manager of the Overlord's manor?" Yi Xian asked. During this period of time, a 9th stage Devil King and a cultivator suddenly appeared in my territory. Therefore, I sent him out to investigate, the Shura Sovereign said. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "He is also a Devil Emperor?" During this period of time, many Devil Kings under the Shura Sovereign had died. Since the Shura Sovereign dared to send this manager out, he was definitely not a 9th stage Devil King. Yes, he has broken through to the first stage Devil Emperor. The Shura sovereign nodded. Yi Xian hurriedly investigated the Shura sovereign's interspatial ring and found a communication devil crystal. His next step was to kill the manager of the Overlord's manor and take back the great demon lord's corpse. Of course, he had to uproot the Overlord's manor first. Since the city lord had been captured, the people in the Overlord's manor naturally could not escape from Yi Xian's hands. Under threats and promises, they were all taken into the plant space and became meat for the slaughter of Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian asked the Shura sovereign to communicate with his manager. After confirming the manager's location, they agreed to meet at a certain place. Of course, it was not the Shura sovereign who was going to meet, but Yi Xian. However, just as Yi Xian was about to move, the demonic qi in the plant space suddenly surged to the sky. Following that, a deafening roar entered the ears of Yi Xian and the others. What? What a strong demonic qi! The Shura sovereign's body trembled. The demonic qi was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. It was at least a third-grade demon emperor. Yi Xian also felt the demonic qi and hurriedly sent his projection over. He found that it was indeed the little demon king who released it. No wonder he only came out of seclusion now. So he accidentally broke through to third-grade demon emperor? Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A ninth-stage devil king had jumped 3 realms to become a third-stage devil emperor. This little demon king was truly a freak. However, this was all thanks to his origin demon body. Haha. A hearty laugh entered Yi Xian's ears. The little demon king opened his eyes and spread his wings. He flew in front of Yi Xian and said excitedly, "Let's go. Watch me kill that old fart." Are you talking about the Shura sovereign? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He said, "It's not that I want to discourage you, but I saw that you still haven't come out of seclusion, so I decided to do it myself. Fly a little further and you'll see him." What? The little demon king was stunned when he heard this. Then, he followed Yi Xian's words and flew a little further. Sure enough, he saw the person he wanted to kill even in his dreams. The Shura sovereign. You old fart. I was willing to be your subordinate, but you actually poisoned me? The little demon king couldn't help but curse. Third-grade demon emperor? Shura sovereign's eyes widened. When he accepted the little demon king as his disciple, the latter was only a first-grade demon king. But now, after the little demon king had obtained the origin demon physique, he had actually broken through to the third-stage demon emperor realm in such a short period of time. Wasn't this origin demon physique a little too powerful? The original demon body is indeed extraordinary. If I had known this earlier, I would have done it myself. Shura sovereign said bitterly. Previously, he had not chosen to do it himself because he was already a second-grade demon emperor. Once he possessed the original demon body, he would have to cultivate from the beginning. It was not easy for him to conquer the Shura royal territory. If he went into seclusion, the territory would definitely be devoured by other demon emperors. Therefore, he could not bear to do it. However, he did not expect the original demon body to be so heaven-defying. Therefore, there was only regret in his heart now. The winner takes all. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. Shura sovereign was very calm. After all, he had already fallen to such a state. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. The little demon king squinted his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Yi Xian. We haven't found the great demon king's corpse yet. We'll deal with him after we find it. Yi Xian said. The little demon king nodded slightly. All right, I'll let him linger on for a few more days. Then, Yi Xian continued on his journey. Previously, Shura sovereign and his chief steward had already agreed on a location. Therefore, Yi Xian was now rushing to that location. 2 days later, they successfully met up. A cultivator? The chief steward of the Lord's mansion was a little surprised. A second-grade demon king actually dared to wander around the demon realm. He was really courting death. Before Yi Xian could get close, the chief steward of the first-grade demon emperor directly attacked. There was a gap of 8 grades between them. He estimated that he could slap Yi Xian to death with one slap. However, just as the palm wind was about to hit Xian, a person suddenly appeared. Bang! The palm wind was dispersed. In the next moment, the chief steward saw a black shadow rapidly attacking him. Third grade Devil Emperor? The chief steward was shocked, but before he could react, his right arm was already gone. It was actually broken by someone. Found it. Little Demon King raised his eyebrows. He found the body of his good friend, Great Demon King, in the Cosmos Ring of this manager. Since that was the case, then this chief steward was useless. Kill. Bang. Without saying a word, the Little Demon King of Chaos punched the head steward's chest, instantly shattering his demon heart. A first-grade Devil Emperor was dead. Good, it's good that you got it. Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Luo could finally refine the heavenly demon's heart. At that time, how powerful would Luo be? Immediately, he kept Little Demon King into the planting space. Old man, your time has come. The Little Demon King of Chaos narrowed his eyes and stood in front of the Shura Sovereign. The Shura Sovereign already knew his fate, so he simply closed his eyes and waited for death to befall him. The winner takes all, the loser takes all, this world is so cruel. Bang! Although the Ashura Sovereign was a second-rank Devil Emperor and had tempered his physique to an extremely powerful level after countless years, the Little Demon King was already a third-rank Devil Emperor. Adding on the Origin Devil body, he was able to shatter the Ashura Sovereign's Devil heart with a single punch. The Origin Devil body can absorb the Devil Chi of Devil cultivators and devils for my own use. Although I'm only a second-grade Devil Emperor, it can reduce my cultivation time. The Little Demon King of Chaos thought to himself as he watched the Shura Sovereign's body shrink and be absorbed by him. Xian saw this scene and said, "Now that you are the new Shura Sovereign, what do you plan to do next?" In our Devil realm, there are a total of 9 Devil Sovereigns. Our current location is the Devil Spirit Horn of the Bloody Moon Archdevil. In this Devil Spirit Horn, there are countless Emperor territories. Now that I've killed the Shura Sovereign, coupled with the Origin Devil body, I naturally want to expand my territory. The Little Demon King of Chaos said. Alright, you're very ambitious. I'm not interested, but I can help you clean up the surrounding Emperor territories. Xian shrugged and said helplessly. Ambition was of no use to him. After all, his cultivation level had increased so quickly. If he really wanted to say something, then his goal was to become the strongest person in the world. Of course, this goal was very lofty, because he felt that this world was definitely not that simple. Take it. This is the refining method of the Heavenly Devil's heart, but it seems to only be the first half. At this time, the Little Demon King of Chaos suddenly threw a jade eye slip over. Although it was only a small piece, it needed to be checked with one's immortal sense. Only half? Xian was slightly surprised. It's already not bad to be able to get half of the Heavenly Devil's heart. As for the other half, you'll have to find it yourself. The Little Demon King of Chaos said. Alright, then go do your own thing. Xian nodded and then directly let the Little Demon King of Chaos out. Next, the Little Demon King of Chaos was probably going to unify the 3 Emperor territories and establish himself as the Emperor. As for Xian, he was now wholeheartedly thinking of letting Luo refine the Heavenly Devil's heart. The flow of time in the planted space was 12,800 times faster than in the outside world, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Luo to refine the Heavenly Devil's heart. As for the materials needed for refining, Xian checked them. These things were a piece of cake for him. Recently, although Luo didn't go out to participate in battles, that was because Luo wasn't a magic treasure. If she died, she would really die. However, this didn't mean that her cultivation level was low. If the time in the planted space was calculated, Luolua's age had already surpassed the Little Demon King of Chaos. Moreover, Luolua's cultivation speed hadn't fallen behind. Now, she was already a 5th-rank Immortal King, only 1 rank lower than Old Tree and the others. Even so, her strength was still very terrifying. Although she couldn't compare to Old Tree and the others, she was able to fight across several ranks. Luo, start refining this half of the Heavenly Devil's heart. When the time comes, you can go out and fight. Xian said to Luo. If it was before, he probably wouldn't let Luoluo go out to fight, but now he had the space-time bloodline. If something unexpected happened, his fourth clone in the mortal world could use the time reversal skill. Refining the heavenly devil's heart wasn't that easy. However, with the planted space, Luoluo only spent 5 days in the outside world to refine this half of the heavenly devil's heart. The heavenly devil's heart was really suitable for Zuyuyoists. Although it was only half of it, it made Luoluo's constitution soar several times. Now, she felt that her strength wasn't below that of Azura Ghost Venerable and Wei Zhentian. She was second only to Old Tree. After all, she was only a 5th-rank immortal king. However, while she was in seclusion, Yi Xian also broke through again and reached the 3rd-rank immortal king realm. At this moment, Yi Xian sensed that a communication devil crystal in his devouring space suddenly lit up. Yi Xian, I'm going to start my conquest. Do you want to join me, or? Little Demon King of Chaos asked. Now that he was a 3rd-grade devil emperor and possessed the original devil body, no one was his match. Naturally, he would want to expand his territory and plunder cultivation resources to improve his cultivation. You're faster than me, and it'll be easier for you to infiltrate the enemy's territory if you cooperate with me. Capture the leader first. As long as we can capture the leader, the rest will be easy, Yi Xian replied. Alright, then I'll follow you. We'll divide the loot equally. Little Devil King agreed. From the previous 1% to the recent 10%, it was enough to show that Yi Xian's status was gradually rising. In fact, with the cultivation of Old Tree and the others, it would not be a problem for them to challenge a middle-grade devil emperor. Moreover, as time passed, Yi Xian's cultivation would continue to improve. At that time, he would be able to challenge stronger opponents. Anyway, what Yi Xian lacked now was time. Next, Little Devil King went to the Demon Slaughter royal territory next door and killed the Demon Slaughter Emperor. Then, he began to expand his territory, preparing to kill all the devil emperors around him. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a stowaway boat, secretly sending the Little Demon King of Chaos to the other royal territories. Then, the Little Demon King of Chaos would attack and kill these lords. In less than half a month, all the surrounding royal territories were occupied and merged into Chaos Royal Territory. At this time, Little Devil King had broken through from a 3rd-grade Devil Emperor to a 5th-grade Devil Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he had also broken through to a 6th-grade Immortal King. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable and Wei Zhentian had all become 1st-grade Immortal Emperors. However, the truth could not be hidden forever. Little Devil King had occupied so many royal territories in half a month, which naturally attracted the attention of the high-grade Devil Emperors. Just as they were heading to the next royal territory, they suddenly received a message. Chisu, this is bad. A high-level Devil Emperor has come and destroyed Chaos City. Your father and my father both died in battle. This news came from Baiming Huayu. After hearing this news, the little demon of chaos widened his eyes and said in shock, "What happened?" They said that you were rising too quickly and might threaten them, so they came to kill you. But I couldn't find you, so I went on a killing spree. Baiming Huayu replied. The scene earlier was simply too horrifying for her. After all, she was only a 1st-grade Devil King. Many of those who had died before were in the Devil Emperor realm. All of them had their territories occupied by the Little Demon King. Then, they had defected to the Little Demon King. But unexpectedly, they were all killed in a single battle. Who did this? Little Demon King of Chaos roared furiously at the communication magic crystal. They said they are from the Windblade Royal Territory. They came here under the orders of the Windblade Emperor. They are at least 6th-rank Devil Emperors. Baiming Huayu replied. Windblade Emperor. When the little demon of chaos heard this name, he was so angry that he was about to explode. Previously, the Emperor of the Dark North was only a 2nd-grade Demon Emperor, so he couldn't even come into contact with a 6th-grade Demon Emperor expert. But now, because of the Little Demon King, the Windblade Emperor had set his eyes on the Chaos Royal Territory, causing it to be annihilated. How could he not take revenge for this? On the other side, when Yi Xian heard this news, he couldn't help but stop. Chisu's father and father-in-law died in the battle? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He felt that this matter was going to blow up. The little demon of chaos was probably going to the Windblade royal territory to kill the Windblade Emperor himself. However, Xian had a way to prevent this tragedy from happening. That was to reverse time and space. Su, do you want to save your father? Xian suddenly asked Su. What do you mean? He can be resurrected? The little demon of chaos was puzzled. Although he had conflicts with the demon king of chaos, the latter was still his father. How could he kill him just like that? I can bring your father back to life. Xian didn't say anything to the little demon of chaos. He just grinned and directly used his skill. According to the news from Baiming Huayu, Xian knew that the tragedy had just happened. So, he wanted to use the time reversal skill to go back to one day ago. Yesterday and today, they were in a hurry. So, it would be fine even if they went back to yesterday. After going back to yesterday, Xian could use the Eye of the Void to instantly return to Chaos City and meet the enemy. At that moment, Xian directly used the time reversal skill. Time began to reverse rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they went back to yesterday. Then, Xian continuously broke through the void and returned to Chaos City in the Chaos Royal territory. Su, let's stay in the Chaos Royal territory for the next few days. Xian suddenly said to the little demon of chaos who was cultivating in the plant space. Why? The little demon of chaos was puzzled. Because he had gone back to yesterday, the little demon of chaos's father and father-in-law had been resurrected. So, the little demon of chaos naturally wouldn't remember this matter. Only Xian knew everything in his heart. I feel that you've been too high-profile recently. Who knows if someone is attacking the Chaos Royal territory while you're not around? Xian replied. That can't be. We've conquered so many royal territories. Even the 5th grade demon emperors have submitted to me. How long has it been? Could it be that we've attracted the attention of high-level demon emperors? The little demon of chaos was in disbelief. It's better to be safe. Anyway, a few days is just a blink of an eye for you, Xian said to the little demon of chaos. Indeed, for someone like the little demon of chaos who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years, a few days was just a matter of opening and closing his eyes. Some people would cultivate in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. A few days was nothing to them. Alright. Then I'll stay for a few days first. The little demon of chaos nodded. Today passed very quickly. Xian quietly waited here. At the same time, he looked for a map and discovered that the Windblade Royal Territory was in the northwest of the Chaos Royal Territory. Therefore, Xian ordered the Old Tree, Azure Ghost Venerable, and Wei Zhentian to set up defenses at the border in advance. This way, if the other party came, he would know in advance. Xian began to calculate the time. The previous tragedy happened at noon. Now, there was only an hour left. Therefore, he guessed that the experts sent by the Windblade Royal Territory should be about to enter the Chaos Royal Territory, right? Sure enough, when he was still pondering, the Old Tree who was setting up defenses at the Chaos Royal Territory suddenly sensed several powerful auras. Young Master, there are 3 6th grade demon emperors and 10 5th grade demon emperors. Do you want to directly attack? Not now. Let them come over, Xian replied. According to Baiming Huayu, the Emperor of the Dark North and the Demon King of Chaos were killed by a 6th grade demon emperor in the lead. Although time had reversed, Xian felt that it was better for the little demon king to personally embrace this enmity. Alright. After hearing that, the Old Tree did not think much and returned through the void gate. Su, a great enemy is coming. Xian quickly transmitted a message to Su. What great enemy? Su, who was cultivating in seclusion, hurriedly asked. There are 3 6th grade demon emperors and 10 5th grade demon emperors entering Chaos Royal Territory from the northwest. They are not friendly. Xian said to little demon King Huntian. What? There is such a thing? Little demon King Huntian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Xian's guess to be true. There were really people coming to find trouble with him. Fortunately, Xian suggested to stay in Chaos Royal Territory for a few days. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Humph. I did not go to find trouble with them, but they came to me themselves. I will kill them. Little Demon King Huntian snorted. Although he was a 5th-grade demon emperor, his strength was very strong. How could 3 6th-grade demon emperors do anything to him? He was afraid that they could not even break his origin demon armor. These people were not friendly. Therefore, a battle was likely to break out. Little Demon King Huntian immediately left Chaos City and went to meet them. Yi Xian followed closely behind. At the same time, he made a plan in his heart. First, he would kill these people. Then, he would go to Windblade Emperor's territory and kill him. As the two parties were moving in opposite directions, they encountered each other in less than half an hour. 5th-grade Demon Emperor? The leading man from Windblade Royal Territory sensed Little Demon King Huntian's aura and immediately stopped. At the same time, Little Demon King Huntian also sensed the 13 auras that were not weaker than him. Who are you? Little Demon King Huntian shouted. We are all generals under the Windblade Emperor. Now, I will give you a chance. Submit to the Windblade Emperor and merge the Chaos Territory into the Windblade Territory. Then, I will spare your life. The leader didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I didn't even dare to be arrogant, yet you dare to come to my place? You're courting death. The Little Demon King of Chaos didn't say anything and directly attacked. Humph, the Windblade Emperor said that he would only give you one chance. Since you don't cherish it, then die. The man in the lead widened his eyes and immediately attacked. He had previously heard of the strength of the Little Demon King, who could challenge those of a higher level. That was why so many people had come this time. Although it was a little disgraceful, this group of people was a little unscrupulous. As long as they could achieve their goal, so what if they attacked in groups? However, they had underestimated the Little Demon King's strength. The attacks of the 13 of them all landed on the Little Demon King's body, but they were still unable to shatter the origin demon armor. What a powerful magic weapon! The man in the lead was shocked. He had thought that this origin demon armor was a magic weapon. Of course, this was because the Little Demon King of Chaos had disguised the origin demon armor. Otherwise, people with discerning eyes would immediately recognize that this was the origin demon armor and deduce that he had the origin demon physique. All of you, die. The Little Demon King of Chaos was furious. He turned his anger into strength and directly blasted out a punch. Bang! The fist shadow was very powerful and instantly pierced through the chest of a 5th-stage demon emperor. Everyone was astonished. The Little Demon King of Chaos was a 5th-stage demon emperor, and the person who died was also a 5th-stage demon emperor. However, he was killed in an instant. How strong was he? This wasn't the main point. The main point was that a few people had suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and even they didn't notice. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, go, don't leave a single one alive. Yi Xian suddenly summoned the 3 of them and directly gave the order. The 3 of them who had already broken through to the Immortal King realm instantly erupted. Old Tree even put on the Mystic Divine armor and directly used the Nether Fire clone to flash behind a 6th-stage demon emperor, and then ruthlessly punched. Bang! The 6th-stage demon emperor's chest also exploded. In comparison, the punch of the Little Demon King of Chaos was at least 5 times more powerful than the punch of the Old Tree. Although the Old Tree's cultivation was low, his strength was not inferior to the Little Demon King of Chaos. Coupled with the Mystic Divine armor, even a 7th-stage demon emperor couldn't do anything to him. It was also because of this that this group of outsiders was destined to fail. Bang! 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 In a series of muffled sounds, the dozen or so intermediate demon emperors in front of them all fell. The Chaos Royal Territory was the place where they would rest forever. Humph, so weak, and you dare to find trouble with me? The Little Demon King of Chaos coldly snorted in his heart. These people were indeed not enough for him. Even the Lord of the Windblade Royal Territory was only a 7th-stage demon emperor, and didn't pose a threat to him. However, this chaotic world royal territory was of little value. Chisu, I feel that you should give up on the Chaos Royal Territory and follow me. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said to the Little Demon King of Chaos. Follow you? The Little Demon King of Chaos didn't react for a moment. The size of my space is already bigger than your Chaos Royal Territory. I will continue to expand in the future. Your family and friends will be very safe inside. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then said, simply put, I want you to move the Chaos Royal territory into my space. Hearing this, the little demon king of chaos couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Staying in Yi Xian's space was indeed not bad, but it would be a lot less fun. With Yi Xian around, who would dare to make a move on him? Since you met me until now, my cultivation speed has been very fast, right? After a while, not to mention an immortal emperor, even an immortal venerable would be no problem. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be impossible. Now, my space is bigger than your Chaos Royal territory. When I break through to the immortal emperor realm, the space might be as big as the demon realm. Yi Xian continued. Alright, but I don't want to go in now. Let's move the entire Chaos Royal territory in first. The little demon king of chaos nodded. Hearing this, Yi Xian grinned and said, no problem, but after that, I hope you can extract my nephew's soul and find him a good body. That's easy. I'll definitely find him a good one. The little demon king of chaos laughed. Next, Yi Xian ran around the Chaos Royal territory and put everyone in it. With the little demon king of chaos around, these people didn't dare to disobey. Even those immortal beasts were all put in. Yi Xian wholeheartedly wanted to make the space grow. This way, the level of the space might continue to increase in the future. In just 2 days, the entire Chaos Royal territory seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There were almost no living things left. However, if one stayed in the space for a long time and did not go out, the space's 10,000 times faster flow of time would not have much effect. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. He had already left the Chaotic Royal territory and was heading towards the Windblade Royal territory. Of course, Yi Xian did not show mercy to those forces along the way. He destroyed all of them and forcibly kept them in the space. During the journey, his cultivation level increased again. Ding! Host has broken through to the 7th grade Immortal King. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Yan Ming Ghost Lord have broken through to the 2nd grade Demon Emperor realm. The system notified. With their current strength, there was probably no one in the Demon Emperor realm who could be a match for them. Soon, Yi Xian invaded the Windblade Royal territory and killed his way to the Overlord Mansion. The Windblade Emperor was only a 7th grade Demon Emperor. He was not weak and had many subordinates. However, this little bit of strength was nothing to Yi Xian. Due to the time reversal, Demon King Chaotic Heaven and Emperor Baiming did not die. The little Demon King Chaotic Heaven did not hate the Windblade Emperor that much. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian was the one to deal with it. Who is it? When Yi Xian approached the Overlord Mansion, he was discovered. However, when the person who discovered Yi Xian saw that he was only a 7th grade Immortal King, he did not think much of it and casually sent out a person. You're courting death. Yi Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Although he was only a 7th grade Immortal King, he could fight those who were 6 levels higher. 6 levels higher meant that he was a 4th grade Demon Emperor. The person who discovered him was only a 3rd grade Demon Emperor Gatekeeper. He was instantly killed. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, go! Yi Xian said to the two of them. In an instant, they charged in. Wei Zhentian did not waste any time. He transformed into the mystic god armor and put it on Old Tree. As for Azura Ghost Lord, he directly activated the Eye of Azura. In the last random mission, the Eye of Azura had evolved. This time, a huge eyeball appeared in the sky. Anyone with a lower cultivation level than Ghost Lord Azura died instantly. Death Chi gathered on the Eye of Azura, giving Ghost Lord Azura the ability to use the Azura Divine Light. However, this time, the Azura Ghost Lord did not use the Azura Divine Light. Instead, he used another skill. Eye of Azura, Azura Transformation. This move was a reward from the system after the last random mission. After using the Azura Transformation, the Azura Ghost Lord's body enlarged several hundred times, turning into a giant. Boom, the saber in Ghost Venerate Azura's hand had also enlarged by several hundred times. Then, he swung the saber at the expert charging out of the Overlord's mansion. After absorbing so much death chi, Ghost Lord Azura, who was originally a 2nd grade Demon Emperor, had temporarily broken through to the 3rd grade Demon Emperor. Moreover, his cultivation was still increasing. Who is it? At this moment, in the depths of the Lord's mansion, the Windblade Emperor felt this aura and immediately opened his eyes. How could a mere third-grade demon emperor possess such an aura that made his heart palpitate? Just as he was feeling surprised, a strange voice suddenly entered his ears. "Found you." The old tree, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, came over. Without giving the opponent time to react, he threw out a punch. Bang! This punch directly penetrated the heart of the Windblade Emperor, killing him instantly. A 7th-grade demon emperor was so vulnerable in front of the old tree, a 2nd-grade demon emperor. However, the old tree was not surprised by this. He directly took the interspatial ring of the Windblade Emperor. On the other side, the Azura Ghost Lord had also quickly killed all the intermediate-grade demon emperors. Next, it was time to clean up. "Chisu, come out and help me suppress them. I want to take all of them." Yi Xian suddenly released Chisu. "Okay." Chisu did not say anything and directly jumped into the sky. The next moment, a figure that was not inferior to the Azura Ghost Lord appeared behind him. Super Devour. Yi Xian also began to wander around the Lord's mansion, using Force Devour to forcibly take everyone into the planting space. In less than half a minute, the entire Lord's mansion was empty. TSK. If this continues, it won't be long before I can dominate the demon realm. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. There were a total of 9 demon venerables in the demon realm, and all of them were 9th-grade demon venerables. Although there were demon venerables of other grades, these 9 demon venerables were the leaders. Now, Old Tree and the other 2 were estimated to have the strength to fight against the demon venerables. If this continued, the 9 demon venerables were actually nothing to him. However, at this moment, a powerful aura that made the little demon king's heart palpitate suddenly appeared. When this aura appeared, Yi Xian's dazzling speed immortal heart almost exploded. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough to withstand it. Otherwise, he would have died. Who is it? Yi Xian raised his head in shock and looked in the direction of the aura. He saw a blood-red figure standing in the sky. This blood-red figure was covered in a red mist, and his face couldn't be seen. Who? Yi Xian and the little demon king looked at him in confusion. Such a powerful aura, it was at least at the demon venerable's level. Why would it appear here? Before the little demon king could speak, the red mist around the red figure suddenly dispersed. After that, a bewitching face was revealed. It was a rather handsome red-haired young man. I didn't expect to encounter an original demon body. The moment the youth opened his mouth, he revealed the little demon king's secret. As soon as this was said, the little demon king and Yi Xian trembled violently. The former was already disguised, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it, but this youth saw through it at a glance. This is troublesome. This youth was at least at the demon venerable's level. If he wanted to kill the little demon king, it would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the original demon body was extremely rare. Even if it was a demon venerable's level expert, if they could successfully possess it, they would be able to recover their peak strength very quickly. However, Yi Xian wasn't too desperate. After all, he still had the time reversal skill. At worst, he could quickly break through the void and leave after killing the Windblade Emperor and hide. What do you want? The little demon king gritted his teeth and said. Hee, I don't want anything. The youth grinned and said, let me introduce myself. I am the 9th demon venerable of the demon realm, Blood Moon. Boom, this self-introduction was like a bolt from the blue, falling on Yi Xian and the little demon king. The 9th demon venerable of the demon realm, Blood Moon, heavens, this youth in front of them was actually the demon realm's Blood Moon demon venerable. The Bloody Moon Overlord was a 9th grade demon venerable, which was 9 realms higher than a 9th grade demon emperor. He was not someone Yi Xian and little demon could deal with. However, the Bloody Moon Overlord did not seem to want to kill them. Otherwise, he would not have appeared and killed them directly. Yi Xian, who was ready to use time reversal, suddenly stopped. Maybe the Bloody Moon Overlord met little demon while he was wandering and wanted to take him as his disciple. Before Yi Xian and Yi Xian could speak, the Bloody Moon Overlord said, although the original demon body is rare, it is not the first time I have seen it. Moreover, I have the original demon body myself. So, I just want to ask if you are willing to be my disciple. The Bloody Moon Overlord also has the original demon body? Little Demon was shocked. Yes. The Bloody Moon Overlord replied. The next moment, a layer of blood-red crystal armor appeared on his body. This set of armor was similar to Little Demon's, but the color was different. Not only do I have the original demon body, but I have also upgraded it to the blood demon body. As long as you become my disciple, I will teach you everything I have learned. You will definitely become the 10th demon venerable in the demon realm in the future, said the Bloody Moon Overlord. This condition was very tempting. Little Demon thought about it and could not help but look at Xianxia. The latter paused for a moment and said, "You can decide for yourself. It is not bad to become the 10th leader of the demon realm." Okay. Little Demon nodded and said, "Greetings, Master." Hearing this, the Bloody Moon Overlord could not help but laugh and said, "With my guidance, you will definitely be able to crush the disciples of the other 8 demon venerables in the future. You will definitely be the 10th demon venerable in the demon realm." "Thank you, Master." Little Demon hurriedly thanked him. With the protection of the 9th demon venerable in the demon realm, he would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. He could cultivate in peace. However, Xianxia was still a little worried. After all, he had a persecutory delusion. In the beginning, he was almost tricked by his master. That was how his persecutory delusion came about. Apart from his own people, he didn't trust anyone else. Turning back time can only bring us back to 10 days ago. If this Bloody Moon Demon Venerable wanted to kill the Little Demon King but didn't act so quickly, it would be disastrous. Xianxia thought to himself. But what could he do now? This time, it might be an opportunity for the Little Demon King. If he used time reversal, then the Little Demon King might not be able to meet the Bloody Moon Demon Venerable. Therefore, Xianxia decided to let the Little Demon King make his own choice. If something really happened, Xianxia would have no choice but to avenge the Little Demon King. Alright, follow me back to Blood Moon City. After Bloody Moon Demon Venerable finished speaking, a wave of energy enveloped Little Demon King and Xianxia, forcefully dragging them away. In front of a 9th grade Devil Venerable, Xianxia was nothing more than an ant that could be easily slaughtered. However, even without the Little Demon King, Bloody Moon Demon Venerable would not lower himself to attack Xianxia. The speed of a 9th grade Devil Venerable was not something that ordinary people could catch up to. In just one day, Xianxia and the Little Demon King arrived at Bloody Moon Demon Venerable's Blood Moon City. This was the world of the strong. There were a large number of Devil Venerable level experts in the city. If Bloody Moon Demon Venerable didn't bring them along, the Little Demon King and Xianxia would not be able to move a single step. Just the aura alone could cause their hearts to explode. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable brought Xianxia and the Little Demon King to his Blood Moon City. "Master, you're back." A man came up to them. His aura was so strong that even the Little Demon King could not sense it. "Old Six, I went out this time to take in a disciple. From now on, he will be your junior brother. Arrange a place for him to stay," Bloody Moon Demon Venerable said to the man. "Yes, Master." The man nodded respectfully. He was Bloody Moon Demon Venerable's 6th disciple. He was already a 3rd grade Devil Venerable. "I still have something to do. Chi-Su, come find me tomorrow." After the Bloody Moon Demon Sovereign said this, he hurriedly left. 7th junior brother, I'm Shi-Yuan. After the man finished speaking to the Little Demon King, he couldn't help but glance at Xianxia and ask, "He's my friend," the Little Demon King hurriedly said. Shi-Yuan looked at him in surprise. He didn't take Xianxia seriously. However, he could sense that Xianxia and the Little Demon King were related by blood. "Alright, this way please, 7th junior brother." Shi-Yuan didn't ask any more questions and left with the Little Demon King and Xianxia. Since even he could sense it, Bloody Moon Demon Venerable must be able to as well. It was also because of this that Xianxia was brought back. "I'll be cultivating here from now on. What about you, Xianxia?" On the way, the Little Demon King couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Xianxia. "Me? I'll think about it," Xianxia replied. To be honest, he kind of wanted to return to the immortal world. After all, that was where cultivators were. However, in the demon world, he was public enemy number 1. Once a cultivator discovered him, they would definitely attack him. That way, he wouldn't have to find excuses to rob the major forces. However, now that Qi had been accepted as a disciple by Bloody Moon Demon Venerable, Xian would probably have to find another place to level up. Since Qi has made his choice, I won't stop him. I'll leave in 8 days. Xian thought to himself. Soon, Shi Yuan arranged a place for the little demon king and Xian to stay. At the same time, Xian and the little demon king also accurately sensed that there were other cultivators in the Blood Moon Castle. Cultivators and cultivators of the demon world couldn't coexist, but they didn't have to fight to the death. For example, the 6th demon venerable of the demon world had turned from an immortal to a demon. Therefore, it was very normal for there to be some cultivators in the demon world. Next, Xian stayed in his residence and waited to see what Bloody Moon Demon Venerable would ask the little demon king to do tomorrow. During these 8 days, he could use time reversal, so he wasn't worried. The next day, Qi went to find Bloody Moon Demon Venerable according to his instructions. In less than half a day, Qi returned. Master taught me the cultivation method of the original demon body. As long as I continue to cultivate, I can cultivate his blood demon body. Qi couldn't help but pause. However, he said that I can only go out after I break through to the demon venerable level. With someone teaching you, it shouldn't be difficult to cultivate to the demon venerable level. However, you'll need a lot of time in the outside world, Xian reminded him. It doesn't matter. Now that the 9th demon venerable of the demon world is protecting me, it's the same whether I cultivate inside or outside. Qi grinned. In that case, I'll leave in a few days, Xian said. It just so happened that little demon king could extract his nephew Xian's soul and find a new body in the next few days. During this time, Xian made another breakthrough and reached the 8th grade celestial king realm. Old Tree and the other 2 had reached the 3rd grade celestial lord realm. However, their strength was not worth mentioning in the Blood Moon Castle. On the 7th day, Xian felt that it was about time. He bid farewell to Qi and left the Blood Moon Castle. Qi has my death warrant. If he dies, I'll be the first to know. After thinking for a while, Xian left under the guidance of a mid-grade devil venerable. With his strength, he would probably die on the way back from the Blood Moon Castle. Therefore, Little Demon King asked someone to bring Xian back to the Windblade Royal Territory. However, the journey back was not peaceful. The mid-grade devil venerable who brought Xian back to the Windblade Royal Territory was a 6th grade devil venerable. However, he suddenly stopped on the way back. What's going on? Xian was surprised. A passage to the immortal realm opened nearby. Wait here for a while. I'll go and take a look, said the 6th grade devil venerable. After saying that, he left Xian behind. Xian looked at him strangely. It was just a passage to the immortal realm. What was the big deal? However, it was not so simple this time. Xian had placed a death warrant on this person. When he went to check, Xian suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! The target of the death warrant is dead. The notification gave Xian a fright. A 6th grade devil venerable expert died. Before he could react, a large group of people appeared in front of him, covering the sky and earth. What the F***ck? Xian cursed angrily. There were so many people. They looked like demonic cultivators, but they were not. Demonic cultivators cultivated the demon heart, while demonic cultivators also cultivated the demon heart. If one carefully sensed it, there was a difference. At this moment, Xian sensed not demonic energy from these people, but demonic energy. These people were all demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators and immortal cultivators are on the same side. There are 3 leaders in the immortal realm, Emperor Qing, Empress Wu, and the immortal dragon emperor. These people should be from the immortal realm. Xian understood. This time, the immortal realm was going to war with the demon world. You're actually just an immortal king. Hurry up and return to the immortal world. There will be a great battle soon, and it's not something you can participate in. A Zuyuist suddenly rushes over and gives a kind reminder. Xian nodded in response. With the war at hand, Xian had to run for his life. Qi, you have to be careful. Just now, the demonic cultivator who took me back to the Windblade Royal Territory was killed by demonic cultivators. A lot of demonic cultivators have come. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Qi Su. What? A lot of demonic cultivators? Are they going to attack the demon world? Qi Su was shocked. I'm not sure. You be careful. I'm leaving first. Yi Xian said helplessly. Then he left quickly. However, the direction he left wasn't toward the Immortal Realm passage, but the Windblade Royal Territory. He didn't want to go back to the Immortal Realm at the moment. There was going to be a big war. There should be passages to the Immortal Realm in other places. When the time came, he could take advantage of the situation. Xianxianists, demonic cultivators, all of them were his targets. On his way back to the Windblade Royal Territory, he met a lot of people. Almost all of them were demonic cultivators. There were also a few Xianxianists. When they saw Yi Xian, they all left in a hurry. After all, Yi Xian was only a demonic king and couldn't be of help. The further away they were from Blood Moon City, the lower the realms of Xianxianists and demonic cultivators they would meet. In this way, Yi Xian's safety was guaranteed. Yi Xian was on tenterhooks for the first part of the journey. He was wearing the mystic divine armor and hurrying along. There were a lot of demonic cultivators there. Fortunately, after the passage to the Immortal Realm was opened, a lot of Xianxianists and demonic cultivators were sent over. They killed demonic cultivators on sight, so it was still relatively safe. At the moment, Yi Xian was about to return to the Windblade Royal Territory. It was only a 3-day journey. At the same time, his realm had also risen to demonic king. Old Tree and the other two were demonic emperors. However, at this moment. Suddenly, a surprised voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a young man rapidly approaching. His realm was not high, only a demonic emperor. After seeing this person, Yi Xian's celestial heart of dazzling speed suddenly beat faster. This made Yi Xian feel somewhat strange. Junior brother, you're not even a demonic emperor. How dare you come to the devil realm? The young man asked curiously. Junior brother? This name made Yi Xian feel even more astonished. Did this young man mistake him for someone else? Before he could say anything, another figure flew over from afar. How dare you behave so atrociously in the devil realm? You're courting death. A voice drifted over. Yi Xian sensed it and found it was a demonic emperor of 5th stage. Humph, a mere demonic emperor of 5th stage dares to find trouble with me? The young man in front of Yi Xian snorted coldly. Immediately, he was enveloped by a ball of heavenly fire. When Yi Xian saw the ball of heavenly fire, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Isn't this the celestial heart of dazzling speed? Now, Yi Xian somewhat understood why the young man called him junior brother. It turned out that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Fire Palace in the immortal world. The Heavenly Fire Palace cultivated the celestial heart of dazzling speed. Moreover, they also mastered a powerful immortal technique called the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Change. At this moment, the young man had already made his move. He enveloped the flying sword with the celestial heart of dazzling speed and directly attacked the demonic emperor. What? Celestial heart of dazzling speed? The demonic emperor was shocked. Moreover, the flying sword was astonishingly fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and pierced into his heart. Puchi! With a series of crisp sounds, the demonic heart of the demonic emperor was directly penetrated. Then, the celestial heart of dazzling speed spread out and incinerated his corpse. Instant kill. It was rare for a cultivator of the same level to kill a demonic cultivator in an instant. However, it made sense that the young man was from the Heavenly Fire Palace. The young man immediately rushed over and collected the demonic cultivator's spatial ring. Yi Xian looked at the young man's back. His eyes flickered and he suddenly made a decision. The little demon king of chaos had once told him that after the Heavenly Fire Palace's cultivators cultivated the celestial heart of dazzling speed, they would be extremely powerful when combined with the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Change. When he thought of this, Yi Xian directly summoned the old tree. As soon as the old tree appeared, he immediately used the nether fire doppelganger to flash behind his opponent and threw a punch. Bang! The immortal cultivator's back was penetrated. The old tree grabbed the swift dazzling immortal heart. As long as the latter squeezed it gently, the immortal heart would explode. What? The youth was stunned. His immortal sense covered the area, but he couldn't find the old tree, a fourth-grade devil emperor. How was this possible? Before he could react, Xian used the super devouring skill on him. Although there was a difference of 5 levels between them, the success rate would fluctuate according to the opponent's mood. Now that the youth was in danger and panicking, the success rate increased greatly. He was instantly sucked into Xian's planting space. In the planting space, wouldn't it be up to Xian to kill or cut off? What is this place? The youth shouted in surprise after being thrown into the planting space by Xian. Next, Xian would use the soul eye to torture him and force him to tell him about the Skyfire Palace and the Skyfire 3 mystic change. The flow of time in the planting space was 10,000 times slower than outside. Xian didn't believe that the youth could survive. If it weren't for the fact that the youth was from the Skyfire Palace and he wanted to get some information from him, Xian would have killed him and searched his soul. Soon, Xian got the information about the Skyfire Palace and the Skyfire 3 mystic change. As a result, this 5th-grade immortal emperor disciple of the Skyfire Palace was useless to Xian. He was left to fend for himself in the planting space. Ding! The host has learned the first transformation of the Skyfire 3 mystic change. The system notified. The first transformation of the Skyfire 3 mystic change can forcibly raise one's level, the second transformation can raise 2 levels, and the third transformation can raise 3 levels. Seeing this, Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. If he learned the third transformation, he could actually temporarily raise his level by 3 levels. This was very important to him. Although the old tree and the others were fighting outside, the old tree was unable to appear in the Tower of Trials. Now, Xian had already passed the 6th level of the training pagoda. Next would be the 7th level. If he challenged the 7th level as a 9th-grade immortal king, he would have to face a 7th-grade immortal emperor. But now that he had learned the first transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, he could temporarily raise his cultivation level by 1. Then wouldn't he still be able to fight across 6 cultivation levels? Immortal kings can only learn the first transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Immortal emperors can learn the second transformation and immortal venerables can learn the third transformation. Now that I am a 9th-grade immortal king, it won't be a problem for me to challenge them. With this thought in mind, Xian immersed his consciousness into the Tower of Trials. Ding! The host is beginning to challenge the 7th level of the Tower of Trials. Ding! The system has selected an immortal cultivator. Ding! Difficulty level, 5 stars. System notifications rang out one after another. Xian was going to challenge a 7th-grade immortal emperor cultivator. 3, 2, 1. The trial challenge began. Whoosh! As soon as the countdown reached 0, Xian's opponent took out a flying sword and shot it at Xian. Seeing this, Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This meant that his opponent wasn't a sword immortal, but an ordinary cultivator. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, first transformation. Xian widened his eyes and immediately used the skill he had just learned. His cultivation level instantly soared to the 1st-grade immortal emperor level. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Xian crossed a large distance and appeared behind his opponent. 1000 Severing Slash. Xian already had the strength to fight across 6 cultivation levels. Now, it was still the same. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely win this battle. Bang! 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 Although the power of the 1000 Severing Slash wasn't strong, it would vibrate 2000 times in an instant. Unfortunately, the success rate of the 1000 Severing Slash was calculated based on the 9th-grade Immortal King level and not the 1st-grade Immortal Emperor level. Therefore, the 1000 Severing Slash only triggered a dozen or so critical hits. It didn't trigger the one-hit kill effect. Even so, it still caused a lot of damage to the 7th-grade Immortal Emperor. He didn't die? Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly used the Unicorn's Descent. The 1000 Severing Slash didn't succeed. However, the unicorn's descent this time was out of Xian's expectations. Ding! The host has summoned a level 2 ice unicorn. When the level 2 ice unicorn appeared, the entire battle arena seemed to have frozen. The 7th grade Immortal Emperor's speed also seemed to have decreased by a lot. Heart-piercing gale palm. At this moment, the 7th grade Immortal Emperor suddenly turned around and sent out a palm shadow. However, Xian had already used the extreme space shield from the start. Although this palm was aimed at his dazzling speed Immortal Heart, it was absorbed by the extreme space shield. Coincidentally, the power of this attack was within the extreme space shield's tolerance range. Triple rebound. Boom! Xian's eyes lit up. He directly exploded the extreme space shield. The power of this attack was exactly 3 times that of the heart-piercing gale palm. The 7th grade Immortal Emperor obviously didn't expect this. He was instantly hit and his immortal heart exploded. Ding! The host challenge is successful. Ding! The host has obtained 1 Devour point. Ding! Does the host want to continue the challenge? Now, Xian added another Devour point, reaching 3 Devour points. This was all thanks to the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Otherwise, Xian wouldn't have been able to successfully challenge the 7th level of the Tower of Trials unless he fused with a new bloodline. If I break through again, I can learn the 2nd transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. When that time comes, I can challenge the 8th level. If I become an Immortal Venerable, I can challenge the 9th level. Xian thought to himself. He didn't expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change was so useful. Give me another 2 or 3 days, and I can break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. When that time comes, I can challenge the 8th level of the Tower of Trials and obtain the Devour point. Xian squinted his eyes slightly. Then, he quickly left the place and headed for the Windblade Royal territory. 3 days later. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 1st grade Immortal Emperor. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Yan Ming Ghost Lord have broken through. The host is now a 5th grade Immortal Emperor. Ding! The host has learned the 2nd transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Xian finally broke through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Immediately, he continued to challenge the Tower of Trials. This time, it was the 8th level, which was 8 levels higher than him. His opponent was a 9th grade Immortal Emperor. After the challenge began, Xian quickly used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change to forcefully raise his level to the 3rd grade Immortal Emperor realm. This way, he was only 6 levels lower than his opponent. The final winner of this battle was still Xian. Of course, this was also because of his good luck. If his opponent wasn't an immortal cultivator but a demonic cultivator, he would have lost. After successfully challenging the 8th floor, Xian now had 4 Devour points. Unfortunately, the 2nd immortal grade physique and bloodline column had yet to open, so he still couldn't exchange for it. With my current strength, it's enough to cause trouble for the Demon Lord, Xian thought to himself. The old tree was already a 5th stage Immortal Emperor, so he wasn't afraid of the Demon Lord. Therefore, Xian wanted to get something this time so that he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up in the future. The Demon Spirit Horn where the Blood Moon Demon Lord was at was quite big, and the Windblade Royal territory was only a corner of it. Therefore, Xian directly rushed to the center of the Demon Spirit Horn. Previously, he came from this place. However, his realm was low at that time, and he was busy running for his life. Now, he changed his mind and prepared to kill his way back. Because of the old tree, Xian should be the common enemy of the demonic cultivators and immortal cultivators. Therefore, he prepared to go on a killing spree and beat up everyone he saw. If he saw immortal cultivators, he would summon the old tree to fight. If he saw demonic cultivators, he would still summon the old tree. As for Yao cultivators, he would summon the old tree. In any case, unless it was necessary, Xian wouldn't personally take action. "Young master, I want to go out too," Luo shouted in the planting space. Now that she had broken through to 4th stage Demon Emperor, her strength wasn't inferior to the old trees. After staying inside for so long, she naturally wanted to come out for a walk. Okay, I'll let you out. Yi Xian grinned and summoned Luoluo and the others. It just so happened that a team of demonic cultivators was approaching, so Luoluo could use this opportunity to practice. Watch me, sky-loathing fox transformation. Without saying anything, Luoluo transformed into her original form, then turned into a golden ray of light and rushed over. In this team of demonic cultivators, there were 4 8th-stage demon emperors and 1 9th-stage demon emperor. Their realms were much higher than Luoluo's. After transforming into the sky-loathing fox transformation, Luoluo directly attacked the 5 of them. Blazing Inferno Purgatory. Blazing flames spurted out of Luoluo's body, instantly enveloping the 5 demon emperors. In the distance, Yi Xian saw this group of people being burned alive by Luoluo through the Eye of Revelation. Even though Zuyuyoists are also known for their physique, Luoluo's flame is not ordinary. It's demonic flame, after all. Its power is in no way inferior to Yi Xian's heavenly flame of brilliance. In the blink of an eye, Luoluo had killed these 5 people. There was no need to say more about her strength. Well done. Yi Xian grinned. He quickly dashed over and collected their interspatial rings. However, what he was completely unaware of was that there were several powerful auras rapidly approaching him. Young master, I want to walk by myself. Luoluo suddenly said. Go by yourself? That's fine too. Yi Xian didn't refuse. After all, he had the time reversal skill. If anything happened to Luoluo, he could reverse time. Of course, Luoluo's strength was almost enough to dominate this area. He didn't need to worry too much. In that case, old tree, you can go by yourself. Leave Wei Zhentian and Azure Ghost venerate with me. Yi Xian said to old tree. All right. Old tree smiled and quickly left. As for Wei Zhentian, he turned into the mystic divine armor and put it on Yi Xian. Azure Ghost venerate followed behind Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian also went out to kill. In this area, almost all the demon emperors were high-level demon emperors. However, there were very few demon venerates. Even though Yi Xian was only a first-grade immortal emperor, he wasn't afraid even if he encountered a demon venerable. Don't forget, he still had the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change and the mystic divine armor. Moreover, his Eye of the Void could instantly pull Luoluo and Old Tree back. In short, he was almost invincible in this area. This time, the immortal world's Long Yu attacked the Devil World. Obviously, they were prepared and caught the Devil World off guard. However, the attack on the Devil World was actually a pretense. In fact, it was for one person. After Yi Xian killed a few waves of devil cultivators, he suddenly received a message from Little Demon King. Yi Xian, Long Yu's attack on the Devil Spirit Corner isn't as simple as it seems. Just now, my master said that they seem to be looking for someone. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask in surprise, looking for someone? Who? I'm not sure. However, this battle won't last long. They won't attack Blood Moon City. You should find a place to hide first. Little Demon King reminded him. Alright, I got it. Yi Xian nodded. Even though he didn't know who Long Yu was looking for, it definitely had nothing to do with him. After all, Long Yu's cultivation level was too high. However, not long after Chisu's reminder. Ah, young master, something bad has happened. A group of powerful Zuyuyoists has surrounded me. Luoluo's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He hurriedly asked, What? What's going on? While speaking, he hurriedly broke through the void and directly appeared beside Luoluo. Before this, he had already brought the old tree back to the planting space. After passing through the void gate, Yi Xian sensed many powerful auras that were suffocating him. A total of 4 Zuyuyoists, however, these 4 Zuyuyoists were all middle-level demon venerables. What's going on? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. At the same time, he was on guard. Who are you? A young man suddenly opened his mouth and asked. We're all from the demon clan. Instead of killing Zuyuyoists, you've surrounded my younger sister. What do you want? Yi Xian asked directly. Younger sister? Hearing this, the young man slightly narrowed his eyes. He could sense that Xian was only an ordinary Xianxianist and not a demon. Moreover, his realm was much lower than Luolua's. However, he didn't ask too many questions. Instead, he said directly, "We don't mean any harm. I just want to ask if she has refined a heavenly demon's heart." As soon as he said this, both Xian and Luoluo were stupefied. These Zuyuyoists were unexpectedly able to sense it. They didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, Xian wasn't afraid of these people. Even though he might die once, he had the time reversal skill. At worst, he could start over again. "So what?" Xian answered. "I didn't expect the Fox clan to be able to refine a heavenly demon's heart. It's really rare." The young man sighed and said, "It hasn't been long since she refined a heavenly demon's heart, has it?" "That's right." Xian answered again. "That's right. Lord Dragon Emperor must have sensed her." The young man nodded. "Dragon Emperor?" Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of a person. The immortal Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Field in the Immortal Realm. It turned out that these Zuyuyoists had come to the Demon Realm on the orders of the immortal Dragon Emperor. Moreover, they had come for Luoluo. "What do you want?" Xian asked with a hostile expression. "I see." Xian understood now. They wanted to invite Luoluo to the Dragon Field and train her to become the leader of the Dragon Field. "So that's why you attacked the Demon Realm so recklessly to find Luoluo?" asked Xian. "That's right." The young man nodded. Compared to Emperor Qing and Empress Wu, the Dragon Field rarely attacks the Demon Realm. This time, if someone hadn't sensed the heavenly demon's heart and sent the news back, we wouldn't have come. "But you came from the Immortal Realm. You shouldn't have arrived immediately, right?" asked Xian. Before, he and Capricious ascended half a month later, but there was a difference of nearly 1,000 years. From the Immortal Realm to the Demon Realm, there was a difference of several dozen years. But Luoluo hadn't refined the heavenly demon's heart for long before the people from the Dragon Field came. This was a bit strange. "You mean there's a time difference?" "That's already been solved," said the young man. Though Xian didn't know the reason, he didn't ask. He saw that the four Zuyuyoists didn't seem hostile. They should be sincere in inviting them to the Dragon Field. "In that case, let's go to the Dragon Field and take a look," said Xian. "You're very welcome. We've already notified the Dragon Emperor's 18 Dragon Guards. He should be here soon," said the young man. "Okay, then I'll wait here." Xian nodded. But this was too sudden. The little Demon King was accepted as a disciple by the 9th Demon Venerable of the Demon Realm. Now, the immortal Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Field had sent people to take Luoluo to the Dragon Field. It would be bad if the Immortal Realm and the Demon Realm went to war in the future. Half a day later, an aura more powerful than the four youths arrived. According to Xian's conversation with the young man, this person was an 8th grade Demon Venerable, one of the 18 Dragon Guards under the immortal Dragon Emperor. "Is this the little girl?" The 18 Dragon Guard was a burly man. After seeing Luoluo, he immediately asked. "Yes, Lord Dragon Guard." The young man nodded. "Fortunately, it's not near the Blood Moon City. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. Alright, let's hurry back to the Dragon Field and tell the other brothers to retreat." After the burly man finished speaking, he transformed into his original form. Xian took a look and saw that it was the 5-clawed golden dragon that he had killed before. This was one of the most powerful species of dragons. Then, Xian and Luoluo rode on the back of the 5-clawed golden dragon and quickly rushed toward a passage to the Immortal Realm. In less than a day, they arrived at the site of the passageway to the Immortal Realm. "Chisu, I'll leave the Devil World first. I'll find you later." Before they left, Xian sent a message to Little Devil King of Chaos, but he did not mention anything about the Luoluo Heavenly Demon Heart. Xian entered the passageway and teleported to the world of immortals. When he first came to the Devil Realm, he was only an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Now that he had left the Devil Realm, he had become a Celestial Lord. Moreover, if he used his trump card, even a first-grade Immortal Venerable wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Presumably, he would soon stand at the peak of the immortal world. There were obvious differences between the immortal realm and the devil realm. The environment in the devil realm was very harsh and oppressive, while the immortal realm was full of immortal chi. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a painting. At this time, Xian had followed the middle-aged man back to the dragon field. This was the world of the Zuyuyoists, so there were many immortal beasts here. After arriving in the immortal realm, the middle-aged man continued to transform into his original form as the five-clawed golden dragon and flew northwest. After passing through several small teleportation formations, he finally arrived at the center of the dragon field, the rising dragon city. However, before he could enter the city, a group of people came to meet him. Moreover, they were all rare species, led by a huge five-clawed golden dragon. Roar! Suddenly, the five-clawed golden dragon roared at the sky and transformed into his human form. After transforming into his human form, the five-clawed golden dragon was a white-haired old man with a golden dragon crown on his head. He looked amiable. However, his realm was above the 18 dragon guards, reaching 9th grade immortal venerable. He was the immortal dragon emperor of the dragon field. On the other side, a red-haired middle-aged man transformed into a red-haired giant dragon. He was the second in command of the dragon field, the Crimson Dragon Emperor. His original form was also one of the top dragon species, the Supreme Red Dragon. The heavenly demon's heart is not completely refined, only half of it. The Crimson Dragon Emperor saw through Luo's secret. This is already very good. The method to refine the other half of the heavenly demon's heart has always been a secret of our dragon field. The immortal dragon emperor said and asked Luo, little girl, where did you get the method to refine the heavenly demon's heart? I got it from a demonic cultivator, Luo said directly. Of course, it was Xian who asked her to say so. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the method to refine the first half of the heavenly demon's heart was deliberately leaked by us. It's the blessing of our race if someone can refine it successfully. The immortal dragon emperor said and asked, little girl, what is your original form? Hearing this, Luo turned to Xian and only transformed into her original form after getting his permission. Then, a golden fox came into everyone's sight. Fox race? The Crimson Dragon Emperor was slightly surprised. He thought that Luo was some noble race, but he didn't expect her to be the most common golden fox. Old Red, you're wrong this time. The immortal dragon emperor narrowed his eyes and said with some joy, if I'm not wrong, this little girl isn't a golden fox, but the legendary Heavenly Loathing Fox. Heavenly Loathing Fox, when these 3 words fell into everyone's ears, they all trembled. This was a super heaven-defying race. How is that possible? The Heavenly Loathing Fox is rarer than the Supreme Red Dragon, and it's almost impossible for them to survive. They'll all be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation, the Crimson Dragon Emperor said in shock. That's true. The Heavenly Loathing Fox is too powerful, but it makes sense that she could survive the heavenly tribulation in the mortal world, the immortal Dragon Emperor said with a smile. The heavenly tribulation in the mortal world was less than a billionth of the immortal world's heavenly tribulation. After the immortal Dragon Emperor's reminder, the Crimson Dragon Emperor felt that it made sense and hurriedly asked, little girl, did you ascend from the mortal world? Yes. Luo nodded obediently. Good, that's great. Since you've already survived the heavenly tribulation, then we don't have to worry anymore. The heavenly demon's heart and the heavenly loathing fox are a perfect match. If they grow up, even the 2 of us together won't be a match for them, the Crimson Dragon Emperor said happily. In terms of rarity, the Supreme Red Dragon was rarer than the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, but it was no match for the heavenly loathing fox. Little girl, Dragon Field will be your home from now on. The immortal Dragon Emperor said with a smile. Apart from the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, there were 3 other people who had refined the heavenly demon's heart. However, all 3 of them were 5-clawed golden dragons. Although the Supreme Red Dragon was rarer and stronger than the 5-clawed golden dragon, it had a congenital defect, which was its inability to reproduce. That was why the Red Dragon Emperor had no offspring. However, Luo didn't have a heavenly loathsome fox. Her child might be a heavenly loathsome fox in the future. With the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, Luo would definitely be able to pass the heavenly tribulation safely if she could give birth to a heavenly loathsome fox. All in all, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor had already treated Luo Luo as their own granddaughter. That meant that the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart would be refined soon. Luo Luo's physique was already comparable to the old tree with just half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. If she refined the complete Heavenly Demon's heart, she would be able to defeat the old tree even if her cultivation base was lower than the old tree's. As Yixian was Luo Luo's brother, he was also valued by the dragon field. The two of them were arranged to stay in the same place. Little girl, you should rest for a few days. When you're well rested, we'll help you refine the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. The Immortal Dragon Emperor said to Luo Luo kindly. Thank you, Grandpa Dragon Emperor. Luo Luo thanked with a smile. Then, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the others left, leaving Yixian and Luo Luo to rest. The place where Yixian and Luo Luo were staying was called the Golden Dragon Palace. Those who could stay here were the top experts of the dragon field. This showed how much the Immortal Dragon Emperor valued Luo Luo. In addition, Yixian also found 3 8th-grade Immortal Venerable Immortal Dragon Guards guarding the vicinity of the Golden Dragon Palace. With Luo Luo here, I don't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. If I can advance one realm every 5 days, I'll be able to break through to the Immortal Venerable Realm in a month's time. Yixian thought in his heart. Immortal Venerable Realm, because there were only a handful of Immortal Emperors and Demon Emperors in the world. A few days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough and is now a 2nd-grade Celestial Emperor. Ding! Azure Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghostly Lord have broken through. They are now 6th-grade Immortal Emperors. Yixian and Old Tree's realms increased once again. Yixian felt that it was about time and sent someone to inform the Immortal Dragon Emperor. Luo Luo was going to start refining the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. When the Immortal Dragon Emperor received the news, he immediately rushed over with the Crimson Dragon Emperor. They had already prepared the materials. Luo Luo had cultivated half of the Heavenly Demon's heart on her own, and with the help of the Heavenly Loathsome Fox bloodline, the Immortal Dragon Emperor, and the Red Dragon Emperor, the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart would not take much time. However, this action was extremely important, so the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor had set up heavy defenses to prevent outsiders from entering. Yixian was Luo Luo's brother, so it didn't matter. After all, Yixian was only a 2nd-grade Immortal Emperor. Not to mention an Immortal Emperor, even a mid-level Immortal Venerable was nothing in front of this group of experts. Yixian was relieved to see that the 2 big shots were so concerned. While they were helping Luo Luo, Yixian chose to leave. After all, how could he break through if he was inside? Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 3rd-grade Immortal Emperor. Ding! Azure Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through. You are now a 7th-grade Immortal Emperor. During the process of refining the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart, Yixian broke through again. Although the speed of his advancement was astonishing, he could use the excuse that he had reincarnated to cultivate again. Not long after he broke through, a dragon guard came to him and said that Luo Luo had already refined the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. However, Luo Luo had not come out of seclusion yet. She could use this opportunity to break through to a higher realm. Who knows, she might be able to break through to the Demon Venerable realm. After a few days, Yixian broke through to the 4th-grade Immortal Emperor realm again. Old Tree and the others broke through to the 8th-grade Immortal Emperor realm. On the 2nd day after they broke through, Luo Luo also came out of seclusion successfully. Not only did she break through to the 9th-grade Demon Emperor realm, but she also comprehended the meditative state. The meditative state could greatly increase the speed of self-absorption of immortal qi. Simply put, Luo Luo's cultivation speed was much faster. Coupled with the flow of time in the planting space, Luo Luo estimated that she would break through to the Demon Venerable realm soon. Young master, I have finished refining the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. Luo Luo's bell-like voice rang in Yixian's mind. Well, do you want to fight with Old Tree and the others? Yixian smiled. No, Grandpa Tree is one of us. I want to challenge the geniuses of the Demon Clan. Luo Luo said directly. Okay. Yixian grinned. He also wanted to see how powerful Luo Luo was after breaking through to the 9th-grade Demon Emperor realm. Soon, the two met up. Luo then proposed to the immortal Dragon Emperor. No problem. I will go and gather all the geniuses of the demon clan. The immortal Dragon Emperor left with a smile. In the dragon field, those who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years were considered young. In other words, Luo wanted to challenge all those who were less than 100,000 years old. It was said that the strongest one had cultivated for 90,000 years and was already a 6th grade demon venerable. He was the number one genius of the dragon field and had refined the heavenly demon's heart. The immortal Dragon Emperor gathered all the young geniuses in the battle dragon arena. I heard that another genius who refined the heavenly demon's heart has appeared in the dragon field. Is it true? It's true. The news has been spreading for a long time. Moreover, it's the rare heavenly loathing fox bloodline. What? The heavenly loathing fox bloodline? Isn't it rarer than the Red Dragon Emperor's supreme Red Dragon bloodline? Yes. The immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor both think that she can lead the demon clan to reclaim the demon realm in the future. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline can absorb immortal chi to cultivate. If she is in the meditative state, she can probably reach the 9th grade demon venerable or even the demon emperor realm in 1,000,000 years. At that time, she will definitely be able to defeat all the experts of the underworld and lead us back to the demon realm. Countless demon clansmen were whispering among themselves. At this time, the immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly descended with Luo, attracting everyone's attention. As soon as they appeared, everyone shut their mouths and the battle dragon arena quieted down. Everyone, this little girl is the 6th demon clansman in the dragon field to possess the heavenly demon's heart. Her true form is the heavenly loathing fox. Next, anyone who has cultivated for less than 100,000 years can come up to the arena and spar with her. There are only 3 people in each realm. If you can defeat her, you will be rewarded. Situations like this rarely happened before. The immortal Dragon Emperor was one of the 2 giants of the dragon field, so his reward would definitely be generous. Everyone present could sense that Luo was a 9th rank demon royal, which meant that the next one to go up would be at least a 9th rank demon royal. I'll go first. A 9th rank demon royal shouted and jumped onto the battling dragon platform. He knew that he could not defeat Luo, but he still wanted to try. Whoosh, as soon as the 9th rank demon royal landed, Luo had already rushed up. Her speed was faster than the 9th rank demon royal's reaction time. With a wave of her small hand, she slapped the 9th rank demon royal out of the battling dragon platform. Instant kill, what a joke. Even if Luo did not refine the heavenly demon heart, she would not be able to defeat anyone of the same level. Next was the 1st rank demon venerables. However, the 1st rank demon venerables were still instantly killed by Luo. The 2nd rank demon venerables were also easily slapped away by Luo. As for the 3rd rank demon venerables, everyone thought that they would be interesting, but they were still slapped away. This was already a battle that surpassed 3 levels. Moreover, the people who went up the platform were all elites of the same level, but they were instantly killed by Luo, a 9th rank demon royal. It was really embarrassing. Next was the 4th rank demon venerables. Your Highness Luo, please enlighten me. A young man clasped his fist at Luo. This time, it's your turn to attack me. Luo did not attack immediately, but said directly. Okay, excuse me. The young man was not pretentious and agreed directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. This punch was aimed at Luo's face. This young man was a 4th rank demon venerables. If he was in other places, he would be able to challenge a 5th rank demon venerables. However, this kind of strength was obviously not enough in front of Luo, who had refined the heavenly demon heart. Bam, Luo did not move, but the young man's punch did not hit Luo's body. Instead, it was blocked by a barrier. What? A barrier condensed by demon aura blocked Wu Jun's punch? Everyone was shocked. I don't believe it. Wu Jun shouted in his heart and punched again. Bang! 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 His punches were ferocious, but they were all blocked by demon aura. At this time, Wu Jun suddenly roared at the sky and directly transformed into his original form. Although Wu Jun's true form was not a five-clawed golden dragon, it was still a pure gold-white dragon that was one level weaker than a five-clawed golden dragon. Hoo. This time, it was Wu Jun's all-out attack. The tail attack was enough to blow up the body of an ordinary 5th-grade demon venerable. However, it was still blocked by Luo's demonic chi barrier. Logically speaking, that's impossible. The Red Dragon Emperor in the sky said in surprise. No, Old Red, look at Luo, the immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly reminded. With this reminder, the Crimson Dragon Emperor took a closer look and found that Luo was acting strangely. So that's how it is. He has entered a meditative state. No wonder the demon chi barrier is so strong. He must have used the surrounding immortal chi. The Red Dragon Emperor instantly understood. After all, he was one of the top 2 experts in the dragon region. Bang! At this moment, another muffled sound rang out from the battle dragon platform. Wu Jun's head was directly smashed by Luo's fist, and he was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform. And it was an instant kill. Hiss, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of air. Luo, who was only a 9th-grade demon emperor, was able to challenge someone who was 4 grades higher than her with ease. Moreover, she seemed to still have some strength left. If she broke through to the demon venerable level, wouldn't she be even stronger? Forget about the 4th-grade demon venerables. Let's fight the 5th-grade demon venerables next, the immortal Dragon Emperor said. Even if he didn't say that, no 4th-grade demon venerables would go up to challenge Luo. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Wu Jun was already one of the top 4th-grade demon venerables, but he was sent flying by Luo's punch. Wouldn't the others repeat the same mistake? However, as one person after another was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform, the crowd's emotions were stirred up. Next was the 5th-grade demon venerable. Would he be able to challenge Luo? I'll do it. Another young man jumped up. Everyone knew this person. He was one of the top 3 5th-grade demon venerables. His name was Xianxia, and his true form was the Gale Rock. After he got on the platform, he didn't waste any time. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Luo. Bang! Luo was still standing there, testing the strength of her demon aura barrier. With a muffled sound, the young man's fist was blocked. What a strong defense! Everyone's heart trembled. There were many middle-grade and high-grade demon venerables present. They could see that Xianxia's punch was at least 5 times stronger than Wu Jun's tail attack. However, it couldn't break Luo's demon aura barrier. You can't even break my demon aura barrier. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Luo snorted in her heart and attacked directly. She was very humble before, but after refining the heavenly demon's heart, she became arrogant. Although Xianxia was strong, he was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform after 3 punches from Luo. Luo had succeeded in challenging someone who was 5 realms higher. Hiss! The crowd was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Luo had surpassed 5 realms. When she broke through to the 4th-grade demon venerable, would she be stronger than the 18 dragon guards? Now, even a 5th-grade demon venerable couldn't withstand 3 attacks from Luo, so they had to send out a 6th-grade demon venerable. Xianxia, it's your turn. After seeing this, the immortal Dragon Emperor personally called out a name. Xianxia was the strongest person among the 6th-grade demon venerables and the strongest person among the younger generation of the dragon field. His original form was a 5-clawed golden dragon. This time, if Luo could defeat him, she would replace the title of the #1 genius of the dragon field. Don't be careless. Use your original form. The immortal Dragon Emperor secretly sent a message to Xianxia. Yes, great-grandfather. Xianxia replied respectfully. Then, before he entered the arena, he transformed into a 10,000-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon. He shone like a small sun. In fact, at this level, the size didn't matter. Even if they were a few million meters long, they could still cross over with ease. Luo looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon above her head and clenched her fists. She knew that Xianxia was different from the people she had met before. This time, she would have to use her full strength. Of course, whether Xianxia could force her to transform into the heavenly loathing fox depended on his ability. Let's begin. The immortal dragon emperor transformed into a judge and said. In the next moment, Xianxia and Luo attacked at the same time. Ayaya, this is going to be fun. Xianxia has refined the heavenly demon heart. Even an 8th grade demon venerable can't do anything to him. I wonder if Princess Luo can handle him. In terms of racial ranking, the 5-clawed golden dragon is inferior to the supreme being red dragon, but the supreme being red dragon is inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. So, it's hard to say. Yes, although Xianxia is 6 realms higher than Princess Luo is a heavenly loathing fox. She might be able to make up for the difference. At the start of the battle, Luo and Xianxia fought hand to hand. However, in terms of physique, Xianxia was stronger. After all, he was 6 realms higher and had refined the heavenly demon heart. However, Luo had comprehended the heavenly loathsome fox's meditative state. She could use a large amount of immortal chi to strengthen her body. Thus, in this round, the two of them were evenly matched. TSK, this little girl is too scary. If I were a 9th grade immortal venerable, I wouldn't be able to defeat Xianxia unless I had the mystic divine armor. Old Tree said. Although he could fight 6 realms higher, that was for ordinary people. If he encountered a real genius, he wouldn't be able to do so. In the battle dragon platform, the battle was very intense. Although it seemed like Xianxia was the one being beaten, he wasn't injured. As expected of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Your scales are so hard. It seems like I can't defeat you without transforming into my true form. Luo thought for a while and transformed. Heavenly loathsome fox, an invisible pressure spread across the area. Although Luo's realm was lower than most of the people present, her heavenly loathsome fox bloodline suppressed everyone. When the heavenly loathsome fox appeared, some people felt suffocated and almost couldn't breathe. What a strong pressure. I didn't expect to see the legendary heavenly loathsome fox. I can die without regrets. Princess Luo will definitely lead us to take back the demon world and defeat the underworld army. The demon world is the territory of the demon clan. We don't have to live in the immortal world anymore. Everyone was in high spirits as they discussed. On the other side, Xianxia, the 5-clawed golden dragon, felt his blood boil with the appearance of the heavenly loathsome fox. This was a sign that his bloodline was suppressed, but he couldn't accept it. Roar! Xianxia roared and attacked Luo with his claws. Suddenly, Luo's bewitching eyes flashed. Her entire body turned into a stream of golden light and instantly pierced through Xianxia's claws. Then, her 9 tails suddenly swept across Xianxia's body and cut him in half. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. Luo won, although it was only for a moment. Luo already possessed the ability to kill Xianxia instantly. If they were to fight to the death, Xianxia's heart of heavenly demon would probably be torn in half. That move was Luo's ultimate move, the 9-tailed fan. It was enough to pose a threat to an 8th grade demon venerable. The entire place was silent. Even the immortal dragon emperor and the crimson dragon emperor were shocked. Luo's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They never thought that Xianxia would be so weak in front of Luo. Old Gold, should we send another 7th grade demon venerable? The crimson dragon emperor sent a voice transmission to the immortal dragon emperor. There's no need. Luo is only a 9th stage demon emperor now. Let's wait until she becomes a demon venerable. The immortal dragon emperor shook his head. Luo, a 9th rank demon emperor, already possessed such strength. Once she entered the demon sovereign realm, how powerful would she be? The immortal dragon emperor and the crimson dragon emperor were looking forward to it. Although no one in the dragon field had obtained a reward for this challenge, they had all witnessed the power of the sky-loathing fox. This was good news for them. However, just as everyone was wondering if the immortal dragon emperor would send a 7th grade demon venerable, a small voice suddenly flashed on the battle dragon platform. It was a mini golden-haired monkey. Its body was only the size of a palm. It held a thin iron rod in its hand and stared at Luo after entering the battle dragon platform. What a cute little monkey. Luo's eyes lit up when she saw the little monkey. She was about to go up and kiss it. However, at this moment, Luo Luo, be careful! The immortal Dragon Emperor quickly shouted. Luo Luo stopped and looked at the immortal Dragon Emperor in surprise. She could feel that the little monkey was only a 7th stage demon emperor. Moreover, it seemed to be an immortal beast. What was there to be afraid of? This monkey is an immortal beast that came back with me. It is very sleepy, but its combat strength is very impressive. The Crimson Dragon Emperor sent a voice transmission to Luo Luo. It is very impressive, but it is 2 stages lower than me. Luo Luo said in surprise. She was a 9th stage demon emperor. After transforming into her true form, she was able to kill Xianxia, who was a 6th stage demon venerable. Could it be that this little monkey was more powerful than Xianxia? How was that possible? Luo Luo didn't believe it. Squeak. At this moment, the little monkey in front of Luo Luo suddenly squeaked and waved at Luo Luo. You want me to attack? Luo Luo asked in confusion. Squeak. The little monkey nodded. Luo Luo looked at the immortal Dragon Emperor and asked for his opinion. Little monkey, what do you want to do? The Crimson Dragon Emperor asked. Squeak. Squeak. The little monkey squeaked a few times. If it was an ordinary immortal beast, the monsters could understand it. However, the little monkey's language was very strange. Even the Crimson Dragon Emperor couldn't understand it. However, the Crimson Dragon Emperor understood this time. The little monkey wanted to fight with Luo Luo and it wouldn't hurt her. This made Luo Luo very unhappy. She also understood the little monkey's words. What did it mean by it wouldn't hurt her? It was obviously looking down on her. That's fine. The Crimson Dragon Emperor and the Immortal Dragon Emperor looked at each other and nodded. With the 2 9th grade demon venerables guarding the scene, they should be fine. However, the little monkey was only a 3rd grade demon emperor before it fell asleep. Now that it had woken up, it was already a 7th grade demon emperor. It was unbelievable. Humph. I'll teach you a lesson. Luo Luo snorted inwardly. At this moment, Yi Xian reminded Luo Luo with the use of the sound transmission technique. Luo Luo, be careful. This little monkey is not ordinary. Yes, young master. Luo Luo replied. She maintained her human form and rushed up. Unexpectedly, the little monkey didn't intend to dodge. It just stood there and was kicked away by Luo Luo. What? Luo Luo was shocked. She thought the little monkey would dodge. The strength of the kick was so strong that a 7th grade demon emperor's body would explode. However, what she worried about didn't happen. After the little monkey took the kick, it just somersaulted backward and grinned. It seemed that the little monkey's strength was not as simple as what the Crimson Dragon Emperor had said. So it's pretending to be weak. I'm relieved. Luo Luo narrowed her eyes and started to attack with all her might. However, the little monkey was so fast that it started to tease Luo Luo. The way it scratched its ears and cheeks was quite funny. Where did this little monkey come from? How dare it tease Princess Luo Luo? I'm not sure. I only know that the Crimson Dragon Emperor brought it back. No, it seems to have followed the Crimson Dragon Emperor back. I remember that it used that thin iron rod to send many people flying. It's at least 6 levels higher. Is it some kind of super immortal beast? But in my memory, there's no monkey that can compare to the heaven-loathing fox, right? All the spectators present had strange expressions on their faces as they looked at the battle dragon platform. Transform. Without hesitation, Luo Luo transformed into her true form. However, what surprised Luo Luo even more was that her heavenly loath fox bloodline did not seem to have any effect on the little monkey. When Xianxia fought with Luo Luo earlier, he did not use his full strength. At most, he only used 70% of his strength because he was suppressed by Luo Luo's heavenly loath fox bloodline. But now, the little monkey was not affected at all. This meant that the little monkey's bloodline was comparable to the heavenly loath fox bloodline or even stronger. As expected, the little monkey might be a mutated immortal beast. It is at least as strong as the heavenly loath fox bloodline. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor looked at each other and thought at the same time. In the battle dragon platform, Luo Luo, who had transformed into the heavenly low fox bloodline, had improved a lot in all aspects. Now, the little monkey was having a hard time. It started to wave the thin iron rod in its hand and counterattacked. Bang! 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 A series of voices entered the ears of the crowd. Everyone was astonished. The little monkey, who was a 7th grade demon emperor, seemed to be evenly matched with the heavenly low fox bloodline, who was a 9th grade demon emperor. What was going on? Where did this little monkey come from? The immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor wondered. While the little monkey was fighting with Luo Luo, Xian quickly scanned the little monkey with the immortal level devouring system. He found that even the immortal level devouring system could not identify the little monkey's species. He did not know whether the little monkey's bloodline was too noble or Xian's realm was not high enough. However, judging from the current situation, Luo Luo seemed to be at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Xian's eyes lit up. He had made up his mind to keep the demon monkey. The bloodline was more powerful than the heavenly low fox bloodline. If he could tame it, it would definitely become a super force in the future. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Xian snickered in his heart. He was now a 4th grade immortal emperor, for realms lower than the demon monkey. When the time came, he would use the super devouring system to suck the demon monkey into the planting space and force a contract with it. That was his plan. Although it was a little bad, if this little monkey became his pet, he would be able to enjoy the increase in strength of his pet. At that time, the little monkey might be able to kill Luo Luo in an instant. In the battle dragon platform, the battle had already reached its climax. Luo Luo and little monkey were locked in a fierce battle. In addition, the little monkey's defense was astonishing. It was able to withstand Luo Luo's 9-tailed fan. This was the ultimate move that killed Ting Qingshan in an instant. Most importantly, the little monkey was completely unscathed. What was its body made of? Frightening, this is too frightening. Creak creak creak. Little monkey suddenly stopped and asked in a surprised tone. You said that my strength is a little strange? Luo Luo understood little monkey's words and suddenly remembered Xian's plan. She immediately smiled and said, that's because I have a good master. After signing a contract with him, my battle strength doubled. Creak creak? Little monkey was slightly surprised. He followed Luolua's gaze and finally saw Xian. However, he was not stupid. If he signed a contract with a human, it would be troublesome. At least for now, he could not break the contract. Seeing little monkey's suspicious gaze, Luo Luo said in a low voice, moreover, he has an independent space. The flow of space inside is 10,000 times slower than the outside world. 10,000 years and there is only 1 year in the outside world. Creak creak creak? Little monkey's eyes brightened. If what Luo Luo said was true, then it would be a good place. In the future, he would be able to sleep there. Humph, it's fine if you don't believe me. This time, you win. I will go back and cultivate in seclusion. When I break through to first stage demon sovereign, I will come and torture you. Luo Luo saw that little monkey was still hesitating. She immediately transformed into her human form and left the battle dragon platform. Creak creak. Little monkey suddenly transformed into a stream of light and flashed in front of Luo Luo. He asked seriously. Of course it's true. Do you want me to test my age? It's only been 20 years since I was born. Luo Luo said with a faint smile. Indeed, it had only been 20 years since she was born. Moreover, even if it was 200 years, 2,000 years, or even 20,000 years, it was nothing in the eyes of the people present. However, breaking through to 9th stage demon sovereign in 20 years was a little too fake. Hearing this, little monkey turned around and rushed to Xian. Then, he squatted in front of Xian and sized him up. He found that Xian's bloodline was very mixed. Moreover, even he couldn't see through Xian. It was a little strange. Creak creak creak. Little monkey squeaked at Xian. Luo Luo, what is he saying? Xian asked in confusion. Although Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura couldn't speak, he could understand them after signing a contract with them. This little monkey wasn't his physical body. He didn't understand the language of beasts, so naturally, he didn't understand. He's asking if you're saying the same thing as me. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yixian's mind. Of course it's true. If you sign a contract with me, you won't regret it. Yixian said hurriedly. Creak creak. Little monkey thought for a moment and squeaked again. Young master, he wants to sign an equal contract first. Luo Luo translated. Okay. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He hurriedly exchanged for an equal contract from the immortal level devouring system. The so-called equal contract meant that after signing it, Yixian couldn't order Little Monkey around. If it was a master-servant contract, Little Monkey would have to listen to Yixian's orders. On the other side, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor didn't understand what Luo Luo and Little Monkey were doing. They just watched silently. However, in the next moment, they understood. What? Sign a contract? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor were shocked. The Crimson Dragon Emperor was the most surprised. After all, he had wanted to sign a contract with Little Monkey before. However, Little Monkey looked down on him and said that he wasn't qualified. Even he, a 9th-grade venerable monster, wasn't qualified. How could Yixian be qualified? Although Yixian was Luo Luo's brother, it wasn't right. However, they could see that this was an equal contract. Moreover, Little Monkey was willing, so they couldn't say anything. Ding. The host has signed an equal contract with the skybreaking ape god. Ding. The skybreaking ape god's body is a skybreaking divine stone. It has been refined into a treasure. 2 consecutive system prompts caused Yixian to be stunned on the spot. After signing the contract, the system detected Little Monkey's bloodline. It turned out that it was an immortal beast called the skybreaking ape god. However, the skybreaking ape god's body is a skybreaking divine stone. What's going on? Did this guy jump out of a stone like Sun Wukong? Gigi? After signing the contract with Yixian, Little Monkey sensed it. F***ck, it had really doubled. Luo Luo wasn't lying. Just now, he was thinking that if Luo Luo had lied to him to sign the contract with Yixian, he would kill Yixian with one blow. But he didn't expect Yixian and Luo Luo to be telling the truth. Just like that, Little Monkey became Yixian's 5th slave, and the most powerful one in history. He was only a 7th-grade demon emperor, but he was evenly matched with Luo Luo, who was a 9th-grade demon emperor. Moreover, he didn't have the double boost of the slave at that time. If Little Monkey had been Yixian's slave and enjoyed the double boost, then Luo Luo wouldn't have been able to defeat him. What was the origin of Little Monkey's sky-splitting divine ape? Wasn't he too powerful? How was it? I didn't lie to you, right? Yixian smiled at Little Monkey. Gigi. Little Monkey's voice rang in Yixian's mind. Now, he could understand what Little Monkey was saying. Don't worry, that place didn't lie to you either. But I don't want others to know. We'll talk about it when we get back, Yixian said hurriedly. Gigi. Little Monkey compromised. Do you have a name? If not, I'll call you Sky-Splitting Divine Ape from now on, Yixian said. Gigi. Little Monkey squeaked, meaning that it didn't matter and that he could call him whatever he wanted. Just like that, Yixian gained a super general who was even more powerful than Luo Luo. Now, Yixian's 5 slaves were all at a higher realm than him. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, Azura Ghost Lord, and Sky-Splitting Divine Ape were all 7th-grade immortal emperors, while Luo Luo was a 9th-grade immortal emperor. As for Yixian himself, he was a 3rd-grade immortal emperor, which was pitifully low. However, he relied on the slave for a living now. He didn't need to do anything. Every time there was a battle, he could just spectate. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon Emperor and the Immortal Dragon Monarch rushed over when they saw that Yixian had subdued the little monkey. Young man, how did you subdue it? The Red Dragon Emperor could not help but ask. Back then, he had also wanted to subdue the heaven-breaking ape god, but he had failed. Now that the heaven-breaking ape god had been subdued by Yixian, he felt a little indignant. If it was someone stronger than him, then so be it. However, Yixian was only a 3rd-grade celestial emperor. What qualifications did he have to subdue him? Facing this question, Yixian grinned and said, to tell you the truth, all of them have signed contracts with me, including Luoluo. What? The answer shocked the imperishable Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Luoluo actually had a contract with Xian? Hehe, I was brought up by young master. When young master first met me, I was still far away from the immortal realm. He was the one who brought me through the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal world. Otherwise, I would have died under the heavenly tribulation. Luoluo giggled. In the eyes of outsiders, Luoluo and Xian should have been cultivating for more than 10,000 years. However, they were only in their 20s or 30s. If this secret was leaked, it would definitely cause some Zuyuyoists with weaker devil hearts to have a heart attack. The immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor exchanged a glance. Since Luoluo had signed a contract with Xian a long time ago, it was not their place to say anything. However, they were still a little concerned. Young man, what kind of contract did you sign with Luoluo? The immortal Dragon Emperor asked through voice transmission. When I first met Luoluo, she was the one who tried to charm me, but unexpectedly, she was devoured by me. At that time, we signed a master and servant blood contract. Xian answered honestly. What? A master and servant blood contract? The immortal Dragon Emperor was shocked. There was a difference between a master and servant blood contract. In a master and servant contract, the master could command the servant. If the master died, the servant would be freed. If the servant died, the master would not be affected. However, a master and servant blood contract meant that if the master died, the servant would also die. If the servant died, the master would not be affected. In other words, if Xian died, Luoluo would be buried with him. It was that cruel. Grandpa Dragon Emperor, don't worry. Young master won't die. Luoluo hastily interrupted. Xian had all kinds of supreme techniques, such as time reversal, for great clones, and so on. It would not be easy to kill him. Moreover, Xian was now a third great immortal emperor, which was one of the top realms in the immortal world. In addition, he had left one of his great clones in the mortal world. If one wanted to kill him, one would have to find that mortal world. However, that should not be possible. Xian's fourth clone was invincible in the mortal world because the spatial structure of that mortal world was very weak. Not to mention immortal emperors, even great golden immortals would not be able to descend to that mortal world. The reason why his fourth clone was able to stay there was because he ascended to immortality in that mortal world, so he would not be rejected by the mortal world. As for the descending of a Deluo golden immortal, not to mention killing him, he might not even be able to raise his head when he saw him. He would be directly suppressed into the ground. Then, who could threaten him? Although Luoluo said so, the immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor were still worried because Xian and Luoluo had signed a master and servant blood contract. Xian had the ability to make Luoluo say so. Senior Dragon Emperor, I am not weak. Why don't you find someone to fight with me? Xian suddenly suggested. Find someone? The immortal Dragon Emperor paused. Xian was only a third great immortal emperor. What was the use of such a realm? In the dragon field, almost all those who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years had surpassed this realm. No matter how strong Xian was, he couldn't be that strong, right? Fine, this old man won't say anything more. The immortal Dragon Emperor decided to forget about it. After all, Xian seemed to treat Luoluo quite well. Since the little monkey was also subdued by Xian, it meant that Xian was also quite capable. With the protection of Luoluo and the little monkey, Xian would be much safer. However, the immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor had the idea of restricting Xian's movements. In other words, they would not allow Xian to leave the dragon field so easily. In fact, Xian had also expected this. After all, he had signed a master and servant blood contract with Luoluo. If he died, Luoluo would be buried with him. And now that Luoluo was the number one genius of the dragon field, she would definitely surpass the immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor in the future. She might even reach the level of Demon Dragon Emperor. Demon Dragon Emperor was once the master of the demon world. However, he was besieged and killed by the experts of the underworld in order to protect the demon race when they came to the immortal world. In other words, the demon race of the immortal world and dragon field were waiting for Luoluo to grow up and lead them to take back the demon world. With Luoluo's appearance, they knew that this moment was near. As Luoluo's older brother, Yixian naturally received a lot of protection as well. Of course, rather than protection, it was more like surveillance. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor did not want Yixian to leave the dragon's field. It was equivalent to imprisoning him for life. Yixian actually didn't have any complaints about this, because he knew that the dragon domain couldn't restrict him. Now that the little monkey had signed a contract with Yixian, what surprised Yixian was that it could level up by devouring ores, just like the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. In other words, the way it leveled up was exactly the same as the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Heavens, at the same level, even if Luoluo, the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian worked together, they would not be a match for the little monkey. Yixian estimated that its strength had surpassed that of a 6th grade demon venerable. Even a 7th grade demon venerable would not be able to withstand its full strength. Therefore, its strength should be at the level of an 8th grade demon venerable. After all, it was a 9th grade demon venerable. This was of great significance to Yixian. A few days after the Genius Challenge. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 4th grade Immortal Lord. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Currently a 8th grade Immortal Lord. After cultivating in the plant space, Luoluo had also successfully broken through to the 1st grade Demon Venerable realm. If it was before, Yixian was afraid that the plant space would be exposed. However, he had already revealed the secret of signing a Master Servant blood contract with Luoluo. After all, there were many methods and treasures in the immortal world that could store people in a place. After breaking through, the Skybreaking Ape God's strength would be on par with the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor with the help of Yixian's bloodline. However, the Skybreaking Ape God's super strong trump card had a fatal flaw, which was its lethargy. After every battle, it would fall into a deep sleep for an indeterminate amount of time. Previously, when he fought with Luoluo, he did not use any skills, so it was easy. After staying in the plant space for a while, he recovered. Young master, now that I have broken through to the 1st grade demon venerable realm, I am more powerful than a 7th grade demon venerable. Why don't we go to the underworld? Luoluo suddenly suggested. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor won't agree to it, Yixian replied. Oh, then let's wait a little longer. Wait until I am as strong as them. Luoluo said again. Yes, we'll wait for 10 days. Yixian nodded slightly. 10 days later, the old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Skybreaking Divine Ape would be able to break through to 1st grade venerable rank. If Luoluo were to use the meditative state, she would be able to break through to 2nd grade venerable rank or even 3rd grade venerable rank. Such strength was enough to fight against the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. At that time, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop Yixian. Time slowly passed. A few days later, Yixian made another breakthrough and became a 5th grade Celestial Emperor. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, Azura Ghost Venerate, and the Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape made another breakthrough and became 9th grade Celestial Emperors. Just one more breakthrough and he would become a Demon Venerable. The Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape who had just signed a blood contract with Yixian was so happy that he was about to explode. In just a few days, he had made 2 breakthroughs and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. It was simply too terrifying. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that he could continue to level up. Luoluo had a large amount of heavenly treasures and there was no need to worry. However, 3 days after the breakthrough, a piece of news suddenly spread to the Rising Dragon City. What? An army of the underworld suddenly appeared in the north of the dragon region? The Immortal Dragon Emperor was shocked when he heard the news. What's going on? Is there a passage to the underworld? The Crimson Dragon Emperor quickly asked. No, there is a ghost lord of the underworld who is massacring and turning the dead into an army of the underworld. A dragon guard reported. A ghost lord of the underworld? It seems like he is a 9th grade ghost lord. The Immortal Dragon Emperor squinted his eyes and said to the Crimson Dragon Emperor, I will go and deal with him. You take care of the Rising Dragon City. I will go. The Crimson Dragon Emperor said. I, the five-clawed golden dragon, am the nemesis of the underworld creatures. If it is one-on-one, I am not afraid of them at all. Even if I am surrounded by 2 or 3 of them, I have the ability to escape. The Immortal Dragon Emperor said. The Crimson Dragon Emperor felt that it made sense. After all, the golden light of the five-clawed golden dragon could suppress the underworld creatures. If low-level underworld creatures were to be shown by it, they would be instantly burned to ashes. Alright, then you must be careful. The Crimson Dragon Emperor nodded. Immediately, the Immortal Dragon Emperor left the Rising Dragon City with his 18 dragon guards and headed to the north of the dragon region. As for the Crimson Dragon Emperor, he stayed in the Rising Dragon City. If they were to compare, the underworld was the strongest among the 4 realms. This was because they had the ability to control the underworld creatures and they had 2 ghost emperors. It was also because of this that the demon realm, which only had 1 demon emperor, was conquered by the underworld and the demon clan was forced to migrate to the immortal realm. As for the immortal realm, Emperor Qing and Empress Wu were both immortal emperors. With the addition of the experts from the dragon region, they were not afraid of the underworld. At this moment, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and his 18 dragon guards had already left the Rising Dragon City. As for the ones protecting Luoluo and Yixian, they were replaced by the Crimson Dragon Emperor's Blood Dragon Guards. Grandpa Red Dragon, where did Grandpa Dragon Emperor go? Luoluo could not help but ask. A 9th grade ghost lord appeared in the north of the dragon region. He is leading the underworld army and causing trouble. The Dragon Emperor went to deal with him. The Crimson Dragon Emperor replied. Someone from the underworld? Hearing this, Luoluo's eyes narrowed and said, I'll go too. No, the Dragon Emperor alone is enough. You must not leave the Rising Dragon City now. The Crimson Dragon Emperor reminded. He felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps this was a diversion to the east and an ambush. That 9th grade ghost lord was just a bait. His purpose was to separate the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. After replying, the Crimson Dragon Emperor immediately sent a message to Emperor Qing and Empress Wu to let them know about this matter. That was because the moment the underworld made a move, nothing good would come out of it. And each time, it would not be a small matter. The Rising Dragon City had a teleportation array to the Greenwood City and Martial Border. Those 2 immortal emperors would definitely send someone over soon. However, at the next moment, the face of the Crimson Dragon Emperor changed drastically. What? There's no way to send the message out? The Crimson Dragon Emperor's eyes widened. This time, there was trouble. Indeed, the moment he reacted to it, a rumbling sound rang out from a certain part of the Rising Dragon City. Rumble. The moment he heard this, the Crimson Dragon Emperor bolted out swiftly. His face was solemn as he shouted out, Everyone, be careful. There are external enemies attacking. Following that, he bolted in the direction of the sound. The demon race beings in the Rising Dragon City were bewildered as well. What kind of place was the Rising Dragon City? It was the center of the dragon region. Not only that, even Yixian felt the same. But in the next moment, he could confirm that the Rising Dragon City was indeed under attack. Azura Ghost Lord had indeed sensed the aura of death, and it was from more than one direction. Rumble. Before Yixian could react, rumbling sounds could be heard from other directions of the Rising Dragon City. Waves of majestic aura of death spread out. The underworld is not giving up and wants to massacre the demon race, Yixian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. The underworld was the strongest of the 4 realms, but why did they choose to attack the demon race first? That was because Zuyuyoists were very strong. As long as they could turn into the underworld army, they could sweep the other 2 realms. They had planned this operation for a long time. The reason why the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor did not discover it was because they had bribed some Zuyuyoists. There were even traitors among the 18 Dragon Guards and the Blood Dragon Guards. Your Highness Luoluo, this is bad. The Rising Dragon City is under attack by the underworld creatures. A Blood Dragon Guard ran into Yixian and Luoluo's residence in a hurry. I already know. Luoluo nodded. But in the next moment, the Blood Dragon Guard suddenly revealed an endless murderous aura as he pounced toward Luoluo. This blood dragon guard was a traitor bribed by the underworld ghost lord. Luo was slightly shocked. But now, she was already a first-rank demon venerable, infinitely close to a second-rank demon venerable. Dealing with an 8th-rank demon venerable was a piece of cake. Demon God's Claw. Luo immediately transformed into the Sky Loaf Fox and used her trump card. She extended her claw and pierced through the blood dragon guard's chest. The blood dragon guard's demon heart was torn apart instantly, and he died. A first-rank demon venerable killed an 8th-rank demon venerable instantly. This was the power of the Sky Loaf Fox and the Sky Demon Heart. The underworld has already infiltrated the Rising Dragon City. I'm afraid this attack is not because of other reasons, but because of you, Luo. Xian suddenly walked out and said slowly. Are they afraid that I will become another demon dragon emperor or even stronger and sweep the underworld? Luo asked. That should be the case. However, he definitely didn't expect you to have broken through to rank 1 demon exalted. Although the blood dragon guards know your current realm and your previous battle results, they want to try seeing that you are alone. Xian nodded. Humph. Right now, my strength is already above that of the 18 dragon guards. In the entire Rising Dragon City, I am an existence that is second only to Grandpa Dragon Emperor and Grandpa Scarlet Dragon Emperor. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Luo snorted out coldly. Not only that, but Xian also had a powerful trump card, the heaven-breaking ape god. Previously, the little monkey was a 7th-stage demon emperor. Now that he had broken through 2 stages and reached the 9th-stage demon emperor, his strength had increased by dozens of times. Xian reckoned that its current strength had already surpassed that of the immortal dragon emperor and the crimson dragon emperor. Even if the ghost emperor of the underworld personally stepped in, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to it. This meant that the operation in the underworld this time would not be so smooth. Let's go and help. At that moment, Xian left with Luo. The old tree, Azure Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian all appeared and charged towards the creatures with the deathly aura. The experts of the underworld were all able to control the dead. Those Zuyuyoists who were killed immediately turned around and charged towards their former companions. Since that was the case, the old tree and the others would not show any mercy. Xian was only a 5th-stage immortal emperor now. Even if he used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change to become a 7th-stage immortal emperor, he would probably only be able to fight against a 4th-stage ghost venerable. Therefore, he could only temporarily hide under the mystic divine armor and watch the battle from afar. The old tree was a 9th-stage immortal emperor now. If they joined forces with Azure Ghost Lord, they would be able to deal with a 7th-stage ghost venerable. However, they still had to assist Luo in searching for those with higher cultivation. Indeed, there are 9th-stage ghost venerables. And it seems like there are 3 of them. The Crimson Dragon Emperor is in danger. Through Azure Ghost Lord's senses, Xian understood that the underworld was going all out this time. One should know that there were only 2 9th-stage ghost venerables in the entire dragon field. Now that the immortal Dragon Emperor had gone to the north to help, the Red Dragon Emperor was the only one left who had to face 3 experts of the same level. However, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were not that simple. They were worried that the underworld was trying to lure them away. Therefore, the immortal Dragon Emperor did not rush to the north of the dragon field. Instead, he wandered around outside for a while before returning. As expected, this was the underworld scheme. Old ghost of the underworld, your grandpa dragon is back. The immortal Dragon Emperor roared as golden light flashed. Although there were not many 5-clawed golden dragons in the tribe, they had many experts with their bloodline. All of them unleashed their full strength, burning the low-level undead creatures to ashes in an instant. At the same time, they suppressed many experts. The older the wiser. I didn't succeed in luring you away. But so what? A sarcastic voice sounded. Yellow Spring Monarch, it's you? The immortal Dragon Emperor recognized him. After all, they had fought before. Not only that, there's also me. Another voice sounded. 7-Kill Daoist. The Red Dragon Emperor also recognized him. The Yellow Spring Monarch and the 7-Kill Daoist were famous in the 4 realms, and they were not weaker than them. However, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor sensed 3 ninth-grade ghost masters. Then, where was the third person? In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. That was because they actually saw a familiar face. Master? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor exclaimed. This third ninth stage ghost venerable aura belonged to none other than the former lord of the demon realm, the Demon Dragon Emperor. The Monster Dragon Emperor had a total of 5 disciples, but only the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were left alive in that great battle. Now, the Monster Dragon Emperor was here. How was that possible? Haha, of your 3 fellow apprentices, the 9 Abyss Great Emperor failed, but your master succeeded. Although he is not at his peak, he still has 20 to 30% of his combat power. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. As long as you follow the 9 Abyss Emperor, you will definitely unify the 4 realms in the future. The Yellow Spring Monarch laughed loudly. You destroyed our foundation and forced us to leave our home, and you still want us to surrender? The Immortal Dragon Emperor glared at him. The enmity of murdering his master was irreconcilable, not to mention that they had almost been exterminated. Surrendering was absolutely impossible. How stubborn. Now that I have sealed off your Rising Dragon City, you can't use your communication and teleportation formations. Let's see how you resist. The 7-kill Daoist snorted coldly. Even if we die, we will never surrender. The Red Dragon Emperor shouted angrily. In that case, I have no choice but to kill you. The Demon Dragon Emperor nodded slightly when he heard that, and then he shot out swiftly. The celestial loathe fox was the reason the Netherworld Emperor had acted. He hadn't seen her before, but Lualua's face had spread throughout the entire dragon field, and even the entire immortal realm, let alone Rising Dragon City. It wasn't hard to find her. Besides, the Monster Dragon Emperor was half a step away from becoming a Monster Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor wanted to capture Lualuo so he could control her and nurture her. That way, he'd have another powerful general. But would it really be that easy? Oh no, the 9th rank Monster Dragon Emperor is coming. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although Lualuo was a 1st rank monster venerable now, she was still weaker than the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor, let alone the Monster Dragon Emperor. It seemed that he had to ask Heavenbreaker for help. Heavenbreaker was a 9th rank monster emperor. He didn't know how strong he was compared to the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor, but Yi Xian knew that as long as he put on the Mystic God armor, he'd be far stronger than those two. Lualuo, come in. Yi Xian put Lualuo away. The Monster Dragon Emperor, who'd locked onto Lualua's aura, lost his target in an instant. The Monster Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. He'd died in battle and was now an undead puppet. Although he couldn't speak and didn't have his memories, he could still think. According to the information he'd obtained, the celestial loathe fox had a human elder brother. Found her. The Monster Dragon Emperor's eyes widened, then locked onto Yi Xian. He felt that Lualua's disappearance was probably the work of Yi Xian. Heavenbreaker, kill him. Yi Xian roared and finally summoned Heavenbreaker. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into a mini Mystic God armor and put it on Heavenbreaker. Immediately, the power of Heaven Crushing experienced a qualitative leap. Heaven startling 108 strikes. As soon as Heavenbreaker appeared, he swung his thin iron staff at the Monster Dragon Emperor. Bam! It was a ferocious attack, enough to kill an ordinary 9th rank monster venerable. However, the Monster Dragon Emperor had been a Monster Emperor and a Shouyao. How could he be killed so easily? However, Heavenbreaker's attack had seriously injured the Monster Dragon Emperor. Patian, hold him back. We're retreating. Yi Xian immediately shouted. The old tree and Azura Ghost Venerate immediately split up. They were only 9th grade celestial lords, so it was unlikely that they would attract any attention. Stop them. On the other side, the Yellow Springs monarch hurriedly issued orders to those undead creatures. Some of these dead creatures were as high as 8th grade demon venerables. They were very difficult to deal with. However, the old tree was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately used his trump card. Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet. Eye of Azura. These two skills could absorb Death Chi. The undead creatures that had their death chi sucked away fell down one after another. In addition, once the Azura Ghost Lord's Eye of Azura absorbed a certain amount of energy, he would be able to use his ultimate move. Eye of Azura, Azura Transformation. In an instant, Azura Ghost Lord's body began to expand rapidly. As long as there was death chi gathering around him, he could maintain it indefinitely and would continue to grow. Azura Ghost Lord, who was only a 9th grade Celestial Lord, originally had the strength to fight against a 6th grade Celestial Venerable. Now that he had used the Azura transformation, he was probably comparable to a 7th grade Celestial Venerable. In the Dragon Domain, there were not many 8th grade Celestial Venerables. Other than the 18 Dragon Guards and the Blood Dragon Guards, there were not many. In addition, Luo was ready and waiting for orders in the planting space. There was no one who could stop Xian from leaving. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared. After all, it was another 8th grade Celestial Venerable Blood Dragon Guard. Luo, go. Xian quickly released Luo, and she appeared right in front of the Blood Dragon Guard. Claw of the Demon God. Luo had already transformed into her original form. She stretched out her claws and directly pierced through the Blood Dragon Guard's chest. It was an instant kill. Xian quickly took the interspatial ring and let Luo bring him out of the Rising Dragon City. When the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7-kill priest saw this, they immediately panicked. They hurriedly shouted, "Stop them!" Unfortunately, they were held back by the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. There was nothing they could do. As for the Demon Dragon Emperor, he was also held back by Little Monkey. Soon, Xian left the Rising Dragon City. At the same time, he used the method of keeping Heaven Breaker from time to time. However, the Demon Dragon Emperor was still in pursuit. Heaven Breaker could hold him back now. After all, the Demon Dragon Emperor was once a Demon Emperor. Although his strength had dropped, his physique did not decrease by much. Little Monkey was not strong enough to kill him now, unless he broke through to the 1st grade Celestial Venerable Realm. But don't forget that Little Monkey would fall into a deep sleep after he exerted his strength. If Xian could not escape during this time, he would be in big trouble. Young Master, it seems like we can't leave. Why don't I go back and join forces with Little Monkey? As long as we can get rid of him, the underworld will definitely suffer great losses this time. Luo suddenly suggested. This time, the underworld had sent a total of 3 9th grade Celestial Venerables. They were the Yellow Springs Monarch, the 7-kill Daoist, and the Demon Dragon Emperor. If the Demon Dragon Emperor was killed, Luo and Little Monkey could immediately go back and help. Then, they would get rid of the Yellow Springs Monarch and the 7-kill Daoist, and the underworld would suffer great losses. But would it be so easy? Xian thought for a moment. He remembered that he had the time reversal skill. If worst came to worst, he could just go back to the past. At that time, he could set up a void positioning point outside in advance. If something happened, he could leave immediately. Okay, kill the Demon Dragon Emperor with all your strength. Xian nodded immediately. Luo, Azura Ghost Lord, the Old Tree, Heaven Breaker, and Wei Zhentian all moved out. Although the Demon Dragon Emperor was strong at his peak, he was dead after all. Azura Ghost Lord could continuously absorb the death chi in his body and use his ultimate move. This battle may not be impossible, however, if they fought for too long, not only would Little Monkey fall asleep, but the pursuers would also catch up. At that time, they would have to use time reversal. 108 Strikes of the Heavens. Little Monkey swung his thin iron rod at the Demon Dragon Emperor. After signing a contract with Xian, the skybreaking ape god only had one skill, and that was the 108 Strikes of the Heavens. With one move, 108 rod shadows fell and smashed into the Demon Dragon Emperor. Bam, the Demon Dragon Emperor was hit again, but this time, he dodged many of the attacks. Infernal Soul-Locking Chain. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. Claw of the Demon God. Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord were too weak, so they could only try to control the Demon Dragon Emperor. Then, Luo would attack. Unfortunately, they had no effect on the Demon Dragon Emperor. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, you two go first. Xian immediately transmitted to them. The old tree and Azure Ghost Lord were only 9th grade celestial lords, so the monster dragon emperor didn't care about them. His target was Xian, but that was because Xian had put Luoluo away. Now, his target was Luoluo. However, as the battle continued, more and more injuries appeared on his body. Roar! At this moment, the monster dragon emperor suddenly roared at the sky. Oh no, he's going to transform. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. The monster dragon emperor was already so difficult to deal with in his human form. If he transformed into his true form, wouldn't he be even stronger? However, Luoluo and Little Monkey still couldn't stop the monster dragon emperor from transforming into his true form. Suddenly, a silver-gray sky dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. The monster dragon emperor's true form was an iron-faced dragon supremacy, which was the same level as the supremacy red dragon. However, he was known for his defense. No wonder he was so durable. This was going to be troublesome. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron-faced dragon supremacy waved his hand and grabbed at Luoluo. Humph. Luoluo only snorted in the face of this shocking claw and quickly dodged. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw some figures flying over from the horizon. There were 15 of them in total, and all of them were men in golden armor. When they saw Luoluo's true form and the iron-faced dragon supremacy, they trembled violently. It's the monster dragon emperor. The 15 dragon guards were shocked, but they could clearly feel the death chi emitted from the iron-faced dragon supremacy. It seemed that the iron-faced dragon supremacy had been controlled by the 9 Abyss Emperor. Go, protect Princess Luoluo. The 15 dragon guards, who were 8th grade demon venerables, immediately rushed forward. On the other side, Yi Xian couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. Just now, the immortal dragon emperor had shaken off the dragon guards and even eliminated the traitor. Now, these 15 people should be his trusted aides. Luoluo, Little Monkey, and these 15 dragon guards could definitely kill the iron-faced dragon supremacy. Whoosh! All 15 dragon guards transformed into their true forms. They were all 5-clawed golden dragons. Under the golden light, the iron-faced dragon supremacy's armor began to melt. It wasn't very effective, but it was enough for Little Monkey to break through its defense. Kacha, the little monkey, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, aimed at the head of the iron-faced dragon supremacy and smashed it into pieces. At the same time, the 15 dragon guards also joined the battle and launched a group attack. The 18 dragon guards of the immortal dragon emperor were all elites. If they joined forces, they would be comparable to the immortal dragon emperor. Although there were only 15 of them, their strength was not to be underestimated. With the addition of Luoluo and the little monkey, the iron-faced dragon was immediately beaten to the point where it threw away its armor and fled. Chase. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately gave Luoluo and Little Monkey an order. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue and capture this supreme iron-faced dragon. Within the rising dragon city, what? The monster dragon emperor was actually forced to flee? The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist were shocked. One had to know that when the monster dragon emperor maintained his human form, his strength was not weaker than theirs. After transforming into his true form, his strength was already stronger than both of them. However, he was actually beaten to the point of turning around and running away. It was simply inconceivable. It's that little monkey. The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist looked at the sky-splitting divine ape at the same time. They felt that the sky-splitting divine ape was extremely powerful. It was only a 9th grade demon emperor, but it was able to launch such a powerful attack. The dragon guards are back. Let's go. The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist discussed telepathically and decided to retreat first. If there were only a few blood dragon guards, they would not be afraid. However, with the addition of the 15 8th grade demon venerables, it was impossible. Retreat. Thinking of this, the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist turned around and left. Do you think the immortal world is a place where you can come and go as you please? Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Then, a white-robed elder suddenly descended from the sky. The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist looked up and almost peed their pants. Cyan Emperor? Both of them were shocked. The Cyan Emperor was one of the two giants of the immortal world, and his strength had reached the level of a second-grade immortal emperor. It was because of him that the underworld did not dare to attack the immortal world. However, the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist quickly reacted. This Cyan Emperor was not his original body, but a projection. Humph, so what if it's the Cyan Emperor? He's just a projection. Do you think he can keep the two of us here? The Yellow Spring Sovereign snorted. If he can't do it, what if I join in? Another voice sounded. However, this time, it was a gentle voice. The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist glanced over and saw another projection. Wu-ho, even Wu-ho was here. Ha ha ha, although you have sealed off the communication and teleportation circles around the Rising Dragon City, don't forget that I just left the Rising Dragon City. The Immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly laughed. Just now, he had noticed this suspicious point, so he quickly turned into his original body and left the vicinity of the Rising Dragon City. He also sent a message to the Cyan Emperor and Wu-ho. Suppress them. Although the Cyan Emperor and Wu-ho were only projections, one of them was a second-grade immortal emperor while the other was a first-grade immortal emperor. Their strength was not something the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist could compare to. The two of them attacked at the same time. In an instant, the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist felt immense pressure and their speed dropped drastically. This was going to be troublesome. Cyan Emperor, Wu-ho, are you really going to protect the Dragon City? The Yellow Spring Sovereign shouted anxiously when he saw that things were not going well. I don't need you to question what I do. Today, I will use your death to warn the 9 Netherworld Emperor not to be too arrogant. The Cyan Emperor's voice entered the ears of the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist. It seemed like they would not be able to escape today. The 9 Netherworld Emperor will take revenge for us. The Yellow Spring Sovereign's voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, this threat was not enough to stop them from being killed. With the suppression of the Cyan Emperor and Wu-ho's projections, the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist were finally killed by the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. As for the Monster Dragon Emperor, his death chi was worn away and he turned into a corpse. The battle was won. Thank you, Cyan Emperor and Wu-ho, for your help. After the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist were killed, the Immortal Dragon Emperor quickly expressed his gratitude. Don't worry about it. This time, we have killed 2 of the top generals of the 9 Netherworld Emperor and the 100 Ghosts Palace Lord. We will definitely be able to rest for a while. The Cyan Emperor waved his hand. This battle was definitely worth it. Although it was a little shocking, the underworld had lost 2 9th-grade ghost sovereigns. After saying that, the Cyan Emperor and Wu-ho's projections disappeared. If they did not attack, they could maintain this state for a long time. However, they did not have enough time to suppress the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Daoist. Huff, huff. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor heaved a sigh of relief after the Green Emperor and Empress Wu left. This time, they had almost been destroyed here. Fortunately, the Demon Dragon Emperor had gone to capture Luo-luo. Otherwise, if he had joined the battle here, neither the Immortal Dragon Emperor nor the Red Dragon Emperor would have been able to fight 1 against 2. Fortunately, this time, it was only a close call, but they had also killed 2 9th-grade ghost venerables of the underworld. Was it Little Monkey that held back Master just now? At this time, the Red Dragon Emperor finally reacted. Squeak, squeak. The skybreaking divine ape took off its mystic divine armor and squeaked twice, which meant, if it was not me, who else could it be? It was only a 9th-grade demon royal now. If it had been a demon venerable earlier, the iron-faced dragon supremacy would have been blown apart by it. Unfortunately, it had 2 days less time. In just a few days, Little Monkey has broken through from the 7th-grade demon royal to the 9th-grade demon royal. Could it be Yi Xian's credit? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor thought at the same time. However, they still had many things to do, so they did not ask much. They only sent some dragon guards to protect Yi Xian and the others. What? You want to go to the monster realm? The Immortal Dragon Emperor asked in surprise. Luo-luo is a 4th-grade monster venerable now. Her strength is far beyond the 2 seniors. With the help of the little monkey, it won't be a problem for me to go to the underworld, Xian said. The immortal dragon emperor hesitated. Although that was what he said, the contract between Xian and Luoluo was a master-servant contract. If Xian accidentally died, wouldn't Luoluo die too? Senior, don't worry. I'm 100% confident that I can take back the monster realm this time. When the time comes, we can even go to the underworld, Xian continued. If that's the case, I'll have to discuss it with Emperor Qing and Empress Wu, the immortal dragon emperor said. Senior, if you don't believe me, why don't we fight? Xian suddenly suggested. Fight? The immortal dragon emperor was stunned. He didn't understand what Xian meant. It's not that I don't believe in the two seniors' strength, but the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord are too powerful. If you can beat them, I'll give up on the idea of going to the monster realm. Xian said. You want to challenge me? The immortal dragon emperor was even more surprised. Although he wasn't a monster emperor, he was infinitely close to it. Coupled with the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon, he wasn't someone that ordinary people could fight against. Not to mention challenging someone of a higher level. Alright, let's give it a try. The immortal dragon emperor nodded. He agreed because Xian had done a lot of miracles recently. Luoluo had only refined the heavenly monster heart for a short while, but she had already broken through to the 4th grade monster venerable. The little monkey even had the strength to fight the monster dragon emperor. It was too terrifying. All of this had to do with Xian, the immortal dragon emperor, and the red dragon emperor went to the battle dragon platform. Along the way, they attracted a lot of onlookers. These people didn't understand what Xian and the others wanted to do. Old tree, Ghost Lord Azura, which one of you wants to go? Xian transmitted his voice. Tisk, I'll do it. Challenging the leader of a tribe should be very satisfying. Old tree grinned and transmitted his voice to Xian. Although he was only a 3rd grade immortal venerable now, his strength was extremely shocking. Don't forget that he still had the profound divine battle armor. Wearing the mystic god battle armor, even if it was the immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor, he would still be able to beat them up. Brat, come. The immortal dragon emperor said to Xian. In the next moment, the old tree donned the mystic god battle armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. Then, a nether fire clone flashed onto the battle dragon platform. What? A rank 3 demon venerable is challenging the dragon emperor? Heavens, Lord Dragon Emperor has been challenged by someone who is at a higher level than him. Furthermore, it is someone who is at least 6 levels above him. What's going on? I must be dreaming. The surrounding people were shocked, but they couldn't be blamed. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. In fact, although the bloodline of the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerable was not as strong as the heavenly loathsome fox, they were definitely stronger than the 5-clawed golden dragon and the supreme red dragon. Coupled with the mystic god battle armor, what was the point of challenging someone who was at least 6 levels above him? Go. Without waiting for the immortal dragon emperor to speak, Xian gave the order to the old tree. In an instant, the old tree crossed a large distance and used the nether fire clone to flash behind the immortal dragon emperor. So fast. The immortal dragon emperor was shocked. He quickly turned around and threw out a punch. Bang! With this punch, the two of them were evenly matched. Although he had the mystic god battle armor, the old tree's cultivation realm was still too low. Moreover, the immortal dragon emperor was one of the 2 leaders of the dragon domain. How could it be so easy to deal with him? Again. The old tree's eyes flashed and immediately cast the nether fire clone. There were a total of 9 nether fire clones and they surrounded the immortal dragon emperor instantly. As long as the old tree did not dodge, the immortal dragon emperor would not know which one was the real one. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the immortal dragon emperor heard a gust of wind. His body trembled and he turned around and threw out another punch. Bang! The immortal dragon emperor and the old tree clashed again. It was still a draw. However, the old tree's strength had already surprised the immortal dragon emperor. After all, he was 6 levels higher than the old tree. Looks like I have to show some strength. The immortal dragon emperor's eyes flashed and his body enlarged instantly. His true form was the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. You have a true form, so do I. The old tree's eyes widened when he saw the immortal dragon emperor transform into his true form. The old tree was also part of the demon tribe. His true form was the Yanming Ghost Lord. However, the transformed old tree was slightly suppressed by the immortal dragon emperor's golden light. Fortunately, the old tree had the mystic divine armor. Otherwise, the old tree would be suppressed by at least 1 or 2 levels. The two of them transformed into their true forms and started fighting in the air. Yanming Soul-Locking Chain. Yanming Soul-Locking Tablet. Yanming Soul-Breaking Strike. The old tree used all his trump cards and fought fiercely against the immortal dragon emperor. The people below were excited to see the battle. They were all guessing what kind of Zuyuist the old tree was. How could he fight against the immortal dragon emperor? Terrifying, this is too terrifying. On the other side, the red dragon emperor wiped the cold sweat off his forehead when he saw the battle. If it was him, he would not be able to do anything to the old tree. At this thought, he glanced at Luo Luo, who had become a 4th-grade demon venerable. If it was Luo Luo, the immortal dragon emperor would be killed instantly like Ting Qingshan. Yi Xian and the others were strong enough to fight alone. Even the whole dragon field together would not be able to defeat them. It was not impossible for them to go to the demon realm. After all, the little monkey was with them. Alright, that's enough. At this moment, the immortal dragon emperor suddenly roared and transformed into his human form. In fact, the immortal dragon emperor's strength had increased after transforming into his true form. However, his body was too big, and the old tree had 9 nether fire doppelgangers. He could not find a target and could only be beaten up. Therefore, it was better to end the battle early. I can't even defeat him, let alone Luo Luo and the little monkey. I acknowledge your strength. The immortal dragon emperor transmitted his voice to Yi Xian. Shall we go to the demon realm first and kill all the ghost venerables there? Then, we will attack the underworld together. Yi Xian asked. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to go to the underworld alone. He only said this because he wanted the immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor to be at ease. Alright, I will inform Emperor Qing and Empress Wu and ask them to attack the underworld together. The immortal dragon emperor nodded. Alright, if that's the case, I will take my leave. Yi Xian cupped his fist at the immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor. As for the passage between the immortal realm and the demon realm, it was in the north of the dragon field. It was the passage that the 9th-grade demon venerable had opened. End of chapter 1794. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.